Asked the protagonist, as zombie, Hinaturalim mustad hirdathi and hirant naturi fiskind, which is far from benevolent. On the planet Waterball, a new unexpected mutation has unleashed a horde of zombies, and Xiangyang Zaya has inadvertent libi kumionoftum. Mizam Biberthrin, I have arrived, Xiangyang Zaya's alentlamasses. Yet, heis perplexedasto, if these zombies are pursuing him to bite. Shouldn't tabiof tisamolk? Thusen fold Sorelsel seen Xiangyang Zaya to chess ahead, closely followed by a throng of zombies, as if you were leading them in astral, as sight both absurd and perilous. On December 15, 3568 of the Apocalypse calendar, in the Nation of Apocalypse, on Waterball. Today, the detector hastens to gain relayed shocking news. Following the discovery of golden balanth wooden ball, scientists Shava now identified thirth balaplanet teeming with life, located staggering 7.6 billion light-years away. This signifies that Waterball is not the sacredly fly fin the cosmos, and with therapid advancement of technology, our connection to the distant world seems increasingly attainable. On Waterball, a resident named Xiangyang Zai is watching the television news while leg rumbling, how amusing. Our planet is called Waterball, yet he other life-bearing planets are named after their observed characteristics golden ball, wooden ball, and no earth ball. Can't we bestow upon the more creative and beautiful names? The planet Waterball derive sits name from the fact that 65 of its surface is covered in water. At this moment, the news is broadcasting according to scientists, a total solar eclipse will occur at 11:15 am today, known in folklore as celestial dog-eating the sun. Interested citizens are encouraged to step outside and witness this rare astronomical phenomenon. However, for Xiangyang Xia, a season edgerclus, the outside world pales in comparison to the Illyriofis sofa and smartphone screen. Helen guide lyre clinescent the sofa, savoring carbonated beverages and snacks, utterly disinterested in solar eclipse. Yet, a theverimament the solar eclipse occurs, darkness suddenly engulfs the room. Although Xiangyang Zaya feels say twingeophanoiance, he opts to remain sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. He noticed with admiration the diligence of various media outlets that have read a shared images of the eclipse. At that moment, Xiangyang Zaya's abrupt lie struck by a searing pain in his neck, as if something has penetrated. He swept Lilo ses consciousness, collapsing into the sofa. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfold across the globe by individuals watching. The eclipse suddenly collapse, convulsing. Their flesh visibly withering, hair thinning, and nails lengthening, resembling zombies. When Xiangyang Zai regains consciousness, he discovers that the canatrice. The right side of his body seems to have a lostal sensation, his joints feeling as thothierglud together. Hestra glestimov, only to spring up like Yako ild spring, standing upright. In terror, he realizes that his right hand is extended rigidly forward, immobile, his palmandrum turned white, covered in a layer of finny hair, with unusual elongated nails. He tempts Stolo Uris Gazetto inspect this body, but Thun's settling cricking, sounds from his neck frighten him into halting his movements. To Hisherer, he discovers that his left hand still retains mobility, yet a killing thought crosses his mind, becoming a grotesque hybrid of man and minster. At that moment, a cold, emotionless family electronic voice reverberate tezen, his mind system activated, detecting host's physical condition. Subsequently, a mechanism known as zombie evolution system begins to bind itself to him. Xiangyang Zai is astounded, Hasha Trula transformed into a zombie? The system presents an information panel detailing the host's name, current level, skills, talents, evolution points, and weapons. To his dismay, Xiangyang Zai realizes she is no divine a complete a zombie, but Morelia Hallman, half zombie abomination. Moreover, he must complete a task within 78 hours to become a true otherwise, he will vanish from this world further due to the viral infection. Gazing at information, Xiangyang Zai eyes engulfed by a profound despair. He cannot accept that he has become such a monster, tasked with the bizarre mission of infecting humanity. He attempts to strike his right hand with his left, but the right remains steadfastly extended, utterly unyielding, devoid of any pain. His Isaac knife, aiming to slash at his own hand, but the blade merli grazes his kind without breaking it. Frustrated, he discards the knife, realizing that he is no half-amon, half-zombie creature. He bounds to the full-length mirror, stunned by his reflection. The left side of his visage appears relatively normal, yet the right side eyes adorned with long, sharp fangs, his complexion ghost lipole like that of a Westerner. and dark circlesure rounding his eyes, the Kintoa panda. He attempts to induce fitness, but finds situderly impossible. Now, he must confront the Sharshriali. Hinost Hutmerjinjin this state would undoubted liar Sultan his being hunted down, barely surviving Gasing episode. He on Sefin Tay size to Bhutin counter-inge adventures, envisioning himself phase a protagonist, but the never anticipated tragic turn of events. Hecannot bear thethothoff being zombie, forever deprived of the delectable foods in the normal finterished. Dejected, he wishes store Clinanthy sofa, but the rigidity of his joints prevents him from doing so. With great fort, he leaps, crashing heavily to the ground, making intimate contact with earth. Thus, Helios Theer, awaiting Thepasage 78 hours, Hishiar Thivi with despair and resignation. Chapter 2. Subjugation. The system would not easily relent in its pursuit of Xiangyang Xia. The emotionless, female electronic voice re-emerged, announcing, task initiated. Countdown commencing 0.71 hours 59 minutes 0.71 hours 58 minutes. The information board began to display the countdown for the task. Do not presume that your incessant reminders within my line of sight will compel me to heed you. Even a glance would signify my defeat. Xiangyang Xia continued to recline on the floor, lost in contemplation of life. Help! Outside the window, cries for assistance resounded, as if numerous individuals were desperately calling for aid. Occasionally, a loud thud echoed, resembling a forceful collision. Even now, he was half human, half zombie, resigned to his fate. He lay on the floor, but his insatiable curiosity propelled him to spring up, bouncing towards the window, pressing his face against the glass to peer outside. What lay before him was far from the usual bustling, orderly street. Instead, chaos reigned, replete with the stench of blood. People scattered in panic, their screams mingling with cries for help. Amidst the cacophony, Xiangyang Xia discerned the terror etched on the faces of the fleeing crowd. What on earth was happening? He scrutinized the scene in the opposite direction of the fleeing humans. To his horror, a horde of zombies, with sparse hair and bloodshot eyes, limped after them. Goodness, zombies! The stuff of nightmares has come to life. What a surprise! A dream materialized into reality. Behind the horde, several vehicles careened uncontrollably, igniting into fierce flames. Those who ran slowly, or tripped, were viciously seized and bitten by the zombies, blood and flesh flying. One vehicle sped forward, crashing into a cluster of zombies and humans alike. Was everyone completely paralyzed by fear, or were they merely fighting for survival? Death to friends, yet life for the Taoist. What was going on? A zombie apocalypse? Upon seeing the blood, something within Xiangyang Xia seemed to awaken, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him, compelling him to join their ranks. Wait a minute. They are zombies, and I am a zombie. Why would I want to join them? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiangyang Xia's mind. Yet, he could not suppress the instinctual excitement that drove him to leap outside. Fortunately, reason intervened. No. Jumping from here would surely lead to my demise. I am currently half human, half corpse. Bounding towards the door, he leaped outside. Upon seeing the peculiar figure of Xiangyang Xia emerging, the fleeing individuals quickened their pace. Instantly, the corridor was left deserted. In the face of imminent danger, humanity's limits were indeed boundless. Xiangyang Xia, realizing he was not swift enough to pursue them, decided against the futile effort. Glancing at the elevator, then at the stairs, he resolved to descend via the staircase. Those fleeing were unlikely to take the elevator in their haste, and he might encounter others attempting to escape. Then, sustenance would present itself. Xiangyang Xia turned and leaped towards the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. He hopped down the stairs. He unexpectedly encountered a panicked young woman rushing upward. She possessed flowing hair and a slender figure, adorned in high heels as she sprinted. Their eyes met, a fateful encounter. The young woman froze upon seeing Xiangyang Xia, only to erupt into a piercing scream moments later. If she had turned to flee downstairs, she could have escaped Xiangyang Xia's grasp, for he could not leap far given his current state, unable to catch a fully sprinting human. However, she was being pursued by zombies. And with them behind her and Xiangyang Xia ahead, she found herself trapped. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangyang Xia lunged at her, wrapping his left arm around her neck and sinking his teeth into her flesh. His right fang pierced her skin, and before she could voice her protest, she collapsed into his embrace. A wave of ecstasy coursed through him. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she quickly went limp. Releasing his grip, Xiangyang Xia stared at the fallen woman, momentarily stunned. It was only then that he reflected on his actions. He had acted solely on the frenzied desire for fresh blood, devoid of any rational control. Previously, he had resisted the idea of infecting a human, fearing the intense disdain and rebuke from within himself. However, the transformation by the zombie system appeared to have stripped him of his humanity. Not only had his body been altered, but his very soul had been reshaped. Now, he felt no guilt or sense of wrongdoing. The sight of living humans ignited an irrepressible craving for blood within him. Before he could engage in a deeper contemplation of his existence, the electronic voice in his mind chimed once more, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully infected one human. Evolution value increased by 1. The evolution value on Xiangyang Xia's information panel now read 15. Host name, Xiangyang Xia. Current level, half human, half zombie. Skill, none. Talent, infection. Evolution value 15. Xiangyang Xia gazed at the young woman lying on the ground, eager to witness the changes she would undergo. Soon enough, her body began to transform. Her flesh and blood shriveled. Her once beautiful face vanished. A layer of white fuzz enveloped her, rendering her entirely pallid. Her nails elongated and sharpened. He remained half human, half zombie, yet the infected woman had transformed into a white zombie. This felt unjust. Was he not meant to be the protagonist of this world, a man standing atop the food chain? Just moments ago, he had been reluctant to embrace his zombie nature, yet now he found himself disdainful of his lower status. The system remained unresponsive to his grievances. Suddenly, the woman sprang to her feet, standing before Xiangyang Xia, startling him. He wished to communicate with her, only to realize that his throat could no longer produce human speech. He was reduced to emitting guttural growls. Nevertheless, the female zombie paid him no mind, bouncing away. How could she disregard him, the one who had infected her? Such disrespect was intolerable. Yet, this zombie appeared devoid of intelligence. Rather foolish. Perhaps it was for the best. If she remembered that he was the one who had bitten her, she might seek vengeance, and he might not stand a chance against her now. Xiangyang Xia possessed little else, but his AQ-esque optimism was commendable. Standing on the staircase, he resolved to wait, hoping for more lost sheep to stumble into his grasp. After a considerable wait, he still saw no signs of life. I offer you a chance to escape this horrifying predicament, yet none seem to appreciate it. Perhaps there is no one left. Xiangyang Xia mused, considering that the young woman might have simply been slower, while the others had likely made their way home. Resigned, Xiangyang Xia leaped down the stairs, preparing to seek out the zombies and join their ranks. Though they were zombies and he was a zombie, were they not all monsters now? Surely, they were akin to brothers, united in their plight. Xiangyang Xia bounded out of the building, only to find the street utterly deserted, save for a throng of zombies wandering in search of delectable prey. The street lay in ruins, bloodstains marking the destruction. Chapter 3. Strolling while being pursued by zombies. My zombie brothers, I have arrived. Xiangyang Xia leaped towards his zombified brethren. It appeared that he was quite popular. The zombies recognized him and began to shuffle over, drooling with anticipation. As the zombies converged, Xiangyang Xia realized that their disheveled appearance paled in comparison to his own. The first zombie approached him, and just as Xiangyang Xia intended to greet it warmly, the creature lunged at him with its gaping maw. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding its bite, his human neck almost within reach. He quickly leaped back a considerable distance. He did not wish to discover what would happen if the human side of him were bitten. It was best to avoid such a fate. Brother, this is not right. I am not human. I am a zombie. Did you mistake your script? The zombie continued its relentless assault. Do not take advantage of my vulnerability, he thought defiantly, before swiftly retreating towards the building where he resided. The other zombies surged towards him, a horde in pursuit. Help! Xiangyang Xia cried within. Do not come any closer. He leaped desperately, unwilling to be captured and torn to shreds upon his emergence from hiding. He still aspired to be the protagonist. Fortunately, he soon realized that the zombies were not particularly agile. Although he, too, was not swift, he was far superior to them. With a jump of at least 50 centimeters, he easily outpaced their sluggishness, allowing him to relax. Thus, he began to bounce along, leading the horde of zombies in a leisurely stroll. Xiangyang Xia speculated whether the blood and flesh of his human side attracted them, or if zombies instinctively attacked zombies as well. The latter seemed more plausible, considering their interest in human flesh. Non-human entities must harbor ulterior motives, he mused. The countdown for his transformation into a zombie now read 68 hours. The task countdown system began to alert him once again. I cannot afford to toy with these zombies any longer. I must fulfill my mission, or else I shall cease to exist in 68 hours. Having only completed 1/5 of the task thus far, the streets lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. Gu, spurred on by determination, hastened to seek out his prey. With a lively bounce, Xiang Yangxia leaped towards the building he once called home. After several years of residency, the environment felt familiar, making the search for others all the more intuitive. Fear not, for I have come to rescue you, to spare you from the grotesque fate of becoming a zombie, and to prevent you from falling victim to the jaws of the undead. The main quest was triggered. Suddenly, an emotionless electronic voice echoed in Xiang Yangxia's mind. In this chaotic era, one must strive to become a singular entity, eliminating all obstacles in their path. As a formidable being, how could one allow themselves to be pursued and cornered? Unleash your brilliance by vanquishing 10 zombies. Progress, 0:10. Completion time, 7 days. A random reward will be granted upon task completion. Gu had yet to finish his survival mission, and now a perplexing new task had emerged. He was busily occupied. Xiang Yangxia resolved to temporarily set aside the main quest and focus on his own battle for survival. Bouncing determinedly towards his residence, as he returned, he noticed the staircase was eerily empty. He had hoped to seize an opportunity to capture a prey, only to realize it was a futile wish. Everyone had likely retreated to the safety of their homes. Upon entering his abode, he discovered there was still electricity, and he prepared to turn on the television, eager to glean the government's response and opinions regarding the unfolding situation. At that moment, a grave thought struck him. Was this bizarre phenomenon of everyone turning into zombies localized or global? Should it be confined to this area, the authorities might raze it to the ground upon discovery, leaving him with no place to rest. Conversely, if this calamity had not spread elsewhere, he needed to find a refuge before the military descended upon him. If the entire world was engulfed, however, then it would matter little. Organizing an effective resistance in such a short time was impossible. He switched on the television, only to be greeted by static. The news system appeared to be entirely offline. To his surprise, his mobile phone still had a signal. Dialing the emergency number 555, he found it perpetually busy. Checking the official news channel revealed no announcements had been made. Clearly, the situation had caught them off guard, and they were ill-equipped to resolve it. There was a strong possibility that the government apparatus had collapsed. Nevertheless, several self-media channels had been flooded with information, showcasing footage of encounters with zombies. It seemed that regardless of the circumstances, people never forgot to document their experiences online. This, however, had its advantages, as it allowed him to stay informed about the situations of others. As Xiang Yangxia perused these videos, he noted their similarity. Scenes of zombies attacking, and people fleeing in terror. Other countries had also uploaded numerous videos depicting zombie encounters. It was evident that a worldwide outbreak had occurred, alleviating his fears that only this small area had been affected and was now under siege. Many of the trending videos featured a multitude of comments, as terrified individuals had returned home only to find a signal on their phones, attempting to call for help but receiving no response, leading them to search for information online. The comments were filled with cries of horror, pleas for assistance, and questions of what was transpiring. Xiang Yangxia observed numerous suggestions urging everyone to stay indoors. Lest they become food for the zombies, he surmised that most people were indeed hiding in their homes, and knocking on doors would likely yield no responses, as individuals would be reluctant to open up to someone they did not trust during such perilous times. Testing his hypothesis, he knocked on the doors of several neighboring residences, only to receive no replies, confirming his suspicions. In truth, 2 of the households he knocked on were likely devoid of life. Their occupants might have already succumbed to becoming zombies or had become victims of the undead. In another home, the owner had transformed into a zombie, devoid of sanity and wandering aimlessly within. 3 others were simply too frightened to answer the door, terrified of the horrors that lay beyond. What could possibly entice them to open their doors? I am still that same boy, unchanged in essence. Suddenly, a melody broke the silence, startling Xiang Yangxia. To his astonishment, it was his phone ringing. Who could possibly be calling at such a time? Was there someone out there concerned for his well-being? Upon checking, he found it was a marketing call from the Cosmic Communication Bureau. At such a moment, they were still focused on sales. He could not help but admire their dedication. Since he had once been lured into signing up for an unknown service that later resulted in extra charges, he had since ceased answering their calls, harboring a deep-seated disdain for them. After disconnecting the call, Xiang Yangxia bounced out the door, determined to procure a police uniform as a disguise, his only chance to instill a sense of security in others. He hopped a few steps before realizing it would be unwise to approach the police station. He was still a vulnerable entity and would surely be no match for the officers. ASA being half human, half zombie, venturing into the police station could very well result in a fatal encounter with any surviving officers. The risk was too great. Instead, he decided to search for a discarded uniform elsewhere. His current appearance posed too great a danger. He needed to disguise himself. Clearly, his intellect was still intact. Using bandages, Xiang Yangxia wrapped his right arm tightly. Feigning an injury as if he had suffered a fracture, he donned a black baseball cap and a black mask, wielding a clothes pole that he sharpened at one end, preparing to skewer any zombies he encountered. Thus equipped, he set out with an impressive FAAD. Since he was leaving, he might as well tackle the main quest as well, perhaps earning himself a marvelous weapon as a reward. Xiang Yangxia hopped towards the exit. Zombies, I am back. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught the scent of fresh prey. The nearest zombie staggered toward him. A willing target had come to him. Seizing the moment before more zombies could converge, he leaped towards the approaching creature, thrusting his clothes pole with all his might, piercing through its skull. Indeed, it proved effective. The zombie fell motionless. So easy. Congratulations, host, you have slain one zombie. Task progress. 110. Xiang Yangxia braced himself against the now lifeless zombie with his bandaged arm. Extracting his weapon, with only half his body rendered stiff, he found himself facing considerable inconvenience. He could only imagine the dire circumstances he would face once he fully transformed into a zombie. A wave of apprehension washed over him regarding his future. More zombies began to swarm, prompting Xiang Yangxia to nimbly evade their grasp, glancing around for any zombies adorned in police uniforms. Unfortunately, after leaping through 2 blocks, he had yet to spot a single one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a zombie in a security uniform inside the International Building's security room. Before its transformation, it likely relished the comfort of air conditioning while stationed there, and now it could only pace restlessly within. Fear not, my brother, for I have come to rescue you. With joy, Xiang Yangxia hopped towards the security room, flinging the door open. With a swift strike, he pierced the zombie's head, claiming its security hat to dawn upon his own head. Congratulations, host, you have slain one zombie. Task progress. 210. Having acquired a disguise, it was time to return and continue his survival battle. On his way back, he effortlessly dispatched 8 more zombies. The task seemed rather simple. The prospect of becoming the world's overlord was within reach. Unable to suppress his smug thoughts, he reveled. Congratulations, host, you have slain one zombie. Task progress. 1010. Congratulations, host, you have completed your initial task. You have received a large gift package. 1 Flexible joint, 1 transformation card. Description. The flexible joint grants you the agility of a human, allowing you to move and walk normally. The transformation card allows you to temporarily revert to a human form for 40 minutes. It is for one-time use. Activating the next phase of the main quest, slay 50 zombies within 7 days. Task rewards, random items. The system is quite generous this time. These 2 gifts are indeed practical. The system had been thoughtful, providing such detailed explanations. As Xiang Yangxia tested the flexibility of his right hand, he found that his fingers could indeed bend normally. He lifted his right foot, discovering he could raise it with ease. The ability to move freely was invigorating, and he stretched his limbs with delight. With a renewed sense of purpose, Xiang Yangxia dashed towards the building where he had formulated his deception plan. Chapter 4. The Trickster. Knock, 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 knock. Xiang Yangxia pounded on the door with fervor, but misfortune struck. No one answered. He proceeded to the next door, continuing to knock while positioning his security hat to align with the peephole. Knock, 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 knocked. At long last, a frail man adorned with black-framed spectacles cautiously opened the wooden door. Peering through the peephole of the security door with great trepidation, Xiang Yangxia, with his keen sense of hearing, detected the sound of the door creaking open, realizing that a catch had been made. He waved his security cap in front of the peephole and gestured a heart symbol with his hand for the individual on the other side to see. Upon noticing the security hat outside, the frail man mistakenly assumed it was the police, believing that rescue had finally arrived. Overcome with excitement, he promptly flung the door open, exclaiming, "You have finally come to save me. What sort of day is this? What is happening? Is this a biohazard crisis?" In the throes of anticipation for his impending rescue, the young man did not find it particularly strange when he saw Xiang Yangxia, who was clad in a security hat, sunglasses, and a mask. When Xiang Yangxia extended his hand towards him, the young man, thinking it was a gesture of salvation, instinctively reached out. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. The would-be rescuer swiftly wrapped his arm around the man's neck with such force that there was no time to resist. As he witnessed the removal of the mask, revealing sharp fangs protruding from the right side of Xiang Yangxia's mouth, he stood frozen, staring in disbelief as the figure lunged towards his neck, utterly paralyzed by fear and confusion. "What is this? Wasn't I supposed to be rescued? Why?" With profound bewilderment, the man collapsed into Xiang Yangxia's embrace. Until his last breath, he failed to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. Xiang Yangxia, meanwhile, experienced an unparalleled thrill as he sank his teeth into the man's neck, infecting him before carelessly discarding him onto the floor. Moments later, the man transformed into a zombie and staggered away from Xiang Yangxia. Congratulations, host, on successfully infecting one human. Evolution value increased by 1. The information panel displayed. Host name: Xiang Yangxia. Current level: half human, half zombie. Skills: none. Talent: infection. Evolution value: 2.5. Observing his own intellect, he marveled at how effortlessly he had managed to infect another. The information panel indicated that there were 54 hours remaining on the task countdown. He was certain he could complete the task well within the hour. Xiang Yangxia proceeded to knock on the door of the next household. Soon, an elderly woman, mumbling to herself, approached the door to open it. Inside resided an elderly couple, both peacefully sleeping in their bed. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion outside had gone unnoticed as they enjoyed a tranquil day followed by a restful night. The loud knocking from Xiang Yangxia interrupted their slumber, causing the elderly woman to peer outside at the individual donning a security hat. Pondering what mischief was afoot so early in the morning, without a hint of suspicion, she opened the door, grumbling, "What on earth is going on at this hour?" In an instant, Xiang Yangxia seized the elderly woman. Sinking his teeth into her neck, hearing her startled scream, the elderly man rushed out, inquiring loudly, "What are you doing, dear?" Concerned, he emerged only to witness the shocking sight of his wife being held tightly by a stranger. "Let her go, you scoundrel! How dare you invade my home and assault my wife?" The elderly man, clearly misunderstanding the situation, angrily grabbed an object nearby and hurled it at Xiang Yangxia, seeking to free his wife from his grasp. Xiang Yangxia raised his head from the elderly woman's neck, revealing fangs stained with her blood. As he released her, she crumpled to the floor, and the elderly man stood frozen in shock at the sight. This development was clearly beyond his expectations. Without hesitation, Xiang Yangxia advanced towards him. The elderly man, quick to react despite his surprise, shouted, "Stay back," and swiftly retreated into the confines of the house. Yet, he was no match for Xiang Yangxia, who swiftly ensnared him, biting into his neck. Congratulations, host, on successfully infecting 2 humans. Evolution value increased by 2. Evolution value. For 5, the elderly man had struck him with considerable force, prompting Xiang Yangxia to gingerly touch the spot where he had been hit, wincing in pain. Knock, 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 knock. Xiang Yangxia continued to rap on the next door. This time, fortune eluded him. After several attempts, no one answered. Whether it was due to absence or fear of opening the door remained uncertain. At long last, he heard the sound of a door creaking open, eliciting joy. The woman cautiously peered outside, her curiosity piqued by the odd appearance of the individual at her door. After scrutinizing him closely, she became increasingly suspicious. Regardless of how Xiang Yangxia gestured, she resolutely closed the door. Knock, 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 knock. He could not simply give up. Xiang Yangxia continued to pound on the door, but the woman did not return. He yearned to shout, "I am not a bad person. I am here to save you. Please open the door." Alas, no words emerged, only a series of guttural growls. Resigned, he left in disappointment, moving on to the next door. After relentless effort, he finally enticed another individual to open their door. Congratulations, host, on successfully infecting one human. Evolution value increased by 1. Congratulations, host, on completing the assessment task. Body modification is now commencing. Body modification complete. Congratulations, host, on becoming a true zombie. Host name, Xiang Yangxia. Current level, White Zombie. Level 1 skills. None talent, none. The host transformation into a white zombie has doubled their physical strength and agility. The host will develop a fear of sunlight and gradually lose their sight, while their sense of smell and hearing will be enhanced. The host's vision will gradually diminish until it is entirely lost, while hearing and smell will sharpen over time. Time remaining, 12 hours. This is indeed a flawed system. After diligently fulfilling the task, not only did I not gain enhanced senses, but I am also to be weakened. While my physical strength has doubled, there are no improvements in skills. Moreover, I am to become vulnerable to sunlight and blind. I can no longer produce sound, rendered mute. Now, I am both blind and mute. Xiang Yangxia gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, fighting back tears that threatened to fall. What a deceptive system this is. Oh, how infuriating. At least I will not vanish from this world for failing to complete my task. The next stage of the main quest is to infect 10 humans. The system paid no heed to his grievances, continuing in its emotionless voice to remind him of the urgency. There were only 12 hours remaining before he would become blind. He needed to complete his task swiftly within that time frame to gain strength. Chapter 5. The admirer Xiang Yangxia seized the time to knock frantically on doors, enticing the remaining residents yet to fall under his spell. While others deceived for money or affection, Xiang Yangxia sought lives. In moments of terror, he offered a glimmer of hope, making it all too easy to ensnare the unsuspecting. Before long, he had infected another 10 humans. Congratulations, host, on infecting one human. Task progress. 10. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest and earning a promotion. Body modification is now commencing. Xiang Yangxia glanced at the information panel, which displayed host name, Xiang Yangxia. Current level, White Zombie. Level 2 skills. None talent, infection. The host has transformed into a level 2 white zombie. With doubled physical strength and agility, the host will become fearful of sunlight and lose their sight, while smell and hearing are enhanced. The main quest has been activated. Infect 100 humans. The number of infections required has increased tenfold. The system is truly ruthless. Completing a level 1 task seemingly yielded no rewards, appearing to merely increase experience points for leveling up. Even as a level 2 white zombie, the inherent weaknesses remained unchanged. 3 hours had passed, leaving only 9 hours before he would become blind. Xiang Yangxia continued to scour the remaining rooms in the building. The previous smooth progress had made him somewhat complacent, and reality quickly doused his arrogance with a cold splash of water. As before, he managed to deceive the owner of a household into opening the door. This time, he was met by a middle-aged man who appeared honest and unassuming. Xiang Yangxia lunged forward to infect him, but to his astonishment, the man reacted with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him sprawling several meters away, landing flat on his back. Xiang Yangxia was momentarily stunned, pondering how this man possessed such strength. This man had once been a soldier, having retired just 2 years prior, and was in remarkable shape. Realizing he was not a match for this opponent, Xiang Yangxia deftly leaped backward, regaining his footing. The man recognized the unusual nature of Xiang Yangxia and aimed another kick at him. Understanding he was outmatched, Xiang Yangxia swiftly retreated, tail between his legs. As he ran away, he reflected on his embarrassment. Here he was, a zombie, yet he had scuttled off in fear. What a disgrace, he quickly reassured himself, reminding himself that a wise hero does not suffer in vain. With renewed determination, Xiang Yangxia continued to sweep through the remaining rooms, successfully infecting 2 more humans. With the dwindling time left, he decided against pursuing more humans and instead sought to eliminate zombies, which could yield system rewards. Previously, he had received agile joints, an invaluable asset. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might avoid blindness altogether and instead gain extraordinary vision. Xiang Yangxia turned and descended the stairs, resolutely deciding to embark on a grand sweep for zombies on the streets. Brandishing two large machetes in hand, he set off with an air of confidence. Previously, he had been a source of attraction for zombies. Yet now transformed into a complete zombie himself, he pondered whether he still held any allure for his former kin. Striding boldly into the thoroughfare, he stood poised with his machetes, calmly assessing whether he could draw the zombies towards him. Before long, a zombie caught a whiff of his scent and staggered over, mouth agape, ready to bite. What could be the reason for this continued attraction to zombies despite his own transformation? Was it true that those not of his kind must harbor different intentions? Did it mean that anything non-zombie was to be attacked? He dismissed the thought. There were surely too many mysteries to ponder in this bizarre world where zombies roamed. The priority was to complete the task at hand. With a powerful swing of one machete, he decisively severed the zombie's head, which flew off while still maintaining its biting posture. Congratulations, host. You have slain one zombie. Task progress. 150.1 down, 1 to go. Bring on the next. With an overwhelming aura of dominance, more zombies were irresistibly drawn to him, ambling towards him in a relentless tide. Xiang Yangxia wielded his machetes with ferocity, his strength, agility, and power markedly enhanced after reaching the second level of his zombie form. The staggering zombies were no match for him. Within 2 hours, he had dispatched 50 zombies, completing the task. Congratulations, host. You have slain 50 zombies. Task progress. 50-50. Congratulations on completing the main quest of exterminating zombies and showcasing your glorious image. Congratulations, host. You have earned one lottery chance. Will you draw? The system was surprisingly playful, offering a lottery. Let us test my unbeatable luck. The lottery system began to spin on the information panel. Stop, Xiang Yangxia commanded. Halting the spinning. Congratulations, host. You have won an upgrade reward. Wow, that's quite fortunate. Now, he was undergoing physical enhancement. Current level, White Zombie level 3. Impressive. He had swiftly reached White Zombie level 3. The title of Zombie King was within reach. Exterminate 100 zombies. Task difficulty, easy. Task deadline, 7 days. Motivated by the reward, Xiang Yangxia felt invigorated and ready to eradicate more zombies. He continued to swing his machetes, swiftly dispatching another 20 zombies. The streets were nearly cleared of the undead, prompting him to advance in search of more. The transformation into a zombie had imbued him with a sense of power, and his agility had significantly increased. The act of slaying zombies felt as effortless as slicing through watermelons, reinforcing his sense of immense strength. With machetes in hand, he gazed skyward, declaring, "Who else dares to challenge me?" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of coolness. However, he also sensed the loneliness that accompanied mastery. Being skilled was a solitary existence. Indeed, on the edge of a nearby building, a striking young woman peering out noticed how effortlessly Xiang Yangxia dispatched zombies, as if they were mere watermelons. Amazed, she quickly captured the scene with her phone and uploaded it to various video channels. The footage of Xiang Yangxia's impressive feats captivated many, eliciting comments of admiration. Wow, so handsome. This person is incredible. I want to marry him. The screen flooded with praise. If he could see the throngs of admirers, Xiang Yangxia would have undoubtedly quipped, "Do not be infatuated, I am but a legend." With a swift turn, he left behind a striking silhouette, exuding charisma. Others, inspired by his valor, gathered the courage to confront zombies, emboldened by the belief that they too could eradicate the undead. Yet some underestimated their abilities, and upon attempting to mimic Xiang Yangxia, misjudged their own prowess. A misguided swing led to a disastrous encounter, resulting in them being bitten and joining the ranks of the undead. In another nearby building, a young man in his early 20s named Xiao Gang was equally inspired by Xiang Yangxia's courageous display. A member of his college's sports team, he was strong and full of youthful vigor. Seeing Xiang Yangxia's impressive stature, he rushed home for a knife and burst forth from his dwelling, encountering a staggering zombie in the corridor. Emulating Xiang Yangxia, he swung his knife, successfully cleaving through half of the zombie's head, causing it to collapse. Delighted, Xiao Gang leapt in triumph. This success fueled his determination, convincing him that zombies were not so fearsome, and he could be a savior. As the streets cleared of zombies due to Xiang Yangxia's efforts, Xiao Gang swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "Hello, hero. I'm Xiao Gang, and I wish to fight alongside you." Xiang Yangxia, amused by the naivety of the youth, turned to see a fresh-faced young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, clearly someone who had dedicated time to fitness. Dressed in a black hat, mask, and leather attire, with bloodied machetes in hand. Xiang Yangxia's unusual appearance struck Xiao Gang as incredibly cool, filling him with admiration. Chapter 6. A willing accomplice observing the fresh blood that was so willingly offered. Xiang Yangxia felt a primal thirst for Xiao Gang's vitality but restrained his urges. He was intrigued by why Xiao Gang had addressed him as a hero. It dawned on him that perhaps it was his striking demeanor that had drawn the young man in. With a glance, he noticed that many others were likely watching his every move. Deciding against revealing his true nature to the masses, he resolved to keep his identity hidden, believing that if he could deceive one Xiao Gang, he could easily ensnare many more. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement to the eager youth, who felt a surge of inspiration upon receiving a nod from his idol, standing proudly beside Xiang Yangxia, believing he was on the brink of greatness. Together, they began to exterminate zombies, working tirelessly for nearly 5 hours to fulfill the task of eliminating 100 zombies. The earlier ease of dispatching clusters of zombies had given way to a more laborious search for the undead, consuming valuable time. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of slaying 100 zombies. As they fought side by side, Xiang Yangxia saved Xiao Gang several times, further deepening the young man's admiration. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward, 1 lottery chance. Will you draw? Yes, Xiang Yangxia commanded, and the lottery system began to whirl. Stop, he ordered, halting the spin. Thank you for participating. Good luck. Xiang Yangxia was left in a daze, pondering the meaning of this outcome. Had he drawn nothing? What was this situation? To be met with such disappointment was baffling. System, don't toy with me. I'm counting on you to provide me with some divine gear to elevate my status. The system chimed again. Host did not win any rewards this time. Luck value increased by 10. So you're raising my luck for the next draw, are you? Quite clever, indeed. Activate main quest. Exterminate 200 zombies. Completing this task offers a chance for random rewards. Time was of the essence. He needed to avoid becoming blind and fearful of sunlight. It was essential to devise a thorough strategy to navigate this time safely while fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Simply hiding away without completing the mission was not an option. Reflecting on this dilemma, Xiang Yangxia realized that this latest task lacked a time constraint. It seemed that not all tasks were bound by deadlines. The system had initially imposed a 3-day limit, threatening his very existence should he fail. Such pressure was indeed excessive, compelling him down this path. Now, how should he proceed to ensure his safety while successfully accomplishing the tasks? After much contemplation, Xiang Yangxia devised what he considered a brilliant plan. In this time of need, food was likely the most sought-after resource. Modern households rarely stocked provisions for more than 2 or 3 days. Even with a modest supply of provisions and snacks, it would not suffice for long. The supermarket is an essential destination for the populace, and for Xiang Yangxia, it was decided that the hunter's domain would be the convenience store. He made his way to the finest convenience store near the residential area, the Beautiful Life convenience store, whose red sign exuded a festive charm. Upon entering the store with Xiaojiang, Xiang Yangxia noticed 2 zombies within. With a swift motion, he dispatched each with a single strike of his knife. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Task progress, 200. Having dealt with these minions, he regretted the lack of additional followers to attract. He beckoned Xiaojing over, who, thinking his hero had something to say, hurriedly approached with excitement. Xiang Yangxia opened his arms to embrace Xiaojiang, who anticipated a hug from his idol but felt an oddity as the hero rested his head on his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine, and as he contemplated pushing his idol away, Xiang Yangxia tore off his mask from behind and bit into Xiaojiang's neck. A surge of intense pain coursed through Xiaojiang's body. He screamed in agony, "What are you doing?" Soon after, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, transformed into a zombie. Xiaojiang, until his last breath, could not comprehend what his revered hero had done to him, and he would never know the truth. After Xiaojiang became a zombie, Xiang Yangxia pushed him out of the convenience store to seek his own world. He then sat behind the store, awaiting the arrival of the sightless. He also anticipated the approach of prey. In a moment of boredom, he took out his phone to watch videos, only to discover it had lost signal and had become nothing more than a brick. The modern system had collapsed. With no maintenance for days, Internet access and phone signals had vanished. Xiang Yangxia was left to sit idly behind the door, waiting for the arrival of prey. He lost track of time, feeling as though he had waited an eternity without a delectable soul falling into his trap. Was this plan flawed? Surely not. It was simply a matter of timing, and he needed to exercise patience. A handful of zombies had wandered in, only to be swiftly dispatched. Recalling the position from his memory, he leaped to the door and sensed the arrival of nightfall. Xiang Yangxia's strategy involved hiding in the convenience store during the day to avoid the sun while waiting to capture humans, then venturing out at night to hunt zombies. Though he could no longer see, his hearing and sense of smell had tripled in acuity, allowing him to discern the wind and scent to eliminate zombies. To his surprise, he had overlooked the fact that zombies also roamed during the day in search of prey. Thus, he could hunt both humans and zombies during daylight hours. Xiang Yangxia decided not to stray too far, lest he lose his way back, and limited his movements to within a 500-meter radius of the convenience store, waiting to lure zombies closer. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Xiang Yangxia inhaled deeply, discerning that the approaching scent was not human. It must be a zombie. Chapter 7. Small Xiang Yangxia immediately perked up, brandishing his two knives with fierce determination. Although his eyesight was impaired, his hearing was sharp, and with his agility, confronting mere zombies was no trouble at all. However, the inability to see significantly hampered his task progress. He spent the night slaying only 30 zombies, bringing his total kill count to 38 when combined with those previously eliminated. As night gave way to dawn, Xiang Yangxia felt as if thousands of needles were piercing his skin. He realized that day had arrived and hastily sought refuge back in the convenience store. Hiding behind the door, staying outside any longer would risk being scorched by the sun. Fortunately, as a zombie, his energy was boundless, and he required no rest. Xiang Yangxia continued to wait behind the door for prey to arrive. By this time, many people must have exhausted their supplies and would be desperate for food. However, given the multitude of zombies outside, only a few would manage to reach this place alive. Yet, he could do nothing but wait patiently. As this was the best plan he could devise, time passed slowly. Suddenly, Xiang Yangxia heard two sets of footsteps. Two men rushed into the convenience store, one of whom promptly closed the door to keep the zombies at bay. The other man spotted Xiang Yangxia sitting behind the door and immediately drew a knife in defense. After confirming that Xiang Yangxia was not a zombie but a human, he breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The second man, hearing his companion's question, glanced in Xiang Yangxia's direction and noticed him as well. Uncertain of their intentions or weaponry, Xiang Yangxia feigned silence, gesturing to his throat and shaking his head, indicating that he was mute and suggesting they disregard him. The two men, reassured by each other's ability to communicate, concluded that Xiang Yangxia was not a zombie. Spotting the abundance of food before them, they ventured further into the convenience store to search for any remaining supplies. Upon hearing them split up in their search, Xiang Yangxia swiftly rose and dashed behind one of them, removing his mask before sinking his teeth into the man's neck. A wave of pain surged through the victim, who let out a scream. The other man, alarmed by his companion's cry, called out, "What happened?" Receiving no response, he tightened his grip on his knife, scanning the area cautiously as he approached the source of the commotion. Xiang Yangxia, moving with lightning speed, circled around and lunged at the second man, biting into his neck as well. "Congratulations, host, you have infected a human. Task progress, 5100. Once the two men transformed into zombies, Xiang Yangxia pushed them out of the convenience store to prevent them from interfering with his hunting endeavors. Alas, while he had infected two more humans, the pace was excruciatingly slow. When would he complete the task? Frustrated, Xiang Yangxia began to curse the system. Was it not confining him to a prison of his own making? If the system was so formidable, why could it not rectify the disadvantages of being a zombie? Why must he navigate the world like a blind man, struggling to move? If he continued to wait idly for the task to conclude, the government might recover from the crisis and organize a zombie extermination team. He might remain unaware until it was too late, only to be eradicated by the approaching army. While he complained, he was left with no choice but to remain in place and await the completion of his task. Time dragged on, and he finally managed to infect 3 more humans, though the pace remained painfully slow. Yet, the influx of zombies had noticeably increased. During his wait, he also dispatched 17 more zombies. Feeling that night had arrived, Xiang Yangxia stepped outside the convenience store and confirmed that it was indeed evening. Under the moonlight, he felt an invigorating sense of relief. A zombie soon approached, and with a swift stroke, he severed its head. He was growing increasingly accustomed to the sensation of being sightless. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Task progress, 56-200. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the zombies seemed more agile than in previous days. Moreover, the number of zombies that appeared today far exceeded those of yesterday. Perhaps the scarcity of food had driven humans to desperation, prompting them to search for sustenance. Lacking self-defense skills, many had become food for the zombies, leading to an exponential increase in their numbers. This theory seemed plausible, especially since he had encountered 5 humans during his wait at the convenience store. The more zombies that arrived, the better for Xiang Yangxia, who was eager to continue his hunting spree. His knives danced through the air with vibrant flair. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. The notification chimes echoed repeatedly. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Task progress, 150-200. Xiang Yangxia felt the familiar sensation of needles prickling his body as another night swiftly passed. Today had been fruitful. He had completed the elimination of 150 zombies. He believed that he would soon finish this task and receive a reward. He rushed back into the convenience store and resumed his position, waiting for prey to arrive. After a prolonged wait without encountering any delectable humans, Xiang Yangxia could not help but jest with himself, thinking that if he were running a business, he would surely face bankruptcy. However, he was fortunate to have encountered numerous zombies, leading to a significant number of kills. Congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie. Task progress, 200-200. Main task activated. Slay 200 zombies. Congratulations, host, you have completed the main task. Slaying zombies grants you 200 points in one lottery draw. What? Points? Has the system just leveled up? Would the host like to proceed with the lottery now? Yes, Xiang Yangxia commanded. The lottery system began to spin. Stop, he called out once more. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Heart Eye card, valid for 24 hours. Heart Eye card. What is that? Does it make me more perceptive? Heart Eye description. After using the Heart Eye card, the host can open their mind's eye, granting them vision equivalent to normal eyesight. At long last, I can finally regain the light, although a mere 24 hours seems rather brief. Nonetheless, it is certainly better to have something than nothing at all. Within this 24-hour window, I can accomplish numerous tasks and reap rewards. Furthermore, this reward not only grants me a chance to participate in a lottery, but also bestows an additional 200 points, the usage of which remains a mystery to me. Upon perusing the points explanation, I discovered that these points can be utilized for lottery draws or exchanged for items in the points marketplace. A single lottery draw costs 200 points. How impressive! This effectively grants me 2 opportunities to win. Let me explore the treasures available in the points marketplace. Xiang Yangxia opened the marketplace and was astonished to find a plethora of items for exchange, ranging from weapons to exchange cards, and even martial arts techniques. As she searched meticulously for anything pertaining to vision, she was delighted to discover that indeed, there were eyes available for exchange. A pair of ordinary eyes costs 2,000 points, while the most exquisite pair, the fire eyes and gold vision, requires a staggering 100,000 points. Glancing at her own account, which holds only 200 points, she felt impoverished. Chapter 8. The bathtub-sized rat using a card for the Heart Eye. She successfully activated it, granting her a pair of ordinary eyes for a duration of 24 hours. Once the system report concluded, Xiang Yangxia realized she could perceive her surroundings, while her vision remained shrouded in darkness. Her inner sight was clear, allowing her to discern the environment around her. Energized, she declared, "Let me wreak havoc upon my foes." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiang Yangxia charged forth, ready to unleash devastation. Yesterday's observations were indeed accurate. She noted that the zombies exhibited a remarkable agility. Previously, they moved sluggishly, but now many could walk normally. Time seemed to usher in an evolution among the undead, rendering humanity's plight increasingly perilous. The difficulty in exterminating zombies had escalated significantly, contrasting starkly with the ease of dispatching them before. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie. Task progress, 2200. Before long, Xiang Yangxia had vanquished 20 zombies, only to realize that her 2 machetes had become severely dulled, making the task considerably more laborious. She hurried back to the convenience store to procure 2 new machetes. Yet, this pace was unacceptable. The scarcity of zombies meant she would waste precious time searching for them, and daylight was slipping away. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a small motorcycle and swiftly mounted it, racing toward the city center. Along the way, she dispatched any zombies that crossed her path. Upon reaching the commercial hub, she was greeted with a sufficient number of zombies. Parking the motorcycle by the roadside, she swaggered into the fray. Wielding her 2 machetes with flair, eyeing a corner of the commercial center, she observed a formidable figure engaged in a battle against the zombies. To her astonishment, it was not a human but a zombie itself. Fighting against the horde, it appeared to be one she had previously encountered. However, it was evident that the zombie was outnumbered, eventually succumbing to the relentless onslaught and being shredded to pieces by its fellow undead. Witnessing the dismemberment of the zombie sent a chill down Xiangyang Xia's spine. She had treated the zombies with disdain, akin to slicing through melons, yet here was proof that they could dismantle even their kind. Thankfully, her intellect surpassed that of the mindless undead. Caution was imperative. She must not find herself in the same predicament as that unfortunate zombie. "Come forth, zombies, and become my points," she bellowed, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies to him. She commenced her slaughter of the undead. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie." The electronic notifications rang incessantly, even though she had lost the sensation of pain in her arms as a zombie. The exertion of dispatching the undead left her limbs numb. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie. Task progress, 200. Congratulations, host, for earning a lottery opportunity. Task points, 200. Activate main mission. Exterminate 200 zombies. Would the host like to participate in the lottery? Not yet. Xiangyang Xia commanded the system. It was still early, and she could afford to accumulate more points for additional lottery chances. Currently, she possessed 400 points, enough for 2 lottery draws, if luck were unkind. Gathering more luck could yield better rewards. Continuing her hunt, she dispatched another 250 zombies, earning yet another lottery opportunity and 200 points, but she opted not to enter the lottery just while as dawn approached. She sought refuge in the shopping mall's underground parking lot to continue her extermination of the undead. Engrossed in her task, she was suddenly confronted by a rat the size of a bathtub. "What on earth is that? So enormous," she thought, bewildered. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed a grotesque rat, scuttling about in the sewers. Why is this rat so large? Could it be a result of some mutation? The rat lunged at her, baring its sharp teeth in an attempt to bite her left leg. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade its attack. Undeterred, the rat turned and charged again. This time, Xiangyang Xia was prepared. As it approached, she swung her machete, severing its head cleanly. "You, lurking in the shadows, dared to ambush me. This is your fate," she declared triumphantly. Luckily, the oversized rat lacked the speed of its smaller counterparts. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. Why had the rat attacked her so suddenly, and why was it so bizarrely large? Upon inspecting the rat's head, she noticed its eyes had turned a vivid red. Could it be that the zombie virus had also infected animals? Leading to this aberration? It seemed plausible. If humans could contract the zombie virus, then rodents too might be susceptible, resulting in mutations. All mammals share similarities, so it stood to reason that if the toxin could infect humans, it could also affect rodents. It was conceivable that other mammals had also fallen victim to the virus. The rat's sluggishness could be attributed not only to its massive size, but also to the influence of the zombie virus. However, the fact that the rat had mutated was troubling. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a mutated zombie rat. Points gained, 10. Activate main mission. Exterminate mutated beasts." What luck! The points for this mutated beast are remarkably high. Slaying a zombie yields only 1 point, yet dispatching a rat grants 10 points. However, the challenge was undoubtedly greater. Should multiple mutated zombie rats converge upon her, she might find herself the main course. Strengthening her abilities was imperative. In the underground parking lot, Xiangyang Xia had eliminated a total of 160 zombies. Now, with 3 unused lottery chances and 810 points, she could draw 7 times. It was time to utilize those chances to bolster her strength. The lottery system began to spin. "Stop. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 10. Seeing this result filled Xiangyang Xia with frustration. She had anticipated such an outcome. The system would not easily grant her a reward. Continue drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 10. Fine. I still have 5 more chances. Continue drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 10. Maintain composure and smile. Your lottery chances are now 0. To continue drawing. Please exchange points. I refuse to believe I won't win today. My luck value has accumulated to 30. With this bonus, I should be able to draw something exceptional, perhaps even a pair of eyes. Exchange 200 points for another draw. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 10. Xiang Yangxia felt a surge of frustration. How could she be so unlucky to receive thank you for your patronage 4 times in a row? I refuse to accept this. Draw again, using 200 points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 10. Remarkable system. You truly are extraordinary. I'm impressed. I will not give up. Once more, using 200 points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the legendary sword. 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. This ancient blade can sever hair and split skin. Host name: Xiangyang Xia. Current level: White Zombie level 3. Skills: None. Talent: Infection. Weapon: 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. After so many attempts, her accumulated luck had finally yielded an ancient sword. Indeed, it is quite good. However, what I urgently need to address at this moment is the matter of my vision. With 210 points remaining, I can take another gamble. This time, I must succeed. Even if I merely obtain a pair of ordinary eyes, it would suffice. Xuyang Xia fervently prayed within. Redeem 200 points for a lottery draw. Xuyang Xia commanded the system. The lottery system spun incessantly. As Xuyang Xia chanted in his heart, win a pair of eyes, stop. The lottery system came to a halt. Wow! Xuyang Xia exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in excitement. Indeed, he was the chosen one, destined to attain whatever he desired. He entirely forgot about the previous 5 consecutive failures and the fervent prayers he had uttered before this draw, desperately wishing for a pair of eyes. The lottery system had clearly stopped at the winning section for ordinary eyes. Congratulations, host. You have won a pair of ordinary eyes. Chapter 9. Equipping the eyes system. Equip me with the pair of ordinary eyes immediately, Xuyang Xia commanded without hesitation. Upon winning the ordinary eyes, he was eager to adorn himself with them. The time limit for the mind's eye card was rapidly approaching, and he was on the verge of becoming blind again. Installing ordinary eyes. Installation complete. Xuyang Xia promptly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, only to find an impenetrable darkness. Could it be that the system has malfunctioned? Wasn't it supposed to be installed? Xuyang Xia questioned the system, but it paid him no heed. After carefully adjusting to the situation, he realized he still could not see. Everything was pitch black. However, it felt different from the complete blindness he had experienced after becoming a zombie. Unbeknownst to Xuyang Xia, the destruction wrought by the zombies had rendered the power system inoperative. In the underground parking lot, shrouded in night, it was only natural that he could see nothing. Previously, he had been able to clearly see the zombies and rats due to the effects of the mind's eye, which was not hindered by lighting. The time limit for the mind's eye card had expired, and now he was blind once more, surrounded by inky darkness. In the underground parking garage, a few scattered zombies that Xuyang Xia had yet to eliminate were steadily advancing towards him, ready to attack. While searching for an escape route, he swiftly dispatched 6 more zombies. As he exterminated the zombies in the parking garage, he gradually strayed further from the entrance he had entered. Now, having acquired ordinary eyes, he paid little attention to the way out of the underground parking lot. Suddenly rendered blind, he realized he did not know how to navigate from the underground parking garage to the mall. He had never taken note of the stairway's location. As he groped around in the dark parking garage, it felt like wandering through a maze, and he could not find the way out. Fortunately, after the initial encounter with a zombie rat, no further zombie rats appeared. Otherwise, he might have found himself a meal for the ravenous horde. He had to hasten his escape from the underground parking lot. No, I must devise a plan. I can only resort to the simplest method now, tracing the wall until I find my way. As Xuyang Xia felt his way along the wall, he finally reached the stairway, ascending to the first floor of the mall. Although he could not see, once he reached the mall's exit, he felt an ominous aura surrounding him. Upon appearing at the mall's entrance, the wandering zombies immediately detected the presence of this formidable adversary and charged at Xuyang Xia with a deafening roar. Standing at the entrance of the mall, Xuyang Xia exuded an aura of invincibility as he wielded the 7-star Longyuan sword. launching an intense battle against the zombies. Indeed, there were countless zombies within the mall. Xu Yangxia relentlessly swung the 7-star Longyuan sword, continuously slaying the undead. Yet, the zombies kept pouring in. The notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have killed 1 zombie. Task progress. 75 out of 200 points earned. Congratulations, host. You have killed 1 zombie. Congratulations, host. You have killed 1 zombie. Combined with the previous kills, Xu Yangxia soon reached a total of 200 slain zombies. Congratulations, host. You have killed 1 zombie. Task progress, 200 out of 200. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 points. Congratulations, host. You have 1 lottery opportunity. Will you proceed with the lottery? Xu Yangxia had no interest in the system at all. There was no time to indulge in the lottery while he was still occupied with exterminating zombies. Ignoring the system entirely, he continued to swing the 7-star Longyuan sword with fervor. The ancient sword was indeed remarkable, cutting through the undead as if slicing through butter. Regardless of whether he thrust or swung the sword, there was no resistance whatsoever. After a brief wait at the entrance, it seemed that the zombies had all been vanquished and no more zombies approached to attack. Xu Yangxia exited from the underground parking lot into the mall, only to be startled by a sudden green light appearing before him. A ghost. Xu Yangxia exclaimed, raising his sword towards the source of the green glow. As he drew closer, he discovered it was merely a luminous gem. This must be the area of the mall where gemstones were sold. Most shops on the first floor sold gold, silver, and precious stones. How is it that I can suddenly see? At that moment, Xu Yangxia realized he could indeed see the objects around him. He glanced around, only to find that other areas remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had been foolish. The system had indeed equipped him with eyes. The reason he could not see was that the ordinary eyes he had received were no different from those of an average person. Without light, he could naturally see nothing. Now that he had spotted the luminous pearl, it became clear that his vision was restored, and he felt quite foolish for having assumed the system had malfunctioned. In the pitch-black mall, it was only natural that he could see nothing. The luminous pearl was rather small, and its faint glow was insufficient to illuminate the darkness. His phone, having long since run out of battery due to lack of charging, could not serve as a flashlight. But at least it was better than nothing, so he took it with him, hoping it might prove useful later. Xu Yangxia felt an immense joy at the restoration of his vision, continuing his journey of evolution while eagerly awaiting the arrival of daylight, when he would be able to see clearly. Using the faint light from the luminous pearl, Xu Yangxia explored the first floor of the mall. He acquired a new outfit, as his previous clothes were stained with blood, which tarnished his image. He selected a stylish sports outfit from a designer store and found a pair of athletic shoes to wear. To his delight, he also discovered a shop selling mountaineering and outdoor adventure equipment. Truly, fortune favored him. Within the equipment store, Xu Yangxia searched for a while and found a powerful outdoor spotlight and a small flashlight. He also casually grabbed a backpack, stuffing all these essential items inside. Xu Yangxia thought to himself, fortunately, I don't require many supplies right now, or I might have been accused of being an intruder. He made his way toward the escalator leading to the second floor. Having eliminated all the zombies on the first floor, he was prepared to venture to the second floor for further zombie hunting. On the escalator, he encountered a few zombies, which he swiftly dispatched. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a warm welcome from the zombie brethren. In the spirit of reciprocity, Xu Yangxia also returned the favor with enthusiasm. Their mutual camaraderie flourished, and before long, Xu Yangxia had exterminated another 150 zombies. After tallying up his efforts, Xu Yangxia realized he now possessed 2 lottery opportunities and a total of 450 points. Through his relentless battles, daylight gradually approached. As the sun rose, Xu Yangxia's vision continued to improve, allowing him to see the corpses of the zombies he had felled scattered across the ground. The remnants of bloodstains throughout the mall painted a vivid picture of the grim scene during the outbreak, where many had been transformed into zombies, hunted and torn apart by their former kind. Although the sun did not directly shine upon him in the mall, Xu Yangxia could still feel the malevolent rays of sunlight, causing discomfort throughout his body. He quickly retrieved an umbrella from his backpack, holding it in one hand while wielding his sword to slay zombies. As he fought, he realized that holding the umbrella in one hand was rather inconvenient. He hurriedly sought refuge in a shadowy corner. Random task triggered. Generating task. Random task released. Super infection task, description. Within a certain building ahead, there are dozens of survivors, presenting a tremendous temptation and opportunity for you. Go forth, infect more humans, gain more evolution points, and become a stronger zombie. Task difficulty, 2 stars. The rewards will be based on the degree of task completion. TO think that random rewards could be triggered, and they would vary according to the extent of task completion. This is indeed an extraordinary system that offers additional rewards beyond evolution points and regular points. How splendid and humane. The fact that rewards are based on completion means that the conditions are not overly stringent. One does not need to achieve a perfect score, as partial completion will still yield rewards. Recently, he had been so engrossed in exterminating zombies that he almost forgot about his other main quest. Being a zombie of such low caliber was unacceptable. Young man, it is time to put in some effort. Chapter 10. Supermarket Survivors rewards are divided into 3 tiers based on the degree of task completion. Infect 60 of the survivors for the 3rd tier reward. A reward lottery card is granted, one for infecting 80 of the survivors, with the second prize being an upgrade in reward level for infecting 100 of the survivors, which constitutes the grand prize. Additionally, a deadly attack resistance card is awarded, which must be designated for my use. Xiangyang Xia pondered in the shadows. The humans still alive in the mall must have sought refuge somewhere during the outbreak of the zombie tide. Now, surrounded by so many zombies within the mall, they lack the strength to escape, rendering them trapped in their hiding spots. How might I infect all of them? If I were to reveal my fangs immediately upon entry, it would surely terrify them, leading to my downfall and a futile advantage for the zombies, thus failing my mission. I must devise a flawless strategy to blend in, quietly infecting them one by one. It would be unwise to expend the hard-earned transformation card on such a trivial task. Ahead lies Wanjia Supermarket's 1st floor, stocked with daily necessities and appliances, while the food section resides on the 3rd floor, or the 2nd floor of the supermarket. Several days have passed since the outbreak. If they do not venture out for food, they will starve. Thus, it is certain that someone has gone in search of sustenance. As an astute zombie, Xiangyang Xia speculated on the possible scenarios and countermeasures. His assumptions were largely accurate. The System-S mission indicated that dozens of people were indeed trapped in the supermarket storage area. During the outbreak, the supermarket's general manager, Sha Wenbin, fortuitously avoided infection by the zombie virus. Witnessing the chaos outside, he, displaying the acumen befitting a manager, promptly took refuge in the storage area of the supermarket. The storage area within the supermarket is vast, filled with rows of shelves brimming with goods. Unfortunately, this level's inventory consists solely of everyday items. Had there been ample food stored here, Sha Wenbin and his group could have concealed themselves for an extended period. This is today's food for everyone at Li Ergu, distributed among them, he ordered. The others obediently remained in the storage area, complying with the leadership of Sha Wenbin and his associates. Li Ergu, Sha Wenbin's #1 subordinate, promptly took a bag of food and divided it among the people in the storage, each receiving a meager portion. The storage contained very little food, necessitating careful rationing, so each person could only obtain enough to sustain their daily survival. Upon seeing the food, they pounced upon it like ravenous wolves, devouring it in a few greedy bites. However, this meager supply barely sufficed to satiate their hunger, leaving those accustomed to a life of plenty with faces that reflected their starvation. Days without grooming, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere, rendered them scarcely distinguishable from beggars. Yet, they had no time to concern themselves with appearances. Each day was solely focused on the struggle to survive. Hence, they dutifully followed Sha Wenbin's leadership, as it provided them with a glimmer of hope for survival. We have endured another day. The future is bright and filled with promise. I believe that soon the government will dispatch troops to rescue us or discover a means to help us break free. Observing that everyone had finished their food, Sha Wenbin delivered a fervent speech to the dozens in the storage, uplifting their spirits. Over the past few days, he had evidently emerged as the leader among those in the storage. After hearing Sha Wenbin's words, Li Ergu led the charge, shouting, "Yes. What Sha said is truly inspiring. It shows us the dawn of victory. Sha's words are the truth. Long live Sha." As he spoke, Li Ergu clapped loudly, prompting Sha Wenbin's other subordinates to join in the applause. Others followed suit, some genuinely swayed by Sha Wenbin's rhetoric, while others felt compelled to conform. Pleased with the response, Sha Wenbin nodded in satisfaction. When the zombie tide erupted, he had been the first to seek refuge in the supermarket's storage, and upon regaining his composure, he cautiously peered through a crack in the door. observing the apocalyptic scene outside. He calmly noted that the zombies moved sluggishly, with only those who stood frozen in despair falling prey to them. The zombies' movements were exceedingly slow. A normal person could easily outrun them. Sha Wenbin meticulously contemplated potential strategies. But given the large-scale commercial area and the overwhelming number of mutated zombies, breaking free proved exceedingly challenging. Remaining hidden here seemed the safest option. Uncertain of the situation outside, he recalled having watched numerous zombie films and read various novels. Such occurrences were bound to be widespread, making any place unsafe. Better to remain here. In this dire circumstance, establishing his own power base became imperative. Thus, he found a large wrench in the storage to use as a weapon, resolving to save anyone who approached the storage door when he opened it. During this process, he spotted his supermarket security guard, Li Ergo, and Zhang Diazuid Li Ergo, Zhang Dazue, come here quickly and take refuge. Sha Wenbin called out loudly from behind the door. Upon hearing his summons, the three individuals rushed toward the storage, successfully hiding within. In total, Sha Wenbin managed to rescue 35 people. Initially, his actions were motivated by humanitarian impulses. But as time passed and the zombie encirclement intensified, other thoughts began to take hold. Sha Wenbin allied with Li Ergu, Zhang Dazue, and Feng Zikai to assert control over those in the storage. Armed with a wrench and an electric baton obtained from Zhang Dazue, Sha Wenbin began to brainwash the people within the storage, employing both benevolence and intimidation. He managed the sole stash of food in the storage, directing Li Ergu and others to ration it out daily. Furthermore, he implemented regulations within the storage, assigning 2 individuals daily to venture to the supermarket's second floor to retrieve food. In this apocalypse, we must unite to combat the zombie crisis. Only by obeying the organization and its arrangements can we achieve victory. Today, we have 2 brave souls setting out to procure food for us. Let us take pride in them. After delivering a motivational speech to boost morale, he presented 2 portions of ham sandwiches to the 2 volunteers, gripping their hands and expressing gratitude for their efforts. The 2 individuals, about to embark on their food-fetching quest, immediately devoured the food they received, while the others watched hungrily, swallowing hard. Previously, retrieving food had gone relatively smoothly, encouraging people to volunteer, as they could enjoy a hearty meal before returning, thus securing an extra portion. Moreover, the food retrieval location was not far, only 100 meters away. The zombies moved slowly, and with a bit of caution, one could safely make the round trip. Of course, this was merely a comforting thought for those going to fetch food. Everyone understood the dire consequences of not going. Ironically, returning with food offered a greater chance of survival. However, recently, the zombies seemed to have become swifter, with occasional casualties occurring during food retrievals. Consequently, a sense of dread filled the hearts of those contemplating the task. Though some had considered rebellion, on the day someone was chosen to fetch food, he vehemently resisted, only to be thrown out of the storage by Zhang Dazue and others, suffering a tragic fate. The 2 individuals preparing to search for food were filled with trepidation, fearing they might become companions of the zombies. Yet, there was no alternative. 30 pairs of eyes were fixated on them. Due to previous losses, the 36 individuals in the storage had dwindled to 32. Chapter 11. The man with the umbrella in the supermarket as the 2 individuals summoned courage to open the storage door. Preparing to venture out in search of food, they were taken aback to find a peculiar man standing at the entrance, holding a sunshade and wearing a mask, none other than Xiangyang Xia. The 2 thought to themselves, who is this weirdo? A grown man using an umbrella in a supermarket? Surely, he hasn't gone mad in this apocalypse. After receiving his mission, Xiangyang Xia, having conducted thorough analysis, resolved to take immediate action. He feared that any delay might alter the mission, and venturing out at night would guarantee no one would open the door for him, as the fear of darkness would prevent any normal person from doing so. Thus, he braved the sunlight, enduring discomfort to fulfill his tasks. Though the blazing sun made his outing unbearable, he understood that enduring hardship was the path to becoming a formidable zombie. Consequently, Xiangyang Xia unfurled the sunshade from his backpack, donned an additional layer of clothing, and sprinted toward the 3rd floor of the mall. Given that his mission was confirmed to be on the 2nd floor, why was he heading to the 3rd? He reasoned that he had nearly eradicated the zombies on the 2nd floor. Should the trapped individuals realize the zombies had diminished, they might attempt to flee, thwarting his mission. Thus, he planned to lure zombies down from the 3rd floor to encircle them, leaving them with no escape. Fortunately, The clothing he donned and the sunshade provided him considerable relief. The zombie brethren had come to assist him as bodyguards this time. After swiftly luring a multitude of zombies down from the third floor, he returned to that very level where he filled a large bag with provisions. Since he was making a visit, it was only proper to bring gifts. After all, one must be a civilized individual to earn the host's warm welcome. Clutching the food, he made his way to the first floor of the supermarket, where his acute hearing picked up the impassioned speech of Sha Wenbin. Pondering how to enter, Xiangyang Xia realized he need not devise elaborate schemes to gain their trust. He merely had to wait for those retrieving food to emerge. The speaker indeed possessed a remarkable talent for oration. As Xiangyang Xia stood outside, awaiting the return of the two who had gone for provisions. He occasionally raised his foot to kick away the encroaching zombies. This was not the time for their demise. They ought to be cautious and refrain from colliding with his blade. As the two opened the door, they were besieged by more zombies. With swift reflexes, they dispatched two of the undead eye in that moment. Xiangyang Xia was no longer perceived as the peculiar man with a sunshade, but rather as a radiant savior. Noticing the glimmer of admiration in their eyes, he thought to showcase a few more of his skills to earn their trust even further. Thus, he began to vigorously slay zombies, though this was merely for show. A performance to impress them. As onlookers saw the two standing idly at the door, they shouted, "What are you doing? Do you wish to let the zombies in?" As they approached, they witnessed Xiangyang Xia's graceful display. After dispatching 5 more zombies, he retreated to the door, and the crowd instinctively parted for him. With the sunshade tucked away, he slipped inside and with a decisive slam, shut the door behind him. His objective had been achieved, and there was no longer a need to perform for them like a trained monkey. Upon entering, he was met with a throng of individuals gazing at him with starry eyes. Filled with hope, he understood that he had achieved the desired effect. They regarded him as a lifeline. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was not their savior but rather their terminator. Sha Wenbin, as the leader, was the first to react. Promptly stepping forward to greet Xiangyang Xia, he embraced him warmly and shook his hand, exclaiming, "Your skills are truly impressive. Killing zombies seems like childish play for you. May I ask your name?" However, Xiangyang Xia was unable to respond. To do so would surely startle them, as he could only emit guttural sounds. Instead, he nodded proudly at Sha Wenbin and the others, gesturing to his throat and waving his hand to indicate his inability to speak. Sha Wenbin appeared to grasp Xiangyang Xia's meaning and refrained from further questions, instead guiding him to a seat. Xiangyang Xia tossed the bag filled with food to the group, signaling them to help themselves. As they rushed to seize the provisions, the entire bag was swiftly emptied, further amplifying their admiration for Xiangyang Xia. Observing their fervor, Sha Wenbin did not intervene, for he understood that, in this moment, Xiangyang Xia wielded the authority. Having successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks, Xiangyang Xia was quite pleased with this outcome. His next step was to ensure that every individual in the warehouse was infected with avian influenza, sparing none. "Brother, this newcomer is rather formidable. What shall we do now?" the others lamented. "Everyone now adores him, and we have lost our authority. How can we control the group and compel them to act?" They feared that if he were to ally with others against them, they would stand no chance. Sha Wenbin, Ergo, Feng Zikai, and Zhang Dazue huddled in a corner of the warehouse, quietly discussing their concerns. Yet, their hushed voices were not lost on Xiangyang Xia. He could distinctly hear their words. Noticing their clandestine plotting, he focused intently on their conversation, aware that their intentions were likely nefarious and aimed at him. Relying on his acute hearing, he listened closely. "Rest assured, I am always near him. Others cannot speak freely in his presence. You must also manage the emotions of the rest. We will adapt to the situation. This fellow possesses considerable martial prowess. Let us observe his intentions, as he currently appears rather amiable. If he shows any signs of opposition or seeks to undermine us, we shall feign weakness and launch a surprise attack when he is unprepared. Though he seems skilled, I refuse to believe he is invulnerable. Many masters have fallen to ambushes," Sha Wenbin asserted vehemently. "You speak wisely, Sha Gu. We shall heed your counsel," came the chorus of agreement from the others. Xiangyang Xia smirked knowingly, thinking, "Such petty schemes. They believe they can ambush me? Even standing here, I fear them not." As night fell, the others lay down on the warehouse floor, succumbing to slumber, with only one individual left to guard the entrance against zombie incursions. Xiangyang Xia found a spot to lie in wait. anticipating the moment when the others would be deep in sleep, ready to strike. However, he realized that attacking them all at once while they slept might not be the best strategy. With over 30 individuals, it would be impossible to infect them all silently. The first to be bitten would inevitably transform into a zombie and create a commotion, leading to a struggle for survival. Opening the door would surely rouse them. As they were currently like startled birds, highly alert to even the faintest sound, it appeared that a long-term plan was necessary. Chapter 12. The Savior? Soon, victory would be within reach. All they needed to do was persevere. Didn't TA Master arrive yesterday? One mused. I believe we will soon receive even more good news. The next day, Sha Wenbin began enthusiastically indoctrinating the group with his declarations. Xiangyang Xia sat among them, listening intently to Sha Wenbin's rhetoric, nodding in agreement from time to time. Sha Wenbin, pleased with Xiangyang Xia's reactions, thought to himself that while this young man was indeed skilled, he was also quite obedient. Clearly in alignment with his views, he envisioned nurturing this individual to serve his purposes as a formidable ally. With such intellect and cunning, he felt confident in establishing a ruthless kingdom despite the onslaught of zombies. After the group finished their meal, Sha Wenbin prepared to select 2 individuals to procure more food. Xiangyang Xia observed silently. When Sha Wenbin chose 2, Xiangyang Xia stepped forward, indicating himself and pointing to the door, suggesting he would accompany them. The 2, initially despondent at being chosen, were instantly overjoyed at the prospect of having such a formidable companion, believing they would surely return unscathed. Xiangyang Xia accompanied them to gather provisions. And on the second day, he did the same, escorting another pair to retrieve supplies. On the third day, he accompanied 2 more, returning with an abundance of food, several times more than before, as well as drinks and alcohol. The group was elated to see the vast quantities they had brought back. Xiangyang Xia had been compliant in his previous outings, ensuring their safe return to relax their vigilance and cultivate a sense of dependency and admiration towards him. Today, with such a bounty of food, he seized the moment while everyone was in high spirits. He opened the drinks and filled 33 cups, inviting everyone to raise a glass in celebration. They drank heartily, and as he observed them empty their cups, a sly smile crept beneath his mask. Before long, 32 people collapsed to the ground, with Sha Wenbin groaning, "What is happening? My head is spinning." Soon, the rest of the group lay sprawled on the ground as well, leaving only Xiangyang Xia standing upright. It turned out that during his outings over the past few days, he had discreetly acquired some sleeping pills from a pharmacy and had surreptitiously mixed them into the drinks and alcohol to induce slumber. As his plan succeeded, he chuckled triumphantly, noticing that none showed signs of awakening. He approached the nearest individual, squatting down to shake and pat them vigorously, but there was no response. The efficacy of the sleeping medication was impressive. With satisfaction at his successful scheme, Xiangyang Xia began to drag a row of shelves to block the door, preventing any sudden awakenings from allowing anyone to escape. With his strength vastly exceeding that of an average person, no one could move the heavy shelves. Xiangyang Xia removed his mask and proceeded to infect each individual within, swiftly converting the 32 people into his kind. Congratulations, host. You have infected 1 human. Task progress, 14,100. This process unfolded seamlessly, with no one awakening, and many remained lost in dreams of having encountered a mighty savior who would liberate them from the gruesome world of zombies, smiles gracing their faces as they transformed into Xiangyang Xia's kin. The task was executed with utmost perfection. Congratulations, host. You have infected 32 humans. Task progress, 45,100. Earn points, 32. Congratulations to the host for flawlessly completing the mission, infecting 100 of the survivors, and receiving the first prize reward. The reward is a single card for dodging a fatal attack. This card allows one to withstand a lethal blow, essentially granting an additional life. Already formidable, this card elevates one's invincibility to new heights. Yet, how lonely is invincibility? Should one continue the eradication of zombies or seek out other survivors? Surely, beyond these few, there must be others. This presents a dilemma. Based on previous instances of the system activating random tasks, it seems that when approaching a significant cluster of survivors, the system issues random missions. Perhaps it would be prudent to first eliminate the zombies. With so many zombies before me, there lies a wealth of experience points and scores to be earned. I shall scour this shopping mall floor by floor, and once I have cleared this level, I will then sweep through other areas of the commercial district. After conquering this marketplace, I may very well find myself unparalleled in power. This task may not aid my level or other aspects, but it will certainly yield experience points and scores. The greatest gain is the acquisition of a life-saving card. Let me examine my information panel. Host name, Xiangyang Xia. Current level, White Zombie level 3. Skills, none. Talent, Infection. Weapon, 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Leaving behind the 32 newly transformed zombies in the warehouse, Xiangyang Xia elegantly removes the goods rack and opens the door. Stepping out with style, he casually closes the door behind him, leaving them in the warehouse. My brothers, remain here for now and await your liberator. This is not the time for you to wander freely. All the experience points and scores here are mine. As Xiangyang Xia exits the warehouse, dusk approaches, and the sun's glare diminishes. He has not opened the sunshade. Zombie brethren, your role as my bodyguards is complete. It is now time for you to fulfill your obligation to become points. With the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword in hand, Xiangyang Xia unleashes its full might. The zombies appear to have enhanced their mobility, becoming even more agile than before. Several times, he narrowly evades their attacks. It seems these zombies grow stronger with the passage of time. What truly triggered this zombie outbreak? It erupted globally in an instant. Was it a viral assault, a biochemical crisis, or something else entirely? Such uncertainty fills the air. Regardless of any underlying conspiracies, the path to strengthening oneself remains paramount, for power is the foundation of all. With each strike of the sword, another strike, and yet another. Chapter 13. Starved into dizziness, Xiangyang Xia relentlessly swings the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, dispatching the zombies with precision. Previously, each strike would find its mark, but now, as the zombies' agility has increased, many of his attacks are evaded. Indeed, the zombies have grown stronger with time, and he must strive to level up in order to combat them effectively. Congratulations to the host for slaying a zombie. Congratulations to the host for slaying another zombie, earning 1 point. Congratulations to the host for slaying yet another zombie, earning 1 more point. Xiangyang Xia pays little mind to the number of zombies he has defeated or the points he has accrued. After all, the system would not secretly withhold his points. It cannot play the role of a greedy overlord. Once the horde has been vanquished, he begins to search each nook and cranny for any remaining survivors. Just 2 days prior, in the capital of the apocalyptic nation, the Prime Minister's residence in Tianqi City, Xin Yuanwu, a man of around 50, tall and imposing, stands before a 30-year-old youth, inquiring, "Have you been able to establish contact with General Li Feihong and the other military units?" This man is Mao Zilong, the Prime Minister of the apocalyptic nation. Xin Yuanwu, though appearing unremarkable, had valiantly guarded the Prime Minister's residence during the zombie outbreak, protecting it from the throngs of zombies that transformed many within into the undead. As the Prime Minister's personal bodyguard, he fought fiercely to eliminate the threats that encroached upon his leader. He relays the situation, "We have yet to reach General Li Feihong. However, we did manage to contact General Zhong Hongwu, who informed us that General Li has also succumbed to the infection." His tone darkens as he conveys this grim news. Upon hearing this, Mao Zilong's visage darkens with sorrow. Other military units have been contacted, and they have successfully dealt with the zombies within their ranks, stabilizing their positions. However, a portion remains unreachable, and their fate is unknown. Xin Yuanwu continues to report on communication efforts. General Zhong Hongwu has pledged to lead his forces to the Prime Minister's residence. With his arrival, the safety of the residence will be assured, but the journey is fraught with peril due to the multitude of zombies. The general and his forces will need to navigate through the chaos in tanks and armored vehicles, which may take 2 days. In this era dominated by firearms, the primary military forces are not stationed in the large cities, but rather on the frontiers. The capital, serving as the political and economic epicenter, primarily hosts various missile defense systems rather than a substantial military presence. General Zhong Hongwu commands the closest forces to the capital, making them the quickest to return to secure the Prime Minister's residence and ensure the safety of the capital. Previously, General Li Feihong was the highest-ranking officer in General Zhong's unit. Now, with his absence, General Zhong assumes command. He will dispatch an advance team via helicopter to secure the Prime Minister's residence, arriving in 2 hours. You must contact the various divisions and advise them to remain in place, consolidating their forces while ensuring the integrity of their positions. Efforts must be made to reach out to local security forces to clear the zombies and rescue the citizens of Dawn. Gradually reclaiming authority in various regions, Mao Zilong instructs Xin Yuanwu. "Understood. I shall contact the units immediately, replies Xian Yuanwu, preparing to relay Mao Zedong's orders. However, Mao Zedong calls him back. Xian Yuan, instruct all units to deploy drones to broadcast messages from the air, advising any surviving residents to secure their safety. Rescue teams will arrive shortly. Let them hold on to hope and ensure all units work diligently to restore power and communication systems. Only by maintaining these systems can we better coordinate our response against the zombie onslaught. Yes, Xian Yuanwu acknowledges, and after receiving Mao Zedong's directives, he turns to coordinate with the various units, issuing commands. Once he departs, Mao Zedong sinks into deep contemplation in his expansive office chair. He deliberates on how to confront this sudden zombie outbreak and how to restore normalcy to the nation swiftly. After securing the Prime Minister's residence, he attempted to contact the leaders of neighboring nations but received no responses. Eventually, through various channels, he learned that other parts of the world were also experiencing zombie outbreaks. It is surmised that other countries may be equally overwhelmed. This sudden surge of zombies is ferocious, emerging like mushrooms after rain. The cause of this calamity remains shrouded in mystery. Whether it be an accident or a deliberate scheme is yet unknown, leaving everything in utter disarray. Once he has the capacity, he is determined to investigate this incident thoroughly to uncover the true motives behind it. Without doing so, even if the situation stabilizes, the presence of a lurking threat could lead to catastrophic consequences. General Zhong Hongwu and his troops hasten towards Tianqi City, obliterating any zombies that impede their path. Despite their advance being as unstoppable as a raging tide, casualties are inevitable. Even more distressing, the fallen soldiers transform into zombies that turn against their former comrades. One moment, they are brothers in arms, fighting side by side. The next, they are foes intent on destruction. Witnessing once beloved comrades succumb to the undead is heart-wrenching. Yet one must strike down the zombies mercilessly, for hesitation could lead to one's own demise. In this apocalyptic atmosphere, the spirits of the survivors grow increasingly somber, uncertain of when this turmoil will end or when they too might become one of the undead. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside, Xiangyang Xia diligently searches for survivors on the second floor of the commercial district. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of human scent. Aha! Indeed, there are still survivors. Following the scent, he discovers that a survivor is hiding in the changing room of a women's clothing store. The individual concealed within is a sales clerk from the boutique. When the zombie outbreak commenced, the store was devoid of customers. Its typically sparse business turned out to be a fortuitous circumstance. With no patrons, there were no transformed zombies. As she idly browsed her phone, the chaos erupted outside. Curiosity piqued, she peered out to witness a throng of people fleeing in terror from what appeared to be monstrous figures. In a panic, she secured the glass door to prevent the creatures from invading. Later, a multitude of zombies stood before the glass door of the store, incessantly pounding against the glass. She hastily sought refuge in the fitting room. He approached the door and raised his hand to knock. Thud, 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 thud. When Xianjiangxia saw that no one answered, she thought to herself that the person inside must be too frightened to open the door. She turned and dashed back into the supermarket, grabbing a large wrench before swiftly returning to the entrance of the women's clothing store, where she struck the glass door with all her might. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. Such directness was indeed necessary. He then approached the fitting room door, bringing the wrench down forcefully upon the lock. The lock was swiftly obliterated, and he kicked the fitting room door wide open. Xianjiangxia had expected to encounter a pair of terrified eyes upon opening the door, but to her surprise, the salesgirl had already fainted on the floor. What a coward! She was scared to the point of losing consciousness. Xianjiangxia mistakenly believed that the girl had fainted from fright, unaware that the girl had succumbed to hunger. After retreating to the fitting room, the salesgirl had ventured out briefly to check if the zombies had dispersed or been eradicated. Seeing that the zombies remained, she despaired of escape and retreated again to the fitting room, clutching the snacks she had brought, hoping for a swift resolution to the ordeal. Though she had a few snacks, it had been many days, and she was utterly famished. Thus, she fainted in the fitting room. Consequently, she did not hear the cacophony created by Xianjiangxia's actions. Xianjiangxia, having swiftly alleviated the salesgirl's suffering, transformed her into one of his kind, freeing her from the terror of this apocalyptic world teeming with zombies. Chapter 14. The futility of levels. As for the innermost thoughts of the salesgirl, no one paid them any heed. Her choices were of no concern to Xianjiangxia. Congratulations, host, you have infected one human. Task progress 46 100. Points 1. After infecting the salesgirl, Xianjiangxia continued his search, scouring the entire second floor of the mall, finding no further survivors. He repeated the process of exterminating zombies and seeking survivors, swiftly clearing the entire building. Upon checking his information display, he noted that while his level remained unchanged, the rewards from his labor were considerable. Task progress. Humans infected. 78 100 zombies eliminated. 2100 total points. 1000 infecting 22 more humans would allow him to level up once again, though the speed of infection was indeed rather slow. It had been quite some time since his last upgrade, and given the current circumstances, this was hardly surprising. Previously, the streets had been crowded with people. Now, they were filled with zombies, making the search for humans exceedingly challenging. Had exterminating zombies resulted in level upgrades, he would have leveled up several times by now. Unfortunately, eliminating zombies only yielded points. With 1000 points accrued, he could partake in 5 lottery draws. Xianjiangxia browsed through the points exchange shop, noting that many desirable items required an exorbitant number of points. Thus, the lottery seemed the more prudent choice. He needed to continue slaying monsters to accumulate points. Xianjiangxia departed the commercial building and ventured onto the shopping street to continue his zombie hunt, relentlessly dispatching the undead until the sky darkened. While engaged in this vigorous endeavor, a drone suddenly descended from the heavens. A loudspeaker on the drone blared. Citizens of the Apocalypse Nation, a sudden outbreak of zombies has occurred, transforming many of our fellow citizens into the undead. We deeply mourn this tragedy. The current government urges you to remain indoors and safeguard your lives. Soon, we will organize forces to rescue you. The government will spare no effort in eradicating the zombies. You must remain hopeful and not lose heart. The government will come to your aid. The drone's broadcast continued to loop the government's declaration. Upon comprehending the message, Xianjiangxia mused that the government seemed to have regained its footing, beginning to organize efforts to eliminate the zombies. The speed of their response was truly astonishing. He had initially thought the outbreak was unexpected and vast in scale. It was clear that the government system had likely collapsed, as depicted in various zombie films where protagonists struggled for survival, constructing their own strongholds, relying solely on self-rescue. Though the government now appeared to be initiating offensive measures, there was no cause for alarm. Given the current situation, it would still take time for them to muster a formidable force against the zombies. His foremost concern now was to accelerate his evolution. If the government succeeded in eradicating the zombies, the days when they began hunting down the remaining zombies, himself included, would not be far off. Xianjiangxia relentlessly wielded the 7-star Longyuan sword, dispatching zombies with ease. Fortunately, this ancient sword was not only sharp but also remarkably sturdy. After eliminating so many zombies, the blade remained pristine, showing no signs of damage. Before long, Xianjiangxia's points surged to 5028. Congratulations, host. You have activated a random task. Exterminate the Mutant Rat Legion. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Task description. In this chaotic world, there are not only zombies but also mutated animals, known as mutant beasts. Ahead lies a horde of rats that have undergone mutation, gathering in a formidable swarm. These mutant rats possess sharp claws, razor-like teeth, and incredible speed. Their combat prowess is 5 times that of ordinary zombies. To become a true powerhouse, one must continually conquer. Go forth. Young one, draw your sword, and annihilate these mutant beasts. Task deadline. None. Task reward, 50,000 points. This task appeared exceedingly challenging, rated at 5 stars for difficulty. A swarm of mutant rats. He had previously encountered a single mutant rat in the underground parking lot, and its combat strength and speed were formidable. He could barely handle one. Now, facing a group was an entirely different matter. His level had not increased since his last encounter, and he had gained no other improvements aside from a single lethal card. However, the lethal shield card was a one-time use, and he could not afford to recklessly test the limits of his survival. Yet, the allure of 50,000 points was undeniably tempting. With such points, he could exchange them for excellent weapons or skills in the points shop. In addition to the substantial evolution value gained from exterminating mutant beasts, he decided to assess the situation and scout out the military intelligence. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to eliminate this horde of rats. After all, they were merely rats, albeit mutated. But with his grandfather's wisdom, he was sure he could devise a plan. Xianjiangxia made his way toward the task location, discovering that the nest of rats was situated near the garbage dump on the shopping street. Cautiously, he approached the vicinity of the garbage dump, preparing to observe from a distance to avoid detection. As expected, a large swarm of mutant rats was present, but there were also many zombies. The mutant rats and zombies were engaged in a fierce battle, displaying a brutal ferocity. The ground was littered with the dismembered bodies of both mutant beasts and zombies, blood pooling in grotesque puddles, an utterly repulsive sight, even from 500 or 600 meters away. Xianjiangxia could smell the nauseating stench of blood. The remains of zombies predominated the scene, indicating that the mutant beasts held the upper hand. The speed and attack power of the mutant rats were markedly superior to that of the zombies. Yet the zombies had the advantage of numbers. The combat between the two sides was intense and unyielding. When he had first transformed into a zombie, he had attempted to join the zombies in their revelry, mistakenly believing he was one of them, only to be chased down the street. It was then he realized he was not one of their kind. Back in the underground parking lot, when zombies and rats had attacked him together, he had thought they were allies, all mutated by the zombie virus. However, witnessing the current situation, it seemed that mutant beasts and zombies were not on the same side. How peculiar. Thus, the current world must be one where humans, zombies, and mutant beasts were adversaries to one another. As Xianjiangxia drew nearer, the mutant rats and zombies detected his presence. The once fiercely battling sides halted their conflict and turned their gaze toward him. The sight of countless zombie eyes and the piercing gaze of the mutant beasts sent shivers down Xianjiangxia's spine. Seizing the moment before they could act, he swiftly turned and fled. Fortunately, Xianjiangxia's reflexes were quick, allowing him to escape as the mutant rats and zombies pursued him with frenzied determination. As he ran, he internally lamented, "What a predicament! I've become the target of both sides." The two factions, previously engaged in battle, had united their focus upon him, indicating that the zombies were perceived as the greater threat. The speed of the mutant rats clearly surpassed that of the zombies, and Xianjiangxia sprinted desperately down the path he had previously cleared of zombies. Thankful that he had already eradicated them from this area. With his wits about him, he knew to run in this direction. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared in a deadly ambush on a fortunate turn of events. His cautious approach had kept him at a safe distance while observing the mutant rats. Upon realizing something was amiss, he fled with all his might, narrowly escaping the jaws of the rats. Having evaded the pursuit of both the mutant beasts and zombies, he took refuge in a nearby building. That was a close call. He had nearly fallen into the clutches of the mutant rats and zombies. Completing this task would undoubtedly prove to be rather difficult. Now, with 5,028 points in hand, he could partake in 25 lottery draws. Even if this system was somewhat deceptive, surely 25 attempts would yield something worthwhile. Thus, he decided to try his luck. System, I am ready to commence the lottery. The system displayed the lottery interface. With 200 points, he could draw once. The lottery system began to spin. Congratulations to the host for winning a level-up reward. Oh my! Xianjiangxia was so elated that she felt as if she might leap into the AI, or it was as if the universe had conspired to present her with a pillow just as she was about to doze off. To win such a substantial reward on her very first lottery draw, what incredible luck! Rubbing her hands together, Xianjiangxia prepared to strive for further success. Host level increased by 1. Host undergoing body transformation. Transformation progress at 97. Transformation complete at 100. Host name. Xianjiangxia current level. White zombie level 4 skills. None talent. Infection weapon. 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword. The host's auditory and olfactory senses, as well as physical attributes, remained unchanged from level 3 of the white zombie, with no differences in other talents or skills either. Little friend, do you have a plethora of question marks? The words of a song echoed in Xianjiangxia's mind. Really? Upon hearing the system's description of level 4 white zombie, Xianjiangxia nearly collapsed. What? A mere level increase with no discernible change. Well, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. The system is the master now. This level up feels akin to merely taking on a secondary position. One gains a level, but no real authority. Xianjiangxia could only accept this rather absurd setting with a wry smile, a rather exasperating setting for a zombie. Chapter 15. The Frenzied Lottery. It's all right. She still has 24 chances to draw. Moreover, having started off with such remarkable luck, surely her fortune would not diminish. She continued to draw. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. This outcome had been anticipated. After all, having just won a grand prize, the system would not be so generous as to grant a reward every time. Another draw. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. Another go. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. Alright. There are still 21 opportunities remaining. I have plenty of chances to spare. Another draw. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. Initially, Xianjiangxia remained optimistic, reasoning that it was only natural not to win again so soon after a big prize. Besides, the system had always been like this. It wasn't so easy to win repeatedly. However, to her dismay, after 8 consecutive draws, she had yet to win another prize. Her lucky value had accumulated to 80. The lucky value supposed to enhance the chances of winning? Why was it utterly ineffective? Xianjiangxia's expression darkened. System, oh system, could you not be so heartless? Is it so difficult for me to earn some points? Another draw. Xianjiangxia assumed this time she would surely win. Yet, the system remained unyielding. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. Alright. Xianjiangxia had grown numb to the disappointment and could fully accept another setback. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn a card for lethal defense. Wow. Xianjiangxia was quite pleased. To win such a substantial prize was indeed remarkable. The lucky value was proving itself to be quite potent. After all, she had only received such rewards after completing arduous tasks. Since she had begun drawing, she intended to continue unabated. Continuing with the lottery. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn a card for the art of transformation. The host can achieve a speed of 200 kilometers per hour for a duration of 10 minutes. This time the system was quite generous, granting her a significant prize with just one draw, a speed of 200 kilometers per hour for 10 minutes. This was comparable to that of high-speed trains. Had she possessed this card earlier, she would not have been so thoroughly pursued by the mutated rats. This card was exceptionally useful. Seeing the functionality of the Art of Transformation card, Xianjiangxia felt exceedingly satisfied with the outcome of this draw. There were still 10 chances left. Continuing on. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value increased by 10. Xianjiangxia was not surprised by this result and continued drawing 3 more times, receiving the same message of thanks. On her 5th draw, she finally won again. Congratulations to the host for winning a level-up reward once more. The upgrade process is commencing, transforming the host's body. Transformation progress at 97. Transformation complete at 100. Host name, Xianjiangxia. Current level, White Zombie level 5 skills. Control talent, Infection weapon, 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword. Congratulations to the host for now achieving White Zombie level 5. With other attributes remaining unchanged and acquiring the new skill of control. Upon hearing the system state that attributes remained unchanged, Xianjiangxia was about to curse but was immediately brightened by the announcement of her new skill. Explanation of the control skill. The host can control 2 zombies of a level lower than her own, sharing visual perspectives with the controlled zombies. This means the host can choose to project her consciousness into the controlled zombies' awareness and perceive what they see. Experience points gained from the controlled zombies defeating mutated beasts will also grant the host a 50 share. Wow, this skill is incredible. Finally, a significant breakthrough. She had been fretting over her slow leveling up. But now controlling 2 zombies would vastly enhance her point accumulation and level progression. However, she wondered what the effective range of control would be. The system provided an explanation. The effective range for controlling zombies is 100 meters. As the host's level increases, the number of controllable zombies and the control distance will also increase. Excellent, excellent. Hearing this explanation from the system made Xianjiangxia even more satisfied. The results of this lottery were truly impressive. 5 chances remained. Xianjiangxia felt confident she could win more substantial rewards and continued to use her remaining 5 draws, only to find the system had decided to play tricks again, yielding no further prizes. Calculating the results, Xianjiangxia shrugged her shoulders. It was of little consequence. After completing her draws, she hurried back to the mall where Wanjia Supermarket was located, returning to the warehouse where she had previously infected Xiao Wenbin and the others. Opening the warehouse door, she found the 32 zombies she had infected bouncing around inside. Xianjiangxia decided to test her new skill and successfully controlled the nearest zombie. Indeed, it was immediately under her command. Releasing the control, she surveyed the warehouse and felt quite pleased with herself. Now, with 32 zombies at her disposal, she was grateful she had initially confined them here. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find two zombies to control. Xianjiangxia chose to control Sha Wenbin and Li Ergo. Once she had them under control, she said to Sha Wenbin, "From now on, you shall be known as Shoppy Dog." Then to Li Ergo, "You shall be called Erguzi." The two zombies obediently followed Xianjiangxia, leaping behind her as she closed the warehouse door. The remaining 30 zombies would form Sha Wenbin's future zombie legion. Assessing her own strength, although she had successfully controlled two zombies and had now become a white zombie level 5, it was still perilous to confront the mutated rat legion. She wondered if the rats still craved food. Perhaps she could poison some food and sacrifice Shoppy Dog to send it into the fray against the rats. No, once humans turn into zombies, do they still consume food? The mutated beast surely wouldn't eat either. That plan wouldn't work. Better to continue gaining experience with the two zombies. The commercial area still had plenty of zombies. As Xianjiangxia set out with her two zombies, she noticed a nearby store selling various audio equipment and immediately came to a halt. Every strong individual deserves their own theme music. She entered and selected a large audio player, instructing Shoppy Dog to carry it on its shoulder for a continuous loop of music. And no matter how tumultuous fate may be, no matter how twisted and bizarre, even when fate frightens you into finding life dull, do not shed tears or feel disheartened. You must not give up. I wish to accompany you for all eternity. And no matter how tumultuous fate may be, no matter how twisted and bizarre, even when fate frightens you into finding life dull, do not shed tears or feel disheartened. You must not give up. I wish to accompany you for all eternity. Oh, a strong individual indeed has their own entrance music. The hands of Shoppy Dog, being stiff, were unable to support the audio player on its shoulder, so Xianjiangxia used a rope to secure it to Shoppy Dog's shoulder. She also tied the rope around Shoppy Dog's head and the speaker to ensure it was secure. Chapter 16. The Rice Commune Empire, a zombie tide? A small matter. We have them all under control, entirely within our grasp, without a hint of concern. A man with golden hair and blue eyes, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, donned in a black suit with a floral tie and a face lined with wrinkles, approximately 60 years old, responded into a satellite phone. This man was none other than the president of the Rice Commune Empire, Feet. The individual on the other end of the line was Mao Zilong, the leader of the Apocalypse Nation. I am more concerned that you cannot contain the outbreak of the zombie tide, placing the populace in peril and leading them to their demise in crematoriums, creating concentration camps. Feet remained arrogant and unreasonable, instead blaming Mao Zilong for their expressions of concern. After relentless efforts, Mao Zilong finally managed to establish satellite communication with the president of the Rice Commune Empire. However, Feet's reaction during such a globally perilous moment was infuriating. Mao Zilong sought to establish communication with the president of the Rice Empire, inquiring about the situation on their side, and exploring how they might unite to combat the outbreak of zombies, thereby restoring peace to the world. However, he was taken aback when Feet responded nonchalantly, stating that everything was perfectly fine, his tone laced with arrogance and hostility towards the Kingdom of Revelation. Although the true circumstances of the Rice Empire remained shrouded in mystery to Mao Zilong, he was certain Feet was lying. Through recent experiences with the zombie tide and the ensuing battles, he had come to understand the terrifying nature of the undead. Additionally, the information relayed earlier indicated that the conditions in the Rice Empire mirrored those in the Kingdom of Revelation. As developments progressed, the situation in the Rice Empire would only worsen, far from the rosy picture painted by Feet. If they chose to cling to denial, so be it. The circumstances within his own Kingdom of Revelation were still far from clear. Unbeknownst to him, despite the Rice Empire's ineffectual control over the zombie outbreak, Feet and his cohorts were genuinely reveling in the chaos. They thrived in the current circumstances, taking pleasure in the turmoil. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, the Rice Empire experienced extreme chaos, much like other regions, especially as zombie enthusiasts eagerly joined the ranks of the undead upon witnessing the outbreak. Some extremists even endeavored to amplify the zombie menace, using various means to recruit others into the horde, unwittingly condemning them to a fate as zombies. Moreover, certain individuals with special abilities had formed a pro-zombie faction, whose mission was to convert others into zombies. Any human who crossed their path became a target. Additionally, some vampire culture enthusiasts believed that the emergence of zombies heralded the return of vampires, considering themselves noble vampires and hoping to revive their kind through zombie research. Initially, Feet found himself in peril during the outbreak, but with the protection of his bodyguards, he weathered the storm unscathed. Subsequently, he organized a group to return to his estate, which was stocked with ample food and weaponry. They fortified the perimeter of the estate with walls and fences, welcoming more individuals and dispatching teams to procure additional supplies. The Feet family had effectively become the rulers of this estate. Previously, as members of the affluent class, they had acted with restraint, but now, the lives and deaths of everyone lay firmly in Feet's hands, rendering him the absolute monarch of this domain. The outside world mattered little to him. He was indifferent to whether people lived in dire straits, for he understood that as long as he maintained control over his estate and gradually expanded it, his power would inevitably grow. Managing the zombies was not an issue, and he was confident they would eventually be eradicated, for humanity was a race endowed with intellect, while zombies were merely mindless creatures infected by a virus. Feet epitomized a figure of authority, having successfully consolidated his power. Conversely, Phillips represented another archetype. Once a special forces soldier in the Rice Empire, Phillips was a master marksman and fighter. After returning home, he squandered his time in brawls and petty crimes, often ending up in prison. The zombie outbreak opened a new world for him, and leveraging his skills, he quickly gathered his former companions to establish a sphere of influence. They allowed a few survivors into their base. But these individuals, having narrowly escaped the jaws of death, found themselves in a den of wolves. Phillips's men strictly controlled their actions, compelling them to serve. The men were tasked with foraging for food and resources, while the women were relegated to maintaining the estate and catering to Phillips's men's whims. In this zombie-ridden world, they thrived. It was their paradise. A diverse array of individuals from the Rice Empire exhibited various mindsets, striving for self-preservation and aiding others amid the chaos. Chapter 17. Digging a pit. Xianjiangxia, accompanied by two zombies, exuberantly danced to music on the commercial street. Once a bustling avenue adorned with a plethora of goods and throngs of pedestrians, it now lay in ruins, overtaken by wandering zombies. Unfazed by the potential for attracting the mutant rat beast horde, Xianjiangxia felt secure with his two companions and his versatile card. Encountering danger was no cause for fear. As they made their appearance on the commercial street, they certainly drew the attention of many, with hordes of zombies rushing towards them. Xianjiangxia brandished his bow, while the two zombies loomed behind him, evoking the audacity of a warrior charging into battle to confront an enemy general. They began to harvest zombies with fervor. Suddenly, Xianjiangxia noticed something amiss. Despite the zombies' vigorous efforts to stab at the undead, their actions were utterly futile. These two zombies, devoid of intelligence, acted solely on instinct. Their relentless jabs only resulted in puncturing the zombies' bodies, leaving them unharmed. Xianjiangxia commanded Shapagu and Urguzi to target the zombies' heads with each thrust. Upon receiving his orders, the two zombies leaped, thrusting their hands forward and piercing a zombie's skull, leaving 10 finger-sized holes. Now that was more like it. Satisfied, Xianjiangxia nodded, as notifications of accumulating points echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of rushing footsteps resonated in the distance. Xianjiangxia gazed ahead to discover that their commotion had attracted the mutant rat horde. The winds were shifting. Xianjiangxia quickly retreated with his two zombies, fully aware of the rat's swift pursuit. Urguzi, it's up to you now. Hold your ground, he instructed Urguzi to obstruct the mutant rat army's advance, buying time. While Urguzi momentarily delayed the mutant rats, Xianjiangxia safely withdrew with Shapagu to a secure location. He then returned to the warehouse to take control of another zombie, naming it Urguzi once more. A sudden rumbling echoed through the commercial street. It was an excavator digging a pit. Indeed, it was Xianjiangxia operating the excavator alongside his two zombies, executing his devised plan to combat the mutant rat horde. Before long, he had excavated a pit measuring 20 meters deep, 10 meters wide, and 20 meters long, pouring several barrels of gasoline and diesel from the gas station into the pit. He extended the excavator's arm across to the opposite side. Affixing a pulley in the final step, he removed the speaker from Shapagu's shoulder and placed it on the excavator. Shapagu was prepared for valiant sacrifice. The speaker must be preserved. Xianjiangxia moved 2 kilometers away from the mutant rat base, directing Urguzi to create noise 100 meters ahead to attract the rat's attention. After a while, without any response, he advanced another 500 meters, instructing Urguzi to make noise 1,400 meters away to draw the mutant rats closer. At last, the mutant rats took notice of the commotion generated by Urguzi, and the hunt was on. Xian Jiangxia quickly took off running, commanding his two zombies to retreat as well in no time. The mutant rat horde was hot on their heels, and he ordered Erguzi to block their path while activating his shared vision skill. He witnessed a rat's paw, as thick as a pig's leg, slashing towards him with sharp claws. Even though it was merely a shared vision, it startled him. Erguzi raised a hand to block, sustaining a cut. Though Erguzi's zombie body could withstand a knife strike, the rat's claws proved exceptionally sharp. Soon, multiple rats surrounded Erguzi, extending their claws and gnashing their teeth. Xian Jiangxia soon saw the grinning rats fade from view. Realizing Erguzi had met a heroic end. Continuing to flee with Shapagu, he instructed the latter to remain behind for the final distraction as they neared the pit. The mutant rats soon caught up, with Shapagu battling them while pushing several into the pit. Some rats followed suit, leaping down. Having already traversed across the pit using the excavator's pulley, Xian Jiangxia tossed a lighter into the pit. The gasoline ignited. And soon a roaring fire engulfed the pit, causing the trapped rats to screech in panic. Those on the opposite side scampered about, helplessly shrieking, as a portion of the mutant rat horde had indeed been lured into the pit, while others remained at the edge, reluctant to jump. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a mutated rat beast, earning an additional 10 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying another mutated rat beast, earning yet another 10 points. Once more, congratulations to the host for the demise of yet another mutated rat beast, adding 10 more points to the tally. The mutated rat beast gradually succumbed to the flames. Xiangyang Xia slid down from the excavator's pulley, preparing to exterminate the remaining mutated rat beasts to complete this mission and secure 50,000 points. Confident in his abilities, Xiangyang Xia believed he could easily dispatch the remaining foes. He leapt off the pulley, brandishing the 7-star Longyuan sword, aimed directly at the head of one mutated rat beast. Suddenly, he felt a vicious claw dig into his back, sending him uncontrollably flying 200 meters away. The host utilized a lethal defense card. Fortunately, he had the lethal defense card at his disposal. Otherwise, that claw could have been fatal. Logically, mutated rat beasts should not possess such formidable strength. What could have struck me with such force? Even Erguzi's zombie could only manage a scratch on his hand. Yet here I am, of a higher level than Erguzi, being flung away by a single swipe. Moreover, the mutated rat beasts were well within my line of sight. I was particularly wary of ambushes, hence my vigilance towards their movements. A legion of mutated rats approached from the front, some falling into a deep pit while others lingered at its edge, which I was traversing. How could there possibly be a mutated rat beast attacking me from behind? Moreover, I could sense an overwhelming strength in that claw. Should I immediately utilize the transformation card to make a swift escape? Chapter 18. The large tabby cat, realizing that the assailant had not come back for a follow-up attack, and noticing the increasing cacophony of rat squeals ahead, accompanied by sounds of combat. Xiangyang Xia pondered whether the rats and the creature that had ambushed him were not allies but rather engaged in a conflict. He resolved to stealthily observe before deciding whether to flee. Lying on the ground, he gazed towards the source of the commotion, only to discover a tabby cat the size of a fierce tiger, an utterly ordinary cat one might encounter daily. Had it been an orange cat instead of a tabby, he might have doubted his eyes, suspecting a real tiger had arrived. Thankfully, it was merely a tabby cat, albeit of a different hue. Given that rats could grow to the size of bathtubs, Xiangyang Xia concluded that this cat had undoubtedly undergone mutation as well. Indeed, the rats before him were audibly threatening the feline. The tabby emitted a peculiar meow. The sound, typically sweet and gentle from an ordinary cat, now resonated from such a colossal creature, evoking an eerie sensation. The cat had likely been the one to launch the earlier ambush. Cats and rats are natural enemies. No wonder the large cat refrained from attacking him further after swatting him away. Though formidable, the rats were no match for the cat. With a single paw, the cat pinned one rat to the ground, rendering it immobile. It then opened its mouth wide and bit down, severing the rat's head. Witnessing the cat's terrifying prowess, Xiangyang Xia sprang into action and fled. Once the cat dealt with the rats, it would surely turn its attention to him, prompting him to dash as far away as possible. At that moment, the cat remained engrossed in its battle with the rats, affording Xiangyang Xia the chance to escape. He hesitated to use the transformation card, which could ensure his survival, and instead leapt onto a motorcycle. speeding away as swiftly as he could, eager to distance himself from the perilous commercial district. The mission to eradicate the mutated Rat Beast Legion had failed, resulting in no rewards. While in the midst of his escape, Xiangyang Xia heard the system's notification. Alas, after painstakingly setting a trap and eliminating most of the mutated rat beasts, I was on the verge of claiming 50,000 points, only to have it snatched away by that large cat's unexpected intervention. Humans and zombies alike had proven no match for me. I had thought myself invincible until that cat delivered a harsh lesson. Most disheartening of all, I had fled in such a disheveled manner. Terrified by a mere cat, my dignity is utterly shattered. I must grow stronger. I must become formidable. Tabby cat, I shall return. Xiangyang Xia's heart cried out. Unbeknownst to him, he had ridden his motorcycle for over 50 or 60 miles. Reaching the outskirts of the city, sufficiently distanced from the cat, he halted the motorcycle to change his clothes, for his back bore the marks of the cat's strike, with 5 deep claw marks tearing through his attire. Maintaining a composed facade was imperative. He could not allow anyone to detect anything amiss. Inxiang, wait for me. I will return to reclaim you. As he absent-mindedly arrived at the city's outskirts, he glanced up to see a majestic structure not far ahead. What could it be? Xiangyang Xia had never visited this place prior to becoming a zombie, and thus was unaware of its significance. As he approached on his motorcycle, he noticed a conspicuous national emblem on the large iron gate, with bold characters beside it declaring, City Lockdown No. 1 Prison. He had stumbled upon a prison, typically housing thousands of inmates. He wondered if many survivors resided within. The prison gates were locked tight, obscuring any view of the interior, while the high surrounding walls effectively shielded the scene from prying eyes. Given his current zombie form, Xiangyang Xia could not scale the walls. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for activating a random mission. Generating mission. Random mission issued. Infect survivors. Mission overview. Within the building ahead lie hundreds of survivors. This presents a tremendous temptation for you. Infect these humans to acquire more evolution points and become a stronger zombie. Mission difficulty, 4 stars. Mission duration, none. Mission rewards, infect 60 of survivors for a 3rd prize. Infect 80 of survivors for a 2nd prize. Infect 100 of survivors for a 1st prize. The prospect of hundreds of survivors within filled Xiangyang Xia with eagerness, nearly causing him to salivate. However, he knew that such a mission would not be easily accomplished. Prisons were perilous places, rife with ruthless individuals, and their defenses were well equipped to fend off zombies. Should they manage to eliminate the undead within, it would be nearly impossible for outside zombies to breach the stronghold. But how to gain entry? Standing at the entrance, he found himself unable to even breach the gate. Unbeknownst to Xiangyang Xia, someone in the prison's watchtower had spotted him loitering at the gate. Fortunately, he had not forgotten to disguise himself, wearing a mask securely. Otherwise, the observer would have quickly recognized him as a zombie. Chapter 19. The Prison Knock, Knock, Knock. Xiangyang Xia raised his fist and pounded vigorously on the iron gate, hoping that making enough noise would alert those inside to open the door for him. Why devise intricate strategies when he could simply act? He believed in confronting the unknown head-on. While pondering how to infiltrate and infect all the inmates, he realized that he understood nothing of the situation within. Endless planning would be futile without knowledge of the circumstances. Waiting idly outside could extend indefinitely. With confidence in his capabilities, he began to knock forcefully on the door. After a while, without a response, he sat down to wait briefly before resuming his efforts. Surely, someone would hear him eventually. Observing from the watchtower, the individuals monitoring Xiangyang Xia saw him knocking and promptly rushed to report to their leaders. Following the outbreak of the zombie epidemic, several figures had risen to power within the prison. No faction could completely dominate the others, resulting in a landscape of competing powers. Ultimately, four major factions emerged, with others subordinate to these leaders. The affairs within the prison were governed collectively by these 4 heads. 3 of the factions were led by notorious violent criminals who had seized power during the zombie purge, even acquiring firearms in the process. The 4th faction was comprised of former prison guards. The reason these 4 factions maintained equilibrium within the prison was twofold. First, all 4 possessed formidable strength, preventing any single faction from wholly obliterating the others. Second, the greatest threat to all was the zombies outside. leading to a temporary suspension of internal disputes in favor of a united front. When informed by a subordinate of an outsider at the gate, the four leaders decided to investigate. Anyone who could reach this place at such a time was surely no ordinary individual. They commanded their subordinates to open the main gate, revealing Xiangyang Xia standing at the entrance. The first impression the four had was that he was a peculiar figure, a large man holding an umbrella, dressed in sportswear and wearing a mask, appearing to be a rather youthful individual with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Xiangyang Xia caught sight of the prison's inhabitants but had no time for a detailed examination. He hastily pushed his motorcycle through the prison gates, and once inside, the guards quickly closed the door behind him to prevent the pursuing zombies from entering. After parking the motorcycle, Xiangyang Xia wisely tossed his backpack onto the ground and emptied his pockets, signaling his lack of weapons or threats to those present, inviting them to inspect his belongings. Only then did he take a moment to carefully assess the group before him, which was led by the four individuals at the forefront. A solitary figure clad in the attire of a prison guard stood amidst three others, who were clearly dressed in the garb of inmates. The scene suggested a precarious equilibrium, akin to a four-legged cauldron of tension. The situation here appears rather intricate, mused Xiangyang Xia to himself. However, this complexity might work to my advantage. The more convoluted the circumstances, the better my chances of muddling the waters and seizing opportunities. Observing Xiangyang Xia's proactive demeanor, the four individuals tossed aside their backpacks for inspection. Seemingly satisfied, one of the subordinates promptly approached to examine the backpack Xiangyang Xia had discarded, swiftly confiscating all the food within. A burly man, bearing a scar on the left corner of his mouth, inquired, "What is your name? Where do you hail from? What is the situation outside?" Xiangyang Xia gestured towards his mouth and waved his hand, indicating his inability to speak. "Mute, indeed," remarked another lanky individual. "Take off your mask." Upon hearing this, Xiangyang Xia theatrically grasped his hair, feigning immense pain, contorting his face in agony. He even rolled on the ground, tugging at his hair, his body heaving as if in sobs. The others regarded him with growing suspicion, perceiving him as rather unhinged. "Enough, you need not remove your mask," the lanky man declared. Xiangyang Xia did not comply. But the lanky man showed no sign of irritation. Regardless, Xiangyang Xia had prepared for this eventuality. Should they insist on removing his mask, he would resort to using a transformation card to disguise himself as a human. If that failed, he would have to resort to more drastic measures, directly engaging them and employing two mutated zombies to guard the entrance, hoping to infect as many as possible. However, since they did not press the issue, he resolved to let them live a little longer. The burly man pointed to the 7-star Longyuan sword hanging at Xiangyang Xia's left hip. Understanding immediately, Xiangyang Xia removed the sword and tossed it to him. The man drew the sword, examining it closely, and exclaimed, "A fine sword." He swung it at a nearby stone, cleaving it cleanly in two. "Indeed, this sword is now mine." Xiangyang Xia shrugged, conveying his indifference. To infiltrate the prison's inner sanctum. Relinquishing a mere sword was of little consequence. Internally, he reassured himself that once he had turned them all into zombies, these possessions would inevitably return to him, albeit temporarily entrusted to their care. The others watched with envy as the burly man acquired such a splendid weapon, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The burly man was named Yu Hongliang, the lanky one was Xiong Yangzhua. Another was Shi Kangyu, and the prison guard was Nan Gonghui. Shi Kangyu turned to the other three, inquiring, "What do you all think? Should we keep this person?" Upon hearing them deliberate about his fate, Xiangyang Xia quickly clasped his hands together and shook his head, pleading for them to allow him to remain. Nan Gonghui remarked, "Now is the time to utilize manpower. Let us keep him." Yu Hongliang chimed in. "Ah, our benevolent Lord Nan Gong is indeed merciful. I have no objections. It is up to you all to decide." Nan Gonghui shot a glance at Yu Hongliang, dismissing the veiled sarcasm in his tone. Despite having just acquired a fine sword from Xiangyang Xia, Yu Hongliang exhibited no inclination to share the spoils or assist others. Nan Gonghui then stated, "In that case, let him stay in this apocalyptic world. Every additional person contributes to our strength, and there are many tasks requiring hands. Chu Wenguang, take him down below and find a place for him." "Understood, Boss Nan Gong," replied a wiry man who resembled a slender monkey. Stepping forward from the crowd, "Follow me." Chu Wenguang led Xiangyang Xia to a room, which was essentially a cell. Within the cell were 8 bunk beds, and Chu Wenguang assigned one to Xiangyang Xia, who discovered that he would be sharing the space with several others. Unexpectedly, he found himself incarcerated. After showing him to the room, Chu Wenguang turned and left, leaving the other occupants to display their indifference. Upon entering, Xiangyang Xia received no greetings or conversation from the others. Only one young man named Chen Libin greeted him warmly, introducing himself with enthusiasm. Even after Xiangyang Xia indicated his muteness, Chen Libin continued to share information about their circumstances, allowing Xiangyang Xia to glean a general understanding of the situation. Through Chen Libin's account, Xiangyang Xia learned that although the prison's walls were fortified against zombies, ensuring relative safety, the issue of food remained a pressing concern. Consequently, they frequently dispatched teams to scavenge for sustenance and supplies. Each expedition consisted of 10 individuals driving one of the prison's trucks to seek provisions. However, these efforts were temporary, considering the potential for prolonged conflict. The inmates also cultivated crops in the prison's barren land. The prevailing optimism instilled hope for the future among the prisoners, believing they could survive even if the zombie threat escalated. Yet, the disparity between their idealism and harsh reality was stark. "Apologies, but your hopeful outlook shall soon be dashed," he thought. "Before long, I shall usher you into a far more splendid existence." Chapter 20. Foolishness. Meal time. Meal time. A voice shouted from outside. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang Xia rose to join the others for dinner, but Chen Libin grasped his arm and said, "We eat in this room." Xiangyang Xia quickly understood that dining separately was a precaution against a potential outbreak. Should one person turn into a zombie, the risk of mass harm could be mitigated. This arrangement also provided a natural barrier, as each cell was enclosed, with iron doors securely locked at night. Before long, 2 individuals wheeled in a food cart, distributing a single small bun to each person before departing. A solitary bun for each large man was clearly insufficient, indicating the prison's scarcity of resources. One tall man with a hawk-like nose and triangular eyes noticed Xiangyang Xia staring blankly at his bun, seemingly lost in thought. He abruptly snatched the bun from Xiangyang Xia's hand. Seeing this, Chen Libin quietly admonished Hu Xiaotian, "Why did you take his bun? One bun is hardly enough for everyone, and now you've deprived him." Hu Xiaotian paid no heed to Chen Libin's protests, devouring the bun in one bite and then mockingly brandishing his fist at Chen Libin. In response, Chen Libin, seeing Hu Xiaotian's challenging gesture, immediately lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Xiangyang Xia was indifferent to the theft of his bun, as he had no need for human food. He shrugged it off. Chen Libin approached Xiangyang Xia and whispered, "Why did you not resist when Hu Xiaotian took your bun? Are you really that easy to bully?" Xiangyang Xia expressed his indifference, reclining back on his bed, pretending to sleep and disregarding how others perceived him. His sole focus remained on the successful execution of his mission. As he feigned sleep, Xiangyang Xia contemplated strategies to infect them all. The following morning, Chu Wenguang arrived at Xiangyang Xia's room, gesturing for him to follow. Intrigued by Chu Wenguang's early visit, Xiangyang Xia anticipated something amiss. Chu Wenguang led him out of the dormitory area to a truck, declaring, "Now that you are part of this family, you must contribute. As a newcomer, you need to prove your worth." Having just arrived yesterday, they were already assigning him to accompany 9 others in a mission to gather supplies. Xiangyang Xia realized that their swift acceptance of him was not without ulterior motives. They intended to use him as cannon fodder. For an ordinary person, such a venture might invoke fear, as lacking the ability to face zombies would mean courting death and becoming food for the undead. However, for Xiangyang Xia, this was an opportunity he had long sought. It afforded him the chance to engage in combat and procure what he desired, rather than laboring in the fields alongside others. Xiangyang Xia, pleased by Chu Wenguang's words, nodded enthusiastically. Observing Xiangyang Xia's naive demeanor, Chu Wenguang thought to himself that this individual was indeed foolish. Being used as a pawn in a supply run amidst zombies without any awareness of the dangers was a sign of sheer ignorance. Yet he appeared utterly cheerful. Upon boarding the truck, Xiangyang Xia joined the other 9 in their quest for food. It was evident that a sense of trepidation filled the air. Not a single one of the 8 occupants spoke, their mood somber as they silently consumed the additional food provided for the journey. Each received a bottle of milk, a piece of bread, and a can, a relatively generous breakfast. As soon as the truck came to a halt, zombies swarmed forth, clawing and shrieking. Xiangyang Xia leaped from the vehicle, seizing the newly acquired machete, and plunged into the fray, battling the encroaching horde with reckless abandon, disregarding his own safety. His courage invigorated the others, instilling a sense of security among them. Amidst the chaos, a zombie lunged at a man behind Xiangyang Xia, nearly biting him to eye in an instant. Xiangyang Xia turned and, with a swift blow, severed the zombie's head, saving the man's life. The man, regaining his composure, expressed his gratitude, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Xianjiangxia did not possess the benevolent intent of saving a life. Rather, he was merely safeguarding his own provisions, as he skillfully dispatched the zombies. He remained vigilant in his duty to protect the remaining 9 individuals, reflecting inwardly that they must not suffer any losses, for they represented his evolution value. The group successfully dashed into the store, swiftly clearing out the supermarket of its food supplies. They filled a truck to the brim and returned triumphantly. Throughout this endeavor, Xianjiangxia refrained from seeking any opportunity to infect anyone. It was not that he lacked chances. Rather, he wished to postpone any hasty infections for the first few days, allowing others to lower their guard. His priority was to secure his own food supplies before contemplating a more sweeping approach later. Remarkably, all 10 individuals not only returned with food but also escaped the jaws of the undead unscathed. The 9 who returned felt a sense of survival, with many expressing profound gratitude to Xianjiangxia, as it was through his efforts that they were able to return alive. Nangong, the leader, listened intently as the returnees described Xianjiangxia's fearless demeanor in the face of zombies, recounting how he led the charge with fierce ferocity. He was quick-witted and had even saved the lives of several brothers from the clutches of the undead. Upon their return, Chu Wenguang immediately sought out others to inquire about the recent excursion, particularly focusing on Xianjiangxia's performance. Once he grasped the situation, he hurried back to report to Nangong Hui. It was Nangong Hui who had instructed Chu Wenguang to assign Xianjiangxia to transport supplies on the very first day. Xianjiangxia's conduct affirmed Nangong Hui's earlier judgment. He was no mere pawn. To venture outside alone to the periphery of a prison was no small feat. His seemingly erratic behavior might not reflect his true nature. Carrying such a formidable weapon, those who only perceived the surface would inevitably be deceived by him. Nangong Hui had already formed his opinion and instructed Chu Wenguang. You should continue to observe Xianjiangxia's behavior. Report any anomalies to me immediately. After receiving this directive, Chu Wenguang withdrew. Nangong Hui returned to his spacious quarters, one of the 4 leaders, where he enjoyed a private bedroom. Let me go, you pervert. I won't let you have your way. As Nangong Hui entered the room, a woman's voice rang out in protest. Recognizing it as a female's tone, he responded with a smile. While I still possess patience for you, I advise you to agree to my terms soon. Otherwise, once my patience wanes and my interest fades, I shall cast you out. Consider the consequences. You are not the only one in this prison. After saying this, he let out a chilling laugh. Nangong Hui had never before realized the depths of her depravity. He never expected her to act so shamelessly. Do you dare? The woman defiantly retorted. Dare? Why not test it? Nangong Hui scoffed, stepping closer to grasp her face. Bound to the chair, her hair disheveled and appearance quite disheveled, she nevertheless exuded an air of unblemished beauty. Her fair skin and petite face, now appearing woeful, only heightened her allure. Moreover, she was clad in the garb of a prison guard. Zhu Zian, you must not be so naive. Look around. The world has changed. The zombies are besieging us. What is there that I would not do? Do not think you are still that high and mighty princess. You cannot forget that drones have been flying overhead. Announcing that the government will soon send aid.it seems they have stabilized the situation. Soon, you shall face the consequences you deserve. Zhu Zian persisted, attempting to convey the current circumstances in hopes of swaying Nangong Hui. However, a man of his caliber was not easily swayed by Zhu Zian's mere words. Zhu Zian, you are truly naive. You believe the words of the drones? After all these years as a prison instructor, do you still not understand the organization style? He continued. If they had the capability to rescue us, they would have done so long ago, rather than relying on drones to broadcast daily. With so many zombies outside, how could the government contend with them? Only individuals like myself can establish a foothold in this world. Nangong Hui had his own analysis of the external situation and was convinced of its accuracy. Zhu Zian, a prison guard at the first prison in Feng City, was not only youthful and beautiful but also vivacious, being the cherished daughter of the mayor. She was a flower among the inmates. Admired by many, including Nangong Hui himself in times of peace. He would have never dared to express his feelings to someone so extraordinary. At that time, he was merely an ordinary guard, lacking in talents or striking looks. Believing himself unworthy of someone as remarkable as Zhu Ziyan, he buried his admiration deep within. However, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse offered him an opportunity. During the chaos, he demonstrated a fearless spirit, leading his brothers into battle against the undead, hoping to achieve something significant amidst the turmoil. As the global zombie outbreak spiraled out of control, his aspirations as a warlord ignited. He believed that in a lawless world, with enough ruthlessness and cunning, he could become a dominant force in this unregulated environment. He could obtain whatever he desired. Through careful strategizing, he gradually secured his position as the foremost guard in the course of battling zombies. He had once saved Zhu Ziyan's life. He believed that, owing to this act of salvation in the chaotic times, she would feel indebted to him, perhaps even willing to bind herself to him. Yet, to his dismay, Zhu Ziyan clearly distinguished between gratitude and love, responding only with appreciation and no reciprocation of affection. Though initially taken aback by Zhu Ziyan's rejection, he silently continued to care for her. As he and the others eliminated the zombies within the prison and gradually stabilized the situation, he fully grasped power. Today, he summoned Zhu Ziyan to his chambers, questioning whether she would accept his affections. Naturally, Zhu Ziyan resolutely rejected him, prompting him to bind her to the chair. This led to their earlier exchange, wherein he hoped that through intimidation, she would recognize the reality of her situation and willingly follow him. His meticulous mind was not merely driven by lust for Zhu Ziyan's beauty. He sought to leverage her situation. If he were swayed by emotions, he would never hold a position of authority. He also hoped that by forcing Zhu Ziyan's hand, he could reveal those who, though outwardly obedient, harbored inner dissent. Many admired Zhu Ziyan, and it was certain that some privately resented him. He intended to utilize this incident to flush out his adversaries and eliminate any threats to his power. Meanwhile, the other three of the four leaders convened in Shi Kongyu's room. The burly Yohangliang exclaimed, "Shi Kongyu, why did you summon us here? I heard that Nangong Hui has imprisoned Zhu Ziyan in his quarters." Shi Kongyu replied, "That's precisely the matter. I never expected that Nangong Hui, who always seemed so proper, would engage in such actions." Xiong Yangzhu remarked, "If that boy were simple-minded, he would not have ascended to such a position. Damn it, I have long resented those cap-wearers. Together, with our combined strength, we could easily eliminate them, if it weren't for the concern that the government would retaliate after stabilizing the situation, and the possibility of needing Nangong Hui to liaise with them if the prison cannot hold. I would have dealt with those cap-wearers long ago. Indeed, if we three joined forces, we would be more than a match for them." Thus, the three engaged in animated discussion, ensuring their unity against Nangong Hui. On the second day, another group of 10 was dispatched to procure food. Originally, Xian Jiangxia had not been included. However, he eagerly presented himself at dawn, insisting on joining the effort. Chu Wangguang, having heard of Xian Jiangxia's valor from the previous day's returnees, was pleased to see such enthusiasm and replaced one of the individuals with him. Among those assigned was the loquacious Chen Li Bin, who, upon spotting Xian Jiangxia, eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "You're going too? That's fantastic. We can go together." Xian Jiangxia nodded in acknowledgement. Today, the truck journeyed longer, arriving at a different supermarket. As they disembarked, Xian Jiangxia boldly took the lead, cutting down zombies with remarkable prowess. The others closely followed his lead. Once inside the supermarket, they secured the doors and began dispatching the zombies within. Just as victory seemed assured, a zombie suddenly lunged at Chen Li Bin from the right, attempting to bite him. Reacting swiftly, Chen Li Bin dodged left and impulsively pushed Xian Jiangxia towards the zombie. Fortunately, Xian Jiangxia's reflexes were sharp. With a swift motion of his blade, he severed the zombie's head. After dispatching the creature, Chen Li Bin glanced at Xian Jiangxia, his eyes wide with admiration, and sheepishly chuckled, "Bro, your skills are impressive." Xiangyang Xia pondered that he had indeed not misjudged the young man. Those who typically present themselves as harmless may not be as simple as they appear, and could very well be wolves in sheep's clothing. He felt a sense of foreboding, recognizing that in moments of life-threatening peril, most individuals tend to act selfishly, readily choosing to sacrifice others to save their own lives. With a calm demeanor, Xiangyang Xia led the group in continuing to clear the goods within the supermarket. Each day, He actively and enthusiastically joined others in the hunt for food and supplies, having already grasped much of the daily situation within the prison. Inmates were divided between those who ventured out to seek resources and those assigned to expand the prison's defensive perimeter or cultivate barren lands for crop production. The kitchen operated with a set crew of 5 dedicated chefs who prepared meals for everyone daily. Those who scoured for supplies were rewarded with a choice portion of the food they brought back. Xiangyang Xia would always discreetly reserve his reward to subtly bribe the chefs, often assisting them in preparing meals for the others. On this particular day, after gathering supplies, Xiangyang Xia took his place in the passenger seat, instructing the driver to head towards a small hill on the outskirts. Chapter 22. Chicken Hunt. Xiangyang Xia consistently demonstrated valor during his foraging expeditions, having saved numerous lives, and those who accompanied him spread tales of his heroism. Many now held him in high regard. Previously, people had viewed him as eccentric for carrying an umbrella, considering him effeminate, but now they recognized it as a mark of a true master, his umbrella stance radiating a divine brilliance. On this outing, Xiangyang Xia once again rendered significant assistance, prompting no objections when he suggested they delay their return. After instructing the driver to stop, he led the group up the hillside, where they discovered a dwelling halfway up. With a considerable number of free-range chickens scurrying about, this had been a spot Xiangyang Xia had earlier identified. He scattered the food they had brought, quickly attracting the flock of chickens. He beckoned the others to help capture them. Normally, catching free-range chickens would be no small feat, but with the outbreak of the zombie horde, these chickens had been left to fend for themselves. Although they could roam outside for insects and nibble on greens, there simply weren't enough insects to sustain them. Thus, when Xiangyang Xia spread grain, the chickens fell for the bait. The others erupted in joyous exclamations upon capturing so many. "Wow! We have chicken to eat? Wow, boss, you're truly amazing. It's been ages since we've had meat." Not only had they been deprived of meat, but the meager rations they received daily hardly sufficed, making the sight of the chickens all the more tantalizing. Ironically, as a zombie, Xiangyang Xia held a certain disdain for these chickens, opting to let the younger ones do the catching. They loaded the captured chickens into the trunk to return to the prison base. Upon their return, news of the chicken haul sent the entire prison into a frenzy of excitement. It had been far too long since they had enjoyed meat. The 4 leaders unanimously decided to slaughter 10 chickens for a feast. Reserving the remainder for breeding, that brat forming cliques with others? Nangonghui inquired of Chu Wangguang. Not at all. Although he competes to go out for food every day and displays bravery, earning considerable praise and admiration, he shows no signs of forming alliances. Such individuals are indeed rare in this world. Keep a close watch on him. Any sign of unusual behavior, and we will eliminate him. Understood, boss. Xiangyang Xia rushed to the kitchen to assist the 5 chefs with the chicken preparation, waiting until they had finished slaughtering and draining the chickens before joining them. Impressive. You managed to find so many chickens. It's been ages since we had meat, the plump chef exclaimed. Xiangyang Xia smiled modestly as he continued to assist with the chickens. With 10 chickens to serve a crowd of hundreds, each person would be fortunate to have a mere sip of soup. "Why do we have 11 chickens instead of 10? He asked, pointing at the extra one. The plump chef replied, "That one is for the bosses. They enjoy their meals spicy and flavorful." After a moment's thought, Xiangyang Xia realized that while the regular rations barely sustained life, the bosses had the luxury of hearty meals. It's a good day. Let these chicken soups send you off well, he mused inwardly, secretly adding a touch of seasoning to the soup in case some people missed out, and enhancing the chicken mint for the bosses as well. An hour after everyone had finished dinner, Xiangyang Xia knew it was time. Stealthily, he crept to the watchtower, only to find the guard, Xiao Zhang, fast asleep on the ground. He added a hefty dose of sleeping pills to the chicken soup, confident that no one in the prison could resist such a long-awaited delicacy. Indeed, using drugs is the way to go. It's no wonder characters in martial arts novels often resort to poison. Let it begin with you, he thought, savoring the moment, as he removed his mask and sank his teeth into Xiao Zhang's neck, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, a delightful shiver coursing through his soul. Congratulations, host, you have infected 1 human. Evolution value +1. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zhang underwent a transformation into a zombie. Xiangyang Xia employed his control skill on the newly turned zombie, instructing it to continue monitoring the watchtower. Not for external threats, but for the happenings within the prison. establishing a shared visual link to ensure no stragglers who missed the chicken soup disrupted his plans. I am a little zombie. Carefree and at ease, killing without blinking, devouring without restraint, stuffing my belly to bursting, rushing to the latrine, only to realize I forgot the paper. Xiangyang Xia hummed merrily to himself. He moved on to other guard posts. Finding the remaining personnel soundly asleep, effortlessly converting them into zombies, he then commanded one to guard the main gate. Returning to his quarters, he prepared to start with the individuals closest to him. Initially, he considered targeting Qin Li Bin but decided against it due to his previous behavior. Instead, he bound Qin's hands and feet and began to turn the others. Congratulations, host, you have infected one human. Evolution value +1. The system's notifications rang out continuously. To infect so many humans at once is truly gratifying. After finishing with the dormitory's inhabitants, he prepared to move on to the next room. He decided to leave Qin Li Bin locked in an adjacent empty room to prevent him from being infected by other zombies. Securing the door would also ensure that any newly transformed zombies wouldn't escape and disrupt his plans or compete for evolution value. Stealthily, Xiangyang Xia opened the door to the next dormitory. Finding the occupants deeply asleep, he proceeded to infect 8 more humans with ease and, after locking the door, moved on to the next room. Congratulations, host, you have infected one human. Evolution value +1. Evolution value 200. Congratulations, host, you have completed the evolution task, leveling up. Now, we will proceed with the host's body transformation. Transformation progress 95.99. Evolution complete. Host name, Xiangyang Xia. Current level, White Zombie level 6. Skills, Control, Talent, Infection, Weapon, 7-star Long Yuan Sword. Item cards, 1 Transformation card, 1 Deadly Defense card, 1 Metamorphosis card. The number of zombies the host can control has increased to 4, with a control range of 200 meters. Speed, agility, physical strength, and auditory and olfactory senses have each increased by 1. Speed, 3, normal person, 1. Agility, 4, normal person, 1. Physical strength, 5, normal person, 1. Auditory and olfactory senses, 10, normal person, 1. The sensation of leveling up is truly exhilarating. Xiangyang Xia felt himself grow stronger. Achieving victory through cunning is indeed rewarding, allowing for effortless accumulation of experience points. Activating the next evolution task, evolution value 0300. Having infected only 3 rooms, he pressed on, eager to liberate another 300 companions awaiting his assistance. Aiming for another level up and the perfect completion of the first reward. Chapter 23. Tears Fall. This group truly has an insatiable appetite. They sleep so soundly, the sleeping medicine has worked wonders. Xiangyang Xia's evolution value steadily increased. He repeatedly opened doors, entered to infect humans, exited to close doors, and proceeded to the next one. Soon, he had infected another 200 humans. Congratulations, host, you have completed the evolution task. Leveling up. Now, we will proceed with the host's body transformation. Transformation progress 95.99. Evolution complete. Host name, Xiangyang Xia. Current level, White Zombie level 7. Skills, Control, Talent, Infection, Weapon, 7-star Long Yuan Sword. Item cards, 1 Transformation card, 1 Deadly Defense card, 1 Metamorphosis card. The number of zombies the host can control has increased to 8, with a control range of 400 meters. Speed, agility, physical strength, and auditory and olfactory senses have each increased by 1. Speed, 4, ordinary person 1, agility, 5, ordinary person 1, physical strength, 6, ordinary person 1, hearing and smell, 11, ordinary person 1, system upgrading in progress. System upgrade complete. Following the system upgrade, the changes are significant. The host can acquire evolution points by infecting humans. The evolution points required to upgrade to the next level is 400, with each ordinary human infection yielding 1 evolution point. Granting 1 score. Killing mutated beasts and zombies also grants points. Each ordinary zombie killed adds 1 point, while slaying elite zombies awards 10 points. Killing a standard mutated beast grants 10 experience points, and the points multiply 10-fold with each level increase of the mutated beast. Once 200 points are accumulated, no further rewards will be granted. The current point system has been upgraded to a higher lottery system, allowing a draw for every 1,000 points. Each draw guarantees a reward. The original lottery system remains available for draws every 200 points. The host currently possesses 540 points. The magnitude of this system change is remarkable. The ability for the system to upgrade is indeed impressive. I shall delve deeper into this system later. I must strive to infect more, lest the effects of the medication wear off and cause complications. Xiangyang Xia continues to infect the remaining humans. There are indeed many survivors in this prison, over 300 individuals. Soon, Xiangyang Xia found himself outside Nan Gonghui's room. Quietly, he twisted the doorknob of Nan Gonghui's door, only to suddenly retreat at great speed. He dashed away from the door and hurried back to the room he had just infected, opening the door to control the 6 zombies inside. He directed them to leap towards Nan Gonghui's room. It turned out that upon opening the door, his keen hearing detected something amiss. He heard the swift sound of a gun being cocked from within. Xiangyang Xia was not mistaken. It was indeed Nan Gonghui, who had awakened upon hearing the door open and immediately grasped his pistol, feigning sleep on the bed, ready to execute a headshot on anyone who dared enter. However, he did not expect the intruder to react so quickly, causing him to abandon his ruse of sleep and cautiously approach the door. Unbeknownst to him, he had not consumed the chicken soup prepared for dinner nor any other dishes. Instead, he had indulged himself with the steak he had fried. Thus, he had fortuitously avoided the effects of the sleeping medication. The reason he had not heard the previous actions of Xiangyang Xia was twofold. First, the infection of the other prisoners had proceeded smoothly, without any skirmishes or loud noises. Second, Nan Gonghui was preoccupied with more intense activities in his room, oblivious to the slight sounds from outside. Nan Gonghui stealthily approached the doorway, prepared to eliminate his would-be assailant. He assumed that a rival, unwilling to accept defeat, had come to eliminate him. What he did not realize was that Xiangyang Xia was secretly infecting the inmates within the prison. Xiangyang Xia commanded the 6 zombies to leap into Nan Gonghui's room. He mused. I can now command 6 zombies to shield me from your gunfire. What fear do I have of a mere mortal? Moreover, the other humans have been sufficiently infected, so noise is no longer a concern. As the first zombie jumped into the room, a gunshot rang out, striking the zombie squarely in the head. The shot-down zombie collapsed with a thud. When the second zombie leaped in, another shot found its mark, and the second zombie also fell. Xiangyang Xia quickly commanded 2 more zombies to follow the initial 4. I now possess an army. Let us see how many bullets you have left. Upon the second zombie being shot, Nan Gonghui sensed something was amiss. It seemed that his attacker was not human, yet also not quite a zombie. Furthermore, the significant noise had not attracted any attention. What could possibly be happening? Xiangyang Xia urged the zombies to continue leaping into Nan Gonghui's room, giving him no respite, replacing each fallen zombie with another. Whether it was due to Nan Gonghui exhausting his bullets or finally being caught off guard by the zombies, after 6 zombies had fallen, one managed to charge at Nan Gonghui, embracing him. Under Xiangyang Xia's orders, the zombies were not to bite Nan Gonghui but merely to hold him, and thus they refrained from sinking their teeth into him. With Xiangyang Xia directing them, the remaining zombies swiftly surrounded and embraced Nan Gonghui. The scent of fresh flesh attracted the zombies, who longed to bite him. Yet under Xiangyang Xia's control, they struggled to contain their desires, not daring to bite. Once several zombies had subdued Nan Gonghui, Xiangyang Xia triumphantly entered his room. Upon seeing Xiangyang Xia, Nan Gonghui exclaimed, "So it is you." Upon noticing the fangs protruding from Xiangyang Xia's mouth, stained with blood, he seemed to grasp the situation in terror. He uttered, "I never anticipated this. You are a zombie. I was truly careless. I should not have let you in." He quickly shifted to pleading, "Boss, I beg you, spare me. I can serve you loyally and help you gather humans." Before he could finish, Xiangyang Xia opened his mouth and bit deeply into his neck. In his final moments, Nan Gonghui roared in resentment. Why? Why? With my exceptional talents, how could I not be ruthless? I should be the protagonist of this world. It cannot end like this. Xiangyang Xia detected the lingering scent of humanity in the room and followed it to find a woman bound to the bed, her limbs restrained, covered only by a thin blanket. The exposed skin bore marks where her flesh had been pinched. Upon seeing her, even Xiangyang Xia's cold heart could not suppress a scornful thought. Nan Gonghui is truly a beast, appearing refined on the surface yet exhibiting such perversion behind closed doors. The woman was awake, her gaze betraying no emotion as she regarded Xiangyang Xia. The torment she had endured rendered her even more tragically beautiful. As Xiangyang Xia approached, she remained unresponsive, but when he bit into her neck, she looked up to see the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Thank you. I am finally free." Chapter 24. Granny Rong. After infecting Zhu Ziyan, Xiangyang Xia proceeded to the next room without delay. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Only the fittest survive, and those lacking ability are doomed to become zombies, or worse, to desire transformation yet remain unable to achieve it. All the inmates in the prison had been successfully infected, leaving only Chen Li Bin. The grudge from when Chen Li Bin had pushed him towards the zombies must now be settled. Although Xiangyang Xia could understand Chen Li Bin's actions in this apocalyptic world, it did not mean he would tolerate being treated thus by others. I, Xiangyang Xia, am one to repay grievances, although it may seem beneath a zombie's dignity to concern myself with such a minor figure. Failing to avenge a wrong would render my newfound power meaningless. Xiangyang Xia approached the room containing Chen Li Bin, opened the door, and deliberately untied the ropes binding him. The basin of cold water splashed onto Chen Li Bin's face. Yet he remained unresponsive, sleeping like a dead pig. Xiangyang Xia produced a needle, sneering, "Hee hee. Granny Rong has arrived." He aimed the needle at Chen Li Bin's fingers. Ah! Chen Li Bin screamed in agony, instantly waking. "Who the hell is stabbing me?" Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiangyang Xia grinning at him, his prominent fangs stained with blood and brandishing the needle. Terrified, Chen Li Bin scooted back, exclaiming, "Big brother, what's going on? This isn't how you play. Are you pretending to be a zombie?" As he spoke, he furtively scanned the surroundings. Noticing no one else was present, he thought, "Is this Xiangyang Xia seeking revenge for my desperate act of pushing him towards the zombies?" Thus, he composed himself and addressed Xiangyang Xia. "Big brother, you've stabbed me now. Can we consider the grudge settled?" Xiangyang Xia continued to smile at him. In desperation, Chen Li Bin began to bang his head against the floor, repeatedly, "I'm wrong. I'm a shameless villain. Please, show mercy and let me go." He wept profusely, believing Xiangyang Xia to be exceptionally powerful, and that confronting him would be futile. His head struck the ground with such force that it broke skin, staining the floor with blood. "Enough of this cat-and-mouse game," Xiangyang Xia declared, slapping Chen Li Bin to the ground before sinking his teeth into his neck. With Xiangyang Xia's current strength, Chen Li Bin was utterly powerless to resist. Watching helplessly as Xiangyang Xia bit into him, it was true. He was indeed a zombie. Congratulations to the host for flawlessly completing this mission, earning a first-class reward, the Eye of Insight. Introduction to the Eye of Insight. This ability allows one to see through other strength and innate skills. This function is truly remarkable. Understanding both oneself and one's opponent guarantees victory in every battle. In the exchange shop, the Eye of Insight is valued at 100,000 points. One would need to slay 100,000 ordinary zombies to accumulate such points. The system has indeed been exceedingly generous this time. However, this reward is well deserved for the successful completion of the task. Equipping the Eye of Insight, Xiangyang Xia commanded the system. The Eye of Insight has been successfully equipped. Where shall the fairies flee? With the Eye of Insight equipped, Xiangyang Xia could not help but feel a mischievous thrill, recalling Wukong's Eye of Insight forged in the 8-trigram furnace. With the keen insight granted by the fire-eyed golden vision, I felt invigorated and my body thrived. Having equipped myself with this newfound ability, I turned my gaze towards Chen Li Bin, who had already succumbed to the zombification process. Designation: Zombie Level 1, equivalent to a Level 1 Elite Zombie. Talent: Infection Skill. None. The information displayed was remarkably clear. This expedition to the prison had proven fruitful, as I had ascended 2 levels. With all infections successfully completed, I began to recount my gains. I had retrieved the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword and casually seized 12 handguns along with 200 rounds of ammunition. The system had undergone an upgrade, yet I had yet to explore its implications. According to the system's post-upgrade description, zombies were now classified into ordinary and elite categories. Moreover, elite zombies and mutated beasts had their own tiers, indicating that many had already evolved, surpassing the capabilities of first-tier elite zombies and mutated beasts. The system has unexpectedly responded to my inquiry. In the past, it had been indifferent to my questions, yet now it readily addressed my speculations. I pondered aloud whether this was due to its recent upgrade or a prior disdain for my status. You are correct in your assumption. Previously, you lacked the merit for me to respond. Now, you have barely attained the qualifications for me to address some simple queries, the system replied. Oh my. How rather proud you are, I could not help but remark. Ignoring my comment, I resumed my examination of the system. The lottery system had been upgraded to a high-tier lottery system, requiring 1,000 points for a single draw. Currently, I possessed only 671 points, rendering me ineligible for even one lottery attempt. Previously, accruing 200 points allowed for a reward draw, which, combined, permitted 2 draws. Now, the opportunity to earn a reward draw for every 200 points had been eliminated. Although the ordinary lottery system still allowed a draw for 200 points, the prizes were evidently inferior. In contrast, the high-tier lottery system offered a chance at superior rewards for every 1,000 points, guaranteeing a win with each attempt. This feature was indeed commendable. Having infected over 300 individuals during this prison venture and ascended 2 levels was truly an unexpected delight. To reach the next level, I required 400 evolution points, and finding such a congregation of humans again would likely prove difficult. The outbreak of the zombie wave had likely resulted in the infection of a significant portion of humanity, transforming them into zombies. The number of survivors was exceedingly scarce. In the ensuing battle for survival, many would undoubtedly fall victim to the zombies, joining their ranks as comrades. Suddenly, I discerned faint voices nearby, likely not far from the prison. With my keen hearing, I could detect normal conversations from up to 55 meters away, leading me to estimate that the voices were approximately 100 meters distant from the prison. Chapter 25. The old Taoist. I dashed to the prison entrance, standing behind the iron gate to gaze outside. I spotted a man in his 50s, clad in a Taoist robe, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old child, also garbed in similar attire. The deep blue robe had faded to a pale hue. They were evidently Taoists. The young Taoist boy, with his rosy cheeks, appeared quite endearing. Xiao Zhe, observe your master's technique and learn, the old Taoist instructed, wielding a flying sword that swiftly pierced the heads of 3 zombies. Wow, impressive, I thought as I witnessed the old Taoist perform this maneuver, reminiscent of the chivalrous heroes I had once dreamed of. Alas, you are a Taoist and I am a zombie, destined to be natural adversaries. Xiao Zhe, what do you think of your master's skill? It is called Sword Through the Void. The young Taoist clapped his chubby hands together with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Master is truly formidable. Master is truly formidable. The old Taoist demonstrated remarkable prowess, dispatching the surrounding zombies while simultaneously explaining his techniques to his young apprentice, all the while ensuring the boy remained unharmed, who continued to applaud joyously. Let us see what kind of extraordinary being this Taoist truly is. Activating the fire-eyed golden vision, I quickly gathered the old Taoist's combat information. Designation: Human Awakener Level 2, equivalent to a Level 2 Elite Zombie. Talent: Mastery of Taoist Art Skill. Sword Control. Having awakened the fire-eyed golden vision, this was the first formidable individual I encountered. Moreover, he was an awakener, possessing both a talent and a skill. Was it due to his diligent cultivation that he had attained such impressive capabilities? Or had humanity begun to witness a resurgence with the emergence of numerous awakeners? Furthermore, what implications did the existence of awakeners hold? On December 15, 3568, during a solar eclipse, a massive influx of mist surged into the atmosphere, triggering a mutation that spawned countless zombies. The genesis of zombies was a result of this mist being inhaled by humanity, leading to transformations for those who could not assimilate it. Similarly, mutated beasts arose from this phenomenon. Those who adapted and harnessed the mist became awakeners, acquiring superhuman abilities. Concurrently, an abundance of mist also enveloped the spheres of gold, wood, earth, and fire. The system revealed a wealth of information to me. According to its assessment, humanity had finally encountered a turning point. A Level 2 human awakener could equate to a Level 2 elite zombie, representing a significant development for mankind. Humanity finally had the means to directly contend with zombies and mutated beasts. With strong governmental organizations and a united populace, the emergence of awakeners suggested that humanity might soon reverse its dire circumstances and reclaim its vitality. Even in the absence of awakeners, I had always believed that humanity would not face extinction due to the sudden outbreak of zombies. Given a modicum of time, humanity would regain control over the situation. Although zombies and mutated beasts currently held the upper hand, once humanity stabilized and employed its intelligence and technology, the future remained uncertain. Moreover, with the advent of superhuman abilities among humans, the evolving landscape became increasingly intriguing. Despite being a zombie endowed with a system, I remained cautiously optimistic. Currently, I possessed individual strength among various factions, yet my collective power was the weakest. I needed to develop my abilities further to gain leverage in the forthcoming power struggles among these factions. However, I had keenly noted the system's mention of a crucial detail. Similar mists had manifested on other celestial bodies. What exactly was this mist, and why did it appear simultaneously across multiple planets? Glancing at the sky, I saw the mist still shrouding it. The system offered no response to my inquiry. Did the term Awakener imply a revival of all things? This Taoist, being a level 2 Awakener with both skills and talents, was undoubtedly among the elite warriors of humanity. I was eager to test his capabilities, intrigued by the prowess of a level 2 Awakener. Stealthily, I cracked the prison door open a mere 10 centimeters and commanded 8 zombies to await the Taoist's arrival 200 meters away in an open area, while I concealed myself in the shadows of the prison. Xiao Zhe, there appears to be an unusual scent over there, reminiscent of zombies. Let us investigate, the old Taoist remarked. Indeed, the trap had been sprung. Chapter 26. The zombie dance troupe. As I observed the old Taoist fall into my trap, leading the young Taoist towards my direction, I couldn't help but scoff. With such an ethereal presence, he appears formidable, yet how utterly naive. To fall for such a simple ruse demonstrates a lack of discernment. Were the old Taoist to hear my thoughts, he would undoubtedly be enraged, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! Who could have foreseen that zombies possessed intelligence, that they could set traps and ambush others?" Before long, the old Taoist and his young apprentice arrived at the prison entrance. Cautiously, the old Taoist pushed open the gate and beheld the 8 zombies scattered across the prison's courtyard. Internally, he mused, "So, zombies truly exist. I have never encountered one before, only read about them in texts." He leaned down, speaking gently to the young Taoist. "Xiao Zhe, observe as your master employs the flying sword technique to subdue the zombies." Yet, no matter how sturdy zombies may be, they were still no match for the Taoist's skill. The flying sword managed to pierce only one zombie's skull before returning. Ah, indeed. This zombie is slightly tougher than the average zombie. As it took my sword to penetrate its head, the old Taoist chuckled, slightly embarrassed at his inability to dispatch multiple zombies in one strike, as he had intended to showcase his prowess before his apprentice. Noticing his master's discomfort, the young Taoist chose not to address it, instead continuing to support his master with enthusiastic applause. "Master is truly impressive. One strike to defeat a zombie." Once more, he wielded his sword with both hands, performing an intricate gesture to send the flying sword forth, piercing through the skull of yet another zombie. Surely, Xiao Zhe must have grasped the essence of this sword technique by now. Next time, demonstrate it to your master. The young Taoist nodded earnestly. "Master, I shall remember." Witnessing the demise of 2 zombies, Xiang Yangxia swiftly commanded 2 more to leap from the prison building, merging into the throng of undead on the open ground, orchestrating an assault with 8 zombies against the Taoist. A sense of bewilderment filled the Taoist's heart. Why had 2 more zombies emerged? Though perplexed, he continued to wield his flying sword to vanquish the undead. Under the relentless assault of the 8 zombies, the old Taoist appeared less composed, clutching the young Taoist as he leapt about to evade their attacks. He could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor in one place. After dispatching 1 zombie, Xiang Yangxia sent another forth, seeking to compel the Taoist to reveal his ultimate technique, curious to witness the Taoist's other methods. Would he employ an area attack to obliterate a horde of zombies in a single strike? To his surprise, upon seeing yet another zombie spring forth, the old Taoist swiftly whisked away the young disciple, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhe, allow me to teach you another trick. When in doubt, swiftly take flight." They fled. They actually fled. In the shadows, Xiang Yangxia was petrified. He had anticipated that the Taoist would resolutely strive to eradicate the zombies before him. Yet he had scuttled away so swiftly. The situation had not yet reached a life-or-death juncture. Merely sensing something amiss, he had bolted. There were still other techniques I had yet to witness, however. His ability to discern the subtleties of danger and make a hasty retreat was perhaps a testament to his survival instincts in this apocalyptic world. Numerous revivers must still exist. I shall explore other reviver abilities next time. I wonder if those endowed with skills are more delectable than ordinary humans. Alas, it is a pity that he escaped so quickly. It is rather dull. Casting his gaze upon the 8 zombies in the clearing, an idea struck Xiang Yangxia. Could these zombies perform a raincoat dance? Without hesitation, he activated his control ability, attempting to command the 8 zombies to dance. To his dismay, the zombies utterly failed to comprehend his commands, merely hopping about aimlessly, arms flailing. Xiang Yangxia was taken aback to discover that while they could engage in combat, they could not grasp any other actions. Their level was simply too low, too foolish. Watching the 8 zombies bounce about in chaotic disarray was infuriating. Xiang Yangxia could not contain his ire. However, he mused, if he were to evolve into a more advanced zombie himself, perhaps the newly infected would possess intelligence, capable of understanding his commands. They would do as they were told. A brilliant idea sparked. Very well, let us settle for a bunny hop instead. Left, left, right, right, go, turn around, go, 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 left, right, left, left, right, right, left, left, right, right, go, go, go. Xiang Yangxia enthusiastically provided the music from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they danced rather well. Thus, the zombie dance troupe was officially formed. After amusing himself with the 8 zombies for a while, Xiang Yangxia rose, brushed off his legs, and retrieved his stylish motorcycle. It was time to leave the prison. He donned a backpack and a black hat. With his upgraded abilities, the sun no longer felt oppressive. A simple hat was sufficient to shield him from its rays. He could no longer wander about under an umbrella, aware of the peculiar glances he would receive as a grown man doing so. Especially indoors, wielding a sunshade would undoubtedly lead others to deem him eccentric. Xiang Yangxia commanded the 8 zombies to precariously stack themselves upon the motorcycle's rear seat. The 8 zombies arranged themselves in pairs, extending their arms to create the appearance of wings. As Xiang Yangxia sped away on his motorcycle, he felt an exhilarating sense of superiority, as if he were the unrivaled champion, exuding an aura of invincibility. Meanwhile, the zombies within the prison remained confined, serving as a reserve army. Chapter 27. A turning point for humanity within the presidential residence of the capital of the Apocalypse Nation. The leader received a report. Leader, good news. Recently, numerous members of the defensive personnel have awakened superpowers. Shen Yuanwu exclaimed joyfully as he strode into the reception room. In his excitement, he neglected proper etiquette, bursting in unannounced instead of waiting to formally report to the leader. Mao Zilong, upon hearing this news, felt invigorated, indifferent to Shen Yuanwu's breach of decorum. Although Mao Zilong's stature remained imposing, the weariness etched upon his face and the streaks of white in his hair were evident. This is truly marvelous. Humanity is saved, he exclaimed, taking deep puffs from his cigarette. Shen Yuanwu had previously awakened his superpowers. As a natural marksman, he had already demonstrated remarkable prowess. However, he soon discovered that his body felt increasingly robust. His vision sharpened, he could strike moving targets with pinpoint accuracy, and he could effortlessly lift weights of 200 pounds. With each engagement in combat, particularly in exterminating zombies, his strength surged rapidly. Initially, he believed this enhancement stemmed from his battles with the undead. It was only later, as others began to exhibit similar phenomena, that he realized the situation was more complex, possibly involving other factors. Upon witnessing Shen Yuanwu's extraordinary capabilities, Mao Zilong and Shen Yuanwu meticulously deliberated and concluded that some substance which transformed individuals into zombies had also stimulated the latent potential within humans, enabling them to exhibit extraordinary abilities. Conversely, the zombies were unable to adapt to this sudden emergence of such a substance, leading to the collapse of their systems. Those who could not withstand its effects transformed into zombies, while the remaining survivors adapted to this substance over time, triggering the development of their latent powers. Mao Zilong and Shen Yuanwu regarded the emergence of these abilities as humanity's hope against the zombies. Mao Zilong dubbed those endowed with superpowers as revivers, signifying the resurgence of all things. With the advent of these individuals, humanity could unite to eradicate the zombies and reclaim a life of happiness and prosperity. Although defensive lines had been established and heavy artillery was at the ready, one must remain vigilant. Without foresight, one is bound to encounter imminent peril. Zombies roamed freely, and ammunition production remained a pressing concern. Currently, everyone was in a defensive posture, unable to organize the production of ammunition and equipment. Yet now, a turning point had emerged. The awakening of superpowers offered humanity a glimmer of hope to confront and potentially eradicate the zombies, propelling them towards a brighter future. All awakened individuals were to be registered, especially noting the nature of their abilities and any special skills for further study. This would allow for the identification of patterns and a deeper understanding of the revivers, maximizing their potential. Mao Zedong instructed Xian Yuanwu, "I shall attend to this immediately." Following Mao Zedong's directive, Xian Yuanwu promptly set about organizing the arrangements for the awakened individuals within the guard unit. Once Xian Yuanwu departed, Mao Zedong briskly made his way to General Zhong Hongwu's quarters. With excitement, he announced, "Brother Hongwu, splendid news. We have gained a significant advantage." Upon hearing Mao Zedong speak of good news, a radiant smile spread across Zhong Hongwu's face. He understood that any good news relayed by Mao Zedong must be of monumental significance. Eagerly, he urged Mao Zedong, "Zedong, quickly, tell me what this good news is." "It must be extraordinary," Mao Zedong, brimming with joy, replied. "You are aware that Xian Yuanwu has awakened his superpowers. Now, even more individuals within our guard unit have developed superpowers. This means that an increasing number of people possess extraordinary abilities. I refer to these individuals as revivers. They represent our hope for victory and the beginning of a resurgence. This is truly monumental news," Zhong Hongwu exclaimed, rising to his feet, clapping his hands in delight. "How wonderful! How splendid!" Unable to contain his excitement, he added another enthusiastic remark. "If only these revivers had emerged earlier, we could have spared so many brothers." Zhong Hongwu could not help but recall the sacrifices made by their comrades. Many had perished while defending the presidential residence and expanding its defenses. The relentless toll of casualties, with no end in sight, weighed heavily upon Xian Yuanwu. Though the situation had stabilized, he feared that prolonged efforts would ultimately weaken humanity, leading to a day when they could no longer withstand the onslaught of zombies. As time passed, the evolution of the zombies became increasingly apparent. Their movements had transitioned from halting steps to a semblance of normalcy. If this trend continued, the zombies would grow ever stronger. Yet, the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities among humans was an immense source of hope for all. Hongwu, my brother, recently dispatched several rescue teams to recover important individuals, suffering significant losses. Yet, these brave souls must continue their efforts. Only by securing these scientists and researchers can we develop methods to combat the zombie virus. Mao Zedong turned to Zhong Hongwu, expressing his concerns regarding the recent rescue missions that had been weighing heavily on Zhong's mind. "I understand. It's not that we don't wish to assist. It's just that the personnel we've sent out have faced devastating casualties, and our numbers are already insufficient. Regardless, we will find a way to accomplish this mission. I have instructed Xian Yuanwu to register those who have awakened their superpowers, so that these revivers can lead the charge in rescuing key individuals. This will mitigate personnel losses and enhance the reliability of our operations." "Very well. Rest assured that I will continue to oversee this matter and will collaborate with Xian Yuanwu to devise a plan. You have your hands full, with multiple areas requiring your strategic guidance," Zhong Hongwu pledged. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you." "Your involvement brings me great comfort," Mao Zedong remarked, placing a hand on Zhong Hongwu's shoulder, overwhelmed with emotion. "There's no need for such formality between us. We are brothers." They exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken bond evident. Following the outbreak of the zombie wave, Mao Zedong had been tirelessly occupied, unable to relax even for a moment. After the zombies at the Frères residence were eradicated, and with Zhong Hongwu's soldiers bolstering their ranks to ensure the safety of the Frères domain, Mao Zedong still found no respite. He was preoccupied with strategizing how to lead the nation in triumph against this war between humanity and the undead, contemplating how to shield more lives from the horrors of the zombie apocalypse. With communications severed, he relied on the military's satellite systems to coordinate with various station troops, directing their actions. Upon confirming with Xian Yuanwu that several individuals had become revivers, a weight lifted from his heart. Previously, he had fought solely driven by an inner resolve for humanity's future. Now, with a clear objective, he felt invigorated to plan for what lay ahead. After parting ways with Zhong Hongwu, Mao Zedong arranged for liaison personnel to inform each base about the situation regarding the revivers, aiming to ensure that all regions were swiftly aware of the existence of revivers and could identify them. Most importantly, he sought to instill hope across the land. Chapter 28. The big brother Xiangyang Xiao rode his stylish motorcycle, accompanied by 8 zombies perched upright on the rear, leisurely making his way toward the city center. He intended to retrieve his speaker from the heart of the city, believing that the raccoon creature had likely vacated the area. Even if it were still there, he welcomed the opportunity for a confrontation to gauge their respective powers. As he sped along the road, the zombies on either side would occasionally jab at nearby zombies, earning him some points, an utterly delightful experience. Onlookers could only stare in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" The streets were in ruins, littered with various discarded items, while many buildings had their doors and windows smashed, presenting a desolate scene. Suddenly, Xiangyang Xia's keen hearing detected sounds of a scuffle nearby. He parked his motorcycle at the roadside, commanding the 8 zombies to disembark and follow him toward the source of the commotion. From a distance of 200 meters around the corner, Xiangyang Xia observed several fully armed humans engaged in combat with a horde of zombies. This group consisted of 5 individuals. 4 were clad in thick leather gear, gloves, and motorcycle helmets, leaving no part of their bodies exposed. Xiangyang Xia couldn't help but admire their ingenuity. Such attire certainly provided protection against zombie bites. However, one among them stood apart, lacking the full armor of his companions. Wearing simple clothing that exuded confidence in his own abilities, this individual wielded a machete with a calm demeanor, effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a single stroke. Xiangyang Xia felt a sense of familiarity. Recalling this was the very brother who had kicked him out of his apartment on the day he turned into a zombie. Fate had brought them together once more. Utilizing his keen vision, he activated his ability activated. Name, Human Reviver Level 1, equivalent to a Level 1 Elite Zombie. Talent, Enhanced Strength Skill, Proficient Marksmanship. His earlier speculation proved accurate. This was indeed a human reviver. Had he not awakened, he would not possess such confidence. The information panel displayed that he was a Level 1 reviver, 1 tier below the old Taoist he had encountered previously. Discovering yet another reviver alongside the old Taoist marked this as the second individual. Was the likelihood of humans becoming revivers so high now? Xiangyang Xia observed the others in the group. Indeed, they appeared to be ordinary humans, with only the brother distinguished as a reviver. The elder brother's skill was marksmanship, yet he wielded a machete. It was uncertain whether he had not realized his optimal skill or simply lacked access to firearms. Regardless of the reason, this indicated a substantial reduction in his combat prowess. This works to my advantage, Xiangyang Xia mused, unable to suppress a grin. I wonder what the taste of a reviver is like? Is it even more delectable? His spirits surged with excitement, compelling him to leap forward and savor the flavor of this awakened individual. Commanding the 8 zombies, he suddenly charged toward the 4 humans engaged in battle with the zombies. Those who had survived to this point and dared to take action were certainly not to be underestimated and must possess considerable combat strength. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of 8 zombies. And with 2 zombies targeting each human, the 4 were quickly overpowered. Congratulations! The zombies under your control have infected 1 human, earning you 0.5 evolution points and 0.5 points. The 4 humans collectively granted him 2 points and 2 evolution points. Though modest, every bit counts. The elder brother now regarded the unexpected appearance of the 8 zombies with heightened caution, his previously calm demeanor evaporating. Especially after witnessing the demise of his companions, a look of grave concern replaced his earlier nonchalance. And he focused intently on dealing with the zombies. He marveled at how such a multitude of zombies could suddenly appear, considering the already overwhelming presence of the undead. However, what astonished him even more was that after the zombies eliminated his companions, they did not turn to attack him. Instead, they began to disperse, seemingly to clear the surrounding zombies, as if to shield him. This was Xiangyang Xia orchestrating the 8 zombies to clear the field, paving the way for his entrance. Xiangyang Xia emerged dramatically from around the corner, striding toward the elder brother. He sought to engage in a personal duel, testing the capabilities of a level 1 reviver while reclaiming the dignity he had lost. The elder brother stared blankly as Xiangyang Xia approached, recognizing that this individual exuded an unusual aura. Gripping his machete tightly, he focused intently on Xiangyang Xia, aware that this was no ally but rather a potentially dangerous adversary. Xiangyang Xia removed his mask and tucked it into his pocket, shedding his gloves. Grasping the Qixing Longyuan sword, he charged toward the elder brother, instructing the 8 zombies to form a circle to contain the surrounding zombies, ensuring they would not interfere with his duel. The elder brother scrutinized Xiangyang Xia's visage, reflecting that this individual was certainly not human. He swung his blade toward Xiangyang Xia in response. The clash of steel echoed, Yet rather than the anticipated sparks of battle, a resounding snap filled the air as the elder brother's machete shattered into two pieces. The fight did not unfold as he had envisioned. Instead, he was swiftly overpowered. After severing the elder brother's weapon, Xiangyang Xia delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling 4 to 5 meters away. The elder brother coughed up blood, feeling as if his ribcage had shattered. Attempting to rise, he realized he could not, for the force behind Xiangyang Xia's kick was insurmountable, rendering his body as rigid as wood. The elder brother lay gravely injured. Xiangyang Xia approached, pinning him down, and sank his teeth into the elder brother's neck, savoring the taste of his flesh. His soul erupted with a wave of elation. The blood of a reviver was undoubtedly more exquisite than that of an ordinary human. Congratulations, you have infected 1 reviver, earning 10 evolution points and 10 points. What a delightful experience, indeed. The taste of a reviver was not only more delectable but also yielded double the rewards in points and evolution. It was an exhilarating triumph. In truth, had the elder brother possessed a firearm, Xiangyang Xia might not have subdued him so effortlessly, as the elder brother's proficiency in marksmanship could have turned the tide. His defeat stemmed from lacking a weapon. Summoning his zombies back, Xiangyang Xia resumed his journey on the motorcycle toward the commercial district. Chapter 29. By Xiujing upon reaching the commercial street with his 8 zombies, Xiangyang Xia made a beeline for the excavator, and indeed, his speaker was still there. In these times, aside from Xiangyang Xia, others likely had little interest in retrieving audio equipment. He secured the speaker onto one of the zombies' shoulders and set off toward his next destination, the garbage dump, determined to eradicate the mutated rats. Only by exterminating the mutated beasts can one's own points increase rapidly. Last time, I was unable to handle that group of mutated rat beasts. But now I have leveled up and brought along 8 zombies. I am confident that I can engage in a fierce battle with the pack of mutated rats. As I approached within 500 meters of the garbage dump, I could already smell its foul odor. Indeed, having such a keen sense of smell is not always a blessing. Upon arriving within 200 meters of the garbage dump, I unexpectedly spotted the large raccoon I had encountered on the commercial street before. Compared to our last meeting, its fur appeared even more lustrous, and its size seemed to have increased as well. It was the first to pounce on the mutated rats in the area. Surrounding it, dozens of mutated rats squeaked angrily, and with a swift swipe of its claws, the raccoon effortlessly eviscerated one of the rats. Just like last time on the commercial street, the situation was entirely one-sided. The number of mutated rats in the garbage dump was astonishing, at least dozens of them. Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils name. Raccoon mutated beast level, 2 talent, Devour evolution skills, Bite, Blade, Intimidation. This raccoon was indeed a level 2 mutated beast, possessing 3 skills. With a thunderous roar, the raccoon caused the dozens of rats to freeze in place for several seconds. This must be its intimidation skill, a truly formidable ability. Observing the mutated rats, I noted, Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils name, mutated rat level, 1 talent, Devour evolution skills. Agility. This was not merely a matter of innate dominance, but also a clear disparity in levels. No wonder the raccoon could handle the multitude of mutated rats with such ease. Given this situation, my plan to exterminate the mutated rats seemed doomed to fail. Meow. The orange cat appeared to grow impatient and let out another resounding cry. Its claws moved with extraordinary speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages. The blades had been unsheathed. Several mutated rats were instantly dispatched, their crimson blood splattering the ground. The dismembered bodies of the rats lay scattered about. With a single strike, it had taken down multiple mutated rats, causing the remainder to flee in terror, scurrying away at great speed. The raccoon, however, did not pursue. Instead, it tossed the corpses of several rats into its enormous mouth and devoured them whole. Meowed. It emitted another earth-shattering roar, its fur shimmering even more brilliantly. Its presence was awe-inspiring, exuding an aura comparable to that of a great tiger. Astonishingly, I noticed its level had risen from 2 to 3. Indeed, it had undergone a significant evolution. This was undoubtedly the most powerful mutated beast I had ever encountered. I realized that, despite my confidence in leading 8 zombies, I was unlikely to defeat this raccoon. Prompting me to hastily take cover with my zombies, I completely forgot my earlier intention to confront it and gauge my own abilities. The massive raccoon, despite its size, moved with incredible agility, disappearing after a few leaps. Possibly to pursue the fleeing mutated rats. It had not noticed my presence, concealed in the distance with my 8 zombies. Once I confirmed that the raccoon had moved far away, I cautiously emerged with my zombies. Witnessing the raccoon's advancement left me in utter shock. I began to understand the talent of devouring evolution possessed by mutated beasts. As a zombie, I had evolved from a human, while it seemed that mutated beasts could evolve simply by devouring other mutated beasts and zombies. The speed of their evolution was astonishing, and even at the same level, mutated beasts were evidently superior to zombies and humans. Despite being the chosen one with the system, my evolution lagged behind that of a meerkat, which was truly in the outskirts of Feng City, within the human base. This base was established by soldiers from an army camp originally stationed in the outskirts of Feng City. After the sudden transformation of the soldiers into zombies, the remaining troops continued to fortify the base. Originally, the military base housed 450 soldiers, but after the zombie outbreak and subsequent casualties during the extermination, only 200 soldiers remained. Upon receiving orders from higher-ups to defend the base and rescue civilians, the soldiers worked to strengthen their defenses while also engaging in agricultural production to prepare for a prolonged conflict, all the while striving to rescue the surrounding populace. Though the mission to save others was fraught with danger and potential sacrifice, these commendable individuals endeavored to assist those in need. This time, an elderly Taoist priest accompanied by a young acolyte was present in the military base. The old priest and the young acolyte were the 2 Taoists who had met with me in prison. After escaping from the prison, the old priest, Bai Xiujing, and his disciple, Bai Xiaoza, traveled westward until they reached this military base. They had initially been engaged in secluded cultivation in the mountains. On the day of the solar eclipse, thick fog engulfed the area, causing many to transform into zombies. While they continued their secluded life in the mountains, it was Bai Xiaoza who first noticed the emergence of zombies through the news. Bai Xiujing also sensed a strange change within himself. While practicing his breathing techniques as per Taoist scriptures, he felt a surge of energy flowing within him, seemingly opening the legendary meridians. He even discovered he could perform sword control as described in ancient texts. Realizing the chaos unleashed by the zombies, Bai Xiujing decided to descend from the mountains to eliminate the undead. Upon hearing that the military would rescue the surviving humans and that capable individuals could approach the military base, he and Bai Xiaoza made their way there. Outside the military base, his sword control technique efficiently dispatched zombies, earning him admiration from the personnel within. Recently, the military base had been informed of the existence of revivers and realized that those with extraordinary abilities were indeed revivers. However, witnessing Bai Xiujing's abilities firsthand was still nothing short of miraculous. Other revivers either gained enhanced strength or improved marksmanship and swordsmanship, but the ability to control a flying sword was a legendary skill that left everyone envious. Now, even the appearance of divine beings would no longer astonish them. Chapter 30. Green-headed flies. After learning of Bai Xiujing's intentions, the camp commander, Deng Tianyu, and the sergeants within the military base warmly welcomed him. Please take a seat, Taoist. Deng Tianyu gestured for the priest to sit in the honored position of the base's reception area and personally served him tea, while several other officers stood by respectfully. No need for such formality. As a monk, I do not adhere to such customs. Bai Xiujing declined and took a seat among the other guests in the reception area with Bai Xiaoza. Deng Tianyu, with the straightforwardness typical of a soldier, noted the Taoist's humility and found it even more admirable, appreciating the Taoist's demeanor as one of ethereal grace. He expressed his genuine admiration for Bai Xiujing's exceptional martial skills, stating, "Seeing you eliminate zombies as if they were mere trifles was truly remarkable, especially witnessing your flying sword in action. It felt like something out of a movie, absolutely incredible." As he spoke, admiration shone in his eyes, and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with respect for the old priest. Feeling the reverence from those around him, Bai Xiujing stroked his beard with satisfaction. It is nothing, nothing at all. I have merely had a few insights. Perhaps the 3 pure ones have seen the suffering in the world and bestowed upon me their divine methods to help us through this tribulation. The Taoist is too modest. With you here, we can save more lives from peril, Deng Tianyu replied. The core tenet of Taoism is to retreat to the mountains in times of peace and descend during chaos to save the people from hardship. It is our destiny to do so. Bai Xiujing spoke with righteous fervor, his words resonating with strength. The others were moved by his sincerity, believing he was indeed a celestial being sent to rescue humanity from its plight. As the gigantic raccoon moved away, I prepared to leave the garbage dump with my 8 zombies. My intended prey had already fled, so there was no need to endure the unbearable stench any longer. A keen sense of smell, it seemed, was not a blessing at this moment. Suddenly, a buzz filled the air, an irritating and unsettling sound that caused me to feel a surge of agitation. Such an unusual disturbance was alarming. In my current state as an emotionless zombie, I should not have been so easily perturbed by a mere buzzing noise. This abnormality raised my suspicions. Following the source of the sound, I beheld a massive swarm of oversized green-headed flies. Green-headed flies thrive in garbage dumps, so it was not surprising to find a horde of mutated flies here. Each fly had mutated to the size of a 500-milliliter water bottle, buzzing loudly as they flapped their wings. He discovered that the 8 zombies trailing behind him had begun to leap about erratically, as if on the verge of a rampage. Fiery Eyes name. Green-headed fly mutant beast level. 1 talent. Pollution evolution. Flight skill. Sonic Wave. It appeared that the most formidable ability of this green-headed fly was its capacity to launch sonic wave attacks, thereby unsettling the minds of its adversaries. Xiangyang Xia exerted every effort to rein in the 8 zombies, imploring them to cease their chaotic jumping. Yet, his endeavors were evidently in vain, as the zombies continued their disobedient frolicking. Zombies, naturally possessing acute hearing, found themselves beleaguered by the cacophony of the green-headed fly's sonic assaults, which almost made them cry out for help. Only Xiangyang Xia managed to maintain his composure, resisting the disorienting effects of the sonic waves, though he still felt a twinge of irritation and a sudden burst of determination. Xiangyang Xia seized a fly, punctured its abdomen, and yanked its intestines out, using them to strangle its own neck with a forceful tug. The entirety of its tongue protruded. Then, with a swift and decisive stroke, a resounding swoosh echoed, and the world fell into tranquility. It seemed that despite the green-headed fly mutant beast's impressive sonic attacks, it possessed no other offensive capabilities. When confronted by someone like Xiangyang Xia, who could withstand its sonic onslaught and was of a far superior level, it found itself utterly defenseless, akin to an ordinary fly that could be easily swatted. The remaining green-headed flies, witnessing the brutal treatment of their comrade, immediately intensified their buzzing, flapping their wings to produce an even louder and more frenetic hum, launching an attack on Xiangyang Xia. However, this tactic had little impact on him, only serving to further ignite his fury. After the swarm of green-headed flies attempted to disrupt him and infest him with their viruses, Xiangyang Xia drew forth the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and struck with blinding speed, swiftly littering the ground with the corpses of the green-headed fly mutant beasts. Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 green-headed fly mutant beast. Points 10. Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 green-headed fly mutant beast. Points 10. Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 green-headed fly mutant beast. Points 10. The electronic notifications from the system echoed repeatedly. Soon, the entire swarm of green-headed flies was eradicated by Xiangyang Xia. With the few remaining fleeing in panic, he chose not to pursue them, as their flight speed was far too rapid to match. With the extermination of the green-headed fly mutant beasts, the world around him felt serene, and his spirits soared. The 8 previously chaotic zombies stood quietly, now calmed. Regaining his composure, Xiangyang Xia began to analyze the encounters with these various mutant beasts. From the 3 types of mutant beasts he had encountered, it became evident that each one exhibited enhancements based on its inherent animal attributes, developing talents and skills accordingly. The cat's sharp teeth and claws had evolved into formidable biting and slashing skills. The incessant buzzing of the green-headed fly, capable of inciting annoyance and spreading disease, had culminated in its talent for infectious evolution and sonic wave attacks. Each mutation was an amplified version of their former abilities, akin to an unlimited unleashing of potential. Furthermore, the encounter with the green-headed fly mutant beast had entirely overturned Xiangyang Xia's previous assumption regarding the exclusivity of mammalian mutations. Initially, he believed that only mammals could undergo such transformations. However, the occurrence of the green-headed fly mutant beast suggested that all creatures might be susceptible to the influence of unknown substances, triggering mutations and activating latent powers. It appeared that humans were the first to experience mutations. being the most sensitive to these substances, followed subsequently by other mammals. Gradually, other species might follow, and it was entirely possible that even plants could eventually undergo mutations. What, then, was this mysterious substance? What lay hidden within the mist? Could it be the revival of vital energy as depicted in various novels, a resurgence of the once depleted spiritual energy on this planet? Yet, this scenario seemed implausible. If it were truly a revival of spiritual energy, it would lead to cultivation rather than mutations. Moreover, the simultaneous emergence of this mist across 5 planets suggested a complexity far beyond a mere revival of spiritual energy. Currently, the information available was scant, rendering it impossible to deduce the underlying causes or discern any potential conspiracies. If there were indeed a conspiracy, how should he respond? The only course was to continuously gather information to ascertain the origins of these events and ultimately vanquish any adversaries. No matter the reasons behind it all, the path to strength remained the ultimate truth. Only through cultivating formidable power could he shatter any schemes lurking in the shadows and resolve any challenges that arose. Xiangyang Xia's resolve to grow ever stronger solidified as he embarked upon the path of the mighty. Chapter 31. The Sea King departing from the dump, Xiangyang Xia continued down the street. Having encountered 3 types of mutant beasts in this vicinity, he surmised that the likelihood of encountering others along the way was significant. Should he be fortunate enough to stumble upon survivors, it would present a glimmer of hope for acquiring evolution points and upgrades. With the 8 zombies in tow, he refrained from riding his motorcycle and blasting music in a display of bravado. Instead, he adopted a more cautious demeanor, meticulously scanning his surroundings, ever wary of a sudden mutant beast ambush during a moment of inattention. He proceeded stealthily, embracing a demeanor of utmost caution. The emergence of the raccoon mutant beast. The rat mutant beast and the green-headed fly mutant beast indicated a notable probability of mutant beast encounters. In this vast expanse, the reigning sovereign was no longer merely the zombies. The combat prowess of these mutant beasts was evidently superior to that of the zombies. The latter thrived solely on their sheer numbers, while the higher-level mutant beasts exhibited disinterest in ordinary zombies. As he sought out mutant beasts and survivors, Xiangyang Xia simultaneously engaged in battles against zombies along the way to accumulate points. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the zombies among his ranks had become stronger. Fiery Eyes name. Zombie level. White zombie level 2 talent. Infection. This particular zombie had indeed leveled up, progressing from white zombie level 1 to level 2, having gained experience from battles against zombies and mutant beasts. Remarkably, these few zombies were able to upgrade purely through experience points, promising to become a significant asset in the future. Over this period, his accumulated points had reached 1,600. While conducting a reconnaissance of survivors in a high-end villa area, Xiangyang Xia was startled by indistinct sounds emanating from one of the villas. It appeared to be the raucous revelry of several men and women engaged in a lively gathering. Clearly, they were quite the thrill-seekers. Xiangyang Xia could not help but think, in this apocalypse, when everyone is gripped by fear, how audacious of them to indulge in such activities. Was this a complete surrender to hedonism amidst the end times? Excitedly following the sounds, Xiangyang Xia approached the villa, only to find that, despite their revelry, the group had taken adequate precautions. The iron gates surrounding the villa were securely locked, effectively barring any zombies from advancing. Scaling the iron gates with the 8 zombies in tow, he leaped down into the villa's premises. Inside, the men and women were engrossed in their fervent exploits, entirely oblivious to the arrival of 9 unusual zombies. Xiangyang Xia advanced toward the villa's entrance, where the door was tightly shut and the windows were fortified with wooden boards, rendering the place well protected. Peering through a gap in the window, he beheld a scene of 2 women and 7 men engaged in their exuberant activities, clothing strewn across the floor. Fiery Eyes name. Human Awaken level 1, equivalent to level 1 elite zombie. Talent. Enhanced strength skill. Mastery of swordsmanship. Xiangyang Xia scrutinized the individuals inside, noting that only one among them was an awakened human, specifically one of the 2 women. The women were named Xiang Sisi and Li Lulu, both strikingly beautiful. Xiang Sisi was a popular internet celebrity, renowned for her beauty, figure, and marketing prowess, achieving fame as a prominent influencer. She had a devoted boyfriend who wholeheartedly supported her journey from obscurity to stardom. However, Xiang Sisi was not content. Aside from her boyfriend, she maintained intimate relationships with several male friends. When her boyfriend discovered her connections with others, it led to a public exposure of her affairs, catapulting her into infamy. Her life and career suffered a devastating blow, and she became synonymous with scandal. With her reputation in tatters, she decided to embrace a reckless lifestyle, indulging in hedonism as she distanced herself from her previous self. On the day of the zombie outbreak, she invited a few male friends for a gathering, along with her like-minded companion, Li Lulu. Together, they found solace in the villa, shielded from the chaos outside, with ample food supplies and a tranquil environment devoid of zombie attacks. In this oppressive atmosphere, where one might feel suffocated, they opted for collective enjoyment, and Xiang Sisi was the first to shed her restraints. Her actions ignited a fervor among the others, leading to an uncontrollable melee among the 9 participants. After the initial fear subsided, several individuals remained in the villa, contemplating the uncertainty of their existence. They decided that rather than dwell on their fate, they might as well engage in activities they truly enjoyed. Consequently, whenever they found themselves with idle time in the villa, they often partook in intense battles together. With Xiang Sisi awakening her potential and becoming a resurrector, the safety of their group was significantly enhanced. They believed that as long as they remained united, they could lead a relatively carefree life amidst the apocalypse, devoid of judgment from others. Following Xiang Sisi's transformation into a resurrector, she began to perceive herself as a regal figure, free to act as she pleased, with no one to reproach her. Xiang Yangxia recognized this as an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack, while the 9 individuals were wholly engrossed in their fierce combat. Chapter 32. No Way Out. Cautiously, Xiang Yangxia drew the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, positioning its tip at the keyhole and carving a large circle around it. With the sword's unparalleled sharpness, he effortlessly sliced through the lock. As he extracted the lock, a hole appeared, allowing him to see into the room. The occupants remained oblivious to Xiang Yangxia's actions, engrossed in their revelry, a scene that was quite blush-inducing. Suddenly, Xiang Yangxia found himself doubting his singular focus on how to infect them. Having previously shown no mercy in his attacks on humans, including beautiful women, he pondered whether zombies inherently lacked such desires, or if he had simply changed. He glanced at his subordinate, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Great achievers cannot afford to be distracted by romantic sentiments. He consoled himself in a manner reminiscent of Aq. Why ponder such thoughts at this perilous time? Xiang Yangxia? In this treacherous era, one must strive to become the strongest. Distractions such as women would only impede his swordsmanship. Resolutely, he decided to prioritize infecting the 9 individuals within. Xiang Yangxia mused over the potential of possessing ranged attack capabilities. Remembering the handgun in his backpack, he retrieved it, contemplating a shot at the individuals from the door's opening. However, he realized that indiscriminately firing could lead to their deaths, rendering him unable to gain any evolution value from the infections. He aimed to incapacitate the resurrector by targeting their limbs, but given his poor marksmanship, he deemed this unlikely. Resigned, he secured the handgun in its holster and cautiously pushed the door open. The 8 zombies surged forward towards the tightly entwined group of 9, despite their stealthy approach. The sudden appearance of the 8 zombies at the doorway alerted the occupants. One man, witnessing the 8 zombies leap into the room, shouted, "Who is there?" The others followed his gaze, spotting the approaching figures. To them, it appeared as though there were 8 human beings. During their time in the commercial district, Xiang Yangxia had ensured they were well-dressed, donning fashionable attire and masks, making them indistinguishable from humans. Consequently, the others echoed, "Who are you? What do you want?" They instinctively covered their vital areas, wishing to shield themselves from the 8 intruders. Although the 9 of them reveled in their abandon, they still retained a shred of modesty. Unfazed by the questions, the 8 zombies charged directly towards Xiang Sisi, disregarding the other 8 individuals. Realizing the threat, the occupants prepared for combat. The zombies, however, paid no heed to the others and focused their assault on Xiang Sisi. Caught off guard, she rushed to grab her weapon but was swiftly overpowered by the 8 zombies before she could arm herself. Xiang Yangxia's tactical approach was to neutralize Xiang Sisi, viewing her as the primary threat, while the others posed little risk. Upon witnessing Xiang Sisi's predicament, the others attempted to rescue her but found themselves unable to dislodge the zombies, who held her down without further action. Trapped beneath their weight, Xiang Sisi called out urgently to her companions, "Hurry and save me, grab a knife." As they dashed to gather weapons, Xiang Yangxia swiftly moved to Xiang Sisi's side, crouching before her. Upon recognizing him and seeing his face devoid of the mask, her eyes widened in terror. Congratulations, host. You have infected a resurrector, gaining 10 evolution points and 10 points. A delightful sensation coursed through him, akin to savoring a delectable meal. As the others returned, they were met with the sight of Xiang Yangxia's face buried in Xiang Cici's neck. Li Lulu, chuckling, remarked, "What are you doing? If you want to be with Sister Cici, you could just ask. She wouldn't refuse you, would she? Is this really necessary?" Clearly, Li Lulu misunderstood Xiang Yangxia's actions. Her words elicited a laugh from him. What absurd notions occupied her mind? Xiang Yangxia quickly stood and positioned himself at the doorway, assessing the situation. With 8 zombies at his command, he realized he could have each one ensnare a person without needing to guard the entrance. He then ordered the zombies to leap forward and immobilize each individual, ensuring they could not escape. The 8 individuals, witnessing Xiang Yangxia at the entrance with his prominent fangs stained with fresh blood, evidently from Xiang Cici, felt a chill as they processed the sight of her lifeless form. The remaining 8, mere mortals, were relatively easy to handle. Xiang Yangxia directed the zombies to restrain them, preparing to enjoy a sumptuous feast of evolution. As he grasped Li Lulu, she cast him a flirtatious glance, her voice sultry and inviting as she cooed, "Big brother," attempting to entice him even in his terrifying zombie form. While such tactics might work on an ordinary man, they held no sway over Xiang Yangxia. He lunged for her neck, sinking his teeth in. "Congratulations, host. You have infected a human, gaining 1 evolution point and 1 point." A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The 9 individuals had collectively contributed 18 evolution points and 18 points to him. Xiang Yangxia led the horde of zombies away from the villa, continuing through the community in search of survivors. The once tranquil villa area now echoed with an even deeper silence. "Big brother, is Professor Chun still at his home? It's been so long." Indeed, Professor Chun remains at his residence. We previously spotted him via drone and managed to establish contact through radio. As Xiang Yangxia overheard voices drawing near. He realized the group was approaching his location. In mere minutes, they would converge. He concealed himself and the zombies behind a wall, awaiting their arrival. Moments later, he spotted the approaching individuals, approximately 200 meters away. This group appeared to be a tactical unit, clad in protective gear and helmets, clearly prepared for a zombie encounter. Xiang Yangxia's mind raced with anticipation as he contemplated the delectable meal that awaited him. Chapter 33. A bit lacking in performance. Just as he prepared to leap from his hiding spot and ambush them, he sensed that this group was far from ordinary. Retreating and concealing himself once more, he commanded the 8 zombies to remain still behind him. Those who had survived this long were undoubtedly formidable, and this particular team appeared exceptionally skilled. At the forefront of the group strode a man wielding a hefty cleaver. Dispatching zombies with cold indifference, it was evident this was a disciplined and well-trained squad. Their formation was meticulously structured to counter threats from all directions. Although Xiang Yangxia could not discern the exact number of individuals, he could sense their high level of combat proficiency. The resurrector, Xiao Qinghua, displayed heightened awareness, sensing scrutiny and increasing the team's vigilance. Gripping his cleaver tightly, he tensed, his muscles coiling. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they assessed the risk of their current venture. FireEye, name, Human Resurrector Level 2, equivalent to a Level 2 Elite Zombie. Talent, Enhanced Strength, Skill, Mastery of Firearms. This was the leader's status. Surprisingly, another Resurrector was among them, albeit at Level 1, equivalent to a Level 1 Elite Zombie, with similar talents. The presence of 2 Resurrectors, one of whom was Level 2, reinforced Xiang Yangxia's decision to remain concealed. Noticing the leader wielding a cleaver, he observed the glint of a handgun holstered at his waist, suggesting that their reliance on melee weapons was likely a strategy to conserve ammunition. Only in the face of perilous situations would one resort to wielding firearms against foes. Their skills with machetes would suffice to confront the zombies. The revelation that they possessed guns was astonishing, for it seemed implausible that ordinary humans could acquire such weaponry. Within this city, only the police and military personnel were known to be armed. It was inconceivable that these individuals had obtained their firearms from the police station, given that they each bore a weapon at their waist, something far beyond the police's capabilities. This group was likely composed of soldiers, perhaps remnants from a former army base, now incorporated into the human stronghold. Though the apocalypse had descended upon the world, with zombies and mutated beasts emerging in succession, the power of firearms remained formidable. Xiangyang Xia assessed that, with his current skin resilience, he could withstand but a single bullet from them. Ordinary zombies and mutated beasts would likely falter against even a single shot. After all, he had witnessed how easily Nan Gaohui dispatched zombies in the prison with a single bullet each. His own skin strength surpassed that of typical zombies and mutated creatures, and it seemed only high-level mutated beasts could diminish the threat posed by firearms. For instance, the level 3 mutated beast he had previously encountered. The colossal raccoon could swiftly evade gunfire due to its speed. Originally, he had envisioned a bold plan to protect the group and directly infect them, showcasing his unparalleled prowess. However, that plan had now been dashed. From overhearing their conversation, he learned they were on a mission to rescue someone named Professor Chen. They intended to infect a few individuals to use Professor Chen as bait to lure more people to rescue him, ultimately ensnaring them. Now, they struggled with their first task, and the prospect of the subsequent ones was daunting. Nevertheless, since he had encountered this group, how could he forsake the opportunity without testing the waters? Such an easy surrender was not in Xiangyang Xia's nature. He commanded a zombie to leap into the middle of the road, feigning a desperate plea for assistance as a forlorn human. He gazed intently at the group engaged in battle with the zombies in the distance. Alas, the zombie could not articulate words. Otherwise, he would have staged a grand performance. Xiao Qinghua was the first to notice the zombie in the road and shouted, "Who goes there?" Xiangyang Xia controlled the zombie to tremble violently, portraying an image of terror and helplessness, akin to a human in dire need of rescue. Regrettably, the zombie's inability to speak diminished the realism of the act. It raised its hands to signify its humanity and need for aid. However, to Xiangyang Xia's astonishment, Xiao Qinghua barked, "Get lost, or I'll chop you down." This was not at all what he had envisioned. Xiangyang Xia had intended for the zombie to elicit sympathy as a weakling and blend into their midst, seizing the opportunity to infect Wang Zihua when they were caught off guard. Yet, the unfolding events had strayed far from his expectations. The zombie trembled even more violently, attempting to evoke pity from the opposing party, but unexpectedly, Xiao Qinghua raised his large knife, implying that if the zombie did not leave, he would bring it down with a single stroke. Xiangyang Xia resolved to hold his ground a little longer and continued to control the zombie, refusing to retreat, curious to see how they would respond. Would they truly strike? The glinting blade descended with force, severing the zombie's head, which rolled away. Xiangyang Xia was taken aback. This man was indeed ruthless, striking without hesitation. It was evident that he had transformed entirely from the individuals of a more peaceful era, unburdened by the moral constraints that once governed human behavior. This decisiveness, while not amplifying their strength, significantly enhanced their survival rate. One of the younger members, unable to contain himself, questioned Xiao Qinghua, "Brother, why did you chop him down instead of just sending him away?" That seemed unnecessary in this apocalyptic world. It was crucial for everyone to support one another. The questioner appeared somewhat sympathetic towards Xiao Qinghua's actions. Xiao Qinghua shook his head and replied, "Firstly, that person, despite trembling, had a steady stance, clearly feigning weakness. Moreover, his expression was indifferent, utterly unchanged. He was merely acting, albeit poorly. Secondly, he was fully armed, dressed in clean, fashionable attire. Such a person is evidently formidable, unlike other victims who appear emaciated and weak. For someone to maintain such a comfortable existence in these dire times indicates exceptional capability, yet he chooses to present himself as a victim. Most importantly, in this perilous apocalypse, he wielded no weapon. How has he managed to survive? Doesn't that strike you as odd? His guise surely conceals ill intentions toward us. He would not dare to emerge alone without a purpose. I must strike first to neutralize him." "Brother, you're truly impressive." Having detected so many inconsistencies, the younger member expressed in admiration. This leader was indeed remarkable, adeptly discerning the various anomalies surrounding the zombie. Such calmness and keen observational skills were rare among ordinary individuals. Chapter 34. Garlic with careful observation. It's not particularly difficult, even in these chaotic times. Everyone must remain vigilant. Otherwise, one might lose their life without even realizing it, Xiao Qinghua advised his teammates. The appearance of this individual was indeed suspicious, undoubtedly concealing some nefarious scheme. "Xiao Xian, go check it out." Understood, a tall young man, around 20 years of age, stepped forward from the group, approached the fallen zombie, and felt its body. Finding no possessions, he then moved to retrieve the zombie's head, removing its mask, intending to inspect for any abnormalities. Suddenly, he screamed and dropped the head onto the ground. Seeing Xiao Xian's panicked reaction, Xiao Qinghua swiftly raised his weapon and inquired, "What is it?" As a soldier accustomed to life and death, such a display of shock was unexpected. Something truly terrifying must have transpired to unnerve Xiao Xian so. "Brother, look, this person has 2 large fangs, much like the zombies mentioned by the Taoist priest," Xiao Xian exclaimed, still trembling. Xiao Qinghua examined the fangs on the severed head and then approached the zombie's body, using his knife to lift its clothing, revealing a shriveled form beneath. There was no doubt. It was indeed the type of zombie described by the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest? Xiangyang Xia pondered. Could this be the same old priest who had escaped from the prison? How else would others know of the existence of zombies? This particular zombie appeared to possess high intelligence, managing to disguise itself as a helpless human. Xiao Qinghua fell into deep thought. It was truly bizarre. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. Quickly, everyone, take out the garlic from your backpacks and hang it around your necks, just in case there are more zombies lurking about. Unexpectedly, there truly was a zombie. Fortunately, they had heeded the Taoist priest's advice and brought garlic as a precaution. Xiao Xian returned to the group. Resuming his position, "Brother, I think we should chew on some garlic. It might be more effective against zombies than just wearing it." Simply wearing it might not suffice. One of the men behind Xiao Qinghua offered a constructive suggestion. "That makes sense," Xiao Qinghua concurred. Consequently, several members of the group began to munch on garlic, loudly crunching the cloves. The strong odor of garlic wafted through the air, causing Xiangyang Xia, concealed behind a wall, to nearly faint. So zombies do not fear garlic. Rather, the odor is overwhelmingly pungent. He realized that the zombies possessed an acute sense of smell, and the acrid scent of garlic was almost soul-piercing. Furthermore, after the group's fervent chewing, the garlic odor emanating from their mouths was unbearable. Xiangyang Xia prudently remained hidden behind the wall. His initial plan having failed, he decided to wait until the group had moved on before following at a distance. Seeking another opportunity to eliminate them, he had initially believed they were human, enmeshed in some plot. However, even if they were simply zombies, he still had to remain vigilant against unforeseen events. Xiao Qinghua reflected for a moment before analyzing. Moreover, last time the Taoist priest mentioned encountering a group of zombies in the prison. This one pretending to be human demonstrates considerable intelligence. It is possible this zombie brought other companions with it. We cannot rule out the presence of additional zombies, and we must remain on guard. Completing our mission is paramount. Let us proceed to find Professor Chen. The group's demeanor grew increasingly cautious, their vigilance heightened as they slowly advanced. Once the group had moved a distance away, Xiangyang Xia trailed behind them, relying on their scent to follow discreetly. He instructed the other 7 zombies to maintain a distance of 400 meters behind him, a position he could easily control. At such a distance, even with the heightened senses of a resurrector, they would remain undetected. The group quickly reached a residential building, and the zombies along their path posed no threat. Each member could effortlessly dispatch an ordinary zombie. It was evident they were seasoned veterans, adept at handling zombies with ease. Xiao Qinghua, leading the group, paused at the entrance of the residential building, his brows furrowing as he surveyed the structure. The surrounding silence was eerily unsettling. Despite being a high-end residential area with few zombies outside, they had encountered several along the way. Yet, this building was unnaturally devoid of any zombies, its stillness almost frightening. At that moment, the sight of a few zombies would have provided a sense of reassurance. "Big brother." The man behind also sensed something amiss and couldn't help but call out to Xiao Qinghua, urging him to listen to his elder brother. "Stay close to me." Xiao Qinghua waved his hand, gripped the large machete tightly, and took the lead. With unwavering focus, he carefully observed the surroundings, guiding the group into the lobby of the residential building. The others followed closely behind, undeterred, as they entered the lobby. Suddenly, Xiao Qinghua halted, crouching down to examine a patch of white substance on the ground. The others surrounded him, on high alert, guarding his safety. Scattered across the floor of the lobby were dark, dried bloodstains and some unidentified white threads resembling silk. Xiao Qinghua prodded the thick white threads on the ground with his knife, discovering they were surprisingly tough yet pliable, showing no signs of breaking. Even after cutting, They remained intact, indicating their remarkable durability. It was only when he swung his knife forcefully that the thread finally severed. The material appeared unlike any ordinary rope or plastic. It bore a striking resemblance to thickened spider silk. Rising to his feet, Xiao Qinghua cautioned everyone, "Proceed with caution. The situation appears rather peculiar. Brother, given the strangeness of the circumstances, should we deliberate further?" One member of the team suggested, observing the unsettling scene. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to linger. We must retrieve Professor Chen as soon as possible," Xiao Qinghua insisted. "Moreover, we have yet to ascertain the true nature of this situation. We cannot allow fear to deter us from our mission." He was resolute about completing the task. Continuing to lead the way, he turned towards the building's staircase. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow stealthily followed them into the residential building, trailed by 7 zombies at a distance. As Xiao Qinghua ascended the stairs, he encountered more bloodstains on the ground, along with wings the size of fans and the same white threads seen in the lobby, not only on the staircase but also on the walls. Numerous strands of white silk were observed. Chapter 35. The Giant Spider. Fragments of large, severed limbs littered the ground, the species unknown, yet clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Realizing a formidable confrontation was imminent, Xiao Qinghua drew his handgun and instructed the others, "Everyone, draw your weapons and remain vigilant." Leading the way up the stairs, a dark figure slowly emerged. To their astonishment, it was a colossal insect, sporting 2 enormous antennae atop a rounded head and a segmented body, an immense ant. Its mandibles snapped as it charged towards them. Xiao Qinghua aimed and fired at the ant's head. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the ant's head was blown off. Possessing exceptional marksmanship, Xiao Qinghua's aim was impeccable. Even without its head, the ant continued its relentless advance. What astonished Xiao Qinghua further was the absence of blood or any fluid. It resembled a desiccated puppet. "Open fire!" upon hearing Xiao Qinghua's command. The others swiftly followed suit, their military training evident as they expertly dispatched the ant. Just as they were engaged in combat, another shadow swooped down from above. It appeared to be a large, scaled dipteran, its long antennae and thorax visible, clearly a larger version of the small flying insects they had encountered in the restroom. Taking advantage of the distraction, the giant insect darted towards Xiao Qinghua. With keen reflexes, he sensed the impending attack and deftly sidestepped, firing at the creature and thwarting its assault. He quickly fired several rounds, causing one of the moth-like creatures to lose a wing before it vanished from sight on the staircase. Remarkably, neither the ant nor the giant moth had made a sound during their initial onslaught, attacking with sudden ferocity. The ant, even when shot, displayed no signs of distress. It was evident that these creatures were mere puppets under some external control. After the ant was obliterated, Xiao Qinghua noticed a thin white thread retracting from its body, reminiscent of those seen in the lobby and on the walls, albeit considerably finer, akin to the silk of common spiders. The thicker strands observed in the lobby and on the staircase likely originated from the same species. Conclusively, through the emergence of these mutated creatures, Xiao Qinghua deduced that animals had begun to undergo mutations. He promptly warned his companions, "Everyone, be cautious. These 2 newly emerged beasts are likely under the control of a spider. The thick, rope-like threads are undoubtedly produced by the giant spider. We must tread carefully. This spider seems formidable, capable of controlling those 2 beasts, its strength likely surpassing ours." Xiao Qinghua conveyed his assessment to his teammates, cautioning them about the impending adversary. A member trailing behind him interjected, "Brother, this mission appears exceedingly perilous. Perhaps we should withdraw. After all, we aren't particularly reliant on Professor Chen." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Hua has a point. If it becomes too dangerous, we should retreat." Observing the wavering resolve among his team, Xiao Qinghua reminded them, "Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Have we all forgotten our training? We must embody the iron will of a soldier and complete our mission, even at the cost of our lives." Rescuing Professor Chen, a renowned biologist, holds the key to humanity's salvation. Xiao Hua, hearing his brother's conviction, relented. "Very well, since you insist, we shall follow your lead." Xiao Qinghua continued, "While completing our mission is paramount, we must also prioritize our safety. We cannot allow ourselves to be sacrificed in vain. The giant spider above is undoubtedly formidable. If we find ourselves unable to cope, we must retreat swiftly to preserve our lives." "Understood, brother," the rest of the team echoed in unison. I knew you cared for us, brother, Xiao Hua murmured quietly. They pressed onward. Gripping his handgun tightly, Xiao Qinghua led the way up the stairs. As they reached the second floor, a swarm of over 10 giant mosquitoes suddenly burst forth. With long, needle-like proboscises, they attacked, seemingly capable of draining a person's blood in an instant. Xiao Qinghua was the first to fire at the lead mosquito, his precision ensuring a direct hit to its head. The others followed suit, and amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the mosquitoes fell, showcasing their remarkable combat proficiency. While they battled the mutated beasts, Xiang Yangxia had been trailing behind. Just as the group finished off the mosquitoes, several thick white threads shot forth, aiming for them. The team reacted quickly, skillfully dodging the lethal strands. Fortunately, their agility allowed them to evade the attack, but one teammate was not so fortunate. His arm was pierced by a seemingly soft thread. Another rejuvenator swiftly severed the thread with a machete, warning, "Be cautious. This thread, though it appears soft, is as sharp as a dagger." This rejuvenator, skilled in blade techniques, had opted for a melee weapon while the others wielded firearms. The threads that had missed the group quickly retracted, only for more strands to surge towards them. The rejuvenator wielding the machete swung rapidly, creating a flurry of slashes that severed several spider silks. Yet many still targeted the others, resulting in 2 more injuries. Slowly, a massive spider-mutated beast descended the stairs, its 8 eyes fixed menacingly upon them, its formidable pincers twitching. Through keen observation, Xiang Yangxia discerned that this was a level 3 spider mutant beast. Name: Spider Mutant Beast Level 3 Talent: Devour and Evolve Skill. Silk Hardening and Control faced with a level 3 spider mutant beast and a team comprising a level 2 Rejuvenator and a level 1 Rejuvenator. The question arose, who would emerge victorious? Xiang Yangxia eagerly anticipated the outcome, hoping for a scenario where both sides would suffer, allowing him to reap the benefits. Chapter 36, All Holes. This giant spider proved quite formidable, possessing control abilities akin to my own, and in considerable numbers as well. Impressive. It was not far inferior to myself. Tio evolved to level 3 so swiftly was undoubtedly a testament to its devouring prowess. Previously, the enormous ants and giant mosquitoes he controlled had inflicted some minor injuries on Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong, as they were struck by spider silk. Witnessing the stalemate in battle and realizing the futility of their situation, the colossal spider began to contemplate retreat, gradually withdrawing while utilizing flying insects and its web as cover. Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong, seeing no need to further engage the giant spider, hastily made their way downstairs. After infecting 5 individuals, Xiang Yangxia concealed himself outside the residential building in the grass with 7 zombies riddled with holes, preparing to take advantage once Xiao Qinghua and his companions and the spider had exhausted each other. The rapid evolution of the spider must be attributed to its ability to absorb its own web. The 3rd-tier mutated beast had already reached the same level as the giant raccoon mutant. In terms of skill, the attack power of the large cat seemed to be more formidable. Moreover, in its ordinary form, the giant spider would not stand a chance against the giant raccoon. With a single swipe, the raccoon could dispatch the spider without mercy. Suddenly, a torrent of white silk erupted from the spider's mouth, shooting toward the group. "Be careful," Xiao Qinghua shouted, brandishing his large machete to sever the incoming strands of silk. At that moment, firearms were of little use. Li Chong, an adept swordsman, also swung his machete vigorously, cutting through the webbing ejected by the spider. Meanwhile, others frantically wielded their knives, but due to insufficient agility and strength, they suffered injuries. One unfortunate individual, whose arm had been pierced by the silk, was instantly slain by another strand that impaled him through the chest. Horrified, the others cried out in anguish upon witnessing their comrade's demise. Soon after, 2 more were pierced through the heart by the spider's silk, resulting in further casualties for Xiao Qinghua's team. Overwhelmed by grief and fury, the remaining members were driven to confront the giant spider head-on. "Everyone, retreat. Li Chong and I will hold the rear," Xiao Qinghua urged, aware that staying behind would only lead to more losses. It was wiser to allow the others to escape while he and Li Chong focused on confronting the spider without the distraction of protecting their comrades. "Absolutely not. I must avenge Xiao Lu." Howard refused to retreat, determined to fight the giant spider. With tears streaming down his face, he swore vengeance for Xiao Lu. Xiaohua desperately pulled Howard back, trying to prevent him from rushing into battle, and implored, "Howard, Do not act rashly. Remaining here will only complicate matters for the others. If you stay, they will have to divide their attention to protect us. We must leave so that they stand a chance against the giant spider. If you go, Li Chong and I can avenge Xiao Lu. Xiao Qinghua continued to persuade his teammates to withdraw. At that moment, Howard despised his own powerlessness to avenge Xiao Lu, feeling like a burden to the others. Reluctantly, the group obeyed Xiao Qinghua's orders and retreated downstairs. Meanwhile, Xiang Yangxia waited leisurely at the bottom, ready for their arrival. Tio provided cover for their teammates. Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong fought valiantly against the giant spider. After considerable effort, they finally severed all the spider's silk being shot at them. Furious upon seeing its silk cut away, the spider trembled and emitted a series of deep rumbling sounds. Cover me. Wang Zihua instructed Li Chong. You take the lead and shield me. Wang Zihua drew his handgun and fired several shots at the spider's head, but it evaded the lethal bullets with nimble movements, sustaining 2 gunshot wounds to its legs that oozed black liquid. Xiaohua and 4 teammates retreated to the first floor, where they encountered Xiang Yangxia, who stood in the lobby with open arms, as if welcoming their arrival. Xiaohua and his 4 companions, startled by the sudden appearance of 8 individuals, instinctively pointed their guns at Xiang Yangxia, demanding, "Who are you?" Clearly, after Xiao Qinhua's earlier lessons, they had become much more cautious and no longer naive. Xiang Yangxia, however, could not respond, merely stepping aside to allow them passage, feigning a move forward. Yet, Xiaohua and the others remained vigilant, keeping their weapons trained on Xiang Yangxia. Since cunning was not an option, they resolved to attack directly. With 7 controlled zombies at his command, and having previously lost one to them, Xiang Yangxia calculated his odds against the 5 seemingly trained soldiers, who were now visibly injured from their encounter with the giant spider. Feigning a move toward the staircase, Xiang Yangxia immediately commanded his 7 zombies to leap toward the 5, who were swiftly encircled. Under Xiang Yangxia's orders, the zombies seized the 5's arms, demonstrating their reckless courage by using their bodies to shield against gunfire. In that instant of being ensnared, the 5 realized the peril they were in and fired their weapons in a panic. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. Yet the zombies were unlike humans. Even after sustaining several shots, they remained undeterred as they clutched the 5. Xiang Yangxia drew his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, leaping gracefully into the air to slash at the hands gripping the guns in a flawless arc. He executed his move. The 5 screamed in horror as their hands fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Xiang Yangxia quickly moved in to bite the necks of the fallen, infecting them. This was far too easy, he boasted, reveling in the swift defeat of well-trained soldiers. However, the overwhelming stench of garlic emanating from the infected individuals was nauseating, overshadowing the satisfaction of their easy conquest. Meanwhile, the sounds of struggle and agony from downstairs indicated that Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong were aware their comrades had encountered grave trouble. Energized by this realization, they intensified their assault on the giant spider, hoping to vanquish it quickly and rush to aid Xiaohua and the others. The giant spider, not to be underestimated, summoned more giant flying insects to attack them. Before long, anguished cries echoed from the 5 below. Hearing their comrades' distress, Xiao Qinghua surmised that they were in dire danger. With their resilient spirits, the 5 would not scream so pitifully without cause. Yet, they could not discern the nature of their plight. Fueling their anxiety further, under the relentless assault of the giant spider and the flying insects, they found themselves unable to break free, compelled to fire their handguns at the attacking creatures. Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong had been struck by spider silk as well. Staining their clothes with crimson, as the battle yielded no favorable outcome, the giant spider finally contemplated retreat. Gradually, it began to withdraw, using the flying insects and webs as cover. Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong abandoned their pursuit of the giant spider and hastened downstairs. After infecting the 5, Xiang Yangxia, along with his 7 zombies, concealed themselves in the grass outside the residential building, awaiting the moment when Xiao Qinghua and the spider would wear each other down. Ready to seize the opportunity. Chapter 37. The giant spider's demise. Injured yet resolute, Xiao Qinghua and Li Chong dashed downstairs, disregarding their wounds. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found Xiaohua and the others lying lifeless on the ground. Xiaohua! Xiao Qinghua exclaimed, kneeling beside him to assess his condition, only to discover he had already drawn his last breath. Tears streamed down Li Chong's face, the iron-willed warrior overcome with sorrow. Who did this? What happened? Li Chang shook his head at Xiao Qinghua, indicating that the others too had succumbed. Overwhelmed with grief, he placed a comforting hand on Xiao Qinghua's shoulder. Suddenly, Xiao Hua and the others stirred. Xiao Qinghua, momentarily hopeful, gasped Xiao Hua, but then Xiao Hua lunged at him, attempting to bite in disbelief. Xiao Qinghua dodged, only to notice the fangs protruding from Xiao Hua's mouth. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that his comrades had transformed into zombies. "Ah!" he shouted, clenching his fists, and decisively aimed his gun at Xiao Hua's head, pulling the trigger with a thunderous bang. Li Chang, too, swung his machete at the zombified teammates. After dispatching the 5 zombies, Xiao Qinghua gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "I will avenge this betrayal." He understood that the intelligent zombie was responsible for infecting Xiao Hua. The one he had previously slain was part of the same group. He was determined to hunt down this zombie for retribution against his fallen comrades. "Let us go," he declared as he and Li Chang exited the residential building, returning to the human base. From his hiding spot in the grass, Xiang Yangxia observed the two emerge, noting that though they were bloodied, their injuries were not life-threatening. Considering the zombies beside him, riddled with bullet holes, he decided against revealing himself. It was unlikely he could gain anything from pursuing the two, so he awaited their departure before leading his 7 zombies back into the building, intending to confront the giant spider. As Xiang Yangxia ascended the stairs with his 7 zombies, he encountered the remains of the giant ants, shattered by the assault of Xiao Qinghua and his companions. Continuing upwards, he discovered the corpses of over 10 giant mosquitoes, surrounded by strands of white silk. Throughout his ascent, Xiang Yangxia encountered no obstacles, as the giant spider refrained from summoning any more mutated beasts to attack him. Xiang Yangxia anticipated that the mutated beast controlled by the great spider had likely been nearly eradicated by Xiao Qinghua and his companions. The great spider, having sustained injuries during its confrontation with Xiao Qinghua and his allies, would now be hiding in fear. Thus, Xiang Yangxia, accompanied by 7 zombies, began to meander slowly in search of the great spider's whereabouts. At the site of their final battle, he meticulously examined the area where the great spider had fought, discovering a pool of black liquid on the ground, which he surmised to be the creature's blood. The liquid trailed toward the staircase, with drops falling every meter or so, leading him to deduce that this was the escape route of the great spider, indicating where it had bled while fleeing. Following the path of the liquid, Xiang Yangxia eventually uncovered the great spider's trail at the entrance to the 7th floor corridor. The entrance was ensnared with spider silk, resembling a palace woven from the very strands of a spider. A palace of spiders, the spider's lair. Xiang Yangxia conjectured that the great spider must be hiding within this silk palace. Being injured, it would undoubtedly retreat to this heavily fortified sanctuary rather than seeking refuge elsewhere. As Xiang Yangxia approached the spider silk, the great spider sensed his presence, realizing another enemy had arrived. With a swift command, it manipulated the silk from deep within the palace, launching a direct assault toward Xiang Yangxia. Reacting quickly, Xiang Yangxia drew the 7 stars Long Yuan sword, its razor-sharp edge easily severing the resilient spider silk. Taking advantage of the moment before the spider silk could launch another attack, he swung the sword, obliterating the protective webbing in front of the palace. Enraged by the destruction of its defenses, the great spider leaped in fury. However, the puppet beast it had controlled had already been vanquished by Xiao Qinghua and his team, leaving it with no choice but to confront Xiang Yangxia personally. The great spider unleashed its signature ability, commanding the silk within the palace to attack Xiang Yangxia, while simultaneously ensnaring him in a web from behind. The spider immediately spat out a strand of silk, aiming to assassinate him. Xiang Yangxia quickly commanded the remaining 6 zombies to protect him, engaging in a fierce battle with the great spider to buy himself time. Otherwise, trapped within the web, he would be rendered immobile and at risk of being pierced by the silk. Subsequently, he ordered one of the zombies to gnaw through the web binding him. The silk proved remarkably tough, requiring several bites before the zombie successfully severed the bindings on his arm. Once freed, Xiang Yangxia swiftly used the 7 stars Long Yuan sword to slice away the remaining strands of silk, liberating himself at last. However, during this brief interval, 3 of the 6 zombies had already fallen to the great spider. Xiang Yangxia commanded the remaining 4 zombies to continue restraining the great spider while he rapidly dismantled the webbing that constituted the palace's defenses. With only 1 zombie left standing, He instructed it to throw itself at the spider's legs in a desperate attempt to hold it down. Xiangyang Xia then leaped forward, thrusting his sword toward the great spider's head. The creature narrowly evaded the lethal strike, prompting Xiangyang Xia to adjust his attack, severing one of its legs instead. Enraged, the great spider retaliated, launching a strand of silk that pierced the remaining zombie. Sending it crashing towards Xiangyang Xia, the great spider unleashed a full-on assault against him. Xiangyang Xia adeptly dodged, seizing the opportunity to chop off another of its legs. Having already sustained injuries from his previous battle with Xiao Qinghua, the great spider was now severely weakened, and upon realizing its imminent defeat, it tried to flee. Yet, Xiangyang Xia would not allow it to escape. He tightened his grip, ultimately finding an opening to strike. Plunging his sword into the creature's head, mortally wounded, the great spider made a final, desperate attempt to take Xiangyang Xia down with it, expelling a strand of silk in one last attack. Xiangyang Xia rolled to the side. Narrowly avoiding the lethal silk, the great spider's massive body collapsed to the ground, its strands of silk falling limply, devoid of control. With the great spider defeated, Xiangyang Xia approached and swiftly severed its head with the 7 stars Long Yuan sword, ensuring its complete demise. Not a single one of the 7 zombies he had brought remained. Congratulations to the host for slaying one great spider mutated beast, earning 30 points. The spider silk proved remarkably useful, being as hard as iron yet as flexible as fine thread. Xiangyang Xia sliced open the great spider's body, revealing a cluster of white silk within. Congratulations to the host for activating a new system function, manufacturing function. Chapter 38. Frantically activating functions. What is the manufacturing function? Can it create weapons? Xiangyang Xia pondered, questioning the system. The system, unresponsive to his queries, continued in its emotionless electronic tone. Congratulations to the host for activating new functions, gathering function and backpack function. Wow, what a fortune! Suddenly activating so many functions within the system. The system is truly impressive. The overview of the manufacturing function states, materials can be used to create items and weapons as long as the host envisions the desired item. The system will manufacture it accordingly. The gathering and backpack function overview states, the host can acquire materials from defeated mutated beasts and store them in the system's backpack. To think that after defeating the great spider, he unexpectedly gained so much. Currently gathering. Congratulations to the host for collecting a bundle of level 3 spider silk. Spider silk, a product of the great spider mutated beast, is both soft and strong, suitable for crafting protective gear and weapons. It appears that by unintentionally slicing open the great spider's body, he activated this series of functions, part of a hidden quest. The system has truly been generous this time. Xiangyang Xia observed the manufacturing panel, which displayed 2 boxes with a plus sign in the middle and an arrow leading to another box. The 2 boxes below were labeled materials, indicating where he could place the materials he had gathered before processing them into the final product indicated by the box after the arrow. The topmost box was labeled crystals, signifying enhancements for weapons. He wondered what crystals were. This function suits me perfectly. Xiangyang Xia decided to place the spider silk into one of the boxes. With only 1 box remaining, he contemplated what else could be added. After a moment's thought, he realized he had nothing else to contribute. He imagined a design for a soft silk vest and initiated the manufacturing process. In no time, a delicate white silk vest crafted from spider silk appeared in his hands. This system is quite intelligent. Xiangyang Xia couldn't help but praise it. The silk's durability was commendable, capable of withstanding a fierce blow from an ordinary blade. Once he acquired additional materials in the future, he could enhance its quality further. Xiangyang Xia then donned the white spider silk vest. The rewards were plentiful. He had not only vanquished the great spider but also activated 2 system functions and obtained the spider silk vest, marking a resounding victory. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, he noticed several egg-sized white spider eggs scattered amidst the remnants of spider silk in the corner of the corridor. These must have fallen when he destroyed the webbing. I wonder if destroying these eggs will yield points? Xiangyang Xia approached and picked up the spider eggs. Congratulations to the host for activating the pet function. No way, what incredible luck today. Another pet system has been activated, suggesting that he might raise these spider eggs as pets. Having 2 spiders as pets wouldn't be so bad. If they could evolve into spider spirits, that would be even more perfect. The spider spirits in Journey to the West are all depicted as beautiful. However, Xiangyang Xia knew that such thoughts were merely fantasies. The eggs would not transform into spirits, but rather into great spider-mutated beasts. The host can capture mutated beasts during their juvenile stage, with a certain probability of taming them as pets to assist in combat. The host can currently possess 2 pets. The sudden turn of fortune left Xiangyang Xiao overjoyed, struggling to find words to express his elation. The pet mutated beasts could aid him in battle, and with his help, they could rapidly evolve into formidable allies. He gathered the remaining spider eggs, planning to capture them once they hatched, ensuring he would have enough in case of failure. After scouring the area, he collected all the spider eggs. Utilizing the backpack function, the spider eggs vanished into the system storage. As he gazed at the great spider's severed body, he silently expressed gratitude. "Thank you, great spider, for enabling me to acquire so many functions. I will take good care of your little ones, nurturing them into powerful great spider mutated beasts. You can rest easy now." With that, he turned away from the corridor and began to scour the residential building for survivors. He soon discovered 2 rooms emanating human presence. Using the sharp 7 stars Longyuan sword, he effortlessly opened the doors and granted them a swift end, infecting them. Xiangyang Xia knew that one of these households must contain Professor Chen, but he had no way of directly inquiring as to who it was. Moreover, he had no desire to find out, understanding that his fishing plan was now rendered futile. Xiao Qinghua and his companions suffered grievously this time, and it is highly unlikely they will attempt to rescue Professor Chen again. Remaining here would merely be a waste of time. Should they resolve to save Professor Chen, they would undoubtedly send a more formidable team, one that would surpass his own capabilities. It would be wiser to let Professor Chen become infected and depart with grace. Seeking out survivors to progress more swiftly, Xiao Qinghua and Li Chang returned in disarray to the human base on the outskirts of Feng City. Upon witnessing their disheveled state, Captain Deng Tianyu sensed the dire situation. The mission had failed, and it was probable that others had perished. Without a word, Deng Tianyu rushed to support the 2, urgently calling for the medic. Xiao Qinghua, upon seeing Captain Deng, remained silent, his expression a portrait of sorrow as he watched the medic tend to their wounds. The deaths of several comrades left his heart in ruins. Their bond, forged over many years, had grown as close as that of brothers. The outbreak of the zombie tide had only deepened their sense of kinship, particularly with Xiao Hua, whom he had treated as a younger brother, showering him with affection and care. Yet, this time, only he and Li Chang had survived. The more he pondered on their return journey, the heavier his heart grew. Laden with guilt at that moment, Xiao Hua and the others had sensed something amiss and had urged him to retreat, to abandon the mission to rescue Professor Chen. However, he had insisted on pressing forward, believing in their team's prowess and that they could escape if things took a turn for the worse. Ultimately, it was his insistence that led to their demise. He had dragged them into the mission with no means to protect them. The fault lay squarely with him. Observing Xiao Qinghua's desolation, Deng Tianyu hesitantly spoke. Captain Xiao he paused, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, he felt compelled to inquire about the fate of Xiao Hua and the others. Chapter 39. An inexpressible grief. Though he anticipated the answer, he knew that voicing such a question would be cruel. Yet, as the leader, he felt the necessity to understand the circumstances of their mission. Hoping to provide Xiao Qinghua an outlet for his pin-up emotions, Xiaohua Li Chang, witnessing Xiao Qinghua's profound sorrow and self-reproach, sought to voice the words for him, but Xiao Qinghua raised a hand to stop him, insisting, "Let me speak, and no matter how painful." These truths had to emerge from his own lips. "We encountered a giant spider during our mission, and 3 of our teammates sacrificed their lives in battle. I and Li Chang covered Xiaohua and the others during their retreat. They must have encountered a zombie during their escape, which led to their infection. After we repelled the giant spider, we pursued Xiaohua's group. Only to find them transformed into zombies, I had to send them on their way." Xiao Qinghua spoke these words with immense sorrow, each syllable weighed down by anguish, as if he had expended all his strength. Deng Tianyu discerned the depth of his grief and understood that their mission to rescue Professor Chen had ended in utter failure, leaving them nearly annihilated. In this apocalyptic world, such cruelty was inescapable. "Captain Xiao, please accept my condolences. I know you regarded your comrades as family. Their sacrifice must weigh heavily on your heart. Take some time to recuperate with Li Chang at the base. We can discuss everything else later." He patted Xiao Qinghua on the shoulder. Suddenly, Xiao Qinghua grasped Deng Tianyu's arm, asking, "What of Bai Zhenren? Where has he gone?" Bai Zhenren is at his quarters in the camp. Are you inquiring about the zombies? Deng Tianyu surmised Xiao Qinghua's intent. Yes, Xiao Qinghua replied, casting a glance at Deng Tianyu before hastening toward Bai Zhenren's residence, with Li Chang following closely behind. Deng Tianyu contemplated, but chose not to pursue them. Upon reaching Bai Zhenren's door, Xiao Qinghua knocked urgently, the sound echoing through the air. Inside, Bai Zhenren and his apprentice Bai Xiaoze were engrossed in their training when the frantic knocking interrupted them. Opening the door, they were met with the sight of Xiao Qinghua and Li Chang, both heavily bandaged. Before Bai Zhenren could speak, Xiao Qinghua urgently inquired, "You previously informed us about the zombies. Do you possess any additional information? I wish to know everything regarding your last encounter with them." Annoyed by the lack of decorum in the loud knocking and the abrupt questioning, Bai Xiuqing frowned and asked, "Why so many questions?" Sensing Bai Zhenren's displeasure, Xiao Qinghua explained, "This time, my brothers and I embarked on a mission. Initially, we encountered a zombie masquerading as a helpless human. I was fortunate to see through its guise and eliminate it. However, during our battle with the giant spider, my brothers were attacked by a zombie during their retreat and were all turned. I must avenge my comrades and track down the zombie responsible for their infection." Bai Zhenren responded gravely, "Previously, my apprentice and I encountered several zombies in a prison, which we dispatched. Yet, many more appeared, overwhelming us, and we had to retreat, intending to return later to eradicate them. Beyond that, I possess little more information. My understanding of zombie behavior is limited to ancient texts. I do not possess greater knowledge than you. After all, I have never faced zombies before, and this recent emergence is indeed peculiar, I see." Xiao Qinghua said, disappointment washing over him as he departed Bai Zhenren's quarters. Nonetheless, he had gleaned a crucial piece of information. There was a nest of zombies within the prison, and if he ventured there, he could surely unearth the culprit behind the transformation of Xiaohua and the others. Upon returning to their residence, Li Chang consoled Xiao Qinghua, "Brother, do not dwell in sorrow and guilt. This incident was beyond your foresight." Xiao Qinghua replied, "Xiangzi, you are all that remains of our brothers. Spare me your consolation. I will recover swiftly. I must avenge Xiaohua and the others. You are injured too. Focus on healing. I wish to be alone for a while." "Very well. I shall take my leave then. Dio, take care of yourself." Li Chang bid farewell and returned to his room. The sacrifice of their comrades weighed heavily on Li Chang's heart as well. He had concealed his sorrow earlier, worried it would only add to Xiao Qinghua's distress. Lying in bed after returning to his room, he reflected on countless memories shared with his brothers. After Li Chang departed, Xiao Qinghua found himself alone in the eerie silence of his room. His mind involuntarily wandered to the myriad moments spent training and fighting alongside his comrades. Xiaohua's bright, dependent smile surfaced in his mind, followed by the faces of the others. He loathed himself for embarking on this mission, increasingly convinced that it was this damned task that had led to their tragic fate. The more he contemplated, the more he believed that things should not have unfolded this way. Gradually, the notion of leaving the camp took root in his mind. He envisioned establishing his own base with Li Chang and the others. He resolved to disregard any foolish plans to save humanity. In this dire situation, establishing their own power was the wisest course of action. Xiang Yangxia departed the residential building where Professor Chen resided and returned to the villa where he had previously encountered Xiang Sisi and her 9 companions. With all 8 of his zombie minions having perished, he resolved to replenish his ranks here. He took control of Xiang Sisi, Li Lulu, and the remaining 6 male zombies. The only remaining male zombie who did not meet Xiang Yangxia's approval was set aside. Taking great care, Xiang Yangxia dressed the 8 zombies in clothing and equipped them with masks, leading them out as if he were a grand boss accompanied by 2 beautiful women, followed by 6 loyal bodyguards. Chapter 40. The Asylum of Madness. The survival rate for humanity is abysmally low. Xiang Yangxia could not help but complain. Leading his 8 zombie subordinates on a lengthy journey, he encountered few surviving humans. Bored, he could only have his zombies battle the undead, accumulating points. Though he could not find any living humans, encountering a few mutated beasts would suffice. Regrettably, aside from the giant spider mutant encountered at Professor Chun's residential building, the vast complex yielded no other mutated creatures. How curious! Initially, Xiang Yangxia had anticipated that even if he did not encounter humans, slaying a few mutated beasts for materials would be splendid. However, he had not expected that besides the giant spider mutant, other mutated beasts existed within the complex. Many had fallen victim to the giant spider, becoming its evolutionary fodder, while others had been controlled as puppets. Mutated beasts do not remain stationary, waiting for Xiang Yangxia to gain experience and materials. Some had ventured elsewhere to hunt their kind for evolutionary value. Exiting the upscale residential area, Xiang Yangxia continued along the road, seeking a locale where more humans congregated, planning to make a significant haul. Xiang Yangxia prepared to wander through the city, seeking to accumulate some evolutionary value before venturing to the suburbs or even the deep, wild mountains. The number of survivors capable of enduring within the city was undoubtedly scarce. The suburbs and the vast countryside likely harbored more. The city's dense population and the difficulty in obtaining sustenance significantly diminished human survival rates. More importantly, the countryside was teeming with animals, many of which engaged in a cycle of predation and evolution, thus giving rise to numerous advanced mutated beasts. The mere thought sent a chill down Xiang Yangxia's spine in the depths of the forest. The abundance of animals feasting upon one another would inevitably lead to the emergence of formidable creatures, just as in the ocean. The future rulers of the animal kingdom would undoubtedly possess the power to wreak havoc. It was imperative for him to enhance his own evolution, striving to surpass these advanced mutated beasts to ensure a worry-free future. While the mutated beasts had yet to reach their full potential, he resolved to hunt a few high-level mutated beasts, thereby uncovering an array of rare treasures to forge various weapons. As he walked, he found himself unexpectedly standing outside the Third People's Hospital of Feng City. Gazing at the large, conspicuous sign, he mused on how he had unconsciously arrived at this location. This was Feng City's mental hospital, housing a multitude of patients. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, who could say what fate awaited the inhabitants within? After all, the facility usually accommodated around 1,000 individuals. It bore resemblance to the prison he had previously been in, where over 1,000 inmates remained. With more than 300 surviving, logically, the hospital should also have a fair share of survivors. Even a 1% survival rate could yield a dozen individuals. He would soon find out by venturing inside. With this thought, Xiang Yangxia entered the Third People's Hospital accompanied by 8 zombies. The normally bustling hospital was now eerily silent, a stark contrast to its usual vibrancy. Upon entering, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The oppressive silence within was palpable. In an apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, one would expect to encounter at least a few, yet here, there were none. Outside, zombies wandered aimlessly, but within these walls, not a single one could be found. The strangeness of it all was truly disconcerting. On the day of the apocalypse's outbreak, the hospital had bustled with activity, medical personnel attending to patients and dispensing medication. Patients were confined within heavily barred rooms, watching television or engaging in crafts. Suddenly, chaos erupted as many transformed into zombies, sending those outside into a frenzy of panic. However, the patients inside were trapped behind iron doors, unable to escape in time. Among them was Yuan Deming, a robust young man in his 20s, standing at 1.85 meters tall. Witnessing his fellow patients transform into zombies and attack others, he seized a plastic stool to fend them off. In the psychiatric ward, to prevent harm to patients or attacks on others, no weapons were permitted, leaving only the flimsy stool at his disposal. It shattered upon impact, yet provided a momentary reprieve from the zombies' assault. He and a few alert patients dodged the attacks, initially finding it manageable as the newly transformed zombies moved sluggishly. The less coherent patients fell prey to the ravenous undead, as the zombies feasted upon human flesh. They evolved rapidly. Many became elite zombies, gaining strength and agility. The tightly shut iron doors left Yuan Deming and his companions with no means of escape, forcing them to seek refuge and defend themselves within the confines of their ward. Yuan Deming and a few clear-headed patients procured a mop and enforced stand, using them as weapons to combat the zombies. Trapped within the ward, they had no choice but to fight back. Their desperation ignited a latent potential, and together, they succeeded in exterminating all the zombies. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, they sought to pry open the doors and windows to escape. Unlike ordinary windows, those in the mental hospital were reinforced with steel bars. After considerable effort, they managed to unfasten several iron doors, only to find themselves surrounded by zombies outside, making escape impossible. It was safer to remain inside the ward. Yuan Deming and the other patients continued to hide, relying on scant supplies of food while devising ways to acquire provisions from the cafeteria. Just as they began to feel secure, danger loomed on the horizon. For them, food was not the most critical need. Rather, it was medication. The psychological trauma from the outbreak had disrupted their treatment, and without their prescribed drugs, Yuan Deming's condition relapsed. He began to perceive everyone as a demon, as a threat, and started attacking his fellow patients. His imposing stature and newfound strength transformed him into a resurrected being. Overpowering the others, he believed that by consuming their flesh and blood, he could eradicate them entirely. Chapter 41. The asylum leaped to the moment Xiang Yangxia stepped through the hospital's entrance. He sensed something amiss. He knew instinctively that a significant adversary awaited him. This eerily quiet atmosphere mirrored the situation he faced in Professor Chen's residential building, where he encountered the colossal spider, an entity that seemingly influenced the entire building. If this creature within the hospital exerted a similar effect, it was undoubtedly more formidable than the spider. The spider was a level 3 mutated beast. Could this being already be at level 4? Regardless, he needed to investigate further to ascertain whether an opportunity to hunt a level 4 mutated beast awaited him. Although he had previously bested the level 3 spider while it was engaged in battle with Xiao Qinghua and others, sustaining injuries that weakened it, he was confident that if he confronted the spider at its peak, he could emerge unscathed. Cautiously, Xiang Yangxia led 2 female zombies and 6 bodyguard zombies through the eerily quiet outpatient building. He needed to ensure he did not endanger himself while seeking larger prey. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, he noticed a newly emerged evergreen tree mutated beast in the green belt adjacent to the outpatient building. Fiery Eye of Insight name. Evergreen tree mutated beast level 0 talent, none skills, none surprisingly. A level 0 mutated beast still existed, indicating it had only recently undergone evolution. Upon realizing its low level, Xiang Yangxia abandoned any thoughts of exterminating it, deciding instead to let it grow stronger before striking. The evergreen tree seemed aware of its vulnerability, remaining still as Xiang Yangxia and his zombies passed by, its leaves drooping. Xiang Yangxia noted this response, thinking the evergreen tree was quite astute, clearly wishing to avoid detection. Little did it know, his fiery eye missed nothing. The inpatient building was situated 300 to 400 meters from the outpatient building, with a sports field and landscaped areas in between, alongside a small pond where a vibrant willow tree swayed in the breeze. As Xiang Yangxia approached the willow, he sensed a hostile presence emanating from it. Fiery Eye of Insight name. Willow Tree mutated beast level 3 talent, devour and evolve skills, control. Willow Leaf kill. As he perceived the aura of the willow tree mutated beast, it too detected Xiang Yangxia's arrival. In an instant, the willow deftly commanded dozens of mutated mosquitoes to attack him. However, once the mosquitoes became its puppets, their combat effectiveness diminished significantly. Xiang Yangxia brandished the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 of the mutated mosquitoes. The other zombies joined in, effortlessly clawing down a few more. Realizing that his controlled creatures posed no threat to Xiang Yangxia's zombies, the willow tree unleashed its branches in a furious assault. Xiang Yangxia quickly retreated, noting that although the willow's strikes were swift, his own speed surpassed it. Moreover, the reach of its branches appeared limited. Once he moved beyond 150 meters from the tree's trunk, they ceased to extend. After failing to strike him, the willow tree retracted its branches. Recognizing that the willow tree posed no significant threat, Xiang Yangxia turned to lead his 8 zombies toward the inpatient building. He had no desire to engage in a drawn-out confrontation with the willow tree. He sensed that its overall combat capabilities were likely inferior to those of the spider, and he had reason to believe that a more powerful entity lurked within the building. There was no need to squander his strength here. Upon entering the inpatient building, the once pristine floors were now littered with shattered items, a scene of utter disarray. The building was substantial, comprising 8 stories, each housing a major department with numerous single rooms. Xiang Yangxia resolved to search each floor systematically, one by one. Upon searching the second floor of the inpatient building, not a single survivor was found. It was peculiar, for one would expect a hospital of such magnitude to harbor numerous survivors. As they ascended to the third floor, Xiang Yangxia was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable sensation, one that felt both suffocating and oppressive. He sensed that he was nearing the core of the matter. After thoroughly examining the entire third floor, Xiang Yangxia found no survivors or any signs of abnormality. The surroundings appeared utterly ordinary, with items strewn about and darkened bloodstains splattered across the ground, alongside severed limbs. Proceeding with heightened caution, accompanied by 8 zombies, He remained vigilant of his surroundings, adopting a softer tread. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he glimpsed a tall man in the shadows of the corridor. His back turned, gnawing on something. Realizing Xiang Yangxia's presence, the man turned, revealing his blood-soaked lips. Xiang Yangxia's eyes widened in horror as he discerned that the man was holding a human leg. How had such a monstrous human emerged? This man was none other than Yuan Deming. Initially, Xiang Yangxia speculated that the man was reduced to cannibalism due to desperation from starvation. However, he failed to grasp that Yuan Deming had succumbed to madness. After falling ill that day, he perceived the world as a malevolent entity, convinced that everyone sought to harm him. In his delusion, he believed that the only way to escape their malice was to devour them. Thus, leveraging his robust physique, he seized fellow patients, tearing into their flesh and consuming them. Once his latent potential was awakened, transforming him into a resurrector, he became invincible. Not only did he feast on his fellow patients, but he also turned to zombies. After annihilating all the patients in his ward, he ventured into other departments in search of survivors, ultimately consuming every survivor within the hospital. As a resurrector, after feasting on a substantial number of humans, he absorbed the energies of those who were also resurrectors, accumulating power within himself. It appeared that he could also absorb the energy from zombie flesh, establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of the hospital. Furthermore, due to his consumption of vast quantities of zombie flesh, his physique underwent a grotesque transformation. Name: Human Resurrector Level. 5 abilities: Devour Evolution, Strength Enhancement Skills, Mastery of Staff Techniques, Agility. This was indeed terrifying. A human capable of Devour Evolution was undoubtedly the most bizarre entity Xiang Yangxia had ever encountered. Moreover, he had already attained level 5, not to mention possessing 2 abilities and 2 skills. Such a being was unequivocally monstrous. Xiang Yangxia observed Yuan Deming seemingly captivated by something of interest. Discarding the human leg from his grasp in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to stand before Xiang Yangxia. Even Xiang Yangxia was taken aback by this sudden movement, gaining a clear understanding of his speed. Despite standing 100 meters apart, he traversed the distance in an instant, a velocity that could only be described as terrifying. Delicious, he uttered, reaching out towards Xiang Yangxia. Chapter 42. Leap into the madhouse. 3 Foolish. Xiang Yangxia was filled with confusion at his behavior. He raised the 7-star Long Yuan sword and aimed it at Yuan Deming's hands. Yuan Deming swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. His face contorted with rage. Demons! You are all demons! Suddenly, he erupted into a frenzy. Indeed, he was a fool, a madman at that. Grasping a metal rod, he swung it violently at Xiang Yangxia. Xiang Yangxia dodged the attack and retaliated by severing half of the rod. This only further enraged Yuan Deming, who began to swing the rod with increasing ferocity, while Xiang Yangxia parried with his sword. In a moment of carelessness, Xiang Yangxia was struck on the back, sending him flying 50 to 60 meters away. Even with his hardened physique, the impact left a dent in his back, illustrating the sheer force of Yuan Deming's blows. Witnessing Xiang Yangxia being hurled away, Yuan Deming charged forward, raising the rod to strike again. Xiang Yangxia hastily commanded the 8 zombies to impede Yuan Deming's advance. They leaped forward, encircling him, their claws poised to attack. Yet, with a single swing of his metal rod, Yuan Deming sent all 8 zombies flying. Xiang Yangxia directed the closest zombie to latch onto Yuan Deming, clinging to him like a leech, while the others joined in the assault. Yuan Deming, burdened by the clinging zombie, retreated swiftly, dodging lethal strikes aimed at him while enduring several blows from the zombie. Despite the strength of his body, the zombie's attacks only inflicted minor surface wounds. He forcefully struck the clinging zombie with the rod, flattening it against the ground with 2 blows. Recognizing Yuan Deming's formidable combat prowess, Xiang Yangxia quickly retreated with the remaining zombies down the hospital stairs. Yuan Deming, undeterred, pursued Xiang Yangxia's fleeing form. The slowest of the zombies was struck down by several blows from Yuan Deming. Realizing he was about to be caught, Xiang Yangxia intentionally veered towards the direction of the willow tree mutant beast. Sure enough, the willow tree's branches lashed out at Xiang Yangxia, who skillfully evaded the strikes and pressed on. His intent was to lure Yuan Deming into a confrontation with the willow tree, providing him with an opportunity to escape. The willow tree mutant beast, frustrated at missing Xiang Yangxia, ensnared one of the zombies instead, draining its energy through its branches. Yuan Deming rushed over, instantly captivated by the sight of the Willow Tree mutant beast, and redirected his assault towards it. His plan to divert disaster was a success. The Willow Tree mutant beast engaged in combat with Yuan Deming's puppets, allowing Xiang Yangxia to hastily retreat with the remaining 5 zombies. Once outside the hospital, Xiang Yangxia exhaled a sigh of relief, finally feeling safe. He led the 6 zombies far away, grateful that he had not eliminated the Willow Tree mutant beast earlier, as escaping from that madman would have proven considerably challenging. Yuan Deming's strength was indeed formidable and terrifying. The Willow Tree mutant beast unleashed a flurry of branches towards Yuan Deming, only to have them shattered by his rod. With remarkable speed, he closed the gap to the Willow Tree mutant beast's trunk. The Willow Tree mutant beast unleashed its ultimate technique, Willow Slaughter, sending countless leaves flying like daggers toward Yuan Deming. Utilizing his agility, he evaded left and right, wielding his rod to create a protective barrier around himself. Despite his efforts, the barrage of leaf daggers was challenging to withstand, and even with his relentless defense, many struck him, leaving dozens of gashes that bled profusely. Yuan Deming continued to wield his rod, knocking down the onslaught of leaf daggers. He then leaped forward, driving the rod into the willow tree's roots, piercing straight through its trunk. With a powerful kick, he shattered the Willow Tree mutant beast. Yuan Deming raised his rod and struck the base of the tree, ultimately slaying the Willow Tree mutant beast. Upon its demise, a radiant green object emerged from the roots. Yuan Deming snatched it and consumed it eagerly. After ingesting the shimmering green object, he felt invigorated, and soon after, his strength surged once more. How could such a powerful human resurrector exist within the hospital, and yet appear to be utterly deranged? Did his ability to devour other humans play a role in this? This possibility could not be dismissed. Xiang Yangxia pondered the reasons behind a resurrector possessing such extraordinary capabilities, glancing at the remaining 5 zombies. He mused to himself about their unfortunate fate as mere cannon fodder. He continued along the street with his 5 remaining zombies. Given the terrifying level of that madman in the hospital, it was imperative for him to rapidly enhance his own strength. Xiang Yangxia swept through the area with his 5 zombies, entering residential complexes and large commercial establishments in search of any remaining human survivors. After tirelessly scouring for over 10 hours, he managed to find only about 10 humans. The number of survivors in the city was alarmingly scarce. Based on previous government drone reports, the army had established a human base at the suburban military outpost. There should be a considerable number of survivors there. The task force he encountered previously in Professor Chen's apartment building likely originated from that human base. It was reasonable to assume that many survivors had been rescued and brought to the base, where they continued to live and reproduce while defending against the zombies. However, it was certain that various elite humans would be present for defense, equipped with handguns, machine guns, and artillery. Thus, the defensive measures of that human base would likely be exceedingly formidable. Moreover, with the existence of other resurrectors, considering the ratio of army personnel, there should be more than 10 resurrectors at the military base. Additionally, with more resurrectors likely joining the base, the camp could potentially host dozens of resurrectors, making it an exceptionally powerful stronghold. Reflecting on the multitude of human survivors, Xiang Yangxia could not suppress the tears of emotion welling at the corners of her mouth. Yet, how could one infiltrate the inner sanctum of the human base and complete this challenge unscathed? Chapter 43. Disturbing the ant nest. Utilizing a transformation card might allow for a seamless passage through the inspection, enabling her to blend into the human base. However, after 45 minutes, the card would expire, making it increasingly difficult to evade scrutiny. Moreover, should she infect a human at the outset, detection would lead to an assault by numerous human revivalists, armed with an array of handguns and machine guns. This plan was far too perilous. Xiang Yangxia harbored no confidence in her ability to escape unscathed amidst such overwhelming opposition. It was prudent to await a more foolproof strategy before attempting to infect the humans at their base. Quickly dismissing this notion, she continued her search for survivors along the road when suddenly, the long silent system alert chimed. A random mission was triggered. Generating mission. Random mission issued. Exterminate a colony of mutated ants. Mission summary. Ahead, on the hillside, resides a colony of mutated ants. Difficulty, unknown. Time, none. Mission reward, 1 purple crystal. Xiang Yangxia was taken aback. She had not anticipated the system would begin issuing missions again. especially since it had been quite some time since her last task. Accompanied by 8 zombies, she proceeded toward the location designated by the system, the small hillside by the roadside. After leaving the hospital, she had infected a few more humans, adding 3 additional zombie subordinates to her ranks. Observing from outside the hillside, she noted that this slope was adjacent to the urban roadway. It must have once been landscaped, for a barren hillside at the edge of the city would be an eyesore. Now, however, the slope was stripped bare, its surface covered in a profusion of fine sand, a testament to the work of the ants. This colony of mutated ants had undoubtedly constructed their nest within the hillside, obliterating all greenery in the process, transforming the area into an ideal habitat for their kind. Countless ants swarmed outside, diligently hauling objects several times their size to the market. The scene was bustling and vibrant, a testament to their industriousness. Xiangyang Xia observed various types of ants, their sizes comparable to those she had previously encountered. There were black ants and small red ants, likely ordinary ants now subservient to the mutated ants, laboring under their command. She instructed her zombies to lead the charge up the slope. The group of 9 zombies trampled a vast number of ants underfoot as they ascended. Upon reaching a height of over 20 meters, Xiangyang Xia discerned that the ants here were significantly larger, measuring approximately half a meter in length. The smaller ants were seen carrying tiny morsels of food, while these larger ones transported human limbs and chunks of mutated flesh. Such sizable ants were undoubtedly mutated creatures. Fiery eyes, name, worker ant mutant level, 1 talent, great strength skill, bite indeed. They were mutants. Worker ants are responsible for transporting food and performing labor within their colonies, possessing exceptionally developed mandibles. Witnessing the sheer number of mutated ants, she knew there must be even more above. It was an absolute treasure trove of points. Gazing at the approaching zombies, the worker ant mutants, drawn by the scent of decay, fixed their fierce gazes upon them. The worker ant mutants cast aside their burdens and charged towards the zombies, their robust mandibles quaking as they lunged. Such formidable worker ant mutants could be easily dispatched by Xiangyang Xia, or even her zombie subordinates, without any effort. The hard mandibles of the ants failed to penetrate the tough skin of the zombies, barely even causing a tickle. This one-sided confrontation was perfectly suited to Xiangyang Xia's style. She thrived in favorable conditions. The zombie subordinates lifted their feet, crushing a mutated ant with each step. Observing the ferocity of Xiangyang Xia's forces, the remaining mutated ants scattered in panic, retreating to summon reinforcements, merely seeking assistance. Xiangyang Xia understood their intent and remained unfazed. She was determined to dismantle their nest, undeterred by their attempts to regroup. In that moment, she exuded supreme confidence. Contemplating the surge in Yuan Deming's abilities, Xiangyang Xia speculated that perhaps her zombie subordinates could also consume the bodies of these mutated creatures to evolve. While the madman likely suffered from an inability to digest the excess of human, zombie, and mutant flesh he had devoured, leading to his mental deterioration, her zombies were under her control. Their potential madness was inconsequential. They would still obey her commands, allowing her to harness their newfound strength. Why fear it? She decided to let them experiment with this notion. Directing one of her zombie subordinates, she commanded it to partake of the flesh of the mutated ants. "Thank you for your efforts, my zombie subordinate," she mused. Yet, she sensed a profound reluctance within the zombie, as if protesting against consuming the flesh of the mutated ants, believing itself a noble vampire of the highest order. Unworthy of such sustenance, however, Xiangyang Xia disregarded its objections and compelled it to indulge in the flesh of the worker ant mutants. The subordinate gained 10 evolution points from consuming the flesh of the worker ant mutant. The same reward was granted for each of her zombies that partook. The consumption indeed resulted in a notable enhancement of their abilities. The madman's ascendance in level was undeniably linked to the consumption of flesh. If she could continue to eliminate mutated creatures and allow her zombies to feast, she would soon possess 8 formidable allies. Perfectly executed, Xiangyang Xia commanded all her zombies to consume the remaining mutant flesh. The system's alert fell silent, indicating that the energy provided by a single mutated creature was finite. Observing the rapid evolution of her zombies, she could not help but wonder if she too might gain evolution points by consuming the flesh of the mutated ants. If she could continuously feast on their flesh, she would become invincible in no time. Eagerly, she inquired of the system, "System, may I consume the flesh of mutated creatures to gain evolution?" with a fawning demeanor. The system replied with its characteristic arrogance, "If you wish to avoid death, then by all means, eat." Xiang Yangxia was left speechless. Very well, she conceded, abandoning this path as it seemed the system was resolute in its refusal to permit such actions. Regardless of the reasoning, it was best not to pursue this avenue further. She watched the worker ant mutants retreat to their hilltop nest. A swarm of larger mutated ants emerged. Chapter 44. Disturbing the ant nest. These must be the soldier ants, the most combat-capable members of the colony. Upon receiving reports from the worker ant mutants, the queen had dispatched these soldier mutants to defend their domain. Among the ordinary ants, soldier ants are larger than worker ants. Skilled in battle, with robust mandibles designed for the protection of the colony. Their large, scythe-like mandibles were particularly prominent. Fiery eyes. Name: Soldier ant mutant level 1 talent, great strength skill. The soldier ant mutants quivered their scythe-like mandibles, glaring furiously at Xiang Yangxia and her zombies. The mutated ants perceived the zombies' intent to destroy their nest and vowed to eradicate them to safeguard their home. This was fortuitous. Xiang Yangxia saw only points and evolution value ahead. She commanded 2 of her most formidable zombie allies to lead the charge. They would strike down every ant they encountered. The soldier ant mutants descended from the hilltop, launching an assault against the zombies. Their powerful mandibles slashed towards the undead. The combat prowess of the soldier ant mutants was indeed significantly greater than that of the worker mutants. Their sharp mandibles, employing the slash skill, inflicted deep gashes upon the zombies' bodies. Were it not for the hardness of the zombie's skin, the soldier ants' attacks could have severed bone in an ordinary creature. The zombies, impervious to pain, retaliated with deadly precision, plunging their sharp claws into the heads of the soldier ant mutants, dispatching them instantly. Within 20 minutes, Xiang Yangxia and her zombie subordinates had vanquished the throng of soldier ant mutants, yielding a substantial number of points. Her total point tally now stood at 300. Collecting materials from the soldier ant mutants. Utilizing the system's collection function, she harvested materials from the soldier ant mutants. Given the impressive fortitude of their mandibles, she surmised they would serve well as crafting materials for weaponry. Collection complete. Acquired a pair of soldier ant mandibles, materials from level 1 soldier ant mutants, hard and sharp, suitable for weapon or armor crafting. Xiang Yangxia placed the 5 pairs of mandibles into the crafting interface. Upon clicking to create, she fashioned a pair of hardy gloves from the soldier ant mandibles, the fingertips sharp as blades. The palms were adorned with numerous formidable spikes. A pair of sleek, jet-black gloves emerged, gleaming with a striking aesthetic appeal. Truly remarkable, she mused, thoroughly satisfied with the utility and elegance of her creation. Adorning the gloves upon the hands of the zombie known as Xiang Sisi, she beheld her transformed appearance, now radiating an even more striking and heroic presence. Behold how benevolent my employer is towards you, providing upgrades and the finest equipment. Before succumbing to the undead, Xiang Sisi was a human reviver, possessing physical attributes superior to those of ordinary humans. After transforming into a zombie, her combat prowess and physical strength surpassed that of other transformed beings. Xiang Yangxia donned gloves crafted from the mandibles of mutated ants, enhancing her fighting capability and transforming her into a formidable combatant. Upon gathering the necessary materials, she commanded 8 zombies to consume the flesh and blood of the mutated ants, seeking to elevate their ranks. The mutated creatures dispatched by the Ant Queen were swiftly vanquished, and the Queen herself remained hidden. Even in their mutated forms, the instincts of these creatures did not wane. The Ant Queen, much like her ordinary counterparts, concealed herself within the nest. This moment, the Ant Queen was voraciously devouring various morsels delivered by worker ant mutants from the expansive nest excavated by them. Aware that all her dispatched mutated ants had perished, she sent forth the remaining few to engage in battle. Upon witnessing the re-emergence of the mutated ants, Xiang Yangxia couldn't help but smile. These mutated ants were truly lacking in intelligence. The previously dispatched ants had proven no match for us, and certainly, these newcomers would fare no better. This group of mutated ants seemed oblivious to the wisdom of retreating with their queen or finding refuge. Instead, they charged forth to their demise. Indeed, even in their mutated state, their intelligence remained unenhanced. The horde of mutated ants was swiftly eradicated by Xiang Yangxia and her zombies, their efforts executed with devastating efficiency. Utilizing her gathering abilities, she procured the mandibles of the soldier ant mutants, crafting a pair of gloves to equip the zombie Li Lulu. Xiang Yangxia continued to direct the 8 zombies to consume the flesh and blood of the mutated ants. After devouring such a substantial quantity, her soldiers ought to have achieved advancement in rank. Eyes of Fire. Name: White Zombie Level. 2 Talent. Infection Evolution Skills. None Speed. 1 Agility. 1 Physical Strength. 2 Hearing and Smell. 3. This was the information Xiang Yangxia gleaned regarding Xiang Cici. Indeed, her level had risen. Although approximately 70 to 80 mutated ants had been exterminated, each zombie had consumed merely 7 or 8. Astonishingly, such a modest consumption had granted them a level up, truly bizarre. The path of consumption and evolution is undeniably alluring. However, this path may resemble those depicted in certain martial arts novels. Consuming excessive flesh not only provides energy but also introduces numerous impurities. If these impurities are not expelled, they could drive the consumer to madness, becoming obsessed. The madman encountered in the psychiatric hospital perhaps succumbed to such a fate, having consumed too much flesh and unable to purge the impurities, resulting in his frenzied state. This may well explain why the system discourages me from pursuing this route. After dispatching dozens of mutated beasts, Xiang Yangxia waited patiently on the hillside, and no further mutated creatures emerged. She understood that all the mutated beasts under the Ant Queen's control had been eliminated. Approaching the entrance of the ant nest, she peered inside. The construction of the ant nest was labyrinthine and intricate, leading directly to the base of the mountain, which had been hollowed out by the worker ant mutants to form their abode. The entire structure resembled a maze, obscuring the view of its interior. Eyes of Fire. Name: Ant Queen. Mutant Level. 3 Talent. Super Reproduction Skills. None. Utilizing her Eyes of Fire, Xiang Yangxia accessed the information panel showcasing the Ant Queen Mutant details. It appeared that only the Ant Queen mutant remained hidden within. Chapter 45. Human Canon. Based on the displayed information regarding the Ant Queen mutant, it was evident that this creature was utterly ineffectual in combat. A level 3 ant mutant, it possessed no combat capabilities, merely a prodigious reproductive ability. Contemplating how to infiltrate and subdue this Ant Queen mutant to fulfill her mission, Xiang Yangxia realized that digging with her hands alongside a few zombie minions would be an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. Unless she summoned a digger, excavating an entire mountain would be an endeavor requiring an inordinate amount of time. Ultimately, Xiang Yangxia resolved to send her zombie subordinates to deal with the Ant Queen. Given the mountain's height, even if the Ant Queen mutant were hiding deep within, she remained within the reach of Xiang Yangxia's controlled zombies. Fortunately, the transformation had significantly enlarged the bodies of the ant mutants. The pathways they had burrowed provided ample space for the zombies to crawl through. Xiang Yangxia directed 2 slender male zombies to crawl into the ant nest. Simultaneously, she activated the vision-sharing function, allowing her to see through the eyes of her zombie minions with crystal clarity. Indeed, the worker ant mutants were industrious, crafting a spacious and orderly nest. The ant nest's convoluted passages were intricate. After nearly half an hour of crawling, the zombies gradually approached the nest's heart. From a distance of 100 meters, they spotted the Ant Queen voraciously consuming the abundant food piled before her. The sight of her enormous white abdomen, swollen to 7 or 8 times the size of the rest of her body, was astonishing. It appeared as if only a massive white object was visible, obscuring her head, filled to capacity with ant eggs. In the brief span that Xiang Yangxia's zombies crawled down the nest, the queen had already birthed dozens of ant larvae. However, in such a short time, these larvae had yet to mature into mutated ants. They were merely larger ants. The chamber occupied by the ant queen finally widened, resembling a grand hall, contrasting sharply with the narrow tunnels they had traversed. One couldn't help but admire the ant queen's unwavering dedication to laying eggs and her remarkable composure in the face of danger. This indomitable spirit was akin to her own. Xiang Yangxia directed her zombie minion to stand and confront the Ant Queen. Extending his hands towards her, the Ant Queen mutant, despite her extraordinary reproductive capabilities, lacked any offensive skills. However, unexpectedly, she aimed her abdomen at the zombie minion, unleashing a torrent of ant eggs that struck him with tremendous force. Decapitating him, the unfortunate minion fell amidst a pool of ant egg liquid, truly unforeseen. Xiang Yangxia realized that one must not underestimate any mutated creature. Even the seemingly harmless Ant Queen could unleash such an attack. The peculiarities of the situation often exceeded imagination. As the second zombie minion crawled out behind the first, the Ant Queen continued her assault with her egg cannon. This time, forewarned, Xiang Yangxia commanded her minion to dodge and weave, evading the onslaught of ant eggs. However, due to the confined space, the second minion was not so fortunate, losing his head and sacrificing himself once more. Resolute, Xiang Yangxia decided to send in 4 more male zombie minions to eliminate the Ant Queen. Initially, she believed the Ant Queen mutant posed no threat, convinced that a single zombie could handle the task. Even sending in 2 was a cautious measure, a double insurance policy. Yet, unexpectedly, both minions had fallen victim to the egg cannon. Confident in the remaining 4 zombies, she anticipated their success against the Ant Queen. After nearly half an hour of crawling, the 4 zombies finally entered the ant nest. Upon entry, they discovered the Ant Queen still feasting. And to their horror, she had even consumed 2 of the zombies. Undoubtedly, a ravenous glutton. As the lead zombie emerged from the tunnel, the Ant Queen immediately detected his presence, launching her egg cannon at him. The first zombie bravely bore the brunt of the assault, pushing forward. The remaining 3 zombies emerged from the tunnel and stood in the opulent chamber of the Ant Queen mutant. Ultimately, the first zombie could not withstand the bombardment and perished heroically. But he had bought precious time for his comrades. The 3 zombies extended their arms, their sharp claws aimed at the Ant Queen. In a desperate bid, the Ant Queen unleashed her egg barrage, spinning in circles as she attacked. This indiscriminate assault was easily evaded by the 3 zombies, inflicting no significant harm. They quickly advanced to the Ant Queen's front, their long claws plunging towards her. Realizing escape was futile, the Ant Queen fought back fiercely, striking out in a singular direction. Fortunately, the zombies evaded swiftly, though one of their arms was severed in the process, transforming him into a one-armed zombie. The remaining 2 zombies drove their claws deep into the Ant Queen's head. With all her strength expended in a futile struggle, she succumbed, lifeless. The 3 zombies began to feast upon the Ant Queen's flesh and blood. Truly, she was a level 3 mutant and the queen at that. After consuming her remains, the zombies experienced a significant surge in experience. However, it is rather peculiar that even after vanquishing the Ant Queen and her minions entirely, the system has yet to notify the completion of this task. There's something I might have overlooked. Chapter 46. The Timid Zombie. What could still remain unfinished? All the mutated ant beasts have been eradicated, including the Ant Queen's monstrous form, consumed utterly. Yet, the system remains silent on task completion, leaving Xiang Yangxia in a state of bewilderment. Peering through the eyes of his zombie minions into the ant nest, he observed a flurry of newly born large ants and freshly laid ant eggs scattered about. Must I obliterate these as well? Root and stem eradication. The system indeed proves to be quite relentless. Xiang Yangxia commanded 3 of his zombies to eliminate the newly emerged large ants. Noticing some ant eggs freshly produced by the Ant Queen's mutated form still lying on the ground, he gathered them all and consumed them. He left the ant nest utterly cleansed. The 3 zombie minions feasted until their bellies were round and full. Finally, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Annihilate the ant-mutated beast horde. Reward, 1 purple crystal. With the task successfully accomplished, Xiang Yangxia guided his zombie minions to crawl out of the cave. As he emerged, he found the 2 beautiful zombies waiting outside the ant den. He noticed scattered remnants of the ant-mutated beasts feasted upon by his minions, which attracted a horde of zombies, nearly a few hundred, drawn in by the scent of flesh. These zombies seemed quite adept at scavenging. Finding the wait rather tedious, Xiang Yangxia decided to join the 2 beautiful zombies in eliminating the encroaching zombies, simultaneously earning a fair amount of points. While engaged in the slaughter, he noticed a peculiar zombie lurking at a distance, unlike the others, stealthily observing them. Upon witnessing the scene of Xiang Yangxia and his 2 beautiful zombies wreaking havoc, this unusual zombie slowly began to retreat, as if hoping to avoid drawing attention. Xiang Yangxia was astonished. Were not zombies devoid of intellect, acting solely on instinct? Their movements were mechanical, utterly devoid of reasoning. It was precisely the remnants of the ant-mutated beasts that had lured so many zombies. Yet, witnessing the sheer might of himself and his 2 formidable companions, any creature with a modicum of intelligence would flee. Still, The zombies continued to surge forward relentlessly. The one retreating, however, distinctly differed from the ordinary zombies. Its expression was not the vacant, hollow look typical of the others, nor did it possess the gaunt physique characteristic of its kind. Its cautious retreat suggested a spark of intelligence. The elite zombies previously encountered had merely exhibited enhanced combat capabilities, lacking any semblance of awareness. This zombie was truly extraordinary. Was its origin divergent from that of the others, or did it possess a higher rank, thus granting it sentience? It warranted further investigation. Hence, Xiangyang Xia resolved to capture this zombie for study. Eager to uncover the truth, he swiftly approached the retreating creature with his two beautiful zombies in tow. Upon realizing their intent, the zombie ceased its stealthy retreat and instead turned to flee desperately. This development only solidified Xiangyang Xia's conviction that this was a thinking zombie, one capable of rallying others to assault him. A formidable adversary indeed. He committed its visage to memory, certain that should he encounter it again, he would recognize it. The zombie's face had become notably more human-like, nearing that of a typical individual. Its strength remained unknown, yet its swift retreat suggested a lack of power. Otherwise, it would not have fled at the sight of him and his two companions, who had yet to display their full prowess, merely dispatching zombies at leisure. Such cowardice was disheartening. Had it approached him even slightly, or displayed a modicum of bravery to engage, he could have captured it for research. Unraveling many mysteries. Witnessing the escape of a sentient zombie slip through his fingers left Xiangyang Xia filled with regret. Lacking the will to continue exterminating zombies, he allowed his two beautiful zombies to continue their sport while he turned his attention to the System's recent reward. A purple crystal. This crystal, he recalled, could enhance weapon levels. What to do with this precious gem? Should he enhance the ant-mandible gauntlets worn by his two beautiful zombies? No, it was far too valuable. He ought to utilize it himself. He glanced at his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, nearly forgetting about this ancient artifact. Although it was already a legendary weapon passed down from antiquity, perhaps this crystal could further elevate its level. Without hesitation, he proceeded to test it, as there was nothing to lose. Xiangyang Xia accessed the system's crafting panel, placed the crystal within, and inserted his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword into the materials box. Upon clicking to manufacture, a sword embedded with a crimson crystal materialized before him. Clearly, the experiment had succeeded. The crafting panel displayed a series of information. 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, an ancient treasure, classified as a yellow-grade weapon. The yellow grade corresponds to mundane artifacts. Originally a yellow-grade weapon, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had been elevated to a superior mundane artifact through the synthesis of the crimson crystal. This revelation illuminated the tier system of weapons for Xiangyang Xia. Although he had recognized the sword as an ancient artifact, he had been unaware of its specific classification. He had assumed it to be the most formidable weapon in existence. To his surprise, it was merely a mundane artifact. How powerful, then, must a heavenly grade weapon be? It was beyond his imagination. He resolved to acquire a heavenly grade weapon in the future. As a superior mundane artifact, it could sever hair with ease and slice through iron like mud. After its enhancement, it could now cleave through even the toughest diamond armor. Truly, an impressive reward. The crystals were categorized into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with the purple crystal being the lowest tier. The enhancement from a single purple crystal had elevated his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword by 1 tier. If he were to obtain a red-grade crystal, he could only wonder how high the sword's classification could rise. Might it ascend to the pinnacle of heavenly-grade weaponry? The prospect of uniting all 7 types of crystals to enhance the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword was tantalizing indeed. Outside the human base in Feng City, Xiao Qinghua led a fully armed team, burdened with their supplies. It was evident that this group was not merely embarking on a mission. The atmosphere within the human base was decidedly tense, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring. Chapter 47. Divergent Opinions. Captain Xiao, are you truly resolute in this course of action? The camp commander of the Feng City human base, Deng Tianyu, inquired sharply, addressing Xiao Qinghua by name rather than the previously affectionate title of Captain Xiao. There is no need for such anger, Commander. I have previously expressed my concerns, yet your insistence on this path leaves us with no choice but to part ways. Days following their return from Professor Chen's residence to the Feng City human base, Xiao Qinghua had pondered extensively, He believed that the current government's strategic decisions were fundamentally flawed. He maintained that the ideal strategy now was to fortify the human base and enhance defenses. With gradual development, humanity would surely rise again, and through the continuous extermination of zombies, their numbers would diminish. Moreover, with the emergence of human revivers among the populace, their strength would only grow. This was the true hope for humanity's future. Additionally, it was unnecessary to risk lives by venturing into perilous territories to rescue so-called scientists or surviving humans, which would only lead to greater casualties among the already scarce survivors, particularly those capable of combat. To willingly send these individuals into treacherous situations would deplete humanity's vital resources. He deemed such actions unwise, potentially plunging humanity into grave peril and perhaps even leading to the extinction of human civilization. He approached Commander Deng Tianyu to discuss this issue, but Deng Tianyu flatly rejected his views, accusing him of being emotionally unstable due to the sacrifices of teammates like Xiao Hua, which had skewed his judgment. He asserted that a soldier's duty was to protect the people, obey orders, and strive to accomplish missions at all costs. One should not allow oneself to be defeated by such trivial challenges. The two individuals subsequently engaged in a heated debate. Observing that he could not persuade Captain Deng Tianyu, Xiao Qinghua felt it futile to alter the higher-ups' battle plans. Thus, he resolved to venture out independently, establishing his own stronghold in accordance with his vision of a utopia for humanity. He believed that only by following his methods could humanity return to a state of happiness reminiscent of the past. He shared this notion with his close companion, Li Chong, who expressed unwavering support for Xiao Qinghua's intentions regardless of what he wished to pursue. Xiao Qinghua was convinced that many others within the base shared his sentiments. Consequently, he and Li Chong discreetly reached out to like-minded individuals within the human stronghold, preparing to depart and construct their own base elsewhere. Xiao Qinghua harbored a deeper motive for this endeavor, to cultivate a formidable armed force at their new location, ultimately to eradicate the zombies imprisoned in the city of Feng and uncover the mastermind behind the zombie chaos, avenging his comrades, including Xiao Hua. Thus unfolded the earlier scene, where Xiao Qinghua led those who wished to accompany him. However, he did not desire to depart clandestinely. Instead, he aimed to bid farewell to Captain Deng Tianyu and others in a proper manner, explaining his intention to leave the human base with his followers. His decision was not born out of impulsiveness. He had contemplated the worst-case scenario, where his group might clash with others at the base, resulting in his own demise. Yet, as a soldier deeply bonded to the human stronghold, imbued with righteous fervor, he refused to engage in any underhanded actions. If he was to leave, it would be with dignity and transparency. Should Captain Deng and the others choose to confront him, he would not retaliate, thus preventing unnecessary bloodshed and preserving the military strength of the stronghold from potential collapse. He was certain that Captain Deng Tianyu, being a man of reason, would avoid confrontation, recognizing that conflict would yield no benefit to either party. Anticipating Captain Deng's stern inquiries, Xiao Qinghua calmly and assertively responded, "I have previously expressed my dissent regarding the current actions of the base. Since I cannot change your course, I have decided to leave with my companions, all of whom are willingly following me, united by a common ideal." Upon hearing Xiao Qinghua's composed tone and reflecting on the plight of humanity, Captain Deng's demeanor softened somewhat. "Xiao Qinghua, how can you be so misguided? It is only by adhering to the Frere's established plans, with each base executing them strictly, that humanity may find hope for salvation. I am aware of the heavy losses your team endured during the last mission to rescue Professor Chen, leaving only you and Li Chong, which must have deeply disheartened you. However, from the moment you became a soldier, you should have embraced this reality. To serve is to risk life and limb, putting aside personal safety. The rescue of Professor Chen, a leading expert in biology, is crucial. Only with such scientists can we identify the virus that transforms humans into zombies and subsequently develop an antidote to save humanity." Xiao Qinghua countered, "Captain, the number of human survivors is already limited. It is unnecessary to risk our elite fighters in perilous missions to rescue a few individuals, resulting in considerable sacrifice. Those within the base can adequately defend themselves to ensure the safety of the survivors. Among them are also numerous scientists who can work towards discovering an antidote. Should we expend our forces in futile attempts to rescue those already lost, we may not even succeed in developing the antidote, leading to the base's downfall. Furthermore, who can guarantee that an antidote even exists? My mind is made up. Since our opinions diverge, there is no need to force unity. I hope you can understand, Captain, with that." He turned to lead his followers away. Captain Deng Tianyu watched the departing figures of Xiao Qinghua and his companions, filled with a sense of desolation. Ultimately, he refrained from calling for their obstruction. To forcibly intervene would only result in a devastating conflict that would benefit neither side and serve only to advantage the zombies and mutated beasts, since Xiao Qinghua had chosen to part from him openly. It was merely a difference of opinion. If he wished to leave, then let him go. Captain Deng believed that Xiao Qinghua's intentions were to establish another ideal human stronghold. Although he held the position of captain, in this apocalyptic world, he had no authority to dictate the actions of others. The complexities of human nature were manifesting continually in other survivor enclaves as well. All he could do was remain steadfast to his convictions and uphold the plan set forth by the Ephrair. Striving for the hope of humanity's future. Chapter 48. Pets. 3 zombies finally emerged from the ant nest. The flesh and blood of the mutated ant queen proved to be quite nourishing. After feasting on the ant queen, the 3 zombies noticeably grew stronger, having evolved into Tier 3 white zombies. Xiang Yangxia patted the now one-armed zombie, remarking that although it had lost an arm, its allure remained undiminished. He then reassured the 2 female zombies. You 2 have fallen 1 level behind them, but fear not. Soon, I shall ensure you surpass them. Next time, we shall capture an even higher level mutated beast for you both to consume. And your levels will rise. Though Xiang Yangxia seemed to be comforting them, the irrational trio could hardly comprehend his words. The energy contained within ordinary zombies was far too low, and when he directed the 2 female zombies to consume zombie flesh earlier, they had dismissed it entirely. At that moment, a notification chimed within his system. The spider eggs in his backpack had successfully hatched. Upon checking his inventory, he discovered that the spider eggs had indeed transformed into large spiders. He selected the largest and most robust spider, declaring, "You shall be the one." He activated the pet capture function. Capturing large spider. Capture failed. As expected, failure was inevitable on the first attempt, an unchanging routine. Fortunately, he had wisely prepared extra spider eggs. Xiang Yangxia proceeded to attempt capturing the second large spider he had chosen. Capturing large spider. Capture successful. Congratulations, you have captured 1 large spider as a pet. The exhilaration was palpable. Upon activating the pet function, the system indicated he could possess 2 pets. Now that he had captured 1, he realized he could still acquire another. Let us find 1 more to keep each other company. When I encounter a more formidable mutated beast pup, I can replace them. Capturing large spider. Capture in progress. Capture successful. Oh yeah, now I have 2 pets. Xiang Yangxia released the remaining large spiders from his inventory onto the ground, allowing them to grow freely in nature, as he could no longer capture them. After all, the pet capture function only worked on juvenile creatures. May you return to the wild. The large spiders scuttled away quickly, showing no sign of attachment to the 2 newly captured pets. The 2 large spider pets exhibited indifference to the departure of their companions, proving to be utterly heartless. Having displayed unexpected kindness by releasing the large spiders, they were now mere ordinary creatures. There was no benefit in exterminating them. He could always eliminate them later when they crossed paths again. The 2 captured large spider pets seemed quite affectionate towards him, crawling up Xiang Yangxia's arm and rubbing their faces against him, causing him to shudder in disgust. Is this for real? How can large spiders behave so revoltingly? They shattered the cold, fierce, and mysterious image he had previously held. Xiang Yangxia picked up a zombie leg and fed it to the large spiders, who devoured it with gusto. In no time, they had grown significantly larger, officially transforming into mutated large spiders. From now on, you shall be called Haisha, and you shall be Heiju. He named his 2 large spider pets with imposing titles, Fire Eye and Golden Eye. Name. Spider mutated beast. Level 0. Talent, devour and evolve. Skills, none. They were still merely juvenile mutated large spiders. Observing his zombie minions and the 2 large mutated spiders, he realized that all of them required substantial quantities of mutated beast flesh to nourish and promote their evolution. Heavens, have I become a super caretaker? Xiang Yangxia contemplated the necessity of their evolution into his allies, occasionally serving as expendable resources. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, he had no use for the flesh of the mutated beasts. He was already intent on exterminating them, so allowing his pets to consume them was inconsequential. It was merely the sentiment that left him feeling rather unsatisfied. After all, he was their master. Continuing along the path with his remaining 5 zombies and 2 large mutated spiders, Xiang Yangxia hoped to encounter a higher-level mutated beast, preferably one from a group like the mutated ant species, to garner significant points and a bounty of mutated beast flesh. As he walked, a deafening roar echoed ahead. It appeared that dozens of bees equipped with high-powered sound amplifiers were buzzing incessantly. Xiang Yangxia realized that she had encountered yet another new mutant beast clan, with the primary protagonist undoubtedly being the giant bee, a creature she had not encountered before. Indeed, she was the chosen one, as whatever she desired seemed to materialize before her. Just as she contemplated seeking out a larger mutant beast clan, a swarm of giant mutant bees emerged. Having never faced giant mutant bees before, she was uncertain of their combat capabilities. While the venomous stingers of ordinary giant bees were formidable, they merely caused a large welt upon being stung. She wondered what skills the evolved giant mutant bees might possess. Such evolutions could potentially yield terrifying abilities. However, she mused that a single sting might be fatal. After evolving into a mutant beast, she questioned whether they would still exhibit such behavior. "Let's go," Xiang Yangxia commanded with a grand gesture, confidently leading a group of zombies forward. She sensibly concealed her 2 giant spider mutant beast pets, recognizing that in such a tumultuous battle, their frail forms could easily become cannon fodder. She could not allow these 2 companions to perish so easily. Thus, she directed them to hide, planning to have them re-emerge when it was time to divide the spoils. As Xiang Yangxia approached the source of the sound, she discovered that it was not the giant bees, but rather the formidable hornet mutant beasts, specifically, the exceptionally venomous bullhorn bees. These mutant bees measured approximately half a meter in length, adorned in alternating stripes of black and yellow, with long bristly fur and large wings. Their conical abdomens bore 3 formidable stingers. If they had been giant bee mutants, it might have been manageable. However, a single sting from an ordinary bee could be lethal. She reasoned that the fundamental biological principles governing these creatures would remain unchanged, even as mutant beasts. Xiang Yangxia planned to use her zombies as bait, allowing the giant bees to exhaust themselves in their attacks, thereby eliminating them without expending much effort. However, her plans were thwarted by the unexpected encounter with the bullhorn bees. With their 3 potent stingers, each measuring around 10 centimeters in length and gleaming ominously, the bullhorn bees did not perish after delivering a sting. They could continue to strike. A dozen or so bullhorn bees were currently busy stinging fruit. And upon spotting Xiang Yangxia and her zombies, they turned in unison, their large eyes fixated on the approaching figures. Chapter 49. Explosion Name. Bullhorn Bee Worker Mutant Beast Level 1 Talents. Infection Evolution. Agility Skills. Lethal Venom. Sonic Attack. This bullhorn bee worker mutant beast appeared far more impressive than the ant worker mutant beasts, while the latter possessed only immense strength, serving as competent laborers. The bullhorn bee worker mutant beast boasted extraordinary offensive capabilities, coupled with 2 attack techniques, making a fierce battle inevitable. Although it wouldn't be as effortless as obliterating the ant mutant beasts, it posed a certain challenge. However, challenges only added to the excitement, and she felt undaunted, confident in her ability to annihilate these dozen bullhorn bee worker mutants without sustaining harm. Xiang Yangxia, brimming with determination, prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation with the bullhorn bee worker mutants. After all, a mere dozen of them were easily manageable, especially since they were not part of a massive swarm. Otherwise, facing hundreds would be quite troublesome. If a queen bee were present, the situation would become even more precarious, for she would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the ant queen. The ant queen, feeble as she was, could still unleash tremendous combat power in dire situations, so one could only imagine the strength of a bee queen. Upon noticing Xiang Yangxia and her zombies, the dozen bullhorn bee worker mutants recognized their adversaries. They began to flap their enormous wings, producing a resonating buzzing sound that harmonized with the sonic vibrations of their wing beats. This initiated a sonic attack, inciting a frenzy of rage and agitation in their foes, exposing vulnerabilities as they prepared to stab with their abdominal stingers. The sonic attack of the bullhorn bee worker mutants bore similarities to the sonic assault encountered previously with the green-headed fly mutant beasts in the junkyard. At that time, the 8 zombies under Xiang Yangxia's command had been completely disoriented, flailing about uncontrollably, leaving even Xiang Yangxia unable to rein them in. Fortunately, this time, the 5 zombies had all attained a degree of enhancement, granting them considerable immunity to sonic attacks. They were no longer as helpless as they had been in the junkyard, nor did they completely disregard her commands. Together, Xiang Yangxia and her 5 zombies surged forward, drawing out the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword and tracing elegant arcs in the air. The Bullhorn Bee mutants flapped their wings, launching themselves toward her. Despite their considerable increase in size, their speed remained remarkably swift, showing no signs of clumsiness. However, their enlarged forms made them easier targets for attack. Xiang Yangxia wielded the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, cleaving through the encircling Bullhorn Bees. She targeted one mutant, delivering a decisive slash that severed it in 2. Its halves tumbling to the ground. The fallen Bullhorn Bee worker mutant did not perish immediately. It struggled for a moment before succumbing entirely. Her 5 zombie companions exhibited remarkable combat prowess, with 2 of them using their claws to fend off the Bullhorn Bee's assaults. The 2 female zombies, donning gloves fashioned from the mandibles of mutated ant soldiers, proved particularly formidable, preventing the Bullhorn Bee worker mutants from closing in. Suddenly, the one-armed zombie was caught off guard by a Bullhorn Bee mutant that seized the opportunity. While the one-armed zombie defended against another, 3 stingers pierced its right rear back. Despite the hardness of the zombie's skin, the Bullhorn Bee worker mutant was unable to penetrate deeply. It merely broke the surface. Yet even this resulted in a noticeable swelling on the one-armed zombie's back. The venom of the Bullhorn Bees was indeed formidable. After delivering its sting, the Bullhorn Bee swiftly ascended, evading the one-armed zombie's retaliation. The potency of the Bullhorn Bee's lethal venom was astounding. Its unique skill was certainly not to be underestimated. Xiang Yangxia continued to swing the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, simultaneously defending against the Bullhorn Bee's onslaught while seeking opportunities to eliminate them. The one-armed zombie, lacking an arm, found it exceedingly difficult to maintain comprehensive defense against the agile Bullhorn Bee mutants. Spotting an opening, a Bullhorn Bee worker mutant struck again at the previously swollen area. The already raised skin rendered the area thinner, allowing the stinger to puncture through and penetrate the zombie's flesh. These Bullhorn Bee mutants displayed considerable intelligence, adeptly targeting weak points to attack, as the Bullhorn Bee worker mutant withdrew its stinger. The swelling on the one-armed zombie's back rapidly expanded, ultimately causing its entire body to swell. With a resounding bang, the one-armed zombie's body burst apart, showering the ground with zombie flesh and blood. Xiang Yangxia was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell? The Bullhorn Bee worker mutant's venomous stings are incredibly potent. They even have explosive effects." If she could harvest the venom from the Bullhorn Bees, she envisioned a future scenario in which her undead squad could inject this venom into even more formidable mutant beasts during battle. The thought was tantalizing. Resolute in her intent to eradicate all the Bullhorn Bees and collect their venom, Xiang Yangxia steeled herself to continue the assault. Through the combined efforts of her zombies, the remaining Bullhorn Bee worker mutants were gradually diminished, leaving only 2. Victory was within her grasp. Suddenly, Xiang Yangxia's keen senses detected an approaching presence. Estimating that there were around a dozen individuals, it seemed they were delivering themselves to her as prey. With such numbers, she would gain significant evolution points. Xiang Yangxia felt elated at the prospect. However, unbeknownst to her, she was the true quarry of these newcomers, preparing to swiftly dispatch the last 2 Bullhorn Bee worker mutants. Xiang Yangxia aimed for a quick resolution to clear the battlefield and set an ambush for the unsuspecting prey. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and before she could react, a projectile struck her with tremendous force. An explosion erupted, sending Xiang Yangxia hurtling several hundred meters away. The immense noise, combined with the acute sensitivity of her zombie companions, left Xiang Yangxia's mind reeling. Had she just been struck by a shell? Chapter 50. Another explosion. Xiang Yangxia was struck directly by a shell, the resulting explosion propelling her several hundred meters away. The nearby zombies were also affected, sent flying 100 meters by the blast. The site of the explosion formed a deep crater, several dozen meters wide, billowing with thick smoke and flames. Had it not been for the automatic activation of her internal defense mechanism, which mitigated the impact of the attack, Xiang Yangxia would have perished on the spot. Her zombie companions fared little better. Although their bodies were much sturdier than those of ordinary humans, they were not impervious to the sheer destructive force of artillery. The zombie named Lulu was struck by shrapnel and perished instantly, while others were battered by debris and fragments, their bodies sustaining severe damage. Before Xiang Yangxia could catch her breath, another sharp sound pierced the air. She quickly leaped to her feet and fled, realizing that another shell was hurtling toward her. The projectile traveled at an astonishing speed, and despite her quick reflexes and running speed, she barely managed to evade it by a mere 10 meters. The subsequent explosion once again sent her soaring over 100 meters. Fortunately, this time, Xiang Yangxia managed to evade danger by taking cover in advance, safeguarding himself from fatal injuries at the moment of the explosion. The protective armor crafted from the silk of a mutated giant spider also proved to be significantly effective. The shrapnel from the shells and debris that struck him were deflected by the white protective soft armor. However, such an impact still left him with some injuries. His current zombie form is indeed quite resilient, yet it remains vulnerable to rocket fire. The instant when Xiang Yangxia was propelled away by an exploding shell. A military truck appeared 500 meters away. The truck carried 7 or 8 individuals, among whom stood a robust man at the front of the truck bed, shouldering a portable rocket launcher. It was evident that the 2 rockets that had just targeted Xiang Yangxia were fired by this very man. Xiang Yangxia recognized him as the leader of the action team he had seen previously in Professor Chen's residential area, the one referred to as Big Brother by his comrades. In that instant, Xiang Yangxia comprehended the man's intent. He was undoubtedly seeking revenge against him. The one wielding the portable rocket launcher was Xiao Qinghua. Seeking vengeance against Xiang Yangxia had become his foremost priority. Ranking above all else, he deduced that by locating signs of zombie activity, he could inevitably track down the boss behind those zombies, who was none other than Xiang Yangxia himself. Since departing from the human military base, he had been utilizing drones to scour for Xiang Yangxia's whereabouts. He had instructed his team to operate drones around the vicinity of Professor Chen's residential building, expanding their patrols outward. They were to report immediately upon discovering any signs of zombie presence. From Bai Zhenren, he had learned that there were numerous zombies within the prison, so he had also maintained surveillance on the prison's movements. Establishing his camp not far from the prison was a strategic decision, hoping to strike when the individual controlling the zombies made an appearance. While Xiang Yangxia was exterminating the ant-mutated beasts on the hillside with his undead companions, he was spotted by Xiao Qinghua's men. Upon seeing Xiang Yangxia in the footage, Xiao Qinghua recognized him as the one controlling the zombies, as several undead were trailing behind him, while Xiang Yangxia was the only one walking normally. It was evident that all the zombies were under his command. Consequently, he ordered the drone to follow Xiang Yangxia, intent on annihilating him in one fell swoop. He quickly gathered his team and rushed towards Xiang Yangxia's location. From 700 or 800 meters away, he aimed his portable rocket launcher at Xiang Yangxia and fired. He had believed that this shot would obliterate Xiang Yangxia, but to his surprise, Xiang Yangxia was merely propelled away by the blast. Witnessing Xiang Yangxia being thrown through the air, Xiao Qinghua surmised that although he had not been obliterated, he must surely be dead. However, through his binoculars, he discerned that Xiang Yangxia appeared only slightly injured. This revelation solidified his earlier suspicion. Initially uncertain whether Xiang Yangxia was human or zombie, he now confirmed that Xiang Yangxia was indeed a high-level zombie, as he had survived the explosion relatively unscathed. One shot had not sufficed to end him, so he readied a second round. As Xiao Qinghua continued to bombard Xiang Yangxia, the truck advanced towards the location where Xiang Yangxia was battling the mutated bee beasts. After Xiang Yangxia was blasted away by the second shell, the truck arrived within 500 meters of him. Observing Xiang Yangxia's condition, Xiao Qinghua realized that the 2 shells had finally inflicted some injury upon the zombie. The resilience of this zombie truly astonished him. Seeing that the 2 shells had only caused minor damage to Xiang Yangxia, the occupants of the truck were equally taken aback. Xiao Qinghua commanded the truck to proceed further and, alongside Li Chong and others, drew their pistols. Upon spotting the individuals in the truck, Xiang Yangxia quickly recognized several human revivers among them. Having sustained injuries himself, and seeing that his few remaining zombie subordinates were also battered and broken, he understood he was outmatched. The best course of action was to flee. He instructed his remaining zombie subordinates, who still possessed enough willpower to act, to obstruct Xiao Qinghua and his companions, while he himself activated the transformation card and swiftly fled into the distance. Chapter 51. Disguise techniques. The determined zombie subordinates were no match for Xiao Qinghua and his group. As they raised their pistols and fired, the zombies could only succumb to their fate, falling to the ground as they departed from this world. With no resistance to impede Xiao Qinghua and his comrades, the military truck continued its rapid pursuit of Xiang Yangxia. Utilizing the transformation card, Xiang Yangxia ran at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of the military truck. Additionally, Xiao Qinghua and his team faced numerous obstacles on the road, encountering abandoned vehicles and debris that hampered their progress. Xiang Yangxia darted into a narrow alley where the military truck could not follow. Xiao Qinghua and his men dismounted the vehicle and continued their pursuit on foot, fully armed and unafraid of zombie attacks. Despite their relentless chase, they soon lost sight of Xiang Yangxia in frustration. Xiao Qinghua slammed his fist into a nearby zombie, lamenting the missed opportunity. How could such a prime chance slip away? He had not expected Xiang Yangxia to be so formidable, able to withstand even a rocket blast. Securing another opportunity to eliminate him would prove exceedingly difficult. Big brother, don't lose heart, Li Chong comforted him, patting his shoulder. At least we confronted him directly this time, forcing him to flee in disarray. We have also discerned his limits. Next time we encounter him, we must be better prepared to ensure his demise. Furthermore, he fled at the mere sight of us. It is clear he understands he cannot contend with UIT is what it is. Our new base has just been established. We should return and fortify our camp, ensuring we can annihilate him in one decisive blow next time. A woman accompanying them, perplexed, inquired, Big Brother Xiao, who exactly is the person we are pursuing? Why does he possess such extraordinary power? He survived 2 rocket blasts. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally asked what had been on her mind. Xiao Qinghua replied, based on my observations, he is likely not human but rather a zombie. A zombie. The same kind Bai Jinren spoke of. But he doesn't resemble a zombie at all, moving so quickly. Aren't zombies supposed to be slow? This is no ordinary zombie. He is a zombie king. Xiao Qinghua patiently explained, that makes sense that I wondered why he was so formidable. She then continued, Big brother, why do you harbor such animosity towards him? Why expend such effort in pursuing him, even using the scarce rockets? Xiao Qinghua's demeanor shifted slightly as he responded, some things are best left unspoken. I am determined to kill him, no matter what it takes. Now, let us return to base. Not allowing further questions, he led the group back to the truck, steering them towards his newly established base. After evading Xiao Qinghua, Xiang Yangxia found refuge in a convenience store. The establishment had clearly been ransacked by humans, its shelves barren and littered with debris. Damn, that was truly a near-death experience, he thought. This so-called big brother certainly holds a grudge. It's evident he came prepared, specifically targeting me. Were it not for the lethal grade card and the transformation card, I would have truly met my end at the hands of a mere human. To have to flee in such a disheveled state is utterly infuriating, especially having squandered 2 precious cards. These cards were his prized possessions. While he could overlook the attack, losing 2 valuable cards was a betrayal he could not forgive. Now, he found himself destitute, with only a single transformation card remaining. What should he do next? Xiang Yangxia pondered. It was clear that this big brother would continue to track his movements. He could not afford to be caught off guard again. With 5,600 points at his disposal, he needed to exchange them for something useful. Scouring the system shop, he found that the options available for 5,600 points were quite limited. The lottery could be attempted 5 times, but relying on luck? He decided against it. Practicality was paramount. Given the system's unpredictable nature, he needed useful items urgently. A lethal low-grade card required 10,000 points, far beyond his means. Among the items he found appealing for 5,600 points were 2 choices. He could exchange 5,000 points to elevate his current level from White Zombie level 7 to White Zombie level 8, or he could acquire a skill, Super Disguise Technique. This powerful skill would allow him to instantly alter his appearance and even modify his voice. The ability to transform into a human form, complete with the capacity for human speech, is an undeniable temptation for my current self. Once I embrace this human guise, I can infiltrate human bases and utilize my extraordinary linguistic talents to beguile the masses. Elevating my level would enhance my strength, yet I remain wary that the system may ensnare me once again. IT is akin to 2 prior upgrades that merely conferred a title without any real enhancement of power. Xiang Yangxia has come to understand that the incremental improvements of each minor level hold no substantial benefit for his strength. Such distinctions are mere comforts provided by the system. A significant leap in power necessitates a major level up, akin to the transformation from a white zombie to a black zombie. After careful contemplation, Xiang Yangxia ultimately decided to exchange 5,000 points for the skill of Super Disguise. Exchange successful. Super Disguise Overview. The host can assume a human form indistinguishable from that of an actual human, capable of altering appearance, voice, and physique at will. Host name: Xiangyang Xia. Current level: Level 7 White Zombie Talent. Infection skills: Control, Super Disguise Weapon, 7-star Long Yuan Sword Transformation Card. One with this skill, I can effortlessly masquerade as a human. There exists an even higher level transformation skill available for 100,000 points. However, with Super Disguise at my disposal, the transformation card becomes obsolete. Xiangyang Xia shamelessly inquires of the system. System, could you possibly recycle the transformation card and convert it into points for me? The system pays no heed to Xiangyang Xia's request. Or perhaps you could exchange one card for another. It wouldn't be a loss for you. Chapter 52. No survivors so miserly. Seeing that the system completely disregarded him, Xiangyang Xia could only resign himself to the situation. Now armed with Super Disguise, he no longer fears being targeted. As he ventures out, he summons his 2 giant spider mutant pets, addressing them. Now it's just the 2 of you. Upon his arrival, the 2 giant spiders eagerly attempt to scuttle up his body. He admonishes them to stay nearby and refrain from getting too close. The 2 giant spiders, remaining in place, gaze at him with a sense of grievance. If I utilize Super Disguise, will the giant spiders fail to recognize me and attack during my transformation? There's only one way to find out. Super Disguise. In accordance with Xiangyang Xia's command, the system transforms him into a robust man standing at 1.87 meters tall, brimming with muscles and exuding an aura of extraordinary vitality. Alas, his clothing bursts at the seams and shortens dramatically. Such an appearance would be utterly ridiculous in public. He must find a clothing store soon to procure a suitable outfit. Indeed, he appears quite handsome, radiating a strong masculine presence, yet when compared to his original visage, it falls short. Xiangyang Xia is quite pleased with this transformation, as it represents a significant departure from his previous form. He notes that the 2 giant spiders remain obediently in place, their eyes filled with affection for him, exhibiting no intent to attack. It appears that even with my altered appearance, my pets can still recognize me as their master. Super Disguise is, after all, merely a guise. Having transformed into a human, I wonder if my bodily functions have also shifted accordingly. It would be prudent to ascertain this to avoid any unfortunate consequences. I contemplate testing my resilience by striking myself with a knife, but realize that the 7-star Long Yuan sword is an ancient artifact capable of piercing anything. So I ultimately decide to pinch the skin on my abdomen. To my relief, I feel no pain, indicating that I still possess the physiology of a zombie. I then lightly bump my head against the wall. Again, I feel nothing. Even after a forceful impact, there is no sensation. The system observes Xiangyang Xia's foolish antics and promptly interjects. The host's Super Disguise merely alters appearance and form. No other attributes have changed. After receiving this reminder from the system, Xiangyang Xia ceases his probing. With this guise, it is unlikely that they will be able to detect me with their surveillance methods. He speculates that the reason Xiao Qinghua and his companions were able to locate him so precisely was likely due to the use of drones or similar technology. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find him with such accuracy and mobilize forces to confront him. Clearly, they did not stumble upon him by mere chance. Xiangyang Xia is confident in his intellect, believing that his deductions are indeed accurate. The leader's ability to identify him as the instigator of their team's misfortunes must have stemmed from the presence of several zombies following him. Otherwise, they would not have recognized him, especially since he had never encountered Xiao Qinghua before. His previous encounter with their team had not involved any direct confrontation. While they may not have known him previously, they certainly have a clear image of him now after their recent encounter. For the time being, he will not bring along his zombie minions, and with his appearance altered, they will undoubtedly be unable to recognize him. A clever ruse indeed. After completing his transformation, Xiangyang Xia is in no rush to accompany the giant spider mutants to the human base, as his current abilities would yield little impact there. First, he intends to scour the entire sealed city, eliminate various mutant beasts to gather materials, and craft equipment to arm himself thoroughly. The defensive capabilities of the vest made from the spider mutants' silk have proven remarkably effective. Moreover, he needs his 2 giant spider mutants to consume the flesh and blood of the mutant beasts to gain levels. Let us commence our journey as the bane of mutant beasts in the city. Accompanied by his 2 giant spider mutant pets, Xiangyang Xia begins to scour the city for mutant beasts, traversing through alleys, junkyards, and any locale where mutant beasts may be found. Along the way, he deftly dispatches any zombies he encounters to accumulate points. Should he stumble upon any surviving humans, that would be even better, as he could convert the hard-won survivors into evolution points. As a zombie, Xiangyang Xia possesses boundless stamina, allowing him to engage in ceaseless combat. Even the giant spider mutants cannot match his endurance, often needing to retreat to his backpack for rest. He targets only those mutant beasts he can defeat, collecting materials while allowing the two giant spiders to consume the remains. If he encounters a foe beyond his capabilities, he promptly retreats with his giant spider mutants to safety. After a fortnight of relentless effort, Xiangyang Xia reaps substantial rewards. Using the materials he has gathered, he crafts a complete set of armor, equipping himself from head to toe. The two giant spider mutants have evolved from their initial state to level 3 mutants. He had assumed that by this point, the city would be devoid of survivors, yet unexpectedly, he still manages to find and infect over 200 humans. Following this thorough sweep, Xiangyang Xia concludes that there are likely no living humans left in the city. One day, while strolling through the streets with his two giant spider mutants, a deafening cat's cry suddenly pierces the air, followed by a thunderous bark that shakes the very ground at a battle between cats and dogs. Xiangyang Xia stealthily approaches the source of the commotion, and the first sight that greets him is an enormous tabby cat, akin to a tiger in size. Once again, a mutant tabby beast. No, this is not the same formidable tabby he encountered previously. It is a member of its kind, Fiery Eyes of Insight name. Tabby mutant beast level, 3 talent, devour and evolve skills. Bite, blade, intimidation. Indeed, this is not the same tabby mutant beast. The prior tabby, displaying terrifying combat prowess, has likely evolved to level 5 or 6, becoming a top-tier predator. This current tabby mutant beast, however, is merely at level 3 and is clearly inferior. The tabby mutant beast emits a thunderous screech, using its intimidation ability against its opponent. Lowering its body, its fur bristles as it lunges forward, raising its right paw to swipe at its adversary. Its target is another gargantuan creature, a dog mutant beast measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and over a meter in height. Resembling a Labrador, Fiery Eyes of Insight name. Labrador mutant beast level, 3 talent, devour and evolve skills. Bite, blade, intimidation. The Labrador mutant beast bellows with all its might, attempting to intimidate the tabby mutant beast in turn. It raises its paw to counter the tabby's swipe, opening its massive jaws to bite at the tabby mutant beast. Chapter 53. The beautiful city cleanser. The enormous stature of the tabby mutant beast does not hinder its agility. With a graceful leap, it evades the Labrador's snapping jaws, escaping unscathed. The battle between the cat and dog appears evenly matched, each unable to inflict harm upon the other. They merely exhaust themselves in their struggle. As the two creatures continue their fierce contest, it becomes clear that neither side is gaining the upper hand, and there seems to be a mutual inclination to disengage. It is time for me to make my grand entrance. With such formidable mutant beasts in sight, I cannot allow them to simply walk away unchallenged. I shall strike with thunderous force to overpower them. Xiangyang Xia instructs his two giant spider mutants to unleash their silk, ensnaring both the tabby mutant beast and the Labrador mutant beast. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of a human and two giant spider mutants, the two engaged beasts are swiftly entangled in webs before they can comprehend the situation. In a frantic effort, they pulled back with all their might, only to discover that the spider silk was remarkably resilient. No amount of strength could sever the thread. Thus, they hastily resorted to using their sturdy teeth to gnaw at the webbing of the colossal mutated spider beast. Eventually, the strands that had ensnared them from the creature's abdomen were finally bitten through, liberating them from its control. However, the silk still clung tightly to their bodies, rendering their limbs immobile. Xiangyang Xia commanded the two large mutated spiders to ensnare the giant raccoon mutated beast while he seized the 7-star Longyuan sword and charged towards the Labrador mutated beast. Intent on dispatching them one by one, after eliminating the Labrador mutated beast, he would then turn his attention to the giant raccoon mutated beast. The Labrador mutated beast exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to break free from the constraints of the silk, twisting its head to bite at the threads binding it. Realizing that Xiangyang Xia was raising the 7-star Longyuan sword to strike, it quickly rolled aside to evade the lethal thrust aimed at its skull. Xiangyang Xia pressed the attack, thrusting the blade relentlessly towards its head. The Labrador mutated beast rolled and leaped in a frantic effort to dodge the deadly sword strikes, despite its evasive maneuvers. It sustained several deep gashes from Xiangyang Xia's blade, blood oozing profusely in a fit of rage. The Labrador mutated beast let out a fearsome roar, employing its intimidation skill in an attempt to unnerve Xiangyang Xia, hoping to seize the moment to strike him down while he was momentarily stunned. However, it was unaware that its intimidation had no effect on Xiangyang Xia. Undeterred, Xiangyang Xia continued his relentless assault with the sword aimed at the creature's head. Faced with the inevitability of being struck, the Labrador mutated beast leaped forward, attempting to crush Xiangyang Xia beneath its massive form. In a deft maneuver, Xiangyang Xia sidestepped, plunging his sword deep into the creature's abdomen, the blade fully penetrating its body, leaving only the hilt exposed. The Labrador mutated beast collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, its abdomen staining the earth with blood. With a swift motion, Xiangyang Xia withdrew the 7-star Longyuan sword and severed the head of the Labrador mutated beast, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations, host, for slaying one Labrador mutated beast. Points increased by 30. After dispatching the Labrador mutated beast, Xiangyang Xia turned his attention to the giant raccoon mutated beast. Now it's your turn. Although the two large mutated spiders lacked offensive prowess, their ability to bind opponents was commendable. The giant raccoon mutated beast, despite its formidable attack power and agility, found itself thoroughly ensnared by the two large mutated spiders, unable to mount a significant counterattack or escape. Witnessing the Labrador mutated beast, which had been evenly matched with him, succumb to Xiangyang Xia's onslaught, the giant raccoon mutated beast realized that without making an effort to break free, it would meet the same grim fate. With this thought, it grew increasingly agitated, desperately attempting to free itself from the spider silk. Yet, after biting through one thread, another swiftly emerged from the spider's abdomen to ensnare it once more. Frantic and enraged, the giant raccoon mutated beast let out anguished roars as it struggled to free its limbs, its jaws snapping at the webbing that bound its. Xiangyang Xia eliminated the Labrador mutated beast and approached with the bloodied 7-star Longyuan sword glistening ominously. The giant raccoon mutated beast's cries began to turn into a mournful wail. Ultimately, it ceased its struggles, gazing up at Xiangyang Xia with eyes that seemed to plead for mercy. Without hesitation, Xiangyang Xia brought his sword down, severing the head of the giant raccoon mutated beast, leaving behind only a heart-wrenching feline cry. Congratulations, host, for slaying one giant raccoon mutated beast. Points increased by 30. Collecting the spoils. Acquired 2 pairs of level 3 giant raccoon mutated beast claws and 2 sharp fangs. Obtained 1 purple crystal. Xiangyang Xia then approached the corpse of the Labrador mutated beast, collecting. Acquired 2 pairs of Labrador mutated beast claws and 1 pair of fangs. Obtained 1 purple crystal. Once Xiangyang Xia finished gathering the materials, the 2 large mutated spiders eagerly feasted upon the flesh and blood of the giant raccoon and Labrador mutated beasts. Your mutated spider pet number 1 is devouring the flesh of the level 3 giant raccoon mutated beast. Experience points increased by 50. Your mutated spider pet number 1 is feasting on the flesh of the level 3 giant raccoon mutated beast. Experience points increased by 50. Your mutated spider pet no. 2 is consuming the flesh of the level 3 Labrador mutated beast. Experience points increased by 50. Your mutated spider pet number 2 is devouring the flesh of the level 3 Labrador mutated beast. Experience points increased by 50. Through their consumption of the mutated beast's flesh, the experience points of both large mutated spiders surged dramatically. Eventually, they ceased their feeding as the flesh of the giant raccoon and Labrador mutated beasts had become devoid of energy, rendering further consumption futile. The information panel indicated that mutated spider pet number 1 had amassed 15,750,000 experience points, and mutated spider pet number 2 had reached 15,357,000. With a few more hunts, both mutated spiders would be on the cusp of leveling up. Soon, he would possess 2 level 4 mutated beast pets. Through his recent sprees of hunting mutated beasts, Xiangyang Xia discovered that only level 3 mutated beasts contained crystals within them, specifically the violet crystals of the 5 black grade. When crafting his full armor, he lavishly utilized these crystals in the creation of his protective gear, employing 1 for the helmet, 1 for the armor, 1 for the gloves, 1 for the pants, and even 1 for the shoes. Thus, His protective suit was exceptionally sturdy, fashioned from the most resilient materials harvested from the mutated beasts, further enhanced by the crystal's properties, rendering it remarkably durable. Even a level 1 elite zombie was unable to penetrate Xiangyang Xia's armor. Utilizing the materials collected from the giant raccoon and Labrador mutated beasts, he fashioned 2 sets of armor for his mutated spider pets. Using the claws and fangs from the cat and dog, along with 2 crystals, he created 2 box-like armors to encase the mutated spiders, protecting their vital areas. The 2 large mutated spiders were overjoyed to don the armor crafted by Xiangyang Xia, circling around him in a display of their excitement. Having thoroughly cleansed the city of Feng, the surviving humans and the mutated beasts he could contend with, as well as the zombies he encountered, Xiangyang Xia had effectively become a diligent custodian of this once beautiful city. Now, it was time to confront the leader of the human military base. Although he could not infect everyone within the base, eliminating that leader would alleviate the impending trouble. Chapter 54. The residential community. Suddenly, Xiangyang Xia caught a whiff of an exceptionally potent human scent. It had been a long time since he encountered such an overwhelming aroma, and it filled him with joy. The richness of the scent indicated a considerable number of humans were nearby. Now, with his keen sense of smell, he could detect scents from hundreds of miles away. It was time for a grand feast, a sumptuous banquet he hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. Yes, he made his way towards the military human base. Xiangyang Xia detected this enticing human scent. Given the distance from the military base, it was evident that this aroma did not originate from there, but rather from another group of humans. Following the scent, he soon arrived at a residential community. The outskirts of Feng City had seen the development of several residential complexes. Although they were removed from the city center, the affordable housing prices and the potential for appreciation attracted many buyers. Some purchased with the intent of selling later for profit. Developers, recognizing the opportunity, constructed numerous complexes in the suburbs. This particular community, named Jinxiuhao Yuan, was a typical residential area established in the outskirts of Feng City. The surrounding facilities were not yet fully developed, and it was situated quite a distance from the city center, leaving the area desolate. Xiangyang Xia observed that several deep trenches had been dug around the community. And indeed, they were filled with numerous fallen zombies, most of which had long since lost their vitality. The depth of these pits suggested that zombies falling in would not perish, at worst suffering broken limbs. Upon closer inspection, many of the zombies bore fatal blows to their heads, indicating that the residents would periodically venture out to deliver the coup de GRC to the fallen zombies. Using long poles to dispatch them safely. It was a testament to human ingenuity. Within the innermost circle, approximately 10 meters from the community's walls, a thorny wire fence had been erected. The ground around the barbed wire was stained with dark brown blood. Such a comprehensive and large-scale defense indicated that a considerable number of people resided within. This extensive operation could not have been accomplished by just a handful of individuals. In this apocalyptic world, survival depended on either sheer strength or sheer luck. The individuals within this enclave belong to the latter category. They have navigated peril with relative ease, surviving primarily through the possession of a few handguns. In the suburbs, where human presence is sparse, the scenario contrasts sharply with the bustling city center, where one is constantly surrounded by crowds. Thus, during the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, it is inevitable that one would become fodder for the undead. However, in the suburbs, the likelihood of encountering zombies diminishes significantly. Once adequately prepared, residents can congregate to establish formidable defenses against the relentless hordes. Evidently, the fortifications of this particular community are quite commendable. What guise should one adopt to infiltrate this stronghold? Should one present themselves as a pitiable woman? Such a tactic is fraught with danger in this era, where being a solitary female could lead to perilous situations. The thought of being restrained by a group of lecherous brutes sends a chill down one's spine. Thus, maintaining the current guise, which reflects a robust physique indicative of strength and capability for survival, seems the most prudent course of action. Xiangyang Xia surveyed herself, finding no discernible flaws in her appearance. She stowed away the 2 mutated spider beasts, He Sha and He Ju, into her system backpack and proceeded along the solitary path leading to the survivors' community. This path, a mere 30 centimeters wide, meandered like a worm, with deep pits lining its sides. It is commendable how much effort has been expended to safeguard the community's security. Such a serpentine route, coupled with the mindless, reckless behavior of the zombies, would surely prevent them from reaching the gates. They would inevitably stumble into countless deep holes along the way. Upon reaching the tightly shut gates of the community, Xiangyang Xia noted the extensive spikes that had been welded to the entrance. Behind those gates stood a tall watchtower, offering a clear view of the surroundings. In the event of danger, the lookout could promptly alert the community's guard squad to address any crises. Inside the tower, a burly man with a scruffy beard sat idly, his boredom palpable. Zombies rarely ventured into this area, and even if a few did appear, they never made it past the gates, falling instead into the numerous traps laid outside. As the man monitored the area, the absence of mobile phones or television rendered his watch tedious. He was even deprived of the opportunity to swat at flies. Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a sturdy man clad in black, carrying a backpack, standing before the gate. The man on the watchtower, looking down at Xiangyang Xia, shouted, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Xiangyang Xia lifted her head, meeting the gaze of the bearded man, who was now brandishing a gun in her direction. With the rehearsed words she had prepared, she replied loudly, "Brother, I come seeking refuge with you all. I merely wish to find a safe place to reside." The bearded man, noting her fully covered appearance, mused that yet another laborer had arrived. Typically, newcomers were allowed entry into the community. Men were utilized for labor while women. The community had reverted to a form of slavery. Those with capabilities enjoyed their lives while the less fortunate became mere slaves. As time passed since the outbreak, humanity's inherent nature had gradually eroded, with primal instincts surfacing. Slaves were exploited, forced to undertake the most arduous tasks, subjected to abuse and insults, all for the sake of survival. They were even at risk of being killed at a whim. However, the bearded man was not inclined to let Xiangyang Xia enter so easily. He intended to test her mettle and exploit her potential first. Thus, he feigned intimidation, warning her, "Our community is a secure fortress. Why would we let an unrelated person like you in? What are your true intentions? What if you wish to cause harm?" They had no real fear of an ordinary human causing damage. It was merely a pretext. Xiangyang Xia responded sincerely, "Brother, I have merely survived by chance in this apocalypse and seek only a safe haven to continue living. I harbor no ulterior motives." Given the height of the community's walls, she could easily leap over them. Yet, to avoid alarming the inhabitants and to ascertain the situation within, she resolved to approach the gate as a human, entering normally. The man descended from the watchtower, and moments later, with a creak, the community's gates swung open. Xiangyang Xia observed the bearded man, gun in hand, aimed directly at her. Chapter 55. The handprint. The man's physique still bore remnants of his former strength. Yet his face was visibly pallid. It was evident that, despite the community's relative safety, food scarcity remained a pressing issue. Upon entering, another man in his 40s secured the gates behind her. The bearded man, gun still trained on Xiangyang Xia, ordered, "Throw your backpack over here so we can inspect it." Xiangyang Xia removed her backpack and tossed it to the ground. At that moment, the middle-aged man approached. Opening the backpack, it was clear he was the bearded man's accomplice. The sight of the backpack brimming with food captured the attention of the three individuals. These provisions were collected by Xiangyang Xia during her journey through various stores, a hard-won bounty in a world where edible supplies had been nearly exhausted. The contents of the backpack were intended to disguise her as a normal person, facilitating her entry into a military human base. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering this community of survivors en route. The bearded man and his companion, eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the food, felt a surge of eagerness. Despite their role as the community's backbone, they often struggled to stave off hunger, their rations barely sufficient to sustain them. Moreover, Xiangyang Xia's backpack contained precious items like ham and marinated eggs. The bearded man's demeanor shifted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Xiangyang Xia. Sensing his movement, she was fully capable of evading the bullet with her agility. Yet, she stood resolutely, allowing the projectile to fly towards her, a calm smile gracing her lips as she regarded the bearded man. She was acutely aware that his handgun could not penetrate her protective gear. They sought to eliminate her to seize her supplies. Without hesitation, Xiangyang Xia delivered a resounding slap to both men, causing them to spin several times before staggering to their feet. 5 distinct red handprints appeared on their faces, their cheeks swelling dramatically. Remarkably, Xiangyang Xia had not exerted any significant force. Had she done so, they would have surely perished on the spot. With a playful smile, she taunted them. "You two blind fools, daring to lay hands on my belongings and even contemplate my demise." Her demeanor exuded arrogance. In such a situation, there was no need for subservience. The sounds of gunfire drew the attention of those nearby, who quickly discerned that it was not a zombie or mutated beast causing the commotion, but rather a dispute among humans. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as valueless as grass. The bearded man, undeterred by the failure of his shot, assumed Xiangyang Xia had merely donned bulletproof attire, thus escaping unscathed. After regaining his footing from her slap, fury surged within him. Hearing her taunt, his rage intensified. "How dare you strike me? I'll kill you." He fired several more rounds at her, but with a nimble twist of her body. Xiangyang Xia effortlessly evaded the bullets, leaving the bearded man dumbfounded. At that moment, he realized he was not facing an ordinary human. Yet it was too late. Xiangyang Xia raised her hand and struck the man, who desperately attempted to evade her blow, but it was futile. He was like Sun Wukong, unable to escape the grasp of Buddha. With unrestrained force, she struck him on the head, and he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. The man seemed utterly unprepared for such an outcome, his eyes wide with confusion. The bearded man's companion, witnessing the gruesome fate of his ally, trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he knelt before Xiangyang Xia, repeatedly bowing his head. "Spare me, Great One. I was blind to your greatness and foolishly sought to harm you. I was mistaken. In this era, power dictated right. Courtesy towards others often resulted in one's own downfall." "What is your name?" Xiangyang Xia inquired. "My name is Howard," he replied, still kneeling, his eyes averted from hers. Without a command from Xiangyang Xia, Howard dared not rise, remaining bowed low. Upon hearing her question, he answered humbly, "Howard, I will take you to meet our leader." "Very well," Xiangyang Xia replied. Upon receiving her command, Howard finally dared to stand, turning to lead Xiangyang Xia in search of their leader. "How many people reside in your community?" she asked. "There are over 500 individuals, some original inhabitants and others who fled here seeking refuge." Hearing this number, Xiangyang Xia felt a flicker of delight, her spirits lifting at the prospect of such a community. Seeing Howard leading the way ahead, Xiangyang Xia felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Previously, in the confines of the prison, he had only managed to infect over 300 individuals, yet during this journey, he stumbled upon a community with more than 500 inhabitants. One could not help but marvel at his prodigious talent and protagonist's aura. This group of people was indeed exceptionally fortunate to have survived amidst the apocalypse. Currently, his evolution value stood at 275 out of 400. Just 125 more individuals needed to ascend another level. After infecting the survivors in this community, not only would he elevate his level, but he would also be significantly closer to the next threshold. The mere thought of discovering another enclave filled him with an extraordinary sense of elation. Chapter 56. Wasteful. It's splendid to see so many of you gathered in this community. Xiangyang Xia praised. Indeed, it is through our collective warmth that we have managed to endure until now. Howard observed a noticeable uplift in Xiangyang Xia's tone, relieving the tension that had coiled within him. He was apprehensive that a moment of displeasure from Xiangyang Xia might lead to his own demise. Although he had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death in this desolate world, surviving was undeniably preferable to perishing. The leader evidently resided in the villa district, as Xiangyang Xia followed Howard through the towering residential buildings, gradually making their way toward the villas. Along the route, Xiangyang Xia noticed that the once lush greenery had been excavated and transformed into agricultural plots. The concrete flooring had been uprooted to yield space for crops. Along the roadside, he encountered numerous residents of the community, all idly congregating along the main thoroughfare, a stark contrast to the usual seclusion of individuals within their homes. Now, the inhabitants appeared notably slender. With nothing to do all day, they miraculously did not gain weight. Wasn't this the aspiration everyone had longed for in days gone by? Now it had become a reality. In a bid to minimize waste, some emaciated individuals merely lay quietly by the roadside, finding even conversation to be too taxing. Others were seated in small groups, playing cards. Xiangyang Xia observed a man discreetly handing something to a woman, who eagerly snatched it and consumed it without hesitation. It turned out that the man had offered her food. Before she had finished swallowing, he began to unfasten her buttons. The two engaged in their tryst, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Their antics drew a gathering of onlookers, who began to cheer them on. A few individuals, stirred by curiosity, initially reached out, only to subsequently join the fray. What a peculiar spectacle, wasting energy when they could barely fill their stomachs. Xiangyang Xia scoffed disdainfully. In this cursed apocalypse, no one knows how long they will survive. Howard muttered with frustration. As they traversed through the ordinary residential area towards the villa district, they passed through an extensive peach orchard. While walking through the grove, Xiangyang Xia discovered that several of the peach trees had mutated into formidable beasts. These colossal trees towered 5 or 6 times higher than their ordinary counterparts, yielding fruits the size of watermelons. Confounded, Xiangyang Xia inquired of Howard, "What is the reason for the peculiarity of those peach trees? Do they not pose a threat to you?" Uncertain if the ordinary folks were aware of the existence of mutated beasts, Xiangyang Xia posed the question to Howard. "These peach trees are indeed strange. This community has always had this orchard, and suddenly, in just a few days, these trees have grown immensely and produced exceptionally large fruits. Previously, a gigantic rat, several times larger than an ordinary one, attacked us. But fortunately, it was vanquished by the leader and his deputy. That incident resulted in several fatalities. However, these peach trees do not attack when someone approaches. Rather, they sway as if willing to coexist peacefully with humans. Thus, we have allowed these trees to thrive, tending to them with water and fertilizer. Moreover, the peaches they bear have no adverse effects when consumed. Their existence substantially alleviates our food scarcity." Howard was forthcoming in his explanation, detailing everything in hopes of avoiding Xiangyang Xia's displeasure. Witnessing the presence of these trees in Howard's description, Xiangyang Xia pondered that not all mutated beasts were inherently aggressive. Some, like the peach trees, seemed inclined toward cohabitation. The existence of these mutated plants could greatly address humanity's food shortages, enhancing the chances of survival in this bleak world. The peach trees provided sustenance, while humanity offered protection. Within human territory, the peach trees could thrive securely, gradually evolving without the need to engage in violent confrontations with other mutated beasts. Although their evolution might be slow, it was nonetheless a viable strategy. In the face of more powerful mutated beasts, the combat capability of the peach tree beasts was undeniably lacking. Howard and Xiangyang Xia arrived at a solitary villa. Xiangyang Xia was acutely aware that the community leader must reside within. With his acute hearing, he discerned indistinct, unmentionable sounds emanating from within the villa. 2 guards stood vigil at the entrance. Howard approached them, addressing the guards, "Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, this individual accompanying me is a new arrival to the community and wishes to meet the leader." Howard's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet the guards exhibited no deference, dismissively waving him off as the leader someone anyone can just meet. "Have you not taught him the rules?" Upon hearing the guard's remarks, Howard cast a furtive glance at Xiangyang Xia, fearful of inciting the latter's wrath. He hastily nodded and bowed. "Brothers, this newcomer possesses formidable skills. If allowed to meet the leader, he will surely be of great use." The guards remained impatient. "The leader is preoccupied. You'll only disturb him. Be on your way." At that moment, a man with a hawkish nose and a grim expression emerged from within. "What are you ruckusing about? I could shoot you without a second thought." The previously impatient guards and the obsequious Howard immediately donned smiles. "Greetings, Brother Xue." 1 guard spoke up. "Brother Xue, this fellow brought a newcomer today, insisting on meeting the leader and causing a commotion here. We were just about to send them off." The newcomer, Brother Xue, was the second in command of the community. Name: Human Resurrector level 1 talent, Enhanced Strength skill, Mastery of Blade Techniques. Xiangyang Xia had previously discerned that Brother Xue was one of the 2 resurrectors in the vicinity. At present, individuals of such low caliber were hardly worth noticing. In a flash, Xiangyang Xia drew the 7-star Long Yuan sword and thrust it toward Xue Shaoran. Before Xue Shaoran could react, he was pierced through the chest. The shock of disbelief evident in his eyes, Howard and the 2 guards were utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. After Xiangyang Xia dispatched Xue Shaoran with a single stroke, they were left in a state of shock. The guards hurriedly reached for their firearms, but before they could grasp the gun handles, they met their demise. With a swift stroke, Xiangyang Xia severed the heads of all 3. "What a pity!" Xiang Yangxia murmured upon witnessing the decapitated bodies of the 4 men. Such a waste. They died so thoroughly. Chapter 57. The smiling tiger. Now that they're dead, I can no longer infect them to gain evolution points. How unfortunate. After eliminating the guards, Xiang Yangxia quickly leaped up to the 3rd floor of the villa. With his extraordinary hearing, he confirmed that the community's leader was indeed in this very room. He jumped from the lower level to the 3rd floor, kicked open the window, and burst into the room where the leader of the survivors resided. Upon seeing Xiang Yangxia burst in, the leader hastily rose, reaching for his handgun. With a swift kick, Xiang Yangxia struck both of the leader's arms. A piercing scream escaped the leader's lips as his arms fell limply to his sides, broken. As a level 3 human resurrector proficient in firearms, the leader could no longer wield a weapon. He never imagined that someone would suddenly invade his chamber and catch him off guard. The community had established comprehensive defenses, even if they could not fend off zombies. They would have ample time to prepare if they were to approach. With 2 guards stationed below and his second-in-command, Xue Shaoran, also present, the leader, Su Daqiang, had always believed he was quite secure. Thus he felt at ease engaging in deep discussions within the villa. The chatter of the guards below had merely registered as mundane noise to him. Many sought to meet him daily. Yet, he could not fathom that an individual would descend upon him so abruptly, breaking both of his arms in the process. Initially, Su Daqiang was filled with shock, which quickly transformed into fury. However, being the leader, he swiftly concealed his rage and calmly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Su Daqiang realized that this unexpected intruder had breached his defenses and acted with such swiftness that he had been rendered helpless. He was now a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unwarranted fury only serves to cloud one's judgment, providing an opportunity for others to exploit. If he chooses to strike, one will undoubtedly meet their demise instantly. Patience is paramount. One must endure. As long as the present crisis is weathered, a smooth path lies ahead. Su Daqiang's shifting expressions did not escape Xiang Yangxia's keen observation. 1. Could not help but admire the rapid transformation of Su Daqiang's countenance. He is indeed a formidable character. Upon hearing Su Daqiang's inquiry, a playful smirk graced Xiang Yangxia's lips. With a light-hearted demeanor, he remarked, "Oh, it's nothing really. I merely find your community quite impressive. I am rather satisfied with your neighborhood. Hence, I shall claim the position of your esteemed leader." His tone was casually audacious. It became evident that he had set his sights on the position of the leader, rather than seeking revenge. As long as there was a desire, that was sufficient. Upon hearing Xiang Yangxia's response, Su Daqiang felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy weight had been lifted. His life was no longer in jeopardy as long as he could survive. What did the position of leader matter? It turned out that the esteemed elder had an interest in his leadership role. Should the elder express a desire for it, he would gladly relinquish it without hesitation. Su Daqiang had always felt inadequate for the role of leader, and now that the elder was present, it was only fitting that the position be rightfully assumed by him. "I shall willingly heed your commands. Esteemed elder, should you instruct me to go east, I would not dare venture west." Su Daqiang adopted a remarkably humble stance. "Your awareness of this situation pleases me greatly," Xiang Yangxia replied. He gestured towards the woman at the foot of the bed, instructing her to assist Su Daqiang with his clothing. The woman had remained silent throughout, exhibiting a calm demeanor. When Xiang Yangxia unexpectedly entered through the window, she did not react with a scream, demonstrating her familiarity with chaos or perhaps an indifference born of past experiences. While Xiang Yangxia conversed with Su Daqiang, she remained seated quietly. Only upon receiving an order did she rise to fetch clothing for Su Daqiang, subsequently dressing herself as well as she stood. Her knees were flushed red, and her lips appeared luscious and vivid. Su Daqiang obediently allowed her to dress him, all the while scheming internally. For now, he would feign compliance. Once he had healed his hands, he would join forces with others to find an opportunity to eliminate Xiang Yangxia and reclaim his position as leader. He wondered how long Xiang Yangxia could maintain his arrogance. He was merely an ignorant brute. "Su Daqiang, you are to gather all the surviving members of the community. Have them come forth to identify who currently holds the title of leader," Xiang Yangxia commanded. "You have 20 minutes to assemble all survivors. Exceed this time, and I shall break one of your legs." "Why, yes," Su Daqiang responded promptly, rushing downstairs to rally the survivors. As he exited, he spat on the ground in frustration, muttering, "What nonsense this is. In a few days, you will kneel before me and call me grandfather." However, he continued to hasten towards his subordinates, instructing them to gather all survivors outside the villa. Upon reaching the foot of the villa, he was confronted with the gruesome sight of 4 of his subordinates, particularly Su Shaoran, leaving Su Daqiang utterly appalled. He had not been this shocked even when Xiang Yangxia had incapacitated his hands. He had assumed Xiang Yangxia merely caught him off guard. Despite his superior skills, he believed the gap was not insurmountable. With a little teamwork, they could have taken him by surprise and found a way to eliminate him. However, the brutal deaths of his subordinates revealed that they had been dispatched with a single, lethal blow from Xiang Yangxia. Su Shaoran, a fellow survivor, was only slightly weaker than Su Daqiang. The fact that he and the others had been taken down without a sound or evidence of struggle indicated the sheer prowess of Xiang Yangxia, which far exceeded Su Daqiang's expectations. He had underestimated this seemingly affable predator. Chapter 58. The strengthening serum. This individual's power surpasses our own. He is not easily dealt with. Realizing this, Su Daqiang's expression shifted, and he hurried to assemble his forces, commanding all to gather before the villa for further orders. "You are to relay this immediately. Everyone must converge outside my villa within 15 minutes. Failing to comply will result in expulsion from the community, leaving them to feed the zombies. If you fail to gather the numbers, you shall face punishment. Do I make myself clear? Dispatch the orders without delay." Su Daqiang sought out the action team, instructing them to notify all community survivors. Upon receiving his command, the team swiftly broadcast the message throughout the neighborhood. They exhausted every means to ensure all residents were informed, urging them to gather in front of Su Daqiang's villa. Under the weight of Su Daqiang's authority, they overlooked the peculiarities of his injured arms, hastily fulfilling their task. The residents, bewildered by the sudden announcement, nonetheless complied, rushing from every corner of the community to avoid the fate of being cast out to become zombie fodder. Xiang Yangxia sat at the villa entrance, smiling as he observed the hurried gathering. Some of the visibly malnourished individuals nearly collapsed from exertion. They gasped for breath as they beheld the composed man at the villa's entrance, who regarded them with an amused smile, leaving them curious about his true identity. When they caught sight of the dismembered bodies of Su Shaoran and the others, their faces paled in terror, and they dared not utter a sound. Soon enough, they witnessed Su Daqiang, once imposing and commanding, now bowing submissively before Xiang Yangxia. "Boss, all are gathered," Su Daqiang reported, bowing low. His words nearly dropped jaws among the onlookers. Who was this person that compelled such deference from Su Daqiang? Xiang Yangxia, still smiling, responded, "Well done. It took less than 20 minutes. Are you certain all within the community are present?" "Yes, boss, everyone is here, without exception," Su Daqiang affirmed. "Excellent. Thank you for your commendation. It is my duty," he replied as he stepped aside. The onlookers were astonished by Su Daqiang's humility. Xiang Yangxia then stood, cleared his throat, and addressed the crowd loudly. "From this day forth, I am your leader. You may witness that your second in command was dispatched by me with a single blow." He pointed at the corpses lying before the villa. The crowd followed his gesture, their previous disbelief giving way to astonishment. They had not anticipated Xiang Yangxia's prowess to defeat several individuals, including their formidable second in command. In one swift motion was unforeseen. "You should know that your leader poses no threat to me other than my strength is derived from a special serum," he continued. Upon hearing of this serum, the crowd's eyes brightened with hope. "I shall provide it to you. Once you inject this serum, you will become incredibly powerful, no longer fearing zombies. Slaying them will be as effortless as exterminating cockroaches." The crowd's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Yet some remained skeptical, questioning the sudden offer of a strength-enhancing serum. Surely there was an ulterior motive. Xiang Yangxia instructed Su Daqiang, "When I signal you to release individuals, allow one in every 2 minutes. I will administer the serum," he then declared. "You have 10 minutes to consider. Those who wish to receive the serum, step forward into the villa, and I shall grant you the power to become formidable." Xiang Yangxia felt confident that his words would sufficiently entice them. Even a fraction of compliance would suffice, as he wished to avoid the hassle of seeking them out individually. With that, he strolled into the villa, simultaneously signaling his 2 mutated spider beasts to enter the community and await further orders. The survivors outside began to murmur amongst themselves, particularly those eager for strength who had previously felt powerless. They were ecstatic, eager to rush into the villa for an injection. longing to become powerful and free from the shackles of fear, no longer living like dogs in this apocalyptic world. Others, however, deliberated, wondering if it was a trap, questioning whether they would be mere subjects in a dangerous experiment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why would someone so benevolent offer them a means to gain strength? Seated comfortably on the sofa in the villa's main hall, Xiang Yangxia beckoned to the woman who had been waiting within. She promptly swayed her hips and approached him eagerly. Xu Daqiang, too. Xiang Yangxia is content. For no matter who it may be, as long as one can live well in this world, she is willing to serve him wholeheartedly. To her, it makes no difference whom she serves. Upon Xiang Yangxia's command, a woman obediently extends her neck, mistakenly believing that Xiang Yangxia intends to kiss her. However, she secretly harbors disdain, pondering that he is to administer injections to the crowd in about 10 minutes. Does he truly wish to resolve this matter in mere moments? Xiang Yangxia leans in and bites the woman's neck. The woman thinks to herself, what a perverse individual, biting people. Soon, she loses consciousness. Ah, what bliss. The ecstasy that arises from the depths of her soul brings Xiang Yangxia immense satisfaction. Task accomplished. Congratulations to the host for infecting one human, evolution value 275-400. Once the woman mutates into a zombie, Xiang Yangxia instructs her to jump to the door and open it for the incoming individuals. Those wishing to come in for an injection must queue, entering one by one. Control it well. Xu Daqiang. Understood, boss. Before long, the first person enters. Once inside, Xiang Yangxia instructs the woman to close the door. The man, beaming with joy, feels he has stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity, dreaming of becoming a formidable being instantaneously. Chapter 59. You are still too young. Xiang Yangxia covers the man's mouth and bites into his neck, preventing him from making a sound. As the man collapses to the ground, his eyes brim with unwillingness. Wasn't the injection supposed to make him strong? How did it come to this? You are still too young, Xiang Yangxia remarks, shaking his head at the fallen man. Yet, this fulfills my promise to you all. To make you powerful and fearless against zombies, the man, filled with reluctance and confusion, gradually transforms into a zombie. The subsequent arrivals are similarly silenced by Xiang Yangxia, who bites their necks to infect them. Sensing the process is too slow, with over 500 individuals consuming too much time, he instructs Xu Daqiang to let one person in every 30 seconds. Soon, over 100 individuals have been infected, transforming into zombies, and Xiang Yangxia directs them to ascend to the upper floor of the villa to settle in. Congratulations to the host for infecting one human, earning 1 point, evolution value 400-400. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, now able to upgrade to a black zombie. During the body modification process, progress, 97.99.100. Congratulations to the host for completing the level up. Host name, Xiang Yangxia. Current level, level 1 black zombie talent, infection. Commanding intimidation skills, control, super disguise weapon, 7-star Long Yuan sword item card. 1 transformation card. The number of zombies the host can control increases to 16, with a control range of 800 meters. Speed, agility, and physical strength each rise by 2. Speed. 6. Normal person. 1. Agility. 7. Normal person. 1. Physical strength. 8. Normal person. 1. Hearing and smell. 11. Normal person. 1. Commanding intimidation. The host can exert bloodline suppression over zombies of lower levels. Possessing the ability to intimidate lower-level zombies, the host can now command large groups of nearby zombies, directing them to fight on the host's behalf, with a current command limit of 100 individuals and a commanding range of 100 meters. The distinction between commanding and controlling. Commanded zombies do not share the host's vision as controlled zombies do. Controlled zombies can comprehend the host commands effectively, while commanded zombies can only be directed for battle in a simple manner. Wow! Xiang Yangxia leaps with joy. Finally, he has transformed into a black zombie, achieving a significant leap in power, and no longer the weakest white zombie. Becoming a black zombie signifies the acquisition of formidable strength. No longer fearing sunlight or other entities that counter zombies, he can now control a greater number of zombies over a longer distance. More importantly, he has gained commanding abilities, allowing him to orchestrate large-scale battles. And his physical attributes have improved considerably. This is truly a bountiful harvest. Furthermore, upon becoming a black zombie, the level of the infected zombies will also rise. As the infection spreads to over 200 individuals, those outside begin to grow anxious, questioning why so many have entered without a single one returning. Whispers of doubt circulate as they speculate about the safety of the injections. The influx of new entrants slows, filled with uncertainty. Those eager to gain strength through the injections have already rushed into the villa, while the onlookers grow increasingly suspicious and convinced of a conspiracy. It must be a scam. One voice rises above the rest. Not a single one has come out. Another echoes. We should wait to see the results before trying. The crowd engages in a fervent discussion. While many express their desire to leave, they find themselves intimidated by Su Daqiang and the execution team, reluctant to depart. The later arrivals cease entering the villa. Standing guard at the entrance, Su Daqiang harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Xiangyang Xia. Having fractured his own hands, he is compelled to summon the community residents and remain on watch, without an opportunity to tend to his injuries. He must tirelessly help maintain order among the survivors. If only he could eliminate Xiangyang Xia, he would have relished the chance to torment him endlessly. Alas, he is powerless against him, forced to endure the situation as he continues to call for people and manage the crowd. Hearing the murmurs from behind, he pays them no heed, his own mind clouded with frustration, fueled by the suspicions of others regarding Xiangyang Xia's true intentions. The moment he acts, it is with ruthlessness. Revealing his malicious nature, Xiangyang Xia, catching wind of the commotion outside, muses, "Since you are so eager, I shall indulge your desires." He commands 2 mutated giant spiders to patrol the villa's perimeter, instructing them to ensnare any fleeing individuals with their webs and return them to the villa's entrance. Xiangyang Xia swings open the grand door and steps forth to face the restless crowd. As the door creaks open, everyone falls silent, their gazes fixed upon him. A smile creeps upon Xiangyang Xia's lips as he addresses them. "Thank you for your patience. You must be wondering why so many have entered without a single one emerging. Are you afraid I might have devoured them all? Besides, I lack the capacity to consume over 100 individuals." The crowd, hearing Xiangyang Xia's words, awkwardly chuckles in agreement. Yet, their doubts remain unshaken. They are compelled to respond due to Xiangyang Xia's formidable presence, albeit begrudgingly. "Since I, Xiangyang Xia, have vowed to make you powerful and fearless against zombies, I shall certainly follow through. The over 200 individuals who have entered have received their injections and gained tremendous abilities. Now, I shall allow them to emerge. You are no match for them now." With that, a smirk graces his lips once more. He commands the 16 zombies under his control to step forth, followed by the other commanded zombies. The onlookers eagerly await, their anticipation mounting as they yearn to witness the prowess of those who have become strong from the injections. Suddenly, they are taken aback, realizing that those emerging appear quite unusual, resembling the zombies they had only heard of in legends. Panic ensues as the crowd comprehends that these individuals have transformed into monsters. They attempt to flee, but to no avail. The zombies swiftly encircle them, capturing any would-be escapees and tossing them back into the throng. Those who manage to flee are ensnared by silken threads and dragged back into the enclosure. Undeterred, the crowd continues to strive for escape, convinced that since the zombies do not harm them, they might still cling to hope. Chapter 60. Will you feel guilty towards pigs and chickens? Members of several community action teams, armed with handguns, attempt to break through. They strike down the zombies in their path, only to be swiftly overpowered by the horde behind them. With so many zombies, a few handguns and a handful of people are utterly insufficient for a successful escape. Xiangyang Xia commands the giant spiders to spit out webs, snatching away several handguns. Soon, the remaining residents of the community abandon their attempts to flee, realizing that they are completely surrounded by over 100 zombies. No matter how hard they try, they are trapped in a circle of despair, unable to escape. "Run? Why aren't you running?" Xiangyang Xia questions, feigning confusion. The others, witnessing his infuriating tone and expression, can hardly contain their anger towards him. "If you are not going to run, then I shall commence my feast." Xiangyang Xia, having shed her super disguise, revealed her true zombie visage, lunging towards the crowd. "Please, do not come any closer." The onlookers desperately dodged Xiangyang Xia's advances. Some struggled in vain to resist her, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. "Congratulations, host. You have infected 1 human. Points increased by 1. Evolution value increased by 1. Congratulations, host. You have infected 1 human. Points increased by 1. Evolution value increased by 1. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed rapidly, announcing Xianjiangxia's successive infections of humans. Surrounded by the horde of zombies, Xianjiangxia devoured them one by one, reveling in the exhilaration. The number of survivors in the community dwindled, while the zombies multiplied. When only Su Daqiang and 6 others remained, the pleasant electronic voice chimed once more. Congratulations, host, you have infected 1 human. Points increased by 1. Evolution value increased by 1. Congratulations, host, you have completed the upgrade task. Evolution value has reached 400. Congratulations, host, your level has increased by 1. Body modification in progress. Modification progress, 90.98.100 modification complete. Host name, Xianjiangxia current level, Black Zombie level 2 talent, Infection commanding intimidation skills, Control super disguise technique weapon, 7-star Dragon Abyss sword item card, 1 transformation card speed. Agility and physical strength increased by 1. Speed, 4, normal person, 1 agility, 8, normal person, 1, physical strength, 9, normal person, 1, hearing and smell, 11, normal person, 1. This upgrade did not confer new skills or other enhancements, but it did yield improvements in speed, agility, and physical strength. Nonetheless, it was still commendable. Having leveled up twice within the community was indeed impressive, as long as he encountered densely populated areas, evolving through infection would be assured. Did he feel any fear or regret after infecting so many? Xianjiangxia felt neither fear nor regret. Only exhilaration surged within him. The delightful sensation that followed the infection of human souls, coupled with the thrill of leveling up, overshadowed any initial resistance he had felt when he first transformed into a half-human, half-zombie. Yet, once he took that first step and infected his first human, there was no turning back. He had embarked on a path destined for the Zombie King. After fulfilling the system's tasks to become a complete zombie, he had fully embraced his identity, severing all ties with humanity. The greatest advantage of leveling up was that upon becoming a Black Zombie level 2, the zombies he infected would no longer be the weaker white zombies, but rather enhanced Black zombies. Black zombies possessed far greater strength than their white counterparts, fundamentally altering the power dynamics he could wield. This was also the reason he had retained Su Daqiang and the 6 others for last. Su Daqiang, as a human reviver, inherently possessed robust physical capabilities, and his latent potential had been unlocked. After Xianjiangxia became a Black Zombie level 2, infecting him would significantly enhance his strength. Moreover, once he transformed into a Black Zombie, Su Daqiang could retain a degree of intelligence, comprehending simple commands, thus becoming a valuable ally. Although the others were not human revivers, they were still members of the action team with commendable physical attributes, and their strength would be superior to that of the weaklings post-infection. Observing Xianjiangxia approach, Su Daqiang, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile and resistance would lead nowhere, composed himself and calmly inquired, "As a human, do you not feel guilt for harming so many of your fellow kind?" He understood that even though Xianjiangxia now bore the guise of a zombie, he had once been human and should possess human emotions. By appealing to his inner feelings, Su Daqiang hoped to find a glimmer of hope. Xianjiangxia chuckled lightly and retorted, "When you consume pork or chicken, do you feel guilt towards the pigs and chickens?" Hearing Xianjiangxia's response left Su Daqiang momentarily stunned. Wide-eyed, it dawned on him that, to Xianjiangxia, humanity was merely sustenance. Xianjiangxia effortlessly dispatched the remaining Su Daqiang and the 6 others, transforming them into zombies. He gazed at the throng of zombies in the community, all gazing skyward with hands in their pockets. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. Next, Xianjiangxia commanded his 2 mutated spider pets to devour several mutated peach trees that had taken root in the survivors' community. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, the privileged class, epitomized by President Feet of the Rice Commune Empire, fortified their estates with armed forces, believing they could weather the apocalypse in safety and relish the myriad conveniences their status afforded, reveling in the power of life and death. However, as time progressed, the zombies gradually evolved, and the emergence of mutated beasts shattered Feet and his peers' illusions. They understood that the advent of these new species would inevitably lead to their downfall given their current strength. Fortunately, General Franklin established a base early in the outbreak, leading his troops and diligently researching zombies and fortifying their equipment while attracting many citizens of the Rice Commune Empire to form a robust human stronghold. Initially, Franklin sought their help to develop the human base, but Feet and others not only refused assistance but also mocked him as a fool. faced with the futility of their isolated defenses. They eventually turned to Franklin and reached out to him. Franklin, setting aside past grievances, welcomed them to build a larger military base. He recognized that this was not the time for vendettas. Only by uniting the armed forces of the privileged class could they forge a stronger human base and restore hope to the Rice Commune Empire. This group possessed substantial military might. Together, Franklin and these individuals established several smaller human bases, initiated the development of human laboratories and weapon research facilities. They even embarked on some audacious projects, including bioengineered humans and steel robots. In this extraordinary time, unconventional measures were called for. With zombies now appearing en masse, what could humanity possibly fear? Failed experiments would merely yield another type of monster, and they had the means to eliminate threats in their infancy. Successful research would equip humanity with the tools to combat zombies and mutated beasts. During peacetime, many engaged in reckless research, and in this fight for survival, the motto of no pain, no gain rang truer than ever. The official group, represented by Franklin, established formal research institutions, while some reckless private scientists conducted clandestine human experimentation. Previously, after infecting the inmates in the prison and transforming them into zombies, Xianjiangxia had confined them within the prison. Intending to use them as his reserve army, a further consideration was the fear of their escape revealing the existence of zombies. The earlier the populace was aware of their presence, the greater the likelihood of developing countermeasures and weapons against them, which would impede his covert operations. However, this time was different. He intended to unleash the over 500 zombies he had infected within the community, allowing them to disperse. Given the current circumstances, the emergence of zombies was likely already common knowledge, making it unnecessary to conceal their existence any longer. Not only had zombies appeared, but the intelligent zombies, such as the large one that had previously attacked him, had undoubtedly reported to the military base outside the city. The outer military base had likely informed other bases as well. By releasing these zombie minions, those capable could gradually evolve and establish their own factions. Those lacking capability would simply fall to misfortune. The factions they formed would ultimately belong to him. The scattered movements of the zombies would aid in concealing his own activities, obscuring his behavioral patterns and plans. Xianjiangxia opened the gates of the community, commanding the zombies to leap onto the streets, avoiding casualties in the protective pits outside. He led the horde of zombies safely beyond the community's defenses, instructing them to disperse, accompanied by his 2 mutated spider pets and the 16 controlled zombies. He continued his journey toward the military base. Among the 16 zombies were Su Daqiang and the other 6 black zombies. Upon nearing the military base, Xianjiangxia marveled at the vastness of the human stronghold. Prior to the outbreak, he had never visited this military base. Observing its grandeur, he could not help but admire the remarkable resilience of humanity. The military base had evidently expanded significantly since the outbreak, with defensive structures erected around the original center, extending several hundred meters outward. Xianjiangxia directed the 2 mutated spiders and the 16 zombies to disembark from the vehicle, preparing to infiltrate the military base alone. As he departed the survivor community, he had procured a jeep from outside the community. The mutated spiders and the zombie minions either sat within the vehicle or clung to its exterior. And after an hour of travel, they arrived at a location 1 kilometer from the military base. The journey had been smooth, with minimal obstacles encountered along the way, and the wandering zombies were easily dispatched by his minions. The chance encounter with a few mutated beasts proved to be no match for his subordinates, who were effortlessly dispatched and devoured. This left Xianjiangxia, who was eager to test his newfound strength, feeling quite disheartened, as he had not encountered any worthy opponents. Driving his jeep, he instructed Su Daqiang and the other zombies to maintain a distance of 800 meters, a range within which he could effectively control them. His pet mutated spider beast, however, was exempt from such limitations and could communicate telepathically. Thus, Xianjiangxia commanded the spider beast to move independently, seeking out other mutated creatures to elevate its level, notifying the others only when necessary. "Big guy, are you all right? Please don't let those mutated beasts or zombies take you down. I want you to be waiting well and healthy for my arrival at the human military base." He mused with a smile at the corner of his lips as he steered the vehicle towards the military base. As he drew closer, he was struck by the sheer scale of the human base's construction. Upon reaching the first line of defense, he glanced towards the perimeter wall of the military base, still about 800 meters distant. The previous distance had obscured the details, Indeed, the defense perimeter was vast, and it became evident that once inside, he would no longer be able to control Su Daqiang and the other zombies, far exceeding his manageable range. Reluctantly, he decided to disperse them, allowing them to roam freely. He dismissed Su Daqiang and the other zombies, setting them loose to establish their own territory. The outermost defense consisted of a circle of iron spike fences, upon which numerous struggling zombies had become impaled, mindlessly attempting to approach the human base. Those fortunate enough to have scaled the fence would confront a series of deep pits ahead. Should they survive that, they would find themselves facing sharpened bamboo stakes set atop wooden frames. A veritable gauntlet of traps. Such measures were effective against ordinary zombies. While elite zombies might breach these defenses, a towering wall loomed ahead, hinting at further protective measures within the base that Xiangyang Xia could not yet discern. He speculated that these defenses must be formidable to withstand the onslaught of elite zombies and powerful mutated beasts. As he approached the iron spike fence, it became apparent that the path was blocked. And given the many traps ahead, it was clearly not a thoroughfare. The inhabitants of the military base must have a designated route for exit. They couldn't entirely isolate themselves behind their defensive walls. Following the fence, Xiangyang Xia searched for an entrance to the military base. Chapter 62. The military human base. In a brief moment, Xiangyang Xia discovered the road leading to the military base. Unlike the survivor community's winding paths, the military base featured a broad thoroughfare, allowing vehicles to reach the outer walls directly. However, the road was not without its checkpoints. Truly, this is a military base, he thought, admiring the spaciousness designed for the easy passage of vehicles, including armored trucks and tanks, as opposed to the narrow pathways of the survivor community. Upon encountering a barrier, Xiangyang Xia disembarked to remove it. The barrier was spiked on the side facing outward, intended to deter any zombies attempting to breach. After driving through, he patiently returned to lower the barrier back into place. He understood that the guards stationed within the military base had certainly seen him, keeping a watchful eye on his actions. Every move he made was under scrutiny. He needed to blend in and gather intelligence, and if possible, take down the base. It was crucial to make a good first impression. After all, initial perceptions held significant weight. If he charged recklessly through their defenses without restoring order, they might regard him as arrogant and provocative, potentially leading to gunfire aimed at him. Though he could easily assert his strength, he remained cautious, still uncertain of how the personnel within the military base conducted themselves. Thus, adopting a moderate approach seemed wise. If they respected strength, he would demonstrate his capabilities. If they adhered to a code of civility, he would need to exhibit sufficient sincerity. He understood the importance of adapting to the context. Xiangyang Xia's surmises proved correct. The guards and sentries within the military base had indeed noted his arrival. They observed his considerate behavior, silently acknowledging it. Most of the humans who had survived until now possessed some degree of skill. Those who recklessly relied on their strength without adhering to rules would quickly learn their lesson. The military base had no need for troublemakers. After passing through several checkpoints, Xiangyang Xia arrived outside the military base's walls. He turned off the engine and stepped out of the jeep, awaiting someone to open the gate for him. Before him stood a large iron gate, fortified with sharp metal fixtures that glinted ominously. Beside it was a smaller door, clearly intended for human entry and exit, facilitating swift access in case of a zombie attack. While the larger gate was reserved for vehicles, the towering wall appeared to be over 10 meters high, its uneven surface revealing the scarcity of materials used in its construction. Various bricks were employed, even incorporating stones and earth, creating a wall that lacked the neatness and beauty of peacetime architecture. It was evident that this was a hastily erected structure, yet its functionality was commendable. The wall seemed robust, and the extensive construction indicated the considerable effort the inhabitants had invested in establishing a barrier against the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts. Xiangyang Xia also noticed numerous holes near the base of the wall, which he surmised were designed for launching sharp weaponry against attacking zombies and mutated beasts. These openings could also accommodate machine guns for sweeping fire. The design was undeniably practical. He felt uncertain about leading his zombie squad in a frontal assault. The odds of breaching the defenses seemed slim. Before long, the small doors swung open, revealing a robust man who, despite appearing weary, exuded a palpable vitality. Clad in camouflage, he carried a submachine gun. Upon seeing the man, Xiangyang Xia rushed forward, grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously. his voice tinged with emotion. "Brother, at last, I've found you. You have no idea what I've been through to get here. Sob, seeing you all as my salvation. I'll no longer have to endure this hellish world." The man stood momentarily frozen, taken aback by Xiangyang Xia's display. Though he was a tall and sturdy figure, the other's demeanor was unexpectedly timid. Yet, rather than expressing disdain, the man placed a reassuring hand on Xiangyang Xia's shoulder. "Brother, you're safe now. You've made it to the military base, where you can enjoy a secure life." He understood Xiangyang Xia's emotional outburst. The outside world was indeed a living nightmare, and anyone who had survived thus far had likely endured their own share of tragedies. This big fellow had ventured to the base alone, and many who hadn't been rescued by comrades would have already succumbed to becoming zombies. This man was a true hero. Xiangyang Xia composed himself, then removed his backpack and opened it. "Do you need to check my bag? Here, take a look." He offered willingly for inspection. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the food in Xiangyang Xia's backpack, yet he made no move to seize it. Noticing the man's longing gaze, Xiangyang Xia was relieved to see he did not resort to threats or coercion. Instead, he calmly replied, "That's unnecessary. Keep your provisions. However, you cannot bring your vehicle inside to avoid any collisions. Your vehicle must be confiscated, and you'll need to remain in the quarantine area for a day. Once we confirm there are no issues, we'll allow you into the base." "That sounds perfectly fine." Xiangyang Xia beamed, revealing a bright smile. Internally, he pondered how he would fare if they insisted on a complete inspection of his clothing. Should he comply or resist? It was a dilemma. "I'm Xiangyang Xia. May I know your name, brother?" "Hello, I'm Chen Jinshuan," the energetic young man replied warmly. With his backpack in tow, Xiangyang Xia followed Chen Jinshuan through the gate, only to be astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. He had not anticipated another wall within the confines of the first. The two walls stood 50 meters apart, with makeshift tents erected in the space between. Guards were stationed every 100 meters or so, observing the surroundings through the openings in the walls, while others patrolled the area. Chapter 63. Isolation. The personnel assigned to patrol are able to provide timely reinforcement upon the observation of any anomalies. And in urgent situations, they can notify the mobile combat units for immediate support. Arriving at a row of makeshift tin structures, Chen Jinshuan opened one of the rooms and said to Xiangyang Xia, "This is the place. You may stay inside for a day. Once we ascertain that there are no issues, we will let you out." Xiangyang Xia noticed that two fully armed guards were stationed beside the row of huts. After Chen Jinshuan arrived, he greeted the two individuals. Uncertain whether his claims were genuine, that he merely needed to observe for a day, Xiangyang Xia pondered whether there might be ulterior motives at play. Perhaps the absence of immediate action at the entrance was to avoid damage to their own side, instead allowing him to voluntarily enter a cage, effectively imprisoning himself for their purposes. Regardless of their intentions, with his current abilities, he would not allow matters to unfold as they desired. Furthermore, he had two pet mutated beasts outside, ready to rescue him at any moment. Thus, with a composed demeanor, Xiangyang Xia stepped into the room Chen Jinshuan had opened and inquired, "May I ask why I must be confined here for a day? Is there a particular reason?" Chen Jinshuan was quite pleased with Xiangyang Xia's cooperation and responded amiably, "It's nothing more than a precaution. Since you arrived from the outside, we want to ensure that you do not suddenly transform into a zombie." "I see. Thank you," Xiangyang Xia replied. Chen Jinshuan then closed and locked the door from the outside. A small glass window on the door allowed those outside to observe the interior. The two armed patrolmen outside indeed monitored the row of huts, occasionally passing by to check on the situation inside. Xiangyang Xia paid them little mind, allowing them to observe as he casually tossed his backpack onto a nearby chair and reclined on the bed. Humming a tune, he awaited the unfolding events. Since the outbreak of the zombie wave, he had never ceased fighting for survival. Rarely was there a day where he could do nothing. Thus, he lay on the bed, reflecting on the journey that had brought him here. Initially, he had resisted the notion of becoming a zombie, yet now he seemed quite willing to engage in the activities befitting one. When he first became a half-human, half-zombie, he understood the necessity of completing the task of infecting others. Lest he face annihilation by the system, he had wished to remain passive, but ultimately, he succumbed to the primal drive of his zombie nature, embarking on this path. Upon reflection, had he truly resisted this path? Or had he merely been reluctant at the outset? His initial reluctance was but a minor objection from his human self, fearing that in an era of peace, he would become a monster. hunted down. However, upon witnessing the arrival of zombies and the onset of the apocalypse, he seized the opportunity to rise. Ultimately, it was his inner desire to dominate the world that propelled him forward. People often concoct various justifications for their actions, claiming a lack of alternatives, and he too sought a rationale that would allow him to feel at ease. Moreover, becoming a zombie granted him eternal life. Thus he viewed himself as a savior of sorts. If he did not transform others into zombies, they would inevitably become repulsive undead creatures. The current situation had grown increasingly complex. After wrapping up matters at the base, it was time to cultivate his own zombie forces. Fighting alone would yield little success. He needed to nurture his own horde of zombies. If he commanded a significant number of zombies, he could easily overpower the base. As it stood, he was utterly powerless alone. The considerable distance made it impossible to control the zombies, rendering them of little use. However, he anticipated that as his level increased, the limitations of distance would diminish. Thus, Xiang Yangxia remained in the tin hut, lost in thought, contemplating the past, present, and future. The patrolling personnel outside were intrigued by this individual who lay so calmly and unmoving in the hut, exhibiting a composure that starkly contrasted with the agitation of the others in isolation. In fact, Xiang Yangxia was rather eager for them to take some action against him, perhaps to render him unconscious for experimentation, yet as time passed, he saw no sign of their intentions, much to his disappointment. "Come out, it's time," called a man from outside, opening the door to the room where Xiang Yangxia resided. This time, it was not Qin Zhenshuan who had come to notify him, but another man, whose demeanor appeared unapproachable and cold. The man escorted Xiang Yangxia to the entrance of the second perimeter wall, turning back to say, "This is as far as I go. You may enter on your own. Someone will arrange everything for you." He then addressed the guards at the second gate, stating, "This is the newcomer who has completed the observation period. I entrust him to you." "Understood," one of the gatekeepers replied, glancing at Xiang Yangxia before nodding to the man who had escorted him. "Follow me," one of the guards instructed, leading Xiang Yangxia onward. After the initial warm demeanor of Qin Zhenshuan, Xiang Yangxia had expected that the individuals within the base would exhibit a similar warmth, only to realize he had been mistaken. Individuals like Qin Zhenshuan were rare. The majority seemed to possess a cold and sorrowful disposition. Xiang Yangxia had anticipated that crossing the second perimeter would lead him to a bustling area of human activity. But instead, upon passing through the gate, he was greeted by a vast expanse of farmland. The living quarters of the humans were still quite distant from the second wall, and he could only make out vague silhouettes of buildings in the distance. The leader of this base was undoubtedly a visionary, having cleared a large area for agriculture during the initial stages of its establishment, constructing walls and then cultivating the land essential for human survival. Although the early days might be challenging, this foresight would undoubtedly benefit humanity in the long run, as the decision-makers had already considered the possibility of prolonged conflict. They did not merely focus on immediate safety by erecting walls. They also planned for the sustenance of the inhabitants. Had they built agricultural land outside the walls afterward, they would have faced the additional burden of constructing further barriers, wasting valuable resources in the agricultural fields. Many individuals were indeed engaged in cultivation, tending to crops. Their focus on their tasks rendered them indifferent to the arrival of new individuals. As they busily worked away, it was evident that most were not particularly skilled in farming. Some were seen weaving through the crowd, instructing others on proper planting techniques. Chapter 64. Entering the base with my stunningly handsome presence, and they choose to ignore me as I pass by? Truly, these people are cold, Xiang Yangxia remarked to the man leading him. The guard, upon hearing this, could not suppress an eye roll, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Xiang Yangxia, attempting to glean information about his surroundings through casual conversation, was met with the guard's deadpan response. "They are busy. They likely have no time to pay you any mind." Such a serious fellow, Xiang Yangxia thought to himself. A few nearby workers, having overheard his comment, paused to glance at him. Curiosity piqued as they wondered what sort of person would make such a statement. However, after a brief appraisal, they returned to their labor, seeing Xiang Yangxia as merely an ordinary young man, lacking any remarkable qualities. "You lot must be in dire need of an eye exam," Xiang Yangxia retorted with a tone of disdain. Prior to entering the military base, he had altered his appearance. No longer the tall and muscular man he once was, but rather adopting the guise of an average youth. Ignoring him, the workers continued their tasks, rendering his attempt at provocation a failure. The two men walked in silence for some time. Following the guard, Xiang Yangxia strode purposefully until they reached the residential area. Upon arrival, he observed that the houses appeared to be newly constructed, featuring a variety of materials, all single-story dwellings, nestled within a surrounding wall. Each house bore unique designs, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. The wall encircling the central area was likely the original military base, appearing far sturdier than the two walls he had previously encountered. Expanding outward from the military base, the strongest forces were likely nestled within its confines, harboring numerous secrets. While entering the base, Xiang Yangxia had keenly scrutinized the guards and personnel, including Chen Zhenshuan, and those conducting patrols at the isolation point. None of them were human revivers, yet he sensed a formidable power coursing through their bodies, strength that ordinary humans could not possess. He believed that even soldiers, despite rigorous training, would not attain such prowess. As they passed through the farming area, he had intentionally sought to provoke the workers to gauge their abilities, but his efforts proved fruitless. He had refrained from pushing too hard. The timing was not right, and he could not afford to reveal his true intentions. The guard brought Xiang Yangxia to a wooden cabin and knocked on the door. A sweet female voice resonated from within. "Come in." The guard opened the door and led Xiang Yangxia into the room, where a young woman sat at a desk. With long, dark hair and a round, cherubic face, her presence was as delightful as her voice. The man respectfully addressed the woman, saying, "Supervisor Zhou, this individual is from outside and has completed the quarantine. I have brought them to you. The name is Xiangyang Xia." "Very well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." "You may return now," replied Supervisor Zhou, her tone remaining relatively polite yet betraying an underlying indifference. The disparity between her appearance, voice, and demeanor was striking. "All right, I shall take my leave now," the man said, turning to exit the wooden cabin. As Xiangyang Xia journeyed through the base, they observed a well-structured process in place, with everyone fulfilling their designated roles to ensure smooth operations. The man's evident reverence for the woman, coupled with his choice of address, indicated that she held a position of authority. Given that she was referred to by a civilian title rather than a military rank, it was clear she was not a military personnel. Upon entering, Xiangyang Xia discreetly employed their keen observational skills to assess the woman's capabilities. Name: Human Resurrector Level 3, equivalent to Level 2 Elite Zombie. Abilities: Body Restoration, Agility Skills, Mastery of Blade Techniques as anticipated. She was indeed a human resurrector, and her level and skills were quite impressive, explaining her position of authority. Even more remarkable was her restoration ability. What was the extent of her healing prowess? System: What is the extent of this woman's restorative abilities? Can she heal wounds rapidly? Inquisitively, Xiangyang Xia sought clarification from the system, but to their bewilderment, the system remained unresponsive. This silence was peculiar. Previously, even if the system did not answer, it would at least react, often with disdain. Such a lack of response was rare, and the system had ceased to issue tasks or notifications altogether. Was it possible the system had malfunctioned? Before Xiangyang Xia could dwell further on this, the woman interrupted him. "You are Xiangyang Xia, correct?" "Yes, that is indeed me. I wonder what insight Supervisor Zhou might share," Xiangyang Xia replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he responded to her query. Supervisor Zhou, perceiving Xiangyang Xia's demeanor, felt a wave of distaste wash over her, her expression revealing a hint of irritation. Xiangyang Xia, noticing her discontent, feigned ignorance regarding her displeasure. Given the prevalence of zombies and mutated creatures outside, your presence here indicates some level of competence, Supervisor Zhou continued, outlining the situation. Everyone here is assigned a suitable role based on their abilities. Now, reveal your true capabilities to me. I can place you in an appropriate position, but I hope you will not withhold any information. Xiangyang Xia chose not to respond directly to her inquiry, but instead voiced his own thoughts. If one is an ordinary person without special abilities, would they not go outside to assist in farming? The woman insisted. "First, answer my questions honestly. Do not adopt a flippant attitude. Should you refuse to comply, I would not hesitate to expel you from the base." She rose from her seat, slamming her hand on the table, her voice authoritative. "Please, Supervisor Zhou, there is no need for such anger. I merely have a few questions," Xiangyang Xia replied, attempting to placate her. "I cannot quite explain it, but shortly after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, I felt as though I had unlocked hidden potential. Akin to the protagonists in martial arts novels, I found myself running exceptionally fast. evading the pursuit of zombies and mutated animals with ease. Chapter 65. The test. When I first encountered so many zombies, I was terrified, my heart racing, he remarked, dramatically placing a hand on his chest. Fortunately, I soon realized my newfound speed, which alleviated my fears of being chased. Supervisor Zhou observed Xiangyang Xia's demeanor, recognizing that he was far from frightened. Instead, he appeared rather self-satisfied. Realizing the importance of demonstrating some level of competence to Supervisor Zhou, Xiangyang Xia knew he could not be perceived as an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be relegated to menial tasks. By revealing a modicum of skill, he could garner their attention and secure a position of significance, allowing him to uncover the secrets of the base. I have traveled to various places and found plenty of food. See, this bag is filled, he declared, opening his backpack to reveal several supplies on her desk. Supervisor Zhou glanced at the offerings without much interest. Continuing her inquiries, besides your speed, what other skills do you possess? I am proficient with firearms and can shoot with remarkable accuracy, he boasted, producing 2 handguns and over 20 rounds of ammunition, placing them on her desk. Consider this a gift for your team. Supervisor Zhou's expression twitched at Xiangyang Xia's actions. He reminded her of the spoiled offspring of a wealthy family. The temptation to seize his backpack and claim its contents was strong. Yet she restrained herself, aware that decorum was essential within the base. With nearly 30 handguns and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition accumulated from various sources, Xiangyang Xia had only presented 2 handguns and 20 bullets, with the remainder stored within his system space. Determined to improve his marksmanship after feeling insufficient during an ambush, Xiangyang Xia had diligently practiced and now could hit stationary targets with pinpoint accuracy. Now, let me witness your true skills, Supervisor Zhou instructed. Out here? Yes, go outside. May I borrow one of those handguns? I only have the 2 you just received, he asked, feigning modesty. Sure, take one, she replied. They stepped outside to an open area, where Supervisor Zhou pointed to a distant rock. Shoot that rock. Xiangyang Xia took aim and fired, shattering the rock into fragments upon impact. Supervisor Zhou then picked up another stone, tossing it into the air. Now shoot. With a gunshot, the stone landed undamaged on the ground. Xiangyang Xia scratched his head, chuckling, it flew too quickly. Run a few laps. I want to see your speed, Supervisor Zhou instructed, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Xiangyang Xia returned the handgun to her, and Supervisor Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction at his compliance, altering her impression of him slightly. He exhibited some discernment. Xiangyang Xia unleashed the speed of his level 2 black zombie form. Completing several laps around the area in no time, a crowd had gathered, and upon inspection, Xiangyang Xia noted that many were also human resurrectors. The onlookers, dressed in ordinary attire, did not appear to be military personnel, indicating the base's capabilities were indeed formidable. Although they watched Xiangyang Xia run swiftly, their expressions remained stoic, devoid of envy or applause, merely observing in silence. Many appeared to be capable individuals themselves, unfazed by his display. Through this evaluation, Supervisor Zhou gained insight into Xiangyang Xia's abilities. He likely had unlocked some potential related to speed, explaining his impressive pace. However, his marksmanship seemed to stem from diligent practice rather than innate talent. Indeed, he was a human resurrector, albeit one who had not fully awakened his combat potential, categorizing him among the more ordinary of his kind. Yet, he was still significantly stronger than an average human. Contemplating this, Supervisor Zhou called out, Zhu Zhenghao. A slightly portly man hurried forward. What are your orders, Supervisor? He inquired, bowing his head. Take him to District D, she commanded, gesturing towards Xiangyang Xia. Understood, Supervisor, Zhu Zhenghao replied, turning to Xiangyang Xia. Come with me. Not questioning the purpose of District D, Xiangyang Xia waved goodbye to Supervisor Zhou. I'll come back to visit, Supervisor. He thought it best to inquire about the details once they arrived. As they proceeded, Xiangyang Xia intended to gather more information from Zhu Zhenghao. Supervisor Zhou showed no sign of acknowledgement as she retreated to the wooden cabin. With her departure, the spectators dispersed. Oh, you truly have a unique personality. I like that, Xiangyang Xia remarked cheerfully to Zhu Zhenghao, who remained indifferent, merely responding, let us go. Despite Zhu Zhenghao's subservience in front of Supervisor Zhou, he held himself straight and walked with purpose, leading the way for Xiangyang Xia. Indeed, he is a contemptuous individual, viewing others through the lens of disdain. Xiang Yangxia is acutely aware that his displayed prowess is rather modest, rendering him almost inconsequential in the eyes of these individuals. Nonetheless, he still possesses the capabilities of a novice human reviver, which emboldens him to behave so insolently. One can only wonder how brazenly he would treat ordinary individuals. With his discerning gaze, Xiang Yangxia has observed that Zhu Zhenghao, too, is a human reviver, albeit of the first tier. Brother Zhu, may I inquire what District D entails? What purpose do we serve there? Upon hearing Xiang Yangxia address him so informally, Zhu Zhenghao's temper flared, and he retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Internally gleeful yet visibly enraged, he felt a sharp slap on his shoulder, causing him to stumble forward, nearly losing his balance. Zhu Zhenghao attempted to extricate himself from Xiang Yangxia's grip but found it impossible. Xiang Yangxia, with a steely gaze, pressed, "What did you say, Brother Zhu?" Nothing. I meant to say I might be a bit slow-witted." Zhu Zhenghao quickly capitulated. Xiang Yangxia struck his own palm, which Zhu Zhenghao witnessed. However, when he attempted to sidestep, his speed failed him utterly. Given his physical strength, it was inconceivable for an ordinary human reviver to knock him off balance, let alone struggle against Xiang Yangxia's grip. This Xiang Yangxia evidently surpassed him in strength. He had underestimated him before. Chapter 66. Conditions of the base. Zhu Zhenghao's demeanor shifted to one of deference, his hands resting at his sides and his back slightly bent. Recognizing his inability to overpower Xiang Yangxia, he opted for flattery, a survival tactic he deemed respectable. Observing Zhu Zhenghao's posture, Xiang Yangxia felt a sense of satisfaction with this astute individual who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Provoking him only to dominate was precisely the outcome he desired. District D serves as the habitation zone for novice human revivers. Aside from the human revivers within the military, those outside are categorized into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D. District A houses the elite human revivers of the base. District B accommodates intermediate revivers, District C is for ordinary revivers, and District D is designated for the most basic human aids. Zhu Zhenghao elaborated on Xiang Yangxia's previous inquiry with commendable detail. "Ah, it appears that young lady perceives me as a mere lowly human reviver devoid of any capabilities." Xiang Yangxia mused inwardly. Nodding in affirmation of Zhu Zhenghao's response, he expressed his approval. As the two conversed while traversing past brick houses, wooden structures, and metal shanties, they gradually approached an expanse of tents. A cluster of tents stood erected on an open field, indicating that this would be Xiang Yangxia's residence in District D. Meanwhile, the other higher-tier human revivers resided in the brick houses, wooden homes, and metal shelters. "Indeed, it is rather stark," Xiang Yangxia scoffed, "but I appreciate its simplicity and directness." "And where do you reside?" he inquired. "I dwell in a metal shelter." Zhu Zhenghao sheepishly gestured towards the adjacent structure. "Not too shabby, residing in a metal abode," Xiang Yangxia remarked, causing Zhu Zhenghao to fall silent. When not engaged in duties, individuals are free to move about. However, during urgent missions, they must promptly report to the base. Each morning at 8 o'clock, they gather outside Supervisor Zhou's office, awaiting task assignments. In the absence of such assignments, they are permitted to act independently. And where do the ordinary individuals reside? Do they merely sleep outside? Xiang Yangxia asked curiously, considering that even human revivers were relegated to tents. The ordinary folk must surely have it worse. Yes, they sleep on that vacant ground, laying out a mat for the night. "Brother, this is your tent." Zhu Zhenghao led Xiang Yangxia to one of the tents. Upon inspecting the interior, Xiang Yangxia found it devoid of furnishings save for a sleeping bag. Having brought Xiang Yangxia to this location, Zhu Zhenghao felt he could depart, yet he hesitated, sensing Xiang Yangxia's reluctance to dismiss him. Xiang Yangxia retrieved a chocolate bar from his bag and tossed it to Zhu Zhenghao, who instantly beamed. "Thank you, brother. Shall we step inside the tent for a chat? I have just arrived at this base and wish to gather more information," Zhu Zhenghao suggested. "Well?" Zhu Zhenghao's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. "It may not be appropriate for 2 men to sit inside together. Perhaps we should continue our conversation outside." "Very well, we shall converse here," Xiang Yangxia agreed, as he merely wished to inquire further. Through their casual dialogue, he gleaned the general circumstances of the base. The heart of the base consists of the original Army Foundation, currently inhabited by former military personnel, scientists, and significant figures. The remaining populace resides in various accommodations constructed around the perimeter of the military base. Each day, The original military personnel lead the outer human revivers and ordinary individuals in monitoring defenses at the base's outer wall. In emergencies, mobile units are dispatched. These teams venture out daily to eradicate zombies and capture weaker mutated beasts. The flesh and blood of these captured creatures serve as sustenance. Initially, some individuals consume the blood and flesh of mutated beasts in excess, resulting in severe mental disturbances and violent tendencies. Although this frenzy granted them increased strength, the realization emerged that consuming processed mutated beast flesh in moderation could enhance human capabilities. After allowing time for the body to recover from the side effects of the mutated beast's flesh, they could safely continue consumption without succumbing to madness. Thus, the base organizes hunts for weaker mutated beasts daily, addressing both the hunger crisis and the enhancement of human strength. Another crucial reason for these hunts is to amass combat experience against various mutated beasts, understanding their fighting styles and characteristics. Presently, some formidable mutated beasts lurk in the deep mountains. Should they assault the base, destruction would undoubtedly follow. Fortunately, these beasts typically do not target human bases. Their interests lie elsewhere, primarily in their kind. However, should a dominant creature arise, it may eventually turn its attention towards human settlements. With the elevation of certain mutated beasts, they have begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence. Occasionally, some mutated beasts venture close to the base. As the saying goes, without foresight, troubles are inevitable. Thus, the true threat to humanity now lies not in zombies, but in these mutated beasts. Continuous experience accumulation is essential for effectively combating them, and it is prudent to eliminate any weaker beasts while the opportunity presents itself. Indeed, the initial suspicions were correct. The deranged individual encountered at the psychiatric hospital had succumbed to madness due to the consumption of vast quantities of both mutated beast and human flesh. Originally a lunatic, the chaos induced by the mutated beast's flesh only exacerbated his insanity. Pleased with Zhu Jinghao's demeanor and the clarity with which he conveyed information, Xiang Yangxia patted his shoulder in approval of his responses. Just as he was poised to delve deeper into the intricacies of the base, particularly concerning the circumstances surrounding the formidable foe who had previously assaulted him, a group of individuals approached, encircling him and Zhu Jinghao from a distance of several meters. With his keen perception, Xiang Yangxia had noted their arrival well before, yet he had not anticipated their intent to confront him. He presumed they were merely wandering about the base. Their positioning made it abundantly clear that they were there to take action against him. The group surrounding them consisted entirely of human revivers. One among them spoke up, the newcomer. Chapter 67. The Game. Ugh. What is that smell? Who has committed such foulness? Xiang Yangxia disregarded the words of the speaker, waving his hand dismissively in front of his nose and exclaiming loudly. Since they had approached him, he saw no reason to offer them a welcoming demeanor. Instead, he chose to repulse them. Zhu Jinghao, standing beside him, discreetly shifted his position backward, realizing that the group was there to create trouble for Xiang Yangxia. Unable to afford enmity with either side, he sought to distance himself from Xiang Yangxia to avoid collateral damage. The speaker, infuriated by Xiang Yangxia's lack of response, shouted, "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Can't you hear?" He pointed accusingly at Xiang Yangxia, who replied nonchalantly, "Ah, so it is you who is responsible for the stench. No wonder it is so unbearable." Realizing he had been insulted, the man seethed. I will beat you to a pulp, so you understand the consequences of your words. When you're on your knees calling me master, you'll know who truly stinks." He lunged forward, glancing at his leader for approval. Seeing no restraint from the leader, he charged at Xiang Yangxia, confident that he could easily overpower him, having already investigated and discovered that Xiang Yangxia had merely demonstrated speed during his assessment under Supervisor Zhou, exhibiting little in terms of combat prowess. Thus, he was certain that he could make Xiang Yangxia weep for mercy. Xiang Yangxia had long suspected that this fellow was merely a lackey of the boss. As the boss himself typically refrains from directly confronting others, he possesses the dignity befitting his position. Observing his actions, it became evident that the individual beside him was indeed the boss. Xiang Yangxia remained composed. The boss, witnessing Xiang Yangxia's demeanor, realized that he was not someone to be trifled with. Despite having a group surrounding him, whether out of youthful arrogance or sheer ignorance, this man dared to insult the boss's subordinates. Consequently, when his furious underlings sought to retaliate against Xiang Yangxia, he did not intervene. He was curious to see just how capable this young man truly was. If he could incapacitate the man with a single blow, perhaps the opponent would be more receptive to reason. As the man charged forward, preparing to strike Xianjiangxia in the face, Xianjiangxia nimbly evaded the blow aimed at him. The assailant was certainly not holding back. "Oh dear, he might just kill me," Xianjiangxia exclaimed, all the while dodging the man's attacks. With remarkable agility, he effortlessly avoided every punch and kick thrown his way. The man's strike seemed relentless, yet not a single one landed on Xianjiangxia, who remained unscathed as the man grew breathless and frustrated. Having failed to injure Xianjiangxia even slightly, onlookers observed how effortlessly Xianjiangxia toyed with him. Zhu Zhenghao had already taken the opportunity to distance himself. Seizing a moment when the man was unprepared, Xianjiangxia deftly tripped him, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud, face first into the dirt. "Oh dear, big brother, how did you end up eating dirt while we were sparring? Are you hungry?" The man, lying on the ground, offered no retort as tears streamed down his face, soaking into the earth beneath him. Xianjiangxia found amusement in provoking the man, partly to play with him, and partly to entice his opponent into making the first move. Uncertain of the rules within this base, he understood that if the man struck first, he would have the moral high ground. If things escalated, he could extricate himself from any blame while simultaneously investigating the base's secrets and locating the large fellow, all without provoking a conflict with the base at this stage. However, this did not mean he would simply endure being bullied. Anyone who dared to provoke him would inevitably learn the meaning of regret. "Impressive skills. I underestimated you before," the boss remarked, clapping his hands as he witnessed his underling's defeat. "What a disgrace, hurry and retreat," he scolded the man still on the ground. The boss felt humiliated on behalf of his subordinate. It was shameful for a grown man to be toyed with in such a manner. Reduced to tears in the dirt, he resolved to properly educate this subordinate later. Hearing the boss's words, the man slowly got to his feet and stepped aside. "Thlong, Xiaobin, you two go and test his skills again." Witnessing the disastrous defeat of his earlier subordinate, the boss sent in 2 more fighters without hesitation. The 2, possessing skills comparable to the first man, quickly engaged Xianjiangxia, who dispatched them with ease, leaving them in a state of disarray. "Stop wasting time. You all should attack together," Xianjiangxia taunted, fixing a challenging gaze on the boss. Prompted by his arrogance, the boss became enraged and led the remaining 7 men in a coordinated assault against Xianjiangxia. Faced with 8 assailants, Xianjiangxia no longer toyed with them but instead showcased his true abilities. Among the 8, the boss was the strongest, and Xianjiangxia focused his efforts on him, skillfully avoiding the other attacks. After considerable effort, he finally seized an opportunity to land a powerful punch squarely in the boss's chest. The boss, unable to evade, raised his hands in defense but was still sent sprawling to the ground. Sliding several meters away as he spat out a mouthful of blood, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. With Xianjiangxia's body as solid as iron, fortified by protective armor crafted from the toughest materials of mutated beasts, the punches and kicks from his opponents felt merely like a tickle, failing to harm him in the least. Perhaps due to some unspoken rules within the base, the group refrained from utilizing any weapons. Choosing instead to engage in straightforward brawling, it seemed there were regulations in place forbidding lethal violence. Had they drawn weapons, Xianjiangxia knew he would not have emerged so effortlessly victorious. He might have sustained injuries. However, should they brandish weapons, he would not hesitate to wield his Qixing Longyuan sword, striking with lethal precision. After expending considerable effort, he dispatched the remaining 7 assailants, leaving them all sprawled on the ground. Zhu Zhenghao, who had quietly been retreating further away, witnessed Xianjiangxia's ferocity and, upon seeing him take down several men, hurriedly approached. "Xiang Degu, you're incredible, truly remarkable. You single-handedly defeated over a dozen of them. Your martial prowess is unmatched. My admiration for you flows like the endless rivers." All right, I understand. You can step aside for now," Xianjiangxia replied, finding Zhu Zhenghao quite amusing. Although Zhu Zhenghao sensed Xianjiangxia's mild impatience, he did not perceive any malice in his tone. The man had shown great restraint, having quietly distanced himself during the earlier conflict. Fearing that Xianjiangxia might blame him for not standing by him when trouble arose, he now felt relieved, having avoided any repercussions. Chapter 68. The boss with a cheerful demeanor, Xianjiangxia walked past the defeated individuals, heading straight towards the boss, who was seated on the ground. The boss, upon seeing Xianjiangxia approach, felt an ominous chill from the sly smile on his face. Wishing to slap him across the face. Realizing that Xianjiangxia's target was clearly himself, he attempted to project bravado, shouting, "Don't think you're impressive just because you've taken us down. If you dare harm us, you'll find yourself with nowhere to hide." "Oh, really? Then I shall look forward to it," Xianjiangxia replied, continuing to advance toward the boss. The latter continued his tirade, threatening, "I'll have Brother Zhou take you down. Then let us see who meets Yama first," Xianjiangxia retorted, raising his hand as if to strike. The boss immediately ceased his insults and dropped the facade of maintaining his dignity, pleading, "Big brother, let's talk this over." Despite having been a boss for some time, he maintained a semblance of pride, not groveling on the ground. Nevertheless, Xianjiangxia was confident that with a little more provocation, the man would indeed be on his knees begging for mercy. Having not yet gone too far, Xianjiangxia sat down directly in front of the boss and said, "It would have been better if we had started this way." Seeing Xianjiangxia sitting down across from him, the boss sighed in relief. "Let us discuss why you came to trouble me." The boss began, "We didn't mean any harm. We have no enmity with you. We merely sought to expand our organization's strength. Noticing you were new and did not demonstrate considerable prowess during Supervisor Zhou's test, we thought you would be an easy target to intimidate into joining our ranks. In essence, they perceived him as a soft target, ripe for the picking. Not at all. Xiang Degu, your abilities are formidable. How could you be a soft target? And your name?" In response to your inquiry, "I am Zheng Ruixiong." "Zheng Ruixiong, then please elaborate on the specifics of your organization and the power dynamics within the base. I wish to understand the situation better." Zheng Ruixiong thought to himself, "Could this person be interested in my organization? His strength is undeniable. If he were to become our leader, that would certainly suffice. However, I would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. I cannot simply hand over my hard-won position to him. I have carefully cultivated this group of brothers. How could I relinquish leadership so easily?" Having gained a clear understanding of the situation within the base, he had always avoided provoking those with greater strength, and he had thrived alongside his brothers, reaping significant benefits. The perks of being a leader were plentiful. Previously, he had managed to win over newcomers of lesser strength one by one, yet he had not anticipated that this fellow would conceal his capabilities during Supervisor Zhou's assessment, presenting himself as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Maintaining a cheerful facade, he replied, "Big brother, all 11 of my men are right here. They are a group of like-minded brothers who formed this organization together. I happen to be slightly stronger, so they elected me as their leader. Of course, our modest strength would hardly catch your eye. Are there many groups like yours in the base? Naturally. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are factions. Several brothers band together for mutual support, so as not to be bullied by others. Very well then. From now on, I shall be your boss. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke my name," Xianjiangxia declared boldly to those present. He paid no mind to whether they accepted him internally or desired him as their leader. It would be unthinkable to let the opportunity of accepting new subordinates slip by after having fought so hard. Furthermore, Xianjiangxia sought to leverage this group of subordinates to accomplish certain tasks, making it all the more convenient. Upon hearing Xianjiangxia's proclamation, Zheng Ruixiong's face turned a shade of green, rendered speechless. The organization that I painstakingly established ultimately served to fulfill the ambitions of Xiangyangxia. Yet, despite my inability to confront him directly, I found myself lacking any formidable allies to rely upon. Thus, I could only silently endure this bitter reality. However, upon reflection, there are indeed advantages to following such a formidable leader. Furthermore, I could assume the role of the second in command, which carries its own array of benefits. If I were to voice dissent, I might risk losing even that position. As a result, I enthusiastically joined others in referring to him as boss. "By the way, where is that brother Zhou you mentioned? The one who was supposed to kill me? I wish to witness him for myself." Upon hearing Xiangxia's words, Zheng Ruixiong hurriedly waved his hands in denial, saying, "There is no brother Zhou. That was merely a scare tactic I employed." "What? Boss, I was only compelled by circumstances to intimidate you. I certainly wouldn't dare again. Please, continue to elaborate on the capabilities of your organization within the base, and the strength of various factions therein. We are merely a third-rate group, as you have seen, and we only dare to intimidate newcomers without any foundational support. There are organizations significantly stronger than ours. Yet the true elite do not associate with individuals like us. Their prowess allows them to resolve matters independently without needing to band together for warmth. Moreover, they must focus on enhancing their own strength and completing their missions. Some organizations merely use their names to gain tribute. Naturally, people of our lowly status are looked down upon, lacking any backing. Xiangyang Xia discerned from their strength that most of this group consisted of first- and second-level human revivers, affirming their inferior status within the base. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily subdued by him alone. They're a soldier here, tall and robust, with prominent brows and eyes. Do you recognize him? Xiangyang Xia inquired about the whereabouts of the large soldier. Xiao Qinghua. The description you provided fits many soldiers. We cannot identify him, Zhang Ruixiong replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. There was an incident when a squad of soldiers went to rescue a professor from a high-end residential area, and only 2 soldiers returned alive. One was the leader. Does that ring any bells? The crowd shook their heads once more, indicating their ignorance. It seemed that inquiries would need to be directed toward those within the military to obtain clarity. As for the Taoist, I wonder if he still resides here. It may be prudent to gather information later, for posing such questions now could inadvertently expose my identity. The 2 matters I inquired about are evidently linked to the zombies, and those present might very well be spies for Supervisor Zhou and others, such as Zhu Zhenghao. The inhabitants of the base have clearly recognized that zombies possess intelligence. They simply did not anticipate that I could now utilize an advanced camouflage technique to adopt a human form. My blatant actions could easily lead them to suspect I am a spy for the zombie faction. Chapter 69. The zombie assault. Suddenly, an urgent alarm rang throughout the entire base. Quickly, there is an emergency in the camp. We must gather at once, Zhu Zhenghao urged. An emergency? To encounter such a situation upon arriving at the base is quite the coincidence. I mused to myself. A throng of individuals hastily made their way to the open area outside Supervisor Zhou's cabin, and soon, over 1,000 people had congregated. Once the majority were assembled, Supervisor Zhou proclaimed loudly through a megaphone, "Ordinary civilians, remain behind. All human revivers, proceed to the first line of defense to repel the zombie invasion." Upon hearing this command, the crowd erupted in confusion. When did a zombie incursion necessitate so many individuals at the front lines? What was the urgency? In the past, while zombies had attacked, the guards had dealt with them with relative ease. Even in cases of sudden mutant beast incursions, the response had never been this extensive. Despite their bewilderment, the crowd swiftly made their way to the first line of defense, understanding the gravity of the situation. If the first line were breached, their predicament would become far more perilous. Initially, I had contemplated taking advantage of the chaos to infect some individuals within the base. However, unexpectedly, the long-absent system chose this moment to issue a task command. A cold, electronic voice echoed in my mind. Host has activated a random task. Resist the zombie assault and eliminate the elite zombies leading this attack. Task reward: Skill, Dominance. The skill, Dominance, is described as follows. Upon advancement, it allows one to wield the holy sword of judgment at its peak, capable of severing myriad laws with a single strike. It sounded incredibly impressive. I must acquire this skill. Though my heart yearned for the task, I continued alongside Zhang Ruixiong and the others toward the first line of defense. Yet, with the system presenting itself, I felt compelled to seize this opportunity to engage in a contest of wills. I believe my current methodical approach to leveling up and enhancing my abilities is quite satisfactory. There is no need for me to complete this task for a skill reward. Instead, I will take advantage of the situation to infect humans and gain enhancements. Disregarding the zombies entirely, I wish to test the system's current disposition. "Do as you please." The system responded with its usual haughty demeanor. I observed that the system had no intention of forcing me to complete this task. Aside from the initial coercion to become a zombie, it had not previously compelled me to fulfill any tasks. "Why have you been so scarce lately, refraining from issuing tasks?" I inquired. Silence was my only answer. Before I could further engage the system, we arrived at the first line of defense. The scene before us was shocking. Some individuals turned pale with fear. The defensive situation at the first line was indeed dire. Zombies continually leaped down from the walls, launching attacks on the defenders. Though everyone donned protective gear, they could not withstand the relentless bites of the zombies. Some guards had their protective suits torn apart, succumbing to infection and subsequently joining the ranks of the zombie horde to turn against their comrades. Others, however, wore sturdier gear, impervious to the zombies' bites. Yet, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, their limbs were torn asunder. Blood from both zombies and humans stained the ground, while the bodies of zombies and humans alike piled up at the first line of defense. How were these zombies able to scale the walls? The crowd was perplexed. The arriving individuals began to scatter, joining the battle against the zombies. I drew my Qixing Longyuan sword and entered the fray, dispatching several zombies before leaping atop the wall to kick down a zombie attempting to climb. Upon reaching the top, my presence was akin to a drop of cold water in a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting chaos among the zombie ranks. The surrounding zombies turned their attention toward me. Quickly overwhelming my position, I wielded the Qixing Longyuan sword, relentlessly slashing at the approaching zombies. Though outnumbered, my armor proved resilient enough to withstand their bites. After forcing a gap, I leaped off the wall. Despite being immediately besieged by zombies, I gained a clearer view of the situation outside. In the distance, a throng of thousands of zombies advanced toward the military base, exhibiting a remarkable degree of organization. Their march was anything but chaotic. The route taken by the zombie horde was meticulously planned, and they deftly avoided the traps set by the base. Unlike ordinary zombies of the past, who could not breach the walls, these hordes now amassed at the base's walls, climbing atop one another to form a ladder of bodies. The zombies in the rear ascended this gruesome structure, leaping over the walls and descending. Additionally, some zombies crawled with remarkable speed, utilizing both hands and feet, resembling animals in their agility. Just like a cat, they quickly scaled the walls and leapt down. This spectacle indicated that not only had the zombies evolved to produce elite variants, but they had also developed various other forms. The battle raged on as more zombies jumped down from the walls. As the numbers of descending zombies increased and their strength escalated, the base's resistance began to falter. Logically, the stronger zombies should advance more rapidly, enabling them to engage humans sooner. However, the opposite was true. I observed that the initial waves of zombies were all of lower strength, seemingly dispatched to exhaust the humans at the base and breach the defensive line. This strategy was undeniably cunning. They first sent in the weaker zombies to deplete the base's combat strength before deploying stronger ones, effectively widening the gap in combat capabilities. While a significant number of lower-tier zombies fell, the higher-tier zombies preserved their combat effectiveness and vitality, minimizing their casualties. The number of fallen human revivers began to rise steadily. Chapter 70. The emergence of the wise Xiang Yangxia was deeply intrigued by the identity of the mastermind behind this large-scale assault. Not only did they possess remarkable intelligence, but they also had the capacity to command vast hordes of zombies. This would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary, as it appeared that a sage had emerged among the undead. Xiang Yangxia contacted his enormous spider-like pet mutant beasts, instructing them to scout for the orchestrator of the zombie uprising from the rear. Following the advent of numerous resurrected humans, dealing with zombies had become as effortless as chopping vegetables, and the erected walls and traps were more than sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the undead. However, just as he had begun to feel secure, the situation took a dire turn in a mere moment. Between the two fortifications of the first defense line, the ground was littered with severed limbs, and the walls were stained crimson with blood. Many had succumbed to despair. After becoming resurrected humans, everything had proceeded smoothly for them, and they had never encountered such a brutal conflict. The harrowing scenes were unbearable for many. They lost their rationality and coherence, flailing wildly as they hacked at the zombies. The defenses were easily breached, and they were swiftly devoured by the undead. Xiang Yangxia found himself encircled by a group of elite zombies. Initially, the first wave of zombies had attacked indiscriminately, but the subsequent elite undead seemed to abandon their fellow creatures and focused solely on assaulting Xiang Yangxia. He fought valiantly, realizing the rationale behind the system's command to repel the zombie incursion and eradicate the elite undead. The others began an orderly retreat to the second line of defense. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the base. Upon hearing the command, everyone began to withdraw to the inner wall. Some, upon receiving the order, felt a surge of relief and turned to escape into the second line of defense, only to be bitten by zombies from behind. In their eagerness to retreat, they completely disregarded the danger of exposing their backs to the enemy, and the joy of impending safety was short-lived as they were swiftly overwhelmed by the undead. Xiang Yangxia and his companions fought against the zombies while retreating to the second line of defense. Once the majority had retreated, the gates were shut. Upon entering the second line of defense, Xiang Yangxia discovered that it had been meticulously fortified with armed personnel, clearly the core members of the military. These individuals were the original troops from the base's core area, supplemented by additional combatants. They had mounted machine guns at the wall's openings, ready to unleash a barrage upon the encroaching zombies, while others stood by to counter those leaping over the walls. Xiang Yangxia spotted Chen Jinshuan, the gatekeeper he had encountered upon entering the base. "Be careful," Chen Jinshuan shouted, but it was too late. He shot an elite zombie dead, yet a nearby man was still bitten on the arm by a zombie. Without hesitation, the man swiftly severed the flesh around the bite with his sword and retreated, hastily applying a powder to the wound. This powder, developed by the top scientists of Apocalypse City, could staunch the bleeding and inhibit the spread of the zombie virus, preventing him from succumbing to the undead. Xiang Yangxia also noticed that artillery had been set up in the open space, and with the command to fire, shells were launched, crashing down upon the distant hordes of zombies. Though he couldn't see it, he could easily envision the chaos and devastation inflicted on the advancing undead. This extensive bombardment would decimate countless zombies, and if they could hold out just a little longer, the pressure on their defenses would significantly lessen. Xiang Yangxia then observed a man in a white coat accompanied by another individual making their way towards the group. He immediately took note of them, particularly because the man in the white coat was bouncing with energy. Fiery Eye's name, level, talent, skill, this. Xiang Yangxia distinctly sensed that the other was a zombie, perceiving the essence of the undead within him. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Fiery Eyes could not reveal any information about this individual, for it had always been quite perceptive. Upon testing his commander talent once more, he found it yielded no results either. Was this person not a zombie? No, there was clearly a zombie-like aura. This was the second time he had failed to discern information within the base, the first being with Chen Jinshuan. The individual did not conceal his face, and Xiang Yangxia recognized him as one of the infected from the prison. How could a zombie from the prison appear here, and why did he not attack others? He seemed to obey the man in the white coat. The most baffling aspect was why he could not unveil the zombie's information. There were too many questions. After the man in the white coat issued a command, the zombie leaped over the wall to engage the outer zombies in battle. The man in the white coat spoke to another individual, evidently a commanding officer, saying, "We've sent an elite warrior to each of the other positions. Everyone can rest assured." The officer appeared to have complete faith in the man in the white coat and nodded in agreement. It was clear that the base had captured the zombies from the prison and had conducted some form of modification on them. Being a modified entity, Fiery Eyes could not detect his original species information, and Xiang Yangxia's bloodline command had no effect on him. The secrets within the base's research were evidently numerous. Moreover, the system's task assigned to him was notably peculiar, lacking any explicit objectives. Xiang Yangxia realized there was a flaw in the system's mission. It merely instructed him to resist the zombie assault and eliminate elite zombies. Without specifying a number or the need to protect humanity and safeguard the base, he continued to exterminate zombies. He pondered these various quandaries. While he could not perceive the information of Chen Jinshuan and others, their powerful energy fluctuations suggested they had also undergone modifications, much like the zombie man. Now, with the human resurrectors and military personnel engaged in the frantic extermination of zombies, the base was undoubtedly left vulnerable. The remaining individuals were non-combatants, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate and investigate, while also causing some disruption. Earlier, when Supervisor Zhou had gathered the human resurrectors outside his cabin, he had left the ordinary people behind. This provided Xiang Yangxia with an opportunity to infect them all, commanding them in battle, thus ensuring he was not a solitary leader fighting alone. Chapter 71. The Enhancement Serum in light of the current circumstances. Xiang Yangxia felt rather helpless. Each time he infected a group of individuals, he ultimately found himself as the sole commander. This time, it was particularly disastrous. He had brought over 100 zombies, intending to achieve something significant. Yet, the vastness of the base had far exceeded his command range, forcing him to disperse them helplessly. Ultimately, it was a matter of his insufficient strength. The modifications performed on the zombies within the base appeared to be remarkably successful. From the sounds of battle outside, it seemed that the zombies were withstanding the assault of their undead counterparts after leaping over the walls. After all, these zombies had only been at the initial white zombie level when he had infected them. Their current performance suggested they had exceeded white zombie status, possibly even surpassing black zombie levels. The man in the white coat had ample reason to trust in their capabilities. Facing such a multitude of elite zombies was already a daunting task for him. He wondered what exactly had been done to them within the base. With the assistance of artillery and the resilient zombies, the pressure on their defenses had significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was engrossed in the battlefield, Xiang Yangxia swiftly retreated to the area outside Supervisor Zhou's cabin. The ordinary people were indeed anxiously awaiting outside the cabin. Others paced restlessly, glancing towards the battlefield, aware that today's defensive struggle was particularly brutal. As mere ordinary individuals, they had no means to intervene and could only wait idly for their fate. Should the defenses falter and the city fall, the resurrected humans might still have a chance to escape using their abilities. But for them, it would be a matter of waiting for death. Suddenly, Supervisor Zhou appeared, accompanied by the man in the white coat, approaching the crowd. Xiang Yangxia concealed himself behind a large tree, observing their intentions. The moment the crowd spotted Supervisor Zhou, they fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, eager for his instructions. Supervisor Zhou stood before them and addressed the group. Previously, our leaders, along with the base scientists, developed an enhancement serum that can be administered to ordinary individuals who have not yet become resurrected humans, granting them powers nearly equivalent to those of resurrected individuals. Initially, the quantity of the serum was limited. Thus it was administered only to soldiers in the base who had yet to be resurrected. After receiving the serum, those individuals became superpowered beings comparable to the resurrected humans. Now, in this critical moment, the base has decided to distribute the serum for everyone to receive, albeit in limited quantities. Those who aspire to become formidable through the injection of serums may step forward. Now, Dr. Zhang will administer the injections, allowing everyone to immediately transcend their ordinary identities and become superhumans. Supervisor Zhou indicated towards the individual in the white coat. A strengthening serum. Upon hearing Supervisor Zhou's words, Xiang Yangxia pondered, isn't this what I previously deceived the residents of the community with? Could it be that such serums truly exist within the base? Perhaps it is indeed true. When I encountered Chen Jinshuan, I realized I could not discern his information. He is undoubtedly not a human reviver. Yet he possesses powerful energy fluctuations, which must result from this serum. The research capabilities within the base are indeed formidable, having developed such a substance. The reason it was not previously revealed may not solely be due to a lack of quantity. The crowd, who had been despondent, immediately clamored upon hearing this news. I want the injection. I want the injection. They seemingly harbored no doubts and chose to fully trust Supervisor Zhou's words. They rushed forward to Dr. Zhang, eager to receive the serum, fearful that any delay would cost them the opportunity to become strong. Dr. Zhang opened the briefcase he carried and began administering the injections. Soon, the first individual completed the injection. Less than a minute after the injection, the person tensed every muscle in their body. They subsequently let out a piercing scream and began rolling on the ground, causing those around to recoil in fear. Dr. Zhang reassured everyone, saying, "There's no need to fear. The strengthening serum is awakening their inner potential. If they endure, they will gain immense power. This is a normal reaction, and there is no cause for alarm." Gradually, the individual rolling on the ground settled down and slowly returned to normal. After regaining composure, the one who received the strengthening serum felt an overwhelming surge of power, leaping forward effortlessly, landing 2 to 3 meters away. "Wow, I have superpowers too!" the man exclaimed with exhilaration. Witnessing the immediate effects of the strengthening serum on this individual, the others resolved to receive the serum intensified. Supervisor Zhou stood quietly nearby, observing the crowd as they received the serum. His expression impassive. Xiang Yangxia looked at Supervisor Zhou, uncertain of his thoughts. With Supervisor Zhou present, her covert plan to infect this group of ordinary individuals could not proceed, so she decided to explore the interior of the base. Fortuitously, the personnel from the military had all gone out for defense, and there should be few guards within the base, providing an opportunity to uncover its secrets. Xiang Yangxia discreetly departed from Supervisor Zhou's lodge and stealthily made her way to the heart of the base. Although this military base was a small establishment outside the city, its area was not insignificant, boasting a full array of facilities. Upon crossing the walls and entering the base, Xiang Yangxia observed various armored vehicles, missile carriers, and tanks stationed in the open area. Some personnel remained behind, conducting patrols for defense. Indeed, the strength of the base was formidable. While the outer facade appeared dire, the core of the base did not reflect such a state. The personnel inside continued their patrols as usual. Xiang Yangxia cautiously altered her appearance to avoid detection, being mindful of the patrolling soldiers as she began her search within the base. After carefully observing the layout of the base, she contemplated where the laboratory might be located and proceeded toward her destination. A heavily guarded building, seemingly newly constructed, came into view. This place must be significant. Otherwise, it would not be so heavily protected. Warranting further investigation, Xiang Yangxia slowly evaded the guards and concealed herself outside this building. Chapter 72. Abnormal recovery. Despite the numerous guards, it appeared they were not defending against external threats, but rather preparing for any emergencies that might arise within. Xiang Yangxia seized an opportunity and easily slipped into the laboratory building. Her initial assessment was correct. Although the building was heavily guarded, their primary duty was to respond to any unusual incidents occurring inside the laboratory, rather than to prevent intrusions from outsiders. Typically, ordinary individuals could not approach this building, and since its establishment, there had been almost no instances of outsiders breaching its defenses. Indeed, it was a laboratory. Upon infiltrating the first floor, Xiang Yangxia peered through the glass of the laboratory to see various individuals in white coats bustling about. Fortunately, the laboratory was hastily constructed, focusing solely on practical experimentation, lacking completeness. Had it adhered to previous laboratory standards, she might not have been able to observe their activities inside. The laboratory was filled with an array of experimental equipment, test tubes, and various unidentified liquids. After some observation, Xiang Yangxia ascended to the second floor, where she encountered various animals and mechas, clearly a weapons research facility. Professor Zhong, this is already the 1088th experimental result. The last iteration was nearly perfected. This time, it should succeed. A cheerful young girl with a ponytail remarked to a professor in his 50s who was reviewing the experimental results. Indeed, it should work this time. The last attempt was almost entirely complete. The others involved in the experiments concurred. If successful, humanity will have a definitive hope for survival, one added. Let alone zombies, we won't fear even the most formidable mutated beasts. Absolutely, if this result is achieved, it will mark a monumental advancement, a small step for the experiment, a giant leap for humanity. The group chattered excitedly, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Recognizing the significance of this result, Xiang Yangxia felt compelled to observe closely. What exactly were they experimenting with that seemed so formidable? After all, this was the creation of her adversaries. Given its importance, she knew she had to investigate thoroughly. Contemplating, she realized that even if discovered now, she could safely retreat. Thus, Xiang Yangxia recalled the individual she had seen in the first-floor laboratory and selected the appearance of a youthful man, employing her super disguise technique to transform into his likeness. Assuming the guise of a young man dressed in a white coat, Xiang Yangxia knocked gently on the laboratory door. The faint sound went unheard amidst the lively discussions within the lab. Noticing the door could be pushed open, she entered the laboratory. As Xiang Yangxia stepped inside, she found the hallway flanked by cages filled with various animals, along with several mechas. There were also numerous glass jars on the counters, containing various animal organs. Particularly in the laboratory center, it was filled with a diverse array of frogs, with the African clawed frog being the most abundant. Surrounding the experimental table was a mass that resembled a lump of flesh. Moving back and forth, "This is, Xiao Zhou. What brings you here?" A man, positioned directly opposite the laboratory entrance, inquired with curiosity upon seeing Xiang Yangxia's entrance. It was evident that he recognized the young experimental personnel that Xiang Yangxia had transformed into. Xiang Yangxia replied in a hoarse voice, attempting to mimic the young man's tone as if he had a nasal congestion. "I was curious to see the results of your experiment today, so I decided to come take a look." Feigning a cold to explain the change in his voice, the man, familiar with Xiao Zhou, found the young man's voice somewhat peculiar but dismissed it, reasoning it could simply be due to a slight indisposition. He then asked, "Why does your voice sound so hoarse today?" "I caught a chill yesterday, and my throat is a bit uncomfortable," Xiang Yangxia responded with his raspy voice. The man, upon hearing this, thought to himself that his initial assumption was correct and held no suspicion. Chapter 73. African clawed frog. Xiang Yangxia naturally moved beside the man, as if they were close friends. Like the others in the laboratory, he casually gazed at the experimental table, his expression devoid of any oddity. Remarkably, none of the others detected anything amiss. He could easily win an Oscar for his performance. He internally mused. The experimental table, largely empty, featured a mass that indeed resembled a pile of flesh. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not merely a lump of meat, but a small robot designed to mimic one. About the size of a palm, it had facial features and was scuttling about the experimental table. Another individual took a knife and made a cut on it. Xiang Yangxia observed with his own eyes the visible speed at which it healed. Xiang Yangxia remarked to the man beside him, "Your experiment is truly astonishing. If successful, it will represent a monumental breakthrough, allowing humanity to reclaim its former glory and stand atop the world once more." Xiang Yangxia extolled the greatness of their experiment, aiming to ignite a sense of pride within the man. Indeed, the man responded joyfully. This is simply a boon for beauty-loving women. No longer will they fear unsightly scars. They can wear beautiful bikinis at the beach, an excited woman exclaimed, winking playfully at Xiang Yangxia, sending subtle glances his way. Xiang Yangxia remained composed, showing no reaction, yet he sensed the man beside him shudder slightly. The woman's African-clawed frog-like appearance was indeed quite striking, and the added wink only intensified the effect. The man's slight tremor indicated a considerable level of restraint. He nearly squandered his composure. Even if a woman of ethereal beauty were to dance provocatively before him, Xiang Yangxia would remain unfazed, for he was currently incapable of engaging in meaningful discourse or probing discussions about foreign languages. Since he exhibited no reaction, he was certain he could maintain his composure regardless of how others attempted to entice him. Reflecting on this, a tinge of melancholy washed over Xiang Yangxia. How did you achieve this? I would love to hear more details. Perhaps I can draw inspiration from my own experiments. Xiang Yangxia swiftly collected his thoughts and inquired of the man beside him, as the matter at hand was of utmost importance. This is the cell from the African clawed frog, programmed using biological programming technology, derived from earlier programmable biological techniques. We have selected the African clawed frog cells, utilizing their remarkable regenerative capabilities to create small robots synthesized from the recovery factors of these cells. Following damage, they can quickly restore themselves. Admittedly, the current healing speed is still quite slow, but this marks our first success. With ongoing improvements, we believe the recovery rate will increase by combining their regenerative properties with combat robots. We could develop super soldiers. Our grander vision is to apply this to human revivers, enabling them to become immortal warriors, undying gods of war. Xiang Yangxia was profoundly shaken by the experimental results they had achieved. With such rapid advancement in research, it would not be long before they developed superlative fighters, which was not good news for him. He resolved to eliminate everyone in the laboratory and entirely thwart their experimental progress. As he pondered how to eradicate those within the laboratory, the man's subsequent words caused him to abandon that thought. This research had commenced prior to the onset of the Great Catastrophe. Previously, it was conducted by Professor Zhou at the Apocalypse City Research Institute. Later, to expedite progress, the FRAIR intervened, and Professor Zhou disseminated the preliminary research findings to various bases, where the laboratories pursued divergent research directions. Surprisingly, our laboratory's research direction proved to be correct, yielding accurate results. Xiang Yangxia's plan to eliminate everyone in the laboratory and sever their experimental progress was thwarted. This was a research project spearheaded by the Capital Base under the FRAIR's leadership. With each base conducting its own investigations, should he act now, it would only delay their progress. It was impossible for him to travel to every base and eliminate them all. However, knowing such a project existed opened the possibility of establishing his own laboratory for research, pilfering their findings to experiment with the zombies. Given that zombies already possessed resilience, combined with this superhuman healing ability, it promised to be a formidable weapon. With a grin, Xiang Yangxia observed the individuals in the laboratory. The man with whom he spoke assumed Xiang Yangxia was excited by the experimental results, unaware that his delight stemmed from the prospect of targeting them in the future. Xiang Yangxia exited the laboratory, continuing his ascent. There were several more floors of laboratories above, and he was confident he would discover even more intriguing subjects. Upon reaching the third floor, he was astonished to find numerous zombies bound within the room, each chained to iron pillars. Their struggles caused the chains to rattle incessantly. On the dissection tables lay additional zombies, their limbs secured to iron frameworks, their bodies dissected. Finding little of interest, Xiang Yangxia proceeded to the fourth floor. To his surprise, the fourth floor contained a similar scene, yet this time all the experimental subjects were zombies. Each zombie was tethered to a post. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yangxia recognized many of these zombies as those he had encountered during his imprisonment. His backup troops from the prison had indeed been captured. Upon hearing the large fellow mention tall tales in the upscale neighborhood, he realized those zombies he had left behind were unlikely to remain safe. Though he had considered they might study these specimens to identify the zombies' weaknesses, he never anticipated they could turn the zombies into their weapons. Witnessing the effectiveness of using zombies to fend off other zombies at the second line of defense was unexpected. Zombies had indeed become a valuable asset for them. This floor warranted exploration to uncover what valuable discoveries had been made. Perhaps they had unraveled the principles behind zombies. He too sought to understand how he had inexplicably transformed into one. Xiang Yangxia harbored a lingering wariness and skepticism towards the system. He suspected it to be a creation of an advanced civilization implanted within him. Moreover, he believed this zombie outbreak was orchestrated by them. Merely a grand experiment involving the entire populace. Conversely, if they had developed a lethal weapon against zombies, it would be catastrophic. Should they strike him unawares, it could spell his doom. Continuing to maintain his previous disguise, Xiang Yangxia felt that since he had successfully blended in on the lower floors, his mimicry must have been quite effective. He hoped for ample support and feedback from everyone. Chapter 74. Exposed with a newfound confidence. Xiang Yangxia stepped into the fourth-floor zombie laboratory. The layout was similar to that of the third floor's biological laboratory, albeit with differing experiments. The third floor housed various preserved animal organs in formaldehyde, while this level contained solely zombie organs. Where the third floor held cages of various animals, here were zombies bound by chains. As Xiang Yangxia entered the laboratory, all the zombies fell eerily silent. The zombie laboratory housed only 5 or 6 individuals, far less bustling than the third floor. The personnel allocation indicated that the third floor's research was far more prioritized compared to that of zombies. While zombie research was also significant, the long-term implications of the third floor's findings were deemed more crucial for humanity. Xiang Yangxia sauntered into the zombie laboratory with a broad smile. The individuals inside were engrossed in dissecting a zombie, casting a brief glance at the newcomer before returning their focus to their work. Xiang Yangxia felt no embarrassment as he observed them dissecting the zombie, as long as he remained unembarrassed. It was others who would feel the discomfort. Their dissection tools were indeed remarkably sharp, seemingly custom-made. When they sliced through the zombie's flesh and skin, it was as if they were dissecting an ordinary human, smooth and effortless. It should be noted that although the zombies they were examining were of the white zombie level, their hardness exceeded that of ordinary beings. Using standard knives would require considerable force to breach the zombie's skin. Yet they accomplished it with ease. The dissection instruments they employed were undoubtedly specialized, and they appeared to have made significant advancements in the study of weapon sharpness. After a while, one of the men glanced at Xiang Yangxia and casually inquired, "Xiao Zhou, how was the juice I gave you last night? It's a new blend I recently concocted." "Juice?" Xiang Yangxia mused. "How would I know what it tastes like?" He responded with a compliment. It was absolutely delightful. Although he found it peculiar why he suddenly posed this question, he felt it inappropriate to decline answering, opting instead for a standard response. Perhaps someone genuinely gifted him a bottle of juice and was simply inquiring about its flavor. The man's eyes glimmered with amusement as he replied, "I'm glad you liked it." He then ceased further conversation, refocusing on the dissection of the zombie. While Xiang Yangxia was preoccupied, the man discreetly pressed a button in his pocket. This man, named Chen Jiming, was a key member of the zombie laboratory and had been a forensic expert prior to the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Xiang Yangxia harbored no suspicion of any anomaly. Engrossed in watching them dissect the zombie, and feigned indifference while inquiring about other experimental situations within the laboratory. Soon, 2 fully armed individuals rushed into the zombie laboratory. The moment they opened the door, Xiang Yangxia sensed something amiss and turned to look. 2 robust men, clad in specialized armor, appeared at the entrance. 1 wielded a handgun, with magazines strapped to his body, while a submachine gun hung from his chest. The other held a dark blade, approximately 20 centimeters long, its edge glinting with a cold light. From the observations made by his keen eyes, he discerned their attributes: name, human resurrector level, 3 talent, mastery of blade technique skill, control. The other, name, human resurrector level, 2 talent, mastery of firearms skill, fire suppression. Upon seeing the 2 men enter, Chen Jiming immediately greeted them. "Brothers, you're here for your inspection again." The 2 men, recognizing Chen Jiming's greeting, quickly sheathed their weapons and approached. They responded, "Indeed, we're here to conduct our usual patrol." Others remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, assuming they were merely performing their routine checks, and continued their dissection tasks. As the two approached, Xiangyang Xia sensed something was off. Chen Jiming specifically pointed out Xiangyang Xia to introduce him, saying, "This is Xiao Zhou from the lab downstairs. He came to take a look today." The two men greeted Xiangyang Xia with smiles. Suddenly, the skilled swordsman among the human resurrectors launched a surprise attack on Xiangyang Xia, attempting to use his control skill to subdue him. Anticipating this, Xiangyang Xia swiftly evaded the attack aimed at him. He realized that if he did not escape their control, he could find ways to gain their trust. But he could not take that risk. A failed gamble could cost him his life. As the swordsman struck, Chen Jiming immediately urged the others to distance themselves from Xiangyang Xia. The other, a marksman, swiftly drew his firearm to protect the remaining lab personnel. Xiangyang Xia widened his eyes, feigning a look of grievance, and with a voice filled with indignation, asked, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly attacking me? Have I done something wrong?" He appeared utterly aggrieved, hoping to negotiate further, questioning whether they were merely testing him, especially since his disguise was flawless. At this moment, Chen Jiming interjected, "Stop feigning innocence. Who exactly are you?" "I am Xiao Zhou." "No, you are definitely not Xiao Zhou. When you entered, those zombies suddenly fell silent, which has never happened before. Ever since we captured those zombies, they have not had a moment's peace. But after you arrived, they behaved unusually quiet. I noticed this anomaly from the start, and later tested you by asking about the juice from yesterday. I did not give you any juice. Furthermore, Xiao Zhou has never visited our lab before." Chen Jiming's thoughts were exceedingly meticulous, his logic impeccable, and he had unknowingly conducted a thorough examination. The two men had also pressed the call button upon sensing the disturbance. No wonder they had arrived armed. It was not a standard patrol but a potential capture mission. I might have forgotten about that juice. Someone did indeed give me a bottle yesterday. The zombies quieting down could just be coincidental. Xiangyang Xia continued to argue. There isn't a fly in this base. How could I possibly be a fake Xiao Zhou? Moreover, what purpose would I have in impersonating Xiao Zhou here? Your purpose will be revealed once we capture you. And besides, Xiao Zhou's character is nothing like yours, and no matter how you argue. I want to be convinced. Chen Jiming remained unmoved by Xiangyang Xia's defenses. He was truly a difficult person to persuade. Capture him. Upon hearing Chen Jiming's command, the two men charged at Xiangyang Xia, instructing the others to leave. These lab personnel are the treasures of the base. They must not be harmed. Chen Jiming led the other lab personnel away from the impending confrontation with Xiangyang Xia, racing toward the laboratory exit. Once outside, Chen Jiming loudly called for other base personnel to assist in encircling Xiangyang Xia. Chapter 75. Tingling sensation. Since it has come to this, then let us fight. Recognizing that an intense battle was unavoidable, Xiangyang Xia abandoned all other thoughts. At this moment, any strategy would be futile. There was only room for combat. He transformed into a zombie state, baring his formidable fangs and roaring at the two men, embodying the spirit of a fierce struggle to the bitter end. After employing the super disguise technique to assume human form, he had restricted his abilities. Only by reverting to his zombie form could he regain his full power. His body was encased in armor crafted from various mutated beast materials and crystals. Although the opponents had surmised there was something amiss, they had not deduced his true nature as a zombie. However, revealing his identity was now a matter of necessity. In this critical moment, he had to unleash all his strength to ensure his safety. Moreover, exposing his zombie identity was not a significant concern. He had already devised strategies for maintaining his disguise and infiltrating the human base post-escape. The two men were taken aback upon witnessing Xiangyang Xia transform into his zombie form, their faces awash with astonishment and confusion. They could not comprehend how an ordinary person could metamorphose into a zombie. Seeing Xiangyang Xia's transformation, they promptly readied themselves for battle, bracing for his impending attack. However, unexpectedly, Xiangyang Xia bolted towards the exit at lightning speed. Attempting to flee, truly, he was a seasoned warrior, rich in combat experience. Just a moment's distraction allowed the blade-wielding base soldier to swiftly entangle him, obstructing his escape route. A level 3 agile human resurrector. This soldier was no slouch in speed either. The marksman among the base soldiers immediately opened fire on Xiangyang Xia, launching an assault against him. As a proficient shooter, he could easily aim and fire at Xiangyang Xia amidst his struggle with the swordsman. Xiangyang Xia drew the 7-star Longyuan sword, engaging in a fierce melee with both opponents while evading their attacks. He swung his sword towards the right hand of the gun-wielding base soldier, who quickly recoiled while the swordsman parried the strike. Although he did not sever the gunman's hand, he did manage to slice off the barrel of the gun, leaving only the grip in his possession. Before long, other soldiers from the base, alerted by Chen Jiming's call for help, rushed in, quickly grasping the situation upon entering the lab. They promptly joined the fray against Xiangyang Xia, realizing he was surrounded. Xiangyang Xia summoned 2 large spider mutant beasts, which had been lurking outside, back into his system inventory. He then released them to assist him in fending off the assault from the base's human resurrectors. The sudden appearance of the giant spiders startled the soldiers, causing them to instinctively step back. Seizing the moment of surprise, the giant spiders launched themselves, knocking several soldiers aside. As human resurrectors, these soldiers possessed formidable physical resilience and were uninjured from being tossed aside. The large spiders quickly sprayed webbing to ensnare the base soldiers, with each spider entangling one soldier. Just as they prepared to drag the captured soldiers closer for a lethal strike, their teammates reacted in time to sever the webs. Xiangyang Xia glanced at the chained zombies within the laboratory and formulated a plan. In the midst of battling the base soldiers, he utilized the 7-star Longyuan sword to slice through the chains restraining the zombies. Release the zombies bound by the base, and utilize my control and commanding skills to direct them in combat against the base warriors. This strategy alleviated the precarious situation I found myself in. Besieged by layers of attackers, including 2 giant mutated spiders, and subtly hinted at my burgeoning strength that might surpass that of the base's fighters. Chen Jiming, a staff member of the zombie laboratory, summoned the base warriors for assistance while urging his fellow researchers to evacuate promptly. However, he chose to remain behind. You all retreat to safety. I shall stay to assist the warriors in confronting the zombies. He declared to his colleagues, let us leave together. What purpose do you serve by staying here? You are merely a researcher and lack combat skills. They implored him collectively. No, I must remain. We are specialists in zombie research. Equipped with weapons to combat them, Chen Jiming insisted. Despite the pleas of his colleagues, who ultimately cautioned him to stay safe as they fled to safety, he steadfastly refused to leave. Observing the fierce clash between the warriors and Xiangyang Xia alongside the 2 giant mutated spiders, Chen Jiming audaciously maneuvered around the fray, stealthily slipping back into the laboratory in a secluded corner. He retrieved a sleek, black rod approximately 50 centimeters in length, its rear end connected to a thick cord wrapped in crimson leather. After plugging the cord into a socket, he aimed the rod at Xiangyang Xia and pressed the white button at its end. A blinding silver beam, crackling with sparks, surged forth towards Xiangyang Xia. Engaged in a fierce battle with the base warriors, Xiangyang Xia remained oblivious to Chen Jiming's presence on the periphery. A sudden sense of danger enveloped him as an ominous force approached, prompting him to swing his sword in defense. Yet, nothing obstructed his path. A blinding light penetrated his being, an intense tingling sensation coursed through him, rendering him motionless amidst the onslaught, allowing the surrounding soldiers to strike without resistance. Since his transformation into a zombie, such a sensation had eluded him for ages, and though it placed him in peril, he found himself oddly nostalgic for the feeling. Xiangyang Xia recognized Chen Jiming, wielding a peculiar device that emitted the light directed at him. He etched Chen Jiming's image into his memory, realizing that this must be the weapon developed to combat zombies. Fortunately, his control skills remained intact, allowing the zombies to encircle him in a protective barrier. The 2 giant mutated spiders remained fiercely loyal, valiantly defending him against the base warriors' assaults. After a minute, Xiangyang Xia regained mobility, albeit still experiencing a lingering tingling sensation. However, in that brief interval, the zombies under his command had been decimated, leaving only remnants. His sturdy armor, particularly the helmet, had sustained damage under the relentless attacks. Recognizing the futility of continuing this way, Xiangyang Xia commanded the remaining zombies to concentrate their efforts on a single point. Seeking to break free from the encirclement, Xiangyang Xia remained vigilant of Chen Jiming's movements, wary of a potential sudden strike. The warriors discerned his intentions and mounted a robust defense. He directed one of the giant mutated spiders to ensnare him in webbing, propelling himself in the opposite direction of the zombies to break free from the heavy infantry's grasp. Upon landing, he swiftly retreated, casting a final determined glance at Chen Jiming, imbued with a sense of inevitability. He recalled the giant spider into the system's inventory, and it too distanced itself from the base warriors' assault. A faction of the warriors remained in the laboratory to eliminate the remaining zombies, while another pursued Xiangyang Xia. Chapter 76. Eluding pursuit. As Xiangyang Xia ran, he released 2 giant mutated spiders from the system's inventory. Once they emerged, he leaped onto one of the spider's legs, securing himself tightly as he clung to it. The giant spider, having feasted on the blood and flesh of numerous mutated creatures during its excursions, had evolved into a level 4 mutated beast. With its inherent agility, it now moved with even greater swiftness, outpacing Xiangyang Xia. With a few leaps, it distanced itself from their pursuers. As the giant spider breached the base's original perimeter, Xiangyang Xia seized the moment to leap off its leg, rolling onto the ground before swiftly rising to sprint towards his original dwelling area within the base. He instructed the giant spider to veer in the opposite direction, diverting the attention of their pursuers as he pressed onward, effectively distancing himself from the base. The pursuing personnel, oblivious to Xiangyang Xia's departure from the spider's leg, followed the giant spider instead. Xiangyang Xia chuckled to himself, observing the departing base personnel. Indeed, a group devoid of wit, easily played for fools. The last sight of the giant spider escaping the base's defenses prompted the pursuers to abandon their chase and return to the base. From a distance, Xiangyang Xia witnessed the ongoing battle between the base and the zombies. Remarkably, it had only been a little over an hour since he had distanced himself from the battlefield and returned to the laboratory. The massive zombie invasion unmistakably showed no signs of retreat. This assault comprised nearly the entirety of the city's undead, rendering the base a prime target for the zombie orchestrators. To them, the multitude of lives within the base represented a shimmering treasure trove. Impossible to resist, the success of breaching the base outweighed any losses sustained, as these lowly zombies served merely as tools in their grand design. The relentless tide of zombies surged forth, leaving piles of corpses in their wake, while the stench of blood permeated the air. Xiangyang Xia surmised that amidst such a brutal conflict, no one would take notice of his absence, especially considering he had been exceedingly cautious in his departure. Having only recently arrived at the base, he was unfamiliar to all, ensuring he wouldn't draw undue attention. With everyone engrossed in battle, including the command staff, there were no supervisors to observe his actions. He meticulously disguised his attire to resemble that of a combatant, stained with the remnants of battle, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the fray. He navigated the interior of the base, uncovering numerous secrets without arousing suspicion. Self-satisfied with his cleverness, during the tumult, Xiangyang Xia encountered individuals who had received enhancement injections prior to the conflict at Supervisor Zhou's cabin. Zhou's initiative had aimed to bolster their numbers on the battlefield, accompanied by an impassioned speech that instilled a sense of urgency. He emphasized that should they fail to resist the zombies with all their might, the base would fall, and they would lose their protection, their lives, everything. Supervisor Zhou himself led by example, engaging directly in the fight against the undead. As Xiangyang Xia battled, he keenly observed the performance of those who had received the enhancement, searching for any anomalies. Thus far, he had detected no irregularities. What Xiangyang Xia noted was that those who had received the enhancement displayed a remarkable increase in combat prowess, rivaling that of level 2 human revivers. It was evident that the enhancement serum was extraordinarily potent. Prior to their injections, these individuals were merely ordinary humans, lacking any combat capability. Many were intellectual laborers, entirely devoid of fighting skills. However, after receiving the serum, they could now contend with multiple ordinary zombies and even hold their ground against 1 or 2 elite zombies without faltering. Xiangyang Xia also observed Supervisor Zhou's combat style. He nimbly maneuvered through the horde, extinguishing zombies with ease, his remarkable regenerative abilities allowing him to recover swiftly from any superficial wounds. As the second line of defense crumbled, the base warriors demonstrated unwavering resolve, constructing a formidable barrier from the corpses of both zombies and humans to fend off the relentless assaults. Throughout the chaos, Xiangyang Xia remained vigilant for the earlier white-coated figure and the zombies he commanded. It was likely that the zombies had perished amid the assault, as, despite their enhanced combat capabilities, they lacked any fundamental transformation. At best, their fighting strength had increased 2- or 3-fold, and they would still succumb to the overwhelming tide of zombies. The individual in white had certainly retreated to the base's interior. Why was Xiangyang Xia confident that the white-coated figure had returned to safety rather than fallen in battle? because the laboratory personnel were not meant to fight on the front lines. When they controlled the zombies, they remained safely behind the walls, directing the undead into combat from a distance, ensuring their survival. Furthermore, during his earlier infiltration of the laboratory, Xiangyang Xia had observed that those research personnel were still ordinary humans, unenhanced by the serum. This is also the reason why Xiangyang Xia harbors doubts about the efficacy of the enhancement serum. If the serum were indeed safe, why would the researchers themselves refrain from using it? After all, these experiments were conducted by them. The researchers possessed the most profound understanding of its characteristics, as well as its effects and side effects. The enhancement serum, once administered, promises to rapidly augment one's abilities, thereby granting the user a semblance of self-preservation in this apocalyptic world. Yet, those responsible for its development have not utilized it, instead opting to administer it to ordinary humans. This raises a thought-provoking question. Xiangyang Xia's skepticism is not without merit, though he has misjudged the underlying reason. The researchers' reluctance to use the enhancement serum does not stem from its potential side effects. Rather, it is because the serum merely unlocks latent human potential, akin to the abilities of human revivers. This serum was inspired by the characteristics that enable ordinary individuals to transform into revivers. Upon injection of the enhancement serum, humans can swiftly activate their latent capabilities, acquiring powers similar to those of lower-tier revivers. However, a significant drawback is that the abilities gained through the enhancement serum become fixed, preventing the user from experiencing further enhancements like true revivers. In essence, one can only attain the status of a low-level superhuman. Meanwhile, the researchers, secure within the confines of the base, are not burdened by the threat of their own safety. Thus, in the absence of life-threatening circumstances, there is no pressing need for them to resort to the enhancement serum. The elite researchers in Apocalypse City are diligently working on a serum that would transform humans into revivers. Following the injection of this serum, individuals could attain powers akin to those of revivers, with the added benefit of their abilities not being static. Instead, they would be capable of progressing in levels, enhancing their combat prowess. Who wouldn't he aspire to become more formidable, standing high above others, especially in this world where superhumans abound? Consequently, none of the ordinary researchers who have not become revivers have dared to experiment with the enhancement serum. Rather, they await the arrival of the reviver serum. Chapter 77. Feeling good about oneself. Perhaps it is the mysterious sixth sense of women, or perhaps it is the unique sensitivity of Supervisor Zhou. Even amidst the fierce battle with zombies, Xiangyang Xia's furtive glances at Supervisor Zhou did not escape her notice. Observing him in the throes of combat, she caught him brazenly stealing glances at her, and her gaze sharpened as she continued to engage with the zombies. Upon meeting Supervisor Zhou's eyes, Xiangyang Xia immediately realized that she must have misinterpreted his intentions, believing he harbored an interest in her. How self-absorbed! After the base had sacrificed numerous soldiers, the zombies, witnessing their prolonged assault, yielding no success and accumulating casualties, began to retreat, leaving behind a field strewn with their own fallen. After enduring a harrowing battle, the base had finally withstood this wave of zombie attacks, barely managing to safeguard their last line of defense. Huzzah! As the zombies withdrew, many individuals collapsed onto the ground, some even lying flat. The relentless skirmishes had drained both their energy and stamina. They had merely been holding on while fighting. They had reached the limit of their endurance, and had the zombies not retreated, many would have succumbed to their onslaught. Once the zombies retreated, the tension that had held them taut finally snapped, and they surrendered to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this, Supervisor Zhou and other command personnel urgently called out, urging everyone not to lie down but to promptly reinforce the defenses. We all understand that everyone is utterly fatigued. Yet we must persist a little longer. We cannot predict whether the zombies will launch a second wave of attacks. We must urgently fortify our defenses to withstand any further incursions. If we do not prepare our defenses now, the zombies could easily mount another assault. I implore everyone to rise and aid in constructing the fortifications. Straining against their fatigue, the crowd gradually stood, though some were simply too exhausted to rise after struggling for some time. Those who could still move began to erect a rudimentary defense. When Supervisor Zhou was near Xiangyang Xia, she scolded him softly, cautioning him. In such fierce combat, do not forget your place. Next time, I shall not be so lenient. Supervisor Zhou clearly misunderstood Xiangyang Xia's intent in observing her during battle. interpreting his scrutiny of her abilities as mere lewdness. Her initial impression of him, formed from their first encounter at the base, had labeled him as a lascivious individual. Hearing Supervisor Zhou's words, Xiang Yangxia did not even spare her a glance, muttering to himself, "Why are some individuals so easily self-satisfied?" "You?" Supervisor Zhou's chest heaved with indignation. She had always possessed immense confidence in her appearance. Whether in the past or present, she was accustomed to the adoration of men. While she had warned him, his lack of embarrassment or any sign of remorse was infuriating. He had been caught in her gaze, yet showed no sign of contrition, nor did he grovel like some others might. Whether out of shame or anger, his blatant dismissal of her was intolerable. Moreover, since becoming a human reviver and assuming her role as a supervisor within the base, no one had dared to treat her in such a manner. Now, in the aftermath of battle, she could not act against him directly but left him with a stern warning. "You will certainly pay for your actions." Turning on her heel, she strode away, directing her efforts to oversee the construction of defenses alongside others. Within the base, a team of guards was dispatched to aid in fortifying the core area alongside the civilians. These guards were meant to serve as the final line of defense for the most critical sections of the base. However, now that the zombies had retreated, they emerged to help bolster the outer defenses. Soon, teams returning from missions began to trickle back. Some had completed their tasks, while a significant number were summoned back urgently by the base. The base ordered everyone to abandon their external missions and return swiftly to safeguard the facility. Soldiers and those returning from their missions formed a defensive line, allowing the fatigued combatants to rest within the base. At this moment, Xiang Yangxia witnessed the true strength within the base. During the previous battle, the core combat personnel of the base had largely remained unutilized. Only a portion had been dispatched alongside artillery to fend off the zombies. To his astonishment, the number of returning personnel soon exceeded those stationed within the base, and their strength was notably superior. With keen observation, Xiang Yangxia discerned that there were no fewer than several level 4 human revivers among them. While constructing the fortifications, he learned through conversation that Supervisor Zhou managed one of the 8 sectors of the base. The residential area surrounding the original military base was divided into 8 sectors, each overseen by a supervisor. Each sector, like Supervisor Zhou's, was designated as A, B, C, or D.B. Calculating the numbers, Xiang Yangxia realized that the base housed an astonishing population of 50 to 60,000 individuals. Previously, he had assumed that the limited number of people he had encountered was due to the heavy casualties sustained during the zombie outbreak, or that some had established their own bases, akin to what he had witnessed in the Jinxiu Garden community, leading to a smaller population at the military base. He had taken the situation at face value, only to recognize his earlier misjudgment. Although Feng City was a relatively remote and underdeveloped locale, it was still a prefecture-level city with a resident population of several million, with tens of thousands residing within the urban area. As the only military base outside the city, its continuous broadcasts via helicopter would undoubtedly attract countless survivors seeking refuge. Even amidst the zombie outbreak, the number of individuals converging here remained substantial. While he had been aware that some had ventured out on missions, he had not anticipated the sheer number of personnel deployed. He had hoped to exploit the base's weakened state in the wake of the zombie attack to seize control that very night. However, as the multitude of personnel emerged, his plans were dashed. He had earlier considered that even if numerous skilled revivers remained within the base, he could still contend with the internal forces by infecting all those on the periphery. Yet, with the return of these external personnel, his strategy had to be re-evaluated. Nevertheless, this development would not deter Xiang Yangxia from his subsequent endeavors. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, he resolved to adapt his plans accordingly. Chapter 78. A vast web. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Withstanding the zombie onslaught. The cold, emotionless female voice echoed in his mind. Reward acquired. Skill, Conqueror of all. Skill description. Conqueror of all. An immensely powerful offensive technique. The supreme holy sword judgment can shatter myriad laws with a single strike, delivering a fatal blow. Upgradable skills are attainable, currently at level LV1. Utilizing this skill will consume a significant amount of energy from the host. Presently, the host can employ Conqueror of all once, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. Host name: Xiang Yangxia. Current level: Black Zombie. Level 2 talents: Infection, Commanding Dread skills, Control, Super Disguise Technique, Dominance across the world. LV1 weapon: 7-star Longyuan sword item card. One transformation card, Xiangyang Xia, did not react with exuberance upon acquiring the formidable attack skill. Instead, his expression remained notably indifferent as he endeavored to maintain tranquility within himself. In truth, the prospect of obtaining such a skill exhilarated him deeply. As a zombie, he inherently excelled in defense, having always prioritized his own safety above all else. He had meticulously armed himself with weapons crafted from the hardest parts of mutated beasts, achieving a defense level that could be described as monstrous. However, he had long lacked a potent offensive capability. Now, with this newfound ability, he finally attained a balance between offense and defense. His cold demeanor was merely a means to test the system's intentions. The tasks set by the system seemed devoid of difficulty. Xiangyang Xia perceived that the system was eager to bestow this skill upon him, as if it could not wait to enhance his strength. Previously, the rewards for completing tasks had never been so generous, with conditions that were exceedingly harsh and rather ruthless. Yet, this time, the task was remarkably simple, the rewards lavish, and the prerequisites lenient. The system's eagerness to reward him under the guise of a task was laced with an unsettling peculiarity. Did the system truly yearn for him to grow stronger? This aligned with his prior suspicions regarding the system's reliability. On a deeper level, Xiangyang Xia sought to ascertain whether the system could discern his true thoughts without relying on his outward behavior. Was the system merely a vessel residing within him, or did it possess complete control over his being? The system, noticing Xiangyang Xia's unusual demeanor, remained unfazed. In the past, whenever he acquired new skills or leveled up, he would display immense excitement. Yet, this time, despite gaining a powerful skill, he exhibited no reaction. The system, however, chose to remain indifferent, neither questioning nor probing. Seeing the system's nonchalance towards his actions left Xiangyang Xia uncertain. Did the system simply overlook him? Or had it already uncovered his genuine thoughts? Thus, he decided to take the initiative and spoke softly. System, I have contemplated my current strength and believe I need not engage in further combat. Completing tasks amidst such perilous confrontations is fraught with danger. Now, I can seamlessly disguise my identity and blend within humanity without fear of detection. Having originated from humans, I possess a considerable sense of belonging. I wish to lie low and remain within this base, forgoing further tasks and leveling up. Upon hearing Xiangyang Xia's words, the system remained unresponsive. How peculiar it was. He had articulated his thoughts, yet the system offered no reaction. Given this silence, he resolved to approach the matter differently. As he pondered the system's response, he felt a lack of certainty regarding its intentions. After all, the system operated in the shadows while he remained exposed. It had been the system that initially sought him out, and all aspects of his existence lay under its dominion, rendering him devoid of agency. Nevertheless, the system showed no sign of anger towards his probing, nor did it threaten to eliminate him, suggesting that he could proceed with caution. It seemed the system had not fully grasped his true intentions. Based on its previously exhibited arrogance, had it comprehended his thoughts, it would likely have scoffed at him. However, its current demeanor indicated that it could not entirely penetrate the depths of his mind. Xiangyang Xia began to form a clearer understanding. System, do you have other hosts besides me? Otherwise, why do you seem so indifferent? Shouldn't we progress together to become the overlords of this world? No, there is only you in this world, the system responded. This world? Xiangyang Xia detected a flaw in the statement. His curiosity piqued. Are you implying that there are hosts chosen by you on other planets? You previously mentioned that outbreaks of the zombie plague occurred elsewhere as well. Indeed, you are astute, the system affirmed without reservation. Are you the savior, then? You select a host on each planet afflicted by the zombie plague, granting them enhanced abilities. However, if you are the savior, wouldn't logic dictate that you should choose a human to greatly amplify their powers to rescue humanity? Why a zombie instead? Could it be that zombies are the essence of existence? These are not questions for you to ponder at present. Your singular task is to continuously upgrade. The system's tone carried a rare sternness. Remember, do not probe recklessly in the future, for I can eliminate you at any moment and foster another host. Please, great system, I merely wish to converse and satisfy my curiosity for some truths. If it displeases you, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Your understanding is appreciated. For the sake of his own survival, Xiangyang Xia spoke sweetly, uncertain whether the system possessed the capability to erase him. Yet, prudence prevailed, prompting him to exercise caution in future encounters with the system. He remained skeptical of the system's veracity. Nonetheless, it had undeniably disclosed significant information that it supported hosts on other planets. This revelation underscored the system's formidable power, capable of orchestrating strategies across multiple worlds. The simultaneous outbreaks of the zombie plague across various planets, while the system nurtured its hosts therein, provoked profound contemplation. It felt as though an immense web ensnared all within its grasp. Xiangyang Xia increasingly believed that his earlier hypotheses were indeed correct. Chapter 79. Base operations commence as night fell, darkness enveloped the base. Within the compound housing thousands, silence reigned, disrupted only by the intermittent howls of zombies outside. Following the brutal battles of the day, the weary fighters returned to the base after others took over the construction of defensive fortifications. When left alone in quietude, many were unable to suppress memories of the horrific scenes they had witnessed. Breaking into sobs, some even weeping uncontrollably. "What kind of world is this, Ah Bing? Your death was so tragic, damn it. When will this nightmare end? I wish this were all just a bad dream, and upon waking, everything would return to normal. I would rather endure the grind of 996 than live in this brutal world." The lamentations echoed as many mourned the loss of comrades and loved ones who had perished in battle. Others wept for their own survival, having narrowly escaped death. After venting their grief, some gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Xiangyang Xia remained quietly in his tent, biding his time for the opportune moment, as the voices dwindled to a hush. Silence enveloped the area, save for the distant roars of zombies. It was time. Xiangyang Xia emerged from his cot, surveying the nearby area, where people lay under the stars, deep in slumber. These individuals were ordinary humans who had yet to awaken their latent powers. Though they had received enhancements through reinforcement injections during the day, they continued to sleep soundly. Xiangyang Xia stealthily approached this cluster of sleeping figures. Most of those stationed at the newly erected defensive walls had also succumbed to slumber against the barricades. Only a scant few patrols remained vigilant, intently observing the outside to preempt a second wave of zombie attacks. Others rested to recuperate their strength before the inevitable assault. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the threat was poised to emerge from within. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated upon them. Observing that the patrolling guards were solely focused on the exterior, Xiangyang Xia approached the nearest sleeper, opened his mouth, and bit into their neck. Silently, he infected one individual. "Congratulations, host. You have infected one human. Evolution value 1, points 10. The defense personnel remained oblivious to the unfolding changes within the base. The others, still in deep slumber, failed to notice that one of their own had transformed into a zombie. Xiangyang Xia swiftly continued his actions, infecting the humans lying on the ground. He exercised his control skill on the first 16 individuals who turned into zombies. For the subsequent 100, he employed his commanding ability, instructing them to remain silent and motionless after their transformation, forbidding them from seizing his source of evolution. The numerous newly infected zombies stood quietly, observing Xiangyang Xia's maneuvers. Once he surpassed the limit of 100 under his command, he utilized his intimidation skill to keep the newly infected zombies rooted in place, too frightened to move. Congratulations to the host for achieving an evolution value of 400, resulting in a promotion to the next level. The body modification process is underway, currently at 95.100. Congratulations on completing the upgrade swiftly. Host name: Xiangyang Xia. Current level: Black Zombie level 3. Talents: Infection, Command, Intimidation. Skills: Control, Super Disguise Technique, Dominance level 1. Weapon: 7-star Longyuan Sword. Item card: 1 transformation card. The number of zombies that the host can control has increased to 32, with a control range of 1,600 meters. The maximum number of zombies under command is 200. With a distance of 200 meters, Xiangyang Xia continues to hasten the infection of the remaining humans who lie dormant on the ground. Suddenly, a human reviver emerges from the tent and, upon seeing a crowd standing motionlessly in the open space, is instantly jolted awake. After a brutal battle during the day, he had been peacefully sleeping inside the tent. However, a strange noise outside piqued his sharp instincts, prompting him to step outside and investigate. To his astonishment, he encounters over 100 individuals standing in the open, like statues, frozen in place. He immediately inquires loudly, "What are you all doing standing here? It's the middle of the night. You're scaring me to death." The hundreds of individuals remain immobile, resembling a collection of stone figures. The man senses something amiss. Numerous individuals have already been roused by his loud inquiry and quickly rush out to ascertain the situation. Any slight disturbance can awaken these survivors of the apocalypse. The man hastily calls for others to wake up. Although he senses that something is off with the standing figures, he refrains from approaching recklessly. Instead, he shouts for others to awaken. Xiangyang Xia realizes that the tranquil enjoyment of her feast is no longer possible, yet she has profited from this endeavor, infecting over 300 individuals. Those who lay on the ground are also awakened by the commotion and, upon opening their eyes, see the dark silhouettes standing around them. They can only discern the figures before them in the faint moonlight, unable to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Witnessing this, the individuals are instantly startled awake and leap to their feet, while some, lacking courage, remain frozen in place. Xiangyang Xia ceases to use her intimidation skill, allowing the zombies to remain still, and instead commands and leads the zombies to attack the surrounding humans. Some humans, caught off guard, are seized and bitten on the neck by the zombies. The others, hearing the screams, quickly grasp the gravity of the situation. They hastily grab their weapons, employing their skills to combat the advancing zombies. In the darkness of the night, visibility is severely limited, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the humans. It is only after a while, when distant humans activate emergency lights, that the situation begins to improve. All facilities in the apocalypse have been destroyed, and the base has constructed a generator. However, the power output is limited, so lights are generally not turned on at night. Xiangyang Xia does not linger to infect more humans. Instead, she seizes the opportunity amidst the chaos to rush to the wooden cabin where Supervisor Zhou resides. In less than a minute, she arrives outside the cabin, coincidentally encountering Supervisor Zhou, who has emerged upon hearing the disturbance. Upon seeing Zhou, Xiangyang Xia immediately exclaims with urgency, "Supervisor Zhou, it's bad. There's a riot over there." On her way, she had already wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Supervisor Zhou, initially somewhat irked, furrows his brow at Xiangyang Xia's words and asks, "A riot? What is the situation?" Since someone has come to report, he decides to listen to what has transpired, despite his personal feelings towards her. As Supervisor Zhou stands waiting for her response, Xiangyang Xia approaches him. Tonight was supposed to be peaceful. Everyone was asleep when suddenly at this point, Xiangyang Xia suddenly strikes, attacking Supervisor Zhou from less than 2 meters away. The reason for her decision to attack from this distance, rather than getting closer, is that she understands that proximity would certainly provoke Zhou's aversion. Maintaining a comfortable distance ensures that her attack remains undetected. Supervisor Zhou, who was listening to her response, already felt uneasy with her approach. Thinking that she was reverting to her old habits, he was taken aback when she unexpectedly launched her assault. Caught off guard by Xiangyang Xia's sudden attack, he barely managed to react. Fortunately, with his rich combat experience and agility, he swiftly raised his hand to block the powerful punch aimed at his chest. However, the hasty defense, coupled with the force of Xiangyang Xia's blow, caused him to stagger back 2 or 3 steps before regaining his footing. After deflecting the right-hand attack, Xiangyang Xia immediately launched a left punch, striking Supervisor Zhou in the chest. He had no time to defend against this blow. Zhou was sent crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, Xiangyang Xia continued to throw punches at him. Aware that her previous blow would not inflict fatal harm due to Zhou's recovery abilities, she knew she had to exert more force to intensify his injury. Her current objective was to firmly control him. Otherwise, she would have to draw the 7-star Longyuan sword and pierce through him. Zhou quickly raised both arms to absorb another punch from Xiangyang Xia. His body skidded over a meter across the ground, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Even with Zhou's recovery capabilities, such severe injuries would take time to recuperate from. In this brief moment, Xiangyang Xia accomplished her intended goal. She unleashed a web of threads, binding Supervisor Zhou securely. Given the severity of his injuries, she was not afraid of him shouting for help, knowing that the chaos within the base was significant. She was confident that if anyone approached, she could swiftly eliminate them with her sword. Zhou sat on the ground, glaring fiercely at Xiangyang Xia, wishing he could kill her with his gaze. He demanded sternly, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhou had always believed that this person had an interest in him. Yet he was utterly mistaken. She intended to take his life. Xiangyang Xia squatted in front of Zhou, lifting his chin with a smile and saying, "Oh dear, don't be so angry. You're already injured. Getting angrier will only make you spit blood again, and I would hate to see that." Zhou spat out another mouthful of blood. You're making me so scared. I have no ulterior motives. I simply want to ask you for a few vials of the enhancement serum you administered to those ordinary people today. Requesting the enhancement serum from Zhou was a critical part of Xiangyang Xia's plan. After witnessing her administer the serum to ordinary people earlier, the idea had taken root in her mind. During her time in the laboratory, she refrained from seizing the opportunity because the timing was not right. Xiangyang Xia's intent in acquiring this enhancement serum was not to foolishly use it on herself. Rather, she aimed to experiment by injecting it into zombies to observe the wondrous reactions that would ensue. If ordinary people could undergo tremendous transformations under the serum's influence, turning from mere mortals into superpowered warriors, what might the effects be when administered to zombies? Xiangyang Xia was filled with anticipation. She suspected that the base had already experimented with the serum on zombies. The zombie she encountered in battle earlier had become significantly stronger, likely due to the injection of this enhancement serum. Zhou firmly replied, refusing to divulge any information regarding the serum. Xiangyang Xia remained unfazed. She did not believe that all the serums had been administered to the individuals. After all, not all ordinary people within the base had received the enhancement. She had observed that a portion of them remained ordinary. These individuals were undoubtedly unsuitable for the serum. The base must have prepared an abundant supply of the enhancement serum, and there were likely several vials remaining. Even if today's supply had been entirely used, the base would still possess more. It would merely require a bit of effort to bring Zhou along to the base. Supervisor Zhou, you are an intelligent man. I present you with two choices. Either hand over the enhancement serum, or become a zombie. As she spoke, she revealed her zombie form, shaking her fangs at Zhou. Zhou's expression shifted slightly, but he did not appear overly alarmed upon witnessing Xiangyang Xia transform into a zombie. I am running out of time. With that, she leaned in close to Zhou's neck, whispering enticingly, delicious. Once I turn you into a zombie, you will have to follow me every day, obey my commands, and do as I wish. You will have no choice but to comply. After uttering these words, she gently placed her teeth on Zhou's neck. This dialogue, along with her fangs resting upon his skin, struck a chord of fear deep within Zhou's heart. Wait, Zhou hastily interjected, fearing that if he hesitated even for a second, he would fall entirely under Xiangyang Xia's control. He merely sought the enhancement serum. He would simply give it to her. Xiangyang Xia straightened her body to meet Supervisor Zhou's gaze. Awaiting his revelation of the location of the enhancement serum. After I hand over the serum, how can I ensure that you will indeed spare me? If I relinquish the serum and you fail to uphold your promise, immediately infecting me, I find it hard to believe that a zombie possesses any credibility. Deep within, Xiangyang Xia couldn't help but admire the woman's intellect. Under such circumstances, she could still contemplate matters so thoroughly. No wonder she had attained the position of district supervisor through her own merit. Chapter 81. The tank acquired. You can take a gamble. Wager on my adherence to my promise to spare you, or my dishonor in infecting you. Your chances stand at 50. With a cheerful smile and a serious demeanor, Xiangyang Xia regarded Supervisor Zhou. Seeing her like this made Zhou wish to sink his teeth into her and devour her whole. Her demeanor was simply infuriating. He had never loathed someone to such an extent. This was not a mere 50 chance. It was evidently a matter of 100 or 0, if he chose to spare her. It was 100. If not, it was 0. Hurry up. You have 5 seconds to contemplate. 5.4.3. I still have about 10 left in my room. I can hand them to you right now. Ultimately, Supervisor Zhou resigned himself to the fact that he still possessed over 10 enhancement serums. The outcome was far better than he had anticipated. At least he wouldn't have to search the base internally. Xiangyang Xia led Zhou back to the wooden cabin, and according to his instructions, she located the aforementioned serums. Upon opening the container, she confirmed that they were indeed the ones injected into ordinary humans during the day. Supervisor Zhou had not deceived her. Considering your cooperation, I can honor my promise and refrain from infecting you. Upon hearing Xiangyang Xia's assurance, Supervisor Zhou's face lit up, believing he would be spared. However, to his surprise, Xiangyang Xia continued to drag her, swiftly leaping toward the interior of the base. Zhou immediately struggled. Did you not say you would spare me? Why are you not letting me go? Xiangyang Xia replied. I said I would not infect you, but I never claimed I would release you immediately. As a zombie, I do keep my word. You? Supervisor Zhou gasped in frustration at Xiangyang Xia. Don't be so agitated. Once I exit the base, I will certainly let you go. For now, You must assist me with a few tasks. Most soldiers within the base were dispatched to quell the unrest in Zhou's area. Having already made a circuit of the base during the day, Xiangyang Xia adeptly sought out the location where tanks and armored vehicles were stationed. She found a tank and climbed inside, only to awkwardly realize that she did not know how to operate it. Thus, she turned to Zhou, who she had left on the tank floor, and inquired, "Do you know how to drive a tank?" Zhou kept his lips tightly sealed, completely ignoring Xiangyang Xia's question. After a moment of contemplation in her seat, she unleashed two large mutated spider beasts, instructing them to utilize the cover of night to swiftly capture several soldiers. Before long, the two mutated spiders returned with 6 soldiers, each bound in silk, rendered immobile and incapable of calling for help. Xiangyang Xia arranged them in a line and peeled back the silk, covering their eyes. She queried the group, "Who among you can drive a tank?" Silence fell, save for the sound of the wind. Not a single soul responded to her question. "You are putting me in quite the predicament. Not one of you is willing to engage me. This is profoundly disappointing." With a theatrical flair, Xiangyang Xia lamented, "I don't require an answer from you. But since you are so uncooperative, I shall take matters into my own hands." She seized one of them, tearing away the silk from his neck, and bit down onto his throat. In no time, the soldier transformed into a black zombie. "Can you drive a tank?" Xiangyang Xia asked the newly turned soldier. "No," the soldier answered emphatically. As a black zombie, he retained a modicum of intelligence, allowing for simple responses. Although superior to ordinary zombies, they remained rather mechanical and not particularly clever. What a pity that this soldier could not drive a tank. Such a shame, Xiangyang Xia remarked, then instructed the zombie to wander back into the base and continue causing chaos. Turning to the remaining 5 soldiers, Xiangyang Xia said, "You see, you forced me to resort to such measures." She feigned a heartbroken expression. "All I wanted was to grant you a semblance of choice. Had you answered me appropriately, I would not have needed to resort to this. Now, I ask you once more, can any of you drive a tank?" Xiangyang Xia needed to preserve their intelligence to assist her in driving the tank and firing its cannon. After all, the black zombies were still somewhat lacking in intellect. "Yes." One soldier hastily volunteered. "I can." No, the others, witnessing one response, quickly clamored to answer as well. "Had you cooperated sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. If you can't, that's fine, you can learn. From this moment on, you will follow my orders. Those who disobey will be turned into obedient zombies. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The 5 responded in unison. Xiangyang Xia commanded the 2 mutated spiders to free the 5 soldiers from their silken bindings, then directed them into the tank to load it with ammunition. As they drove the tank out, she turned to Supervisor Zhou and stated, "I promised I would spare you. This zombie is as good as her word, and I am now letting you go." Supervisor Zhou had lost all hope in Xiangyang Xia, and thus showed no reaction to her words. In front of the 5 soldiers, she unceremoniously tossed Zhou outside the tank, granting him a chance at survival. Though he landed painfully on the ground, Supervisor Zhou could hardly believe that this formidable being had truly spared him. Only when the tank barreled through the base's walls and sped away did he come to terms with his salvation. As Xiangyang Xia commanded the soldiers to drive the tank from the base, none of them anticipated that a zombie had commandeered the vehicle. They assumed it was operated by someone from within the base. It wasn't until the tank hurtled toward the outer walls that they realized this was no ordinary base vehicle. Initially, Xiangyang Xia had infected over 300 zombies, and during the skirmishes with the base personnel, over 100 had been eliminated. However, amidst the conflict with humanity, these zombies had managed to infect another 60 to 70 individuals. Thus, when Xiangyang Xia emerged in the tank, there were still nearly 200 zombies in tow. This fortunate outcome was largely due to Xiangyang Xia's swift actions and the fact that the base had recently suffered a fierce battle, leaving it severely weakened and yet to recover. Had she delayed even a moment longer, the remaining 200 zombies would have been swiftly eradicated by the forces organized within the base. Xiangyang Xia directed 100 zombies to follow her, leaving the remainder behind to continue battling the base personnel. Chapter 82. Pre-battle preparations. A tank sped ahead, pursued by 100 zombies bouncing along in its wake. Inside the tank, Xiangyang Xia directed the soldiers. And after traveling over 1,000 meters from the base, she confirmed that no soldiers had been dispatched in pursuit. They were fully prepared for the possibility of being struck by anti-tank missiles, ready to roll over multiple times. To their astonishment, no such firepower ever arrived, and they exited the base unscathed. The base personnel were completely flummoxed by Xiang Yangxia's maneuver. They had never conceived that zombies could infiltrate the facility, especially following the intense battle with the undead, which had left them vulnerable to such an incursion. They were utterly unprepared for a zombie to target a tank and successfully drive one out. Most of the base's personnel had been dispatched to quell the chaos, while others remained to protect key individuals and experimental subjects. They had never imagined that zombies would attempt to steal a tank, let alone succeed. It was not a matter of desire but rather a complete lack of awareness within the base. The over 100 zombies left behind by Xiang Yangxia effectively delayed any immediate pursuit by the base. The former camp leader, Deng Tianyu, now the commander of the base, ordered his personnel to suppress the chaos within the facility, neglecting to send anyone after Xiang Yangxia. The turmoil within the base was already a significant headache. He was unwilling to waste resources chasing after her and falling into a zombie trap. Initially, there had been over 400 soldiers in the camp, but following the zombie outbreak, more than 200 had perished, leaving fewer than 200 remaining. The subsequent influx of survivors seeking refuge had swelled the base's numbers to nearly 40 to 50,000, although they were later divided into core internal personnel and external members. The internal core was merely a temporary assembly of previously vetted law enforcement and some high-quality human revivers. Their command and response capabilities were not on par with those of the original cohesive unit. Xiang Yangxia directed the tank straight to the city prison. She instructed the soldier operating the tank to halt. After traveling over 3,000 meters, she ordered the soldier to stop the vehicle. During her investigation of the base, she had finally discovered that the bulky individual was named Xiao Qinghua. Now, they are no longer stationed within the base, but have established their stronghold in the first prison of Fengqing. It is evident that this is a direct confrontation aimed at me. The intention is clear. They seek to eliminate me without mercy. If I do not eradicate them now, shall I merely allow them to linger until the new year? Xiao Qinghua is managing his base within the prison, which currently houses around 1 to 2,000 individuals. Xiang Yangxia is prepared to drive a tank, leading his zombie army straight to annihilate Xiao Qinghua's base in one decisive strike. He intends to storm the stronghold with overwhelming force, directly extinguishing their existence. This tank has been specifically prepared to confront Xiao Qinghua. However, the 100 zombies I have brought along with the tank, evidently do not provide a decisive advantage. Given my current strength, I might achieve only a narrow victory or find myself evenly matched. Xiang Yangxia retrieves 13 enhancement syringes from his pocket, sourced from Supervisor Zhou. Come here, he commands, selecting a particularly robust zombie. The zombie hops eagerly toward him. Name: Black Zombie. Current level: Black Zombie. Level 1 talent: Infection, Devour. Evolution skills: None weapons, none speed. 4. Normal human 1. Agility. 5. Normal human 1. Physical strength. 5. Normal human 1. Hearing and smell. 7. Normal human 1. Xiang Yangxia promptly injects the liquid into the zombie's body using a specially crafted syringe designed by the system. The zombie remains unresponsive initially, leading Xiang Yangxia to believe that the enhancement syringe has proven ineffective. However, he soon detects a surge in the zombie's energy fluctuations, signaling that the syringe is indeed working. Much like a human benefiting from an enhancement injection, Xiang Yangxia cannot discern the zombie's level. After the injection, the zombie similarly cannot perceive its own level. To his astonishment, the enhancement syringe proves effective on zombies as well. From Supervisor Zhou, he learned that this syringe is meant to awaken latent potential within the human body, serving as an enhancement agent. However, once humans have utilized this syringe, they cannot further elevate their abilities. Xiang Yangxia remains uncertain about the veracity of Zhou's claims. Now that this enhancement syringe also benefits zombies, if Zhou's assertions hold true, the zombies injected with this serum will gain enhanced abilities but remain permanently fixed at their current strength. Nevertheless, it suffices for Xiang Yangxia, as he only requires them to bolster their strength immediately, with plans for further development later. Xiang Yangxia calls forth a second zombie, administering the enhancement syringe to it as well. Unexpectedly, after the injection, this already towering zombie rapidly grows until it reaches a height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, its muscles swelling into that of a giant zombie. Clearly, the potential unleashed by this enhancement syringe varies significantly. Xiang Yangxia administers all 13 syringes to the zombies, subsequently employing a control function to designate them as mutated zombies. Through experimental observation of the zombies' capabilities, Xiang Yangxia discovers that the zombies, once injected with the serum, exhibit strength comparable to his own, Even without utilizing the skills he possesses as the protagonist, he resolves to procure more of these syringes from the base in the future. Xiang Yangxia's focus has now expanded beyond individuals like Chen Jimin and the other experimental personnel within the base. He is also intent on acquiring the various experimental subjects they have developed. He presents 13 sets of armor crafted from the most formidable parts of mutated beasts for the zombies to don. Having not engaged in a lottery or exchanged points for anything in quite some time, Xiang Yangxia has amassed a total of 150,000 points from slaying zombies and mutated beasts. The marketplace requires 10,000 points to redeem a deadly block card. Redeeming a deadly block card. Redemption successful. Host name: Xiang Yangxia. Current level: Black Zombie level 3 talent, Infection, Commanding Dread skills, Control, Super Disguise technique, Dominance level 1 weapon, 7-star long sword item cards, 1 transformation card, 1 deadly block card. Xiang Yangxia prepares himself thoroughly. However, he feels it is insufficient. Thus, he leads his zombies to eradicate numerous mutated beasts, allowing them to consume the beast's flesh and blood to gain levels. Observing that among the 100 zombies, aside from the 13 whose levels remain indiscernible due to the enhancement serum, 30 have reached Black Zombie level 2. Xiang Yangxia nods in satisfaction. Setting forth, the tank heads directly toward the first prison of Fengcheng. Chapter 83. Annihilation of Shao Qinghua's base. Xiang Yangxia gazes upward at the sky, the sun still brightly illuminating the day, indicating that it is still early. They are now not far from the military base where Shao Qinghua resides. Halt! Rest here for a moment, he commands. Upon reaching a distance of 5 kilometers from Shao Qinghua's base, Xiang Yangxia orders the zombie troops to stop. This is not the optimal moment for an assault. He allows the tank drivers to take a brief respite. Although he, as a zombie, is tireless and unaffected by fatigue, he empathizes with their human condition. If they do not rest after a day of driving, it would be unwise to waste ammunition in the evening. Upon hearing Xiang Yangxia's command for a break, the few human revivalists express their relief. After such prolonged tank operation, they indeed feel exhausted. Since the order to advance towards the first prison of Fengcheng was given, the soldiers have clearly understood Xiang Yangxia's intentions. They are aware that within the first prison resides the commander, Shao Qinghua, who once escaped from the army base to establish a human stronghold. This zombie overlord evidently intends for them to attack Shao Qinghua's base with the tank. Otherwise, what purpose would there be for a large tank? Throughout the journey, the soldiers grapple with their conscience. Although they are coerced into operating the tank, is it truly necessary to aid in the oppression of their own kind? Human life is finite. It may be valued as heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. In this dire time for humanity, must they truly point their cannons at their compatriots? The zombie overlord possesses formidable strength, and even a sneak attack would likely prove futile against him, given the vast disparity in power. Moreover, he commands over 100 zombies, an overwhelming presence. The formidable giant spider that previously captured them has also vanished without a trace. A specter of fear. They ponder the notion of summoning the courage to sacrifice themselves in a noble cause, to uphold the dignity of humanity. Yet, recalling how this zombie overlord spared Supervisor Zhou, it becomes evident that if they comply with his commands, there exists a possibility of their release. This perspective casts the zombie overlord in a less malevolent light. Furthermore, rumors abound that Shao Qinghua harbors a deep-seated grudge against zombies, a vendetta that knows no bounds. The incident where Shao Qinghua was expelled from the base stirred considerable turmoil, purportedly to establish a base to combat the zombies. After capturing numerous zombies from the prison, Shao Qinghua settled there, intending to ensnare the zombie overlord upon his return to reclaim his zombie subordinates, thus annihilating him in one fell swoop. It is now apparent that the zombie overlord is fully aware of Shao Qinghua's intentions, hence his determination to eradicate them. This is a private vendetta, and the soldiers find solace in their innocence. Xiang Yangxia instructs his zombie subordinates to continue eradicating the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts, consuming their flesh and blood to expedite their power enhancement. As the night darkens, the time is ripe for slaughter. In the pitch blackness, the zombies are poised to display their prowess. Set forth, Xiang Yangxia signals the soldiers to mobilize the tank. At this moment, a soldier suddenly stands, his gaze steady as he looks at Xiang Yangxia. Zombie overlord, I wish to follow you henceforth. Xiang Yangxia is intrigued by this soldier's boldness. This individual desires to accompany him indefinitely. Oh, Xiang Yangxia responds with interest. Overlord, I speak earnestly. However, If you intend to infect me and transform me into a zombie, I would prefer it to occur only after you attain a higher level. I hope to maintain my current intelligence, allowing me to better accompany you and contribute to your endeavors. Having heard numerous tales of zombies, this soldier possesses a substantial understanding of their nature, which aligns closely with what he has observed. The soldier, namely Quan An, contemplates their impending assault on Xiao Qinghua's base. After the tank fires its shells, Xiang Yangxiao will inevitably command the zombies to engage in combat, and he fears that he and his fellow soldiers may merely serve as appetizers for the great overlord. Throughout this journey, he has witnessed Xiang Yangxia's immense power and yearns to possess such strength himself. Moreover, becoming a zombie signifies an endless lifespan. What could be more appealing? Li Quanan hopes that once Xiang Yangxia reaches a more advanced level, he will transform him into an intelligent zombie, granting him both longevity and human wisdom, a most splendid prospect. He perceives that Xiang Yangxia's actions, along with their dialogue, demonstrate that a zombie can indeed retain human intelligence. The dream of immortality lies before him. Why should he not seize this opportunity? Li Quanan's intuition proves correct. Xiang Yangxia intends to eliminate them after they fire the cannon, denying himself the chance to contend with 5 additional adversaries. Thus, on the eve of departure, Li Quanan rises boldly to present his request to Xiang Yangxia. He aspired to earn the admiration of Xiang Yangxia through his own intellect and courage, rather than by groveling for the other's favor. The remaining 4 soldiers, witnessing Li Quanan's actions, stood frozen, their first reaction being one of disbelief at this fool's behavior. Did he not yearn to escape the clutches of this formidable adversary? Upon grasping the profound implications behind Li Quanan's words, they quickly echoed, "Brother, I too am willing to follow you." The other 4 hastened to express their pledges. "Then prove it to me with your actions, as I evaluate whether to accept you." Xiang Yangxia noted their performance, recognizing that, although Li Quanan might not wholeheartedly wish to assist him, he exhibited more sincerity than the other 4. Perhaps Li Quanan had surmised the perils that lay ahead, seeking to secure his own chance at survival. Forced by circumstance, this shrewd individual demonstrated that he could indeed be a valuable ally. The mindless zombies under his command were but fools, and having such a capable aide would undoubtedly facilitate his path to advancement. Thus, Xiang Yangxia decided to refrain from infecting these 5 individuals for the time being. Opting to observe their conduct and leverage them effectively, he directed artillery fire at the base without concern for conserving ammunition, emptying the tank's shells. Upon reaching the periphery of the first prison in Fengqing, Xiang Yangxia commanded the soldiers to open fire on it. With a whoosh, the shells soared through the air towards the distant prison. Chapter 84. The destruction of Xiao Qinghua's base. The shells pierced through the newly constructed outer walls of the first prison in Fengqing, continuing unabated, breaching the original walls with ease, ultimately landing within the confines of the prison and erupting in a tremendous explosion. The resounding blast reverberated throughout the area. The explosion wreaked havoc inside the prison, causing significant destruction. A large section of the base's wall collapsed, and the personnel patrolling that area were left bloodied and mangled. Others, startled awake by the deafening explosion, barely had time to react before a second shell came crashing down. Another explosion erupted, sending several individuals flying. Finally, the remaining personnel recognized that their base was under bombardment. They hastily fled their rooms, unable to even don their clothing, scrambling to evade the incoming shells. Those who reacted swiftly could discern the sound of the missiles and evade the blasts, while the slower ones were struck down, blood spilling in torrents. Witnessing the devastation wrought by 3 shells and adhering to a principle of resource conservation, Xiang Yangxia ordered a cessation of fire, abandoning his initial intention to exhaust the tank's ammunition. Depleting the tank's shells would leave the base utterly obliterated, squandering a precious opportunity for evolution. Xiang Yangxia commanded his 100 zombies to assault the base directly, emphasizing the need to intimidate the zombies, instructing them to incapacitate the humans without infection, preserving them for his own evolutionary gain. He himself lingered in the tank for a brief moment, assessing whether the base still possessed heavy weaponry to retaliate. After a short wait and finding none, he boldly joined the assault. Now is your time to shine. Advance and annihilate the first prison in Fengqing, but remember, do not kill, merely render them defenseless. Do you understand? Before disembarking from the tank, Xiang Yangxia instructed the 5 soldiers to lead the charge. As he descended and surged towards the first prison in Fengqing, a zombie over 1,000 meters away smiled at the sight of him entering the base. Upon his arrival, he encountered Xiao Qinghua, who was rallying the base's defenders against the zombie onslaught. Upon seeing the attacking zombies, Xiao Qinghua immediately comprehended the situation, feeling a mix of shock and regret. He had initially intended to establish a base upon discovering the zombies' lair, biding his time for their arrival, aiming to eliminate this zombie overlord. Yet, he had not anticipated the enemy descending upon him with artillery, leaving him in such disarray. Their gazes locked, sparks flew between them as Xiao Qinghua charged at Xiang Yangxia in a furious assault. Initially, Xiao Qinghua could hold his own against Xiang Yangxia, but after some time, Xiang Yangxia had leveled up multiple times, rendering Xiao Qinghua no match for him. Xiao Qinghua fired several shots at Xiang Yangxia, who evaded the bullets with the ease of a leisurely stroll in his own courtyard, effortlessly dodging the shots of the firearms expert. Closing the distance, he deftly disarmed Xiao Qinghua, slicing the handgun from his grasp, then delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Xiao Qinghua coughed up blood, propelled backward a meter before collapsing to the ground. Ignoring the severe injury from the kick, he summoned his willpower to rise again. Unarmed and determined, he charged at Xiang Yangxia. His attacks were effortlessly countered by Xiang Yangxia, who landed another kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Xiao Qinghua struggled to push himself up, veins bulging on his forehead, but was unable to rise. With a thud, he fell back down. Once a strong and tenacious man, he now found himself powerless against his nemesis, unable to even throw a punch. The last time he had nearly vanquished this zombie overlord, it had all fallen apart at the last moment. He had worked tirelessly, hunting mutated beasts to enhance his strength, making all the necessary preparations, even betraying his comrades, hurting Captain Deng Tianyu in the process. Why had he still met with such utter defeat? Why had the enemy's strength escalated so rapidly? Previously, he could harm him, yet now he could not even graze him. Why was heaven so unjust? Xiao Qinghua could not fathom his current predicament in a moment of despair. He let out a desperate roar. Why? Xiao Hua, it is my incompetence that has left you unavenged. Xiao Qinghua murmured softly. At that moment, he remembered his good brother, Li Chong, who had accompanied him to establish the base. Though he could not exact revenge or survive, Li Chong must not perish here. Xiao Qinghua scanned the area and spotted Li Chong still embroiled in battle with other zombies. Good. Li Chong is still alive. Li Chong had long witnessed Xiao Qinghua being knocked down by Xiang Yangxia and had been striving to reach him, attempting repeatedly to come to his aid. But to no avail, he was besieged by several zombies. Unable to move an inch. Understanding Li Chong's intentions, Xiao Qinghua summoned all his strength to shout, Li Chong, do not come to save me. Hurry, flee. You must escape. If you try to save me, we will both perish here. Better to preserve your life for another day. Li Chong, however, could not heed Xiao Qinghua's advice, his sole desire to rescue him. Yet even if he wished to flee now, it was too late. He was encircled by zombies. Soon, Li Chong also fell beneath the onslaught of the undead. Seeing Li Chong succumb, Xiao Qinghua felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. All his brothers had perished, leaving none behind, albeit they would reunite in another world. Amidst the artillery fire, many within the prison were already injured and incapacitated. The zombies Xiang Yangxia had brought were ferocious, as Xiao Qinghua lay immobile on the ground. The personnel within the base were gradually overwhelmed by the zombies. Soon, all within the prison were brought low, leaving only the zombies and the 5 soldiers accompanying Xiang Yangxia standing in the prison. During the skirmish, one zombie could not resist and infected a prisoner. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Yangxia swiftly struck the zombie away, dispatching it with a single stroke. He then activated his commanding aura and intimidation skills, compelling the remaining zombies to refrain from indiscriminately biting the humans. Let the feast begin, Xiang Yangxia proclaimed, directing his attention towards Xiao Qinghua. With eyes ablaze with resentment, Xiao Qinghua glared at him. I hold you in high regard, Xiang Yangxia stated, before sinking his teeth into Xiao Qinghua's neck. Chapter 85. Level up 3 times. As Xiang Yangxia bit into Xiao Qinghua, a horde of zombies suddenly erupted from the surroundings. A vast and unending tide of darkness. The moment the zombies appeared, they launched an assault on Xiang Yangxia's undead. Curiosity piqued, he wondered from whence this multitude had sprung, evidently targeting his own zombies. Although zombies had always lingered around the base, and he had disposed of several, he had never encountered such a large-scale and directed onslaught. resembled the previous siege on the military base. This horde was orchestrated by the zombie that had been tailing Xiang Yangxia with a sinister grin, plotting an ambush. Recognizing the sudden assault of zombies, Xiang Yangxia quickly commanded his undead to form a large circle to fend off the incoming tide. Should he lead his zombies to break through, or should he seize the opportunity to infect those within the base? Observing the relentless swarm approaching, he quickly reached a decision. This group of zombies had clearly come with intent. Having hunted the geese all day, he had not anticipated being pecked in the eye. These zombies acted as the mantis, waiting for the cicada to emerge, ready to reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos between him and the base's defenders. Xiao Qinghua and others. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, utilizing the tank for the initial assault. Having conducted extensive upgrades on his own zombies, he managed to minimize the losses of those he brought along. In the battles against Xiao Qinghua and his companions, he only lost a little over a dozen zombies to it. Is worth noting that Xiao Qinghua's base housed around 2,000 individuals, yet he triumphed over them with merely a loss of 10 or so low-level zombies. The 5 soldiers, including Li Kuanan, were filled with anxiety as they witnessed the relentless assault of the zombies. Yet without orders from Xiang Yangxia, they dared not make a move. They could only stand their ground alongside the zombies to fend off the attacks. Seizing the moment while the zombies were engaged, Xiang Yangxia focused on infecting the individuals within the base. He refrained from immediately seeking a way out with the zombies, as he recognized the gravity of their current entrapment in a large-scale zombie encirclement. It was far more prudent to take advantage of this opportunity to infect the humans within the base. For each individual he infected, he would gain another zombie subordinate. Moreover, with so many humans available, he could elevate his own level further. Strengthening his own power was paramount. Amidst the fierce battle surrounding him, Xiang Yangxia reveled in the chaos within the encirclement of zombies. As he approached the individuals in the prison base, fear was evident in their eyes, and they pleaded for mercy. Unperturbed, Xiang Yangxia continued his relentless infection process. Congratulations, host, you have infected 1 human, evolution value increased by 1. Points increased by 30. Congratulations, host, you have infected 1 human, evolution value increased by 1. Points increased by 40. The melodic electronic voice continued to announce. With each successful infection, more and more zombies rose to their feet. Initially, Li Kuanan was perplexed by Xiang Yangxia's actions. But as he witnessed the subsequent transformations and the increasing number of zombies, he began to grasp Xiang Yangxia's intentions, realizing that this zombie was far from ordinary. Within just 7 minutes, Xiang Yangxia had infected 385 humans, receiving the prompt for an upgrade. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Body modification in progress. 98. Modification complete. Host name, Xiang Yangxia. Current level, Black Zombie level 4. Talent, Infection, Commanding Dread. Skills, Control, Super Disguise Technique. Dominance level 1. Weapon, 7-star Long Yuan Sword. Item cards, 1 Transformation card, 1 Deadly Defense card. The number of zombies that the host can control has increased to 64, with a control distance of 3,200 meters. The maximum number of zombies under command is 400, with a distance of 400 meters. Over 800 humans remain in the base, sufficient for another 2 level-ups. The zombies dispatched by the enemy are ferocious, featuring high-level variants such as crawling zombies, balanced zombies, and powerful zombies. Over 100 of his own zombies have already been defeated. Xiang Yangxia hastened to infect the remaining humans. Soon, he completed the infection of over 800 individuals, resulting in 2 level-ups. The final elevation significantly transformed Xiang Yangxia. Host name, Xiang Yangxia. Current level, Zombie Commander. Talent, Infection, Commanding Dread. Skills, Control, Super Disguise Technique. Dominance level 1. Roar level 1. Weapon, 7-star Long Yuan Sword. Exceptional Artifact. Item cards, 1 Transformation card, 1 Deadly Defense card. The number of zombies that the host can control has increased to 200, with a control distance of 10,000 meters. The maximum number of zombies under command is 3,000. With a distance of 400 meters, speed, 15, normal human 1. Agility, 12, normal human 1. Physical strength, 18, normal human 1. Hearing and smell, 11, normal human 1. Upon reaching the level of Zombie Commander, Xiang Yangxia felt an overwhelming surge of power. The newly acquired skill, Roar, enables the host to instill a sense of dread in enemies within a certain radius, potentially immobilizing them for a second. The cooldown period is 20 minutes. As the skill level increases, the duration of the immobilization lengthens while the cooldown shortens. This was indeed a remarkable area of effect skill. Previously, in order to bolster the host's strength, the zombies he infected were of the same level. Now, however, the zombies he infected were of a lower level. No wonder the last few he infected were not of the zombie commander level, but rather black zombie level. The system continued to relay new information. Time was of the essence, and Xiang Yangxia instructed the system to hold off on further details for the moment, focusing instead on the encroaching horde of zombies threatening to overwhelm his small contingent. Chapter 86. Trapped in a zombie siege with a thunderous blast from Xiang Yangxia's tank. Many were left maimed, some with ruptured intestines, and just as they clung to life, they were infected by him, rising as zombies. Consequently, a multitude of grotesque figures emerged, some missing limbs and others with distorted faces. Xiang Yangxia felt a wave of embarrassment at the sight of this disfigured horde, recognizing their diminished combat efficacy due to their physical deficiencies. The zombies formed from the base were swiftly dispatched, with over 200 falling in quick succession. Originally bringing with him 100 zombies, he lost over 10 to the base's inhabitants, followed by another 30 to the zombies. The prison subsequently yielded over 1,000 zombies, of which more than 200 were soon eliminated. Thus, he was left with a total of 862 zombies. The most formidable among them were the mutated zombies enhanced with 13 strengthening serums, alongside 30 zombies upgraded to Black Zombie Level 2 after consuming the flesh of mutated beasts. These zombies possessed considerable strength with minimal sacrifice. Now, only 10 mutated zombies and 20 Black Zombie Level 2 remained. With 862 zombies, 5 human revivers, and himself as the zombie commander, the sight of tens of thousands of zombies looming before them felt utterly daunting. As Xiang Yangxia completed the infection, Li Kuanan approached him, stating, "Boss, to the south of the prison, approximately 1,000 meters ahead, there is a mountain. We could retreat there." Observing the situation, he noted that the base was becoming increasingly surrounded by the relentless tide of zombies. Should they choose to fight to the death here, they would surely be worn down. Attempting to break through from other directions would only expose them to an endless swarm of zombies. However, moving southward could allow them to ascend the mountain, provoking the zombies into a chaotic confrontation with the mutated beasts residing there. This could provide them with a glimmer of hope. Li Kuanan stood respectfully before Xiang Yangxia, awaiting his decision. Throughout their battle with the zombies, he had been contemplating strategies, and upon witnessing Xiang Yangxia's successful infection of the humans in the prison, he immediately approached with his proposal. Li Kuanan's thoughts aligned perfectly with Xiang Yangxia's own intentions. Although he had ascended to the rank of zombie commander, facing such a vast and evidently upgraded horde of zombies made a complete retreat seem impossible. Additionally, he was acutely aware of the predatory gazes lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow. While it was plausible that he could escape alone through sheer strength, such an endeavor would be futile, particularly as he could not afford to abandon the zombie forces he had painstakingly assembled. This newly formed horde significantly enhanced his power, and venturing out alone could easily lead to him falling back into a deadly encirclement. In dire circumstances, he might have to escape alone, but those in critical moments were not to be discarded lightly. Li Kuanan's suggestion resonated deeply with him. "I share your thoughts. Let us first break through to the tank, board it, and unleash the 37 rounds of ammunition it contains, directing all fire towards the southern side of the prison. This will create a significant distraction among the zombies, easing our path as we attempt to break through." The prospect of unleashing those 37 rounds filled him with fervor, as he envisioned the devastation they would wreak upon the horde. Xiang Yangxia commanded the zombies to clear a path towards the tank. However, the ensuing behavior of the zombies left him astounded. Although the black zombies had gained a measure of intelligence, they remained relatively simplistic, merely understanding the command to charge forward. Thus, a haphazard swarm of zombies surged forth in all directions. In Xiang Yangxia's mind, he had envisioned them forming a cohesive unit to penetrate the enemy lines directly towards the tank. Quickly, he utilized his control abilities to direct 200 zombies to lead the charge, with himself and the 5 soldiers following closely behind, while the remaining zombies trailed at the rear. Just as they were about to breach the encirclement and reach the tank, Xiang Yangxia witnessed a massive zombie crushing the last foot of the tank. The zombies, realizing Xiang Yangxia's intentions, had preemptively destroyed the tank. A hulking zombie stomped upon it relentlessly, while armed zombies clawed at its exterior and others continued to batter it. Ultimately, just as Xiang Yangxia neared the tank, all that remained was a wrecked husk. Amidst the chaos, there were no zombies capable of operating tanks. Their sole purpose was destruction. Otherwise, they would have been charging towards Xianjiangxia in armored vehicles. Witnessing this scene, Xianjiangxia, consumed by rage, wielded the 7 stars Long Yuan sword to sever the heads of a few zombies. He immediately led the zombies in a furious sprint towards the southern direction of the prison. For every zombie he felled, another would swiftly take its place. A relentless tide of the undead surged forth, showing no signs of abating. The multitude of zombies under Xianjiangxia's command felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. Do you think such a situation would make me retreat? Do you believe you can slay me? Xianjiangxia laughed heartily. As long as you continue to advance, I shall continue to slay, until the skies darken and the earth shakes. Do you think you can wear down the zombies? You are gravely mistaken. They know no fatigue. With that, Xianjiangxia charged ahead, brandishing his sword and cleaving through a multitude of zombies. At that moment, the giant spider, through shared vision, transmitted what it had observed. Even before the zombies had encircled them, Xianjiangxia had dispatched 2 giant spider mutants to seek out the commanding officer. Their rapid speed and agility made them the perfect scouts. Previously, during the siege of the military base, the 2 giant spiders had returned empty-handed, failing to locate the mastermind behind the assault. This time, however, it was clear they had succeeded. Through the perspective of the giant spider mutant, Xianjiangxia discerned a singular zombie concealed among the throng of its brethren. Unlike the others that surged toward him, this zombie remained stationary, continuously directing the chaos around it. It was evident that this zombie was the commander of the operation. Whether it was the mastermind was uncertain, but without a doubt, it was the one orchestrating the attack. As Xianjiangxia recognized the face of this zombie, a vivid memory flashed through his mind, leaving him astonished. Was this not the very zombie that had once hidden amongst its kin, fleeing upon catching sight of him during the battle against the ant mutant? Even when the zombies were devoid of reason, this one had exhibited remarkable intelligence, cleverly concealing itself among the horde and promptly fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. How had it evolved so swiftly in such a short time? Now, it commanded an army of zombies. Chapter 87. The cunning zombie commander, understanding the precarious situation he found himself in, Xianjiangxia devised a plan to capture the leader before the rest. The 2 giant spider mutants, now level 5, possessed great strength, elusive movement, and the ability to control numerous puppets. Furthermore, their webbing served as a ranged attack, and with specially crafted armor, their defensive capabilities were formidable. He promptly commanded them to launch a surprise assault on the zombie commander. Upon receiving Xianjiangxia's orders, the 2 giant spider mutants swiftly maneuvered closer to the commander, utilizing their stealthy forms. Little did Xianjiangxia know, the zombie commander was already aware of their approach. As the spiders closed in, they unleashed a barrage of webbing, aiming for the commander. They had hoped to strike unnoticed, but the commander had anticipated their actions, mobilizing nearby zombies to intercept the giant spider's assault. Burly zombies and crawlers emerged, effortlessly severing the threads aimed at the commander. The commander, exhibiting remarkable caution, was flanked by a significant number of elite zombies. Realizing the attack had failed, Xianjiangxia felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This zombie commander was indeed cunning, fearful for its life, surrounding itself with so many high-ranking zombies without sending them out to confront him. Hiding behind the horde was one thing, but to have a retinue of bodyguards was utterly infuriating. As it orchestrated the defense against the giant spiders, the commander simultaneously commanded the surrounding zombies to assault the giant spiders. This had clearly been a premeditated strategy, feigning ignorance of the spiders' intentions, luring them in only to ensnare them. Fortunately, the giant spider mutants were powerful. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to the overwhelming onslaught. The giant spiders utilized their control abilities to command captured flying mutants and the fallen zombies, engaging in fierce combat with the zombie horde. The zombie commander's safety was assured, yet this sly creature took advantage of the giant spider's distraction to stealthily slip away, vanishing into the unknown. Realizing they had lost sight of the commander, the 2 giant spider mutants lingered unnecessarily, squandering their strength. Xianjiangxia called them back to his side to assist in eliminating the surrounding zombies. In recent days, Nearly 70% of the population had succumbed to the infection, rendering the commander indifferent to the loss of a few more zombies. Its ranks were plentiful. The strategy of capturing the leader had already failed, and Xianjiangxia, deep in thought, could not devise a better plan. Thus, he resolved to fight fiercely, searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Over 100 of his zombies had fallen, leaving him with only 712 at his disposal. They could not afford to be worn down any further. The enemy's numbers continued to swell, while his own forces dwindled to a mere few hundred. Hardly a match, he decided to muster his strength for a decisive attack, positioning himself at the forefront of his ranks. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his anger skill, immobilizing the majority of the surrounding zombies and halting their assault. Seizing the moment, Xianjiangxia swung the 7 stars Long Yuan sword, charging forward and decapitating the zombies in his path. The 2 giant spider mutants, commanding a multitude of puppet zombies, pressed the attack against the encroaching horde. The remaining zombies rallied behind Xianjiangxia, fiercely striking at the encircling undead eye in the brief respite afforded by the immobilization of the zombies. Xianjiangxia surged forward, covering 400 to 500 meters. After a prolonged struggle, the group that had been unable to advance finally made significant progress. However, as the effect of his anger skill waned, the zombies began to swarm once more. Xianjiangxia's anger skill had a cooldown period of 20 minutes, during which he could only continue to cleave through the relentless tide of zombies, their bodies piling up around him. He urged the zombies behind him to follow closely, pushing forward with all their might. Through their continuous efforts, they managed to advance a little further. Had his forces been 2 or 3 times greater, they would not have been besieged for so long. He resolved to focus on building his ranks in the future. Fortunately, as zombies, they were not limited by fatigue. If they were humans, such a prolonged siege would likely lead to total annihilation in this world. Humanity was clearly at a disadvantage, and Xianjiangxia mused to himself that he was not much stronger. Even in human bases, he could only act covertly, and faced with such a vast horde of zombies, he found himself at a loss. Frustration mounted. The 20 minutes passed swiftly, and Xianjiangxia activated his anger skill once more, leading his zombie ranks in another powerful charge. Amidst the horde of zombies, 5 human revivers, having fought for an extended period, were visibly fatigued. Suddenly, one among them, realizing he could no longer endure, turned and thrust his weapon into the back of Li Kuanan, who fought alongside him. The force of the strike was so great that it cracked Li Kuanan's armor, piercing dangerously close to his back. This attack, fueled by desperation, was intended to pierce through Li Kuanan's chest. However, surprisingly, the blade only punctured the armor and could not penetrate further. Nevertheless, the impact caused Li Kuanan to cough up blood. The sheer force of the blow taking its toll, he turned to his former comrade, confusion etched across his face, and asked, "Why?" The other 3 looked on in shock, equally bewildered. "Why?" The traitorous teammate laughed maniacally. His face twisted with madness. "Why could my full force strike not kill you? Our ordinary armor should not offer such protection," Li Kuanan replied. "The Lord of Zombies provided me with a set of fitted armor. Had it not been for this armor, I would have perished at your hands today." It turned out that just before departing from the prison base, Xianjiangxia had given Li Kuanan a suit of protective gear made from spider silk spun by the giant spiders. Although it did not incorporate crystals or the hardened limbs of mutants, it was sufficient to withstand ordinary blades. Chapter 88. Escaping the encirclement. It was not you. We were supposed to complete our mission after bombarding the prison base with tanks and then leave. Yet, here you are, clinging desperately to the Lord of Zombies, dreaming of eternal life, dragging us to this point where we are on the brink of death. Perhaps it would be better to let you die first. With that, the traitor raised his blade once more, aiming directly at Li Kuanan's forehead. Fully aware that his armor would render the strike futile, it is because of you that we find ourselves in this predicament. Brothers, let us kill him. As he lunged towards Li Kuanan, he did not forget to incite the other 3 to join him in confronting Li Kuanan. Observing his repeated attempts to bring about his demise, he thought, "Since you show neither mercy nor restraint, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." Li Kuanan also seized a knife and engaged in combat with his adversary. "You fool, if it weren't for me, do you think you would still be alive today?" Li Kuanan cursed vehemently. The expressions of the others shifted, revealing their simmering grievances against Li Kuanan. They were also envious of how swiftly he had earned the trust of the zombie lord. Nevertheless, they understood that this was not the time for infighting. Although the situation appeared dire, with everyone cornered into a desperate predicament, internal strife would undoubtedly be unwise. The remaining three refrained from joining the fray between the two, continuing to fend off the surrounding zombies alongside their comrades. Xianjiangxia had long heard the sounds of their battle and paid them no mind. After another surge, Xianjiangxia, accompanied by numerous zombies, reached the base of the mountain. Some zombies had already been driven up the slopes. At the foot of the mountain, the zombie commander grasped Xianjiangxia's intentions. Realizing this was their final opportunity, he immediately commanded the zombies to launch a frenzied assault. The crawling zombies leapt rapidly towards Xianjiangxia and his horde, while the massive zombies wielded their weapons to strike down the throngs of lesser zombies. Especially numerous were the zombies surrounding Xianjiangxia, many of whom recklessly charged at him, hoping to allow others to attack him. Fortunately, Xianjiangxia's armor was specially crafted to withstand the multitude of assaults. His robust physique also rendered him impervious to internal injuries from the collisions. However, the other zombies succumbed to the onslaught, with a significant portion falling in the chaos. At the mountain's base, ordinary mutated trees and mutated grasses quivered at the sight of such a horde of zombies and undead, desperately retracting their branches and leaves, internally pleading, "Do not approach me." Yet, they were still struck by flying zombies and undead, sustaining injuries due to their misfortune. Ha! Xianjiangxia once again let out a howl that resonated through the air, intimidating the zombies ahead, and charged out of the encirclement, sprinting 100 meters up the mountainside. Not continuing upwards, he instead veered left along the mountain range, sensing a wave of danger emanating from deeper within, opting to guide his zombies along the mountain to evade the pursuing undead. Xianjiangxia activated his keen senses, meticulously observing the mutated beasts along the way. Upon spotting higher-level mutated creatures, he would steer clear to avoid engaging in battles that might hinder their progress, while simultaneously projecting an aura of intimidation to deter lower-level beasts from approaching and impeding their advance. Through swift maneuvers, they ultimately managed to shake off the relentless pursuit of the zombies. Many of the undead fell victim to the plants and mutated beasts they encountered along the path. Finding a clearing to rest, Xianjiangxia discovered that only 75 of the zombies who had followed him remained. The losses were indeed staggering. Meanwhile, only 2 soldiers were left, one of whom was Li Kuanan. The teammate who had previously attempted to assassinate Li Kuanan had been dispatched by him. Xianjiangxia was surprised that these 2 soldiers had managed to come this far. He had assumed all 5 would have perished at the hands of the zombies. After all, dawn had just begun to break, indicating they had fought throughout the night. Given the physical and mental toll on the human revivers, they had nearly reached their limits. The endurance displayed by these 2 elicited a newfound respect from Xianjiangxia. The 2 soldiers, in turn, were filled with admiration for Xianjiangxia's leadership in guiding them through the zombie-infested territory to this point. Li Kuanan, however, was increasingly envious of the power possessed by the zombies. Before Xianjiangxia could allow his companions a moment of respite, a resounding tremor echoed through the ground, unmistakably originating from the mountain. They all felt the earth shake beneath them. The colossal sound drew nearer. Xianjiangxia realized this was undoubtedly directed at them. Indeed, soon a herd of enormous wild boars appeared on the hillside. One wild boar was reminiscent of a small bus. Colossal in size, approximately 5 meters long and weighing around 1,000 pounds, with bristles that jutted defiantly towards the sky like a multitude of swords. Its elongated tusks were prominently displayed. The largest of the wild boars, approximately 1.5 times the size of its brethren, clearly commanded the herd. Wild Boar Mutant Beast Leaders Panel Information. Name: Wild Boar Mutant Beast Level. Level 5 Abilities: Devour Evolution, Hardening Skills, Powerful Charge. Charge enhancement. Following the wild boar mutants were a dozen white-skinned domestic pigs. The pudgy domestic pigs stood behind the towering wild boar mutant, resembling pets brought along by the formidable creature. Most of the wild boar mutants were at levels 2 and 3, which explained their audacity to confront Xianjiangxia. The wild boar mutant leader snorted heavily, pawing at the ground before charging fiercely at Xianjiangxia and the zombies. Xianjiangxia and his horde quickly scattered, utilizing their agility to evade the oncoming assault. Despite the zombies' robust physiques, the tremendous force of the wild boar mutants' charge was formidable. Those who were slow to react found themselves toppled, trampled underfoot, and subsequently devoured by the giant creature's razor-sharp tusks. Cyanjiangxia charged directly at the wild boar mutant leader, leaping to thrust his sword towards its skull. However, the beast's massive form obstructed his blade. Despite the unparalleled sharpness of the Qixing Longyuan sword, it was thwarted by the wild boar mutant's bristly hide, failing to pierce even a fraction. The resilience of the wild boar mutant's bristles was indeed extraordinary, proving its defensive capabilities to be formidable. The wild boar mutant, feeling the impact of Cyanjiangxia's attack, was enraged. Although Cyanjiangxia's strike had not inflicted any real harm, it had nonetheless caused him discomfort. With his extraordinary defense, he had rarely felt pain in prior battles. Chapter 89. Blue Crystal. The wild boar mutant leader, its bristles erect, charged forward with renewed vigor, intent on colliding with Cyanjiangxia. Hey! Cyanjiangxia unleashed a roar to intimidate the horde of wild boar mutants. You swine! Let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. However, the wild boar mutant leader continued its relentless advance. Cyanjiangxia had hoped to completely deter them with his skill, but to his astonishment, the leader seemed immune to his intimidation, skillfully evading the effect and charging on. Only a few of the wild boar mutants were momentarily subdued by Cyanjiangxia's roar, while the domestic pigs trailing behind were wholly affected. Frozen in place, Cyanjiangxia was caught off guard, realizing that his skill had failed to have the desired effect. As the wild boar mutant barreled towards him, he hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision, yet still receiving a glancing blow that sent him sprawling. The sheer power of the wild boar mutant was indeed terrifying, nearly incapacitating him. Cyanjiangxia unleashed a super skill acquired earlier, directing it at the wild boar mutant leader. Perfect. This time, fortune favored him, and his skill was not nullified. It struck the leader's head. Unfortunately, the wild boar mutant's defenses were far too robust, but the attack did leave a deep gash across its visage. The wild boar mutant emitted irate grunts, agitated by the injury. In its fury, it surged with heightened aggression, utilizing its enhanced charging skill. Faced with the enraged wild boar mutant leader, Cyanjiangxia could only evade its fierce assault by leaping aside. The wild boar mutant leader, unable to halt its momentum, barreled forward for several hundred meters before regaining its footing. Realizing its initial charge had failed, it immediately pivoted to strike at Cyanjiangxia once more. Cyanjiangxia swiftly dodged the oncoming charge, seizing the opportunity to strike again with the Qixing Longyuan sword. However, once more, the beast deftly evaded the blow, with the sharp blade merely grazing its tough hide, sparking a shower of sparks. Cyanjiangxia, employing his agile form, continued to maneuver around the wild boar mutant leader. At last, he found the perfect moment to strike, targeting the previous wound and driving his sword deep into the leader's head. With a twist of the hilt, he shattered the wild boar mutant leader's skull, its brain spilling forth in a gruesome display. The leader collapsed lifelessly, its massive frame shaking the ground. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining wild boar mutants scattered in fright, fleeing at remarkable speed, abandoning their domestic companions without a second thought. A dozen or so white-skinned domestic pigs appeared blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, continuing to root around in the grass in search of food. Aside from the wild boar mutant leader that they had dispatched, not a single zombie remained. In fact, 5 of them had been consumed. The 2 large spider mutants, however, performed admirably, collaborating to slay a third-tier wild boar mutant. As for Li Quanan and his companion, they exhibited remarkable cunning. Upon spotting the wild boar mutant charging towards them, they immediately turned on their heels and fled at breakneck speed. They embodied the philosophy of survival. As long as I can outrun others, safety is assured. Meanwhile, the other zombies, having received no orders, stood vacantly in place, only springing into action when the wild boar mutant launched its assault. Astonishingly, Xiangyang wielded the 7-star Longyuan sword to slice open the abdomen of the wild boar mutant, revealing a blue crystal within. This was the first time Xiangyang had encountered such a gem. Previously, during the extermination of the ant mutant, he had only discovered purple crystals. The 2 large spider mutants seemed particularly exhilarated upon seeing the blue crystal, nuzzling against Xiangyang's hand, jumping with glee, as if they were desperate to obtain it. Could this blue crystal hold some significance for the spider mutants? They had never shown such interest in any item before. Do you wish for this crystal? Xiangyang inquired. The 2 large spider mutants nodded vigorously, as if their enthusiastic gestures would ensure that he would grant them the blue gem. He tossed the crystal to one of the spiders, which promptly opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. It was ingested directly. Xiangyang Xia exclaimed, taken aback. He had only intended to gauge the spider mutant's intentions, but was utterly unprepared for its voracious consumption. A pained expression crossed his face. What a reckless creature! How could you simply swallow it like that? Spit it out, he commanded. The spider mutant gazed back at him with its small, innocent eyes, perplexed, as if to say, did you not give it to me? Why should I regurgitate it? In that moment, the two beings exchanged a silent stare. Suddenly, an energy wave emanated from the spider mutant. After consuming the crystal, its power surged dramatically, elevating it by one level and granting it a new skill, skin hardening. What was happening? Could it be that crystals were not only useful for crafting weapons and equipment, but could also be ingested to enhance one's abilities? Pondering this, Xiangyang Xia found it plausible. The crystal within the mutant's body represented the essence of its energy, akin to the internal force in martial arts novels. By absorbing another S-power, one could experience a direct enhancement. When a person transferred 30 years of cultivation to another, that recipient would instantaneously gain that same level of prowess. Thus, when the spider mutant consumed the wild boar's crystal, it absorbed the essence of its energy, resulting in a level increase. However, it remained uncertain whether the skin-hardening skill arose from the wild boar's essence or was an inherent ability that the spider mutant would acquire upon leveling up. What do you all think? Feel free to share your thoughts. Chapter 90. Changed conditions. Witnessing the spider mutant's elevation after consuming the crystal, the other spider mutant sulked despondently to the ground. They had always been equal partners. How could one of them now take the lead? Its eyes glistening with a mournful gaze, it looked at Xiangyang Xia as if to say, why do you treat me so unfairly? I cannot help it if you gaze at me with such sorrow. I feel the loss too. A blue crystal. Yet, he quickly realized that the other spider mutant's advancement would ultimately benefit him. As his trusted allies, they provided invaluable assistance. Moreover, after dispatching a few high-tier mutants, another blue crystal would surely be within reach. With this thought, Xiangyang Xia felt slightly consoled regarding his loss. Approaching the third-tier wild boar mutant that had been slain by the other spider, he opened its abdomen, discovering a purple crystal within. Generously, he tossed this purple gem to the spider mutant that had missed out on the blue crystal. Though reluctant, it caught the purple crystal in its mouth and swallowed it. Afterward, a slight wave of energy rippled through it, yet no level increase occurred. Collection. Xiangyang Xia activated the collection function on the wild boar mutant leader. Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have collected a pair of the wild boar mutant's sturdy canines and several resilient bristles. Collection. He attempted to collect from the third-tier wild boar mutant again. Collection failed. The most significant items have already been distributed. Xiangyang Xia instructed the remaining zombies to consume the flesh and blood of the wild boar mutants. Shortly, the essence of the two mutants was entirely devoured by 70 zombies. Although the energy within the wild boar's flesh was not as potent as that within the crystals, it still contained a fair amount of energy, resulting in 2 second-tier zombies evolving into third-tier black zombies. All 13 of the mutant zombies he had previously led had perished in the conflict against the regular zombies. Li Kuanan and his companion felt too awkward to compete with the zombies for the wild boar's flesh. Instead, they turned to slaughter a large white domestic pig, roasting it over a fire for a hearty meal. The wild boar mutant pack was a formidable force in this mountainous region, with Xiangyang Xia having dealt with them. The surrounding mutants were deterred from encroaching on his territory. At last, peace settled in. Xiangyang Xia began to examine the additional upgrade information provided by the system following his level increase. The system's information panel was filled with data. The first thing he noticed was a plethora of experience points notifications. What were experience points? Previously, he had only encountered evolution points and score points. What were these new experience points? Regardless, he decided to delve into the information regarding his upgrades to ascertain the details. Upon upgrading to Zombie Overlord, the new condition stipulated that to ascend a level, he must infect 100 humans, in addition to the experience points required for the upgrade. Both conditions had to be met for him to progress. Remarkably, the requirement for human infections had been reduced from 400 to 100, while experience points could now be obtained from hunting mutants, humans, and zombies. Experience points, like scores, varied based on the opponent's level. Additionally, the host's manufacturing capabilities had improved. He could now craft equipment based on the properties of the materials collected, with a 10% chance of inheriting the original material's attributes. The manufacturing level was at LV1, with a 10% chance of acquiring the original material's properties. For example, if he obtained chameleon skin and used it to craft equipment, there was a possibility of acquiring the chameleon's camouflage ability. Currently, the host possessed 150,000 experience points, accrued from vanquishing zombies and the wild boar mutant leader. Having dispatched nearly 10,000 zombies, along with the wild boar, he had accumulated these points. The roar skill and the overlord skill both required 100,000 experience points for a level increase, while the manufacturing skill upgrade required 500,000 points. Clearly, upgrading the overlord skill offered a more advantageous return compared to the roar skill. At this stage, enhancing his offensive capabilities was paramount. Thus, selecting the overlord skill was undoubtedly the wiser choice. The overlord skill was an attack skill, and it had been the means by which he had penetrated the wild boar mutant's tough hide. The roar skill, being auxiliary, could wait. He opted to upgrade the overlord skill. The overlord skill was in the process of upgrading. The overlord skill has been successfully upgraded. Hostname: Xiangyang Xia. Current level: Zombie Overlord talent: Infection. Commanding intimidation skills: Control, Super Disguise, Overlord LV2, Roar LV1 weapon. 7-star Long Yuan sword, exceptional artifact, item cards. 1 transformation card, 1 fatal defense card, Overlord LV2. An extremely powerful attack skill, the Supreme Sword Judgment. Capable of shattering a myriad of techniques with a single strike, delivering a fatal blow. Utilizing this skill will drain a substantial amount of the host's energy. Currently, the host can use the Overlord skill once, with a cooldown period of 10 hours. The cooldown has been reduced by 2 hours, while other aspects remain unchanged. Returning to the military base at this juncture would not be wise, as they would undoubtedly be on high alert. With only a handful of zombies at his disposal, he could not feasibly mount a strong assault. Furthermore, the zombies would likely be monitoring that area closely, and a reckless approach could lead to an ambush. Come here, you two. Xiangyang Xia beckoned to Li Kuanan and his companion. They wiped their mouths and approached him anxiously, uncertain of the reason for his summons. Having previously experienced internal strife while breaking through the zombie encirclement, and having hidden during the wild boar mutant attack, they were apprehensive about whether Xiangyang Xia would confront them. However, given his previous demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would be hostile. Come, sit. Xiangyang Xia invited, gesturing for them to take a seat before him. Seeing that Xiangyang Xia's attitude was relatively amicable, the two individuals felt a sense of relief. Previously, while at the base, they had refrained from probing into the circumstances beyond its confines to avoid exposing themselves. As core members of the base, they undoubtedly possessed a wealth of intelligence. You two shall divulge all the information you have regarding the current state of this apocalyptic world, Xiangyang Xia instructed. Based on their disclosures, he would analyze the situation and determine the subsequent course of action. Shall we begin with the overarching national situation? Li Kuanan inquired respectfully. Xiangyang Xia nodded in affirmation of Li Kuanan's words. After the outbreak of the zombie tide, the surviving military districts hastily established defensive bases. In this cataclysmic era, fear gripped the hearts of all. It was only under the fervent leadership of Mao Zedong that the morale of the troops stabilized. At this juncture, admiration gleamed in the eyes of the two men, revealing their deep respect for Mao Zedong. Under unified coordination, various military districts collaborated to establish human bases, beginning efforts to assist ordinary citizens, particularly scientists and medical experts, by creating laboratories to research methods for combating the zombie virus. Currently, the focal point of research has shifted towards developing weapons capable of countering both zombies and mutated beasts. Ensuring the safety of humanity, presently, there exist 5 major human bases. The first is the human base established in the capital, Apocalypse City, which stands as the most powerful and populous of all. Although initially, the military presence in Apocalypse City was minimal, a considerable number of survivors, along with police and armed forces, were swiftly mobilized from surrounding areas to form the military base. Furthermore, a large assembly of scientists and top-tier doctors was organized to establish the largest laboratory. The other 4 human bases revolve around Apocalypse City as the core: the southern Ninghai City base, the central Xiangjiang City base, the southern Guangla City base, and the southwestern Chuanqing City base. These 5 major bases are complemented by several smaller human bases located further away, as the perilous journey has prevented many from congregating at the larger bases. While these represent official efforts, numerous private small human settlements likely exist, although the chaotic situation has rendered comprehensive communication and statistics impossible. The two men exchanged insights, providing a general overview of the situation in the Apocalypse Nation. The official response has indeed been remarkably swift, stabilizing the chaotic circumstances and initiating strategic planning. The leadership of Apocalypse Nation exhibits great ambition and foresight, having previously governed the nation with astuteness and order. In the face of aggressive measures from the powerful Rice Communist Empire, they have forged alliances with other nations to withstand various forms of blockade and assault. Under Mao Zedong's guidance, Apocalypse Nation has employed a strategy of combined forces to systematically dismantle opposition, leveraging the indomitable spirit of its citizens to break through the encirclement posed by the Rice Communist Empire and others, subtly hinting at a potential overtaking of the empire. How many people reside in the large human bases? Xiangyang Xia inquired. There are probably several 100,000, though we are not entirely certain. We only know that the numbers are substantial, with many more being summoned over time. It could indeed exceed several 100,000. One responded. Xiangyang Xia speculated that, given its size, the population of the large human base might well surpass 1 million, with at least 200,000 to 300,000 being human revivers, showcasing formidable strength and an ample supply of ammunition. He surmised that, for now, it would be prudent to avoid provoking these large bases, while smaller, dispersed bases could be worth exploring. He also needed to find a nearby base to establish a zombie city. Strangely, the most significant threat faced by the bases is not the zombies but the mutated beasts. Initially, zombies posed a considerable danger to early survivors, but with the establishment of bases and the emergence of human revivers, humanity now holds an overwhelming advantage over the zombies, whose sheer numbers are counterbalanced by their low combat effectiveness. Conversely, the mutated beasts, which have yet to launch a large-scale assault on humans, have become the greatest threat. In the vast primordial forests, fierce battles among various mutated beasts are frequently reported. Within these forests, mutated beasts consume one another to evolve, resulting in a plethora of high-level mutated creatures. Although they are currently engaged in chaotic skirmishes, once a dominant ruler emerges, it is inevitable that they will turn their attention towards human bases. This notion has become a consensus within the bases, leading to the dispatch of human revivers into the forests to combat various mutated beasts, gather intelligence, and develop weaponry against them. What is the situation regarding the Daoist Bai Xiujing in your base? Xiangyang Xia continued to inquire about Bai Xiujing. Upon his initial emergence, Bai Xiujing had instilled a profound sense of danger in Xiangyang Xia. Despite his low strength at that time, Xiangyang Xia had frightened him away. Nevertheless, he sensed that Bai Xiujing, along with his disciple, would become formidable adversaries in the future. No other human reviver exhibited the same sword control prowess as he did. And Daoists have always been the natural enemies of zombies, possessing numerous methods to combat them in the army's human base. The device that had shocked him might well have been devised by Daoist. When Bai Zhenren first arrived outside the base, his sword techniques led many to believe he was a celestial being. People had begun to think that the revival era had arrived and that humanity could practice immortality, with Bai Daoist being the first successful practitioner. You seem to have quite the imagination, Xiangyang Xia remarked, acknowledging the plausibility of such thoughts. However, Bai Zhenren himself was uncertain about the circumstances. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie tide, he had not possessed the ability to control a sword in flight. It was only after the outbreak that he acquired this ability, which he speculated might be related to the Daoist practices he had been cultivating. He had been practicing with his disciple on a nearby mountain and, after spending some time in the human base, left with his disciple to seek out other fellow practitioners. Bai Xiujing's audacity to venture out with his disciple, rather than seeking refuge within the base, demonstrated his exceptional skill and courage. Given their previous swift departure, it was clear they were not acting recklessly. It appeared Bai Xiujing and his disciple had significantly improved their abilities. The reason Xiangyang Xia retained Li Kuanan and his companion, rather than transforming them into zombies, was to form an adventuring party with them to infiltrate other bases. His other zombie subordinates could not disguise themselves as humans, but by forming an adventuring team with Li Kuanan and others, they could gain credibility and seamlessly blend into human territories. Where do you both think we should head next? Where might there be small human survivor enclaves? Xiang Yangxia posed this question, observing the reactions of the two men. This chapter primarily serves to provide an overview of the situation, which is crucial as it pertains to the subsequent actions of the zombie protagonist. One should not dismiss this as mere filler. It bears significant relevance. In the ensuing moment, both individuals appeared taken aback by Xiang Yangxia's inquiry, momentarily rendered speechless and rooted in place. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. With 70 zombies standing nearby, gazing at them with a somewhat endearing simplicity, the fact that Xiang Yangxia was soliciting their opinions suggested an assessment of their capabilities, possibly indicating a degree of trust. Yet, how could zombies trust them? That seemed implausible, considering they were still human. Perhaps it was the zombies' mind that was muddled, or perhaps it was a test of their resolve, determining whether they could earn the other's trust. This situation markedly differed from their assault on the prison base. The attack on the prison was straightforward. They acted out of coercion, seeking justification for their actions and solace for their consciences. Now, however, they were being asked to propose a course of action, a decision that required their active participation, akin to signing a pact. This compelled them to direct their intentions against their fellow humans. Unexpectedly, it was Xiao Zhikai who broke the silence first. I believe we should head southwest. There are no major military established human bases in that direction. If any base exists, it is likely to be a small one. Moreover, the mountainous terrain there is populated sparsely, suggesting that the proportion of survivors during the zombie outbreak was comparatively higher. Any survivor groups that formed would likely be small in scale, Li Quanan concurred. Xiao Zhikai's proposal is indeed sound. I too believe we should head southwest. Suddenly, the light in their vicinity dimmed as a palpable pressure descended from the sky. Xiang Yangxia sensed an overwhelming force. While the nearby zombies trembled in fear, he looked up to see a colossal creature soaring above them. A great eagle, the apex predator of the avian world. The aura emanating from this majestic eagle was clearly beyond their capacity to withstand. Invisible to me, invisible to me, Xiang Yangxia silently chanted within. Fixing her gaze upon her own toes, she refrained from looking at the mutated beast, the great eagle hawk. To gaze upon it would surely be interpreted as a provocation. She hastily endeavored to control the other zombies, commanding them not to look at the great eagle hawk and to provoke it. However, it was evident that her concerns were unfounded. The zombies quaked in fear. Wishing only to cower upon the ground, too terrified to dare glance at the great eagle hawk soaring above, Li Quanan and his companion were equally intimidated, their faces ashen and cold sweat trickling down. Longing to prostrate themselves on the ground, this overwhelming aura seemed to demand their submission, a reverent worship. The two observed Xiang Yangxia, who sat there with remarkable composure, seemingly unaffected by the formidable presence of the great eagle hawk. And they could not help but admire her silently. Truly, she was the leader of the zombies. Given the might exuded by the great eagle hawk, Xiang Yangxia realized that this creature was undoubtedly of a far superior rank. Engaging it in combat would yield no chance of victory for her. It could soar through the skies while she could only run. Even in flight, she was no match for its speed. The great eagle hawk glided overhead, its gaze never once falling upon Xiang Yangxia and the other zombies. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the depths of the forest. Once the great eagle hawk had flown far away, Xiang Yangxia resumed her normal posture. The mutated beasts within the forest were indeed terrifying. Yet, fortunately, it seemed that the more formidable of them regarded her with disdain. Low-ranking creatures were beneath their notice. As they focused their attention on hunting beasts of equal rank, it must be said that humanity's elevation of the mutated beasts to the status of the most dangerous potential adversaries was remarkably prescient. Though perilous, this realm also harbored immense treasures. Xiang Yangxia was in dire need of experience points to level up, and her zombie horde required a substantial consumption of mutated beast flesh to achieve their own upgrades. Moreover, these beasts possessed various materials essential for her needs. She removed her protective armor and tossed it to Xiao Zhikai, of course, having already stripped away the crystals that adorned it. She then donned a brand new suit of armor crafted from the resilient bristles and canine teeth of a mutated wild boar, which significantly enhanced her defensive capabilities. The defensive power of this new armor eclipsed that of her previous gear, which had been far inferior in resilience compared to the wild boar's formidable defenses. Xiang Yangxia reattached the crystal she had previously removed from her original armor to this newly fashioned suit. "Thank you, boss," Xiao Zhikai exclaimed joyously as he received the armor, his face radiating excitement. He paid no mind to the fact that it had once been worn by Xiang Yangxia. He had witnessed how Li Quanan had survived a teammate's attack solely because he had been clad in armor gifted by Xiang Yangxia. Without it, that forceful strike would have surely claimed Li Quanan's life. The armor removed from Xiang Yangxia was of an even more precious caliber. After all, it had been worn by their leader. Its value was readily apparent. He promptly donned the armor she had given him, unaware that Xiang Yangxia had already extracted the crystals that would enhance its rank. Although it was indeed her armor, it was no longer the same one she had worn. Li Quanan, having begun to recover from his previous injuries after a half-day's rest, looked somewhat better. Upon seeing Xiao Zhikai donning the Zombie King's armor, envy flickered across his face. Let's move, Xiang Yangxia declared, leading her zombies toward the southwest. Yet, she did not affirmatively respond to Xiao Zhikai and Li Quanan's suggestions. The two merely followed her lead, uncertain whether their opinions had been acknowledged, and dared not inquire further. Xiang Yangxia believed that a strategy toward the southwest was entirely feasible. The region was mountainous, teeming with mutated beasts, perfectly aligning with her plan to exterminate them. As for whether the two harbored ulterior motives, she remained unconcerned. She trusted her intellect to avoid falling into any traps, confident that unless they ventured into a large human stronghold, their capabilities would not ensnare her. She allocated part of her zombie horde to clear the path ahead, positioning herself and the two giant spider-mutated beasts in the center, with the remainder of the zombies following behind. This arrangement ensured their absolute safety as they advanced. Upon departing the open area where they had just lingered, they entered a dense forest. Xiang Yangxia remained vigilant, carefully observing her surroundings. Li Quanan and his companion were also on guard against any sudden ambushes. Only the zombies, under Xiang Yangxia's command, marched forward obliviously. The thick foliage shielded them from the sunlight, creating a lush, verdant environment, occasionally filled with the sounds of insects chirping. Suddenly, Xiang Yangxia sensed the loss of one of her controlled zombies, while the others remained blissfully unaware. She could not discern how this particular zombie had vanished. Had she not noticed its absence through her control, she would have been oblivious to its loss. Chapter 93. Chameleon. Throughout the journey, Xiang Yangxia had been observant of her surroundings. Although a few trees housed mutated beasts, their powers were feeble. It was implausible for them to swiftly abduct a zombie from her ranks without detection. Their strength simply did not permit such feats. Her zombies, at the very least, were of the black zombie tier. If they were suddenly ensnared, they would not fail to struggle. Moreover, given their tough skin, it was improbable that they could be dispatched so swiftly. Only a creature of significantly greater power could achieve such a feat quietly. However, if such a formidable beast were present, it would surely announce its arrival. Xiang Yangxia activated her control ability among all the zombies. Sharing their vision, she feigned ignorance, commanding the zombies to continue advancing. At that moment, a colossal mutated beast lay motionless on a massive tree, seamlessly blending into its surroundings, appearing as if it were part of the very tree itself. To the naked eye, it was nearly undetectable, its presence concealed with remarkable skill. A lone zombie was slowly dissolving within its belly. Once Xiang Yangxia and her horde had moved on, a long-tailed creature resembling a four-legged lizard emerged from the tree, seamlessly blending into its environment once again. This creature was none other than a chameleon mutated beast. Confident in its camouflage abilities, it believed that it would go unnoticed. Even if someone sensed something amiss, they would be powerless to catch it. With its exceptional disguise, it could swiftly escape, merging with the environment, eluding capture. In the forest, it was a natural predator, having successfully hunted numerous mutated beasts without failure. Its prowess in camouflage had allowed it to rise above many others, swiftly attaining upgrades. Xiang Yangxia's zombie horde was formidable. Confronting them directly would spell disaster for the chameleon. However, if it could strike stealthily, that powerful team would gradually become its prey, fueling its strength. After quickly devouring one of the zombies from Xiang Yangxia's ranks, the chameleon grew increasingly confident in its strategy, convinced of its flawless execution. It prepared to hunt a second zombie from the horde. A long tongue shot forth from its mouth, swiftly ensnaring a zombie at the back of the line. The sticky secretion coated the zombie entirely. Before the zombie could react, it was tightly bound by the tongue and dragged away. Xiang Yangxia, through shared vision, detected the incoming ambush of the tongue. Brandishing her Qixing Longyuan sword, she dashed forward to sever the chameleon's long tongue. The chameleon, realizing the sword was aimed at it, attempted to retract its tongue swiftly, but it could not match Xiang Yangxia's speed. He watched helplessly as its tongue was cleaved in two by her blade, inflicting excruciating pain. Once a stealthy assassin hidden within the environment, it was now completely outmatched in a direct confrontation with Xiang Yangxia. Seeing her approach, the chameleon hastily darted into the nearby woods, continuously shifting its shape to meld with its surroundings. Eagle-eye now that Xiang Yangxia had identified the culprit behind the disturbances, she would not allow it to escape so easily. The chameleon sought refuge among a tangle of vines, merging with them seamlessly. Although it could evade capture from others, it could not escape the keen perception of Xiang Yangxia. Previously, the vastness of the environment had prevented her from scrutinizing every detail, and the chameleon's long tongue had gone unnoticed. However, with her unwavering focus on its form and the direction it fled, Xiang Yangxia was able to pinpoint its location effortlessly. She quickly discovered the chameleon concealed within the vines. Title: Chameleon Mutant Beast Level 5 Talent: Devour Evolution, Camouflage Skills: Dissolve, Control. Indeed, it is a chameleon. After its transformation into a mutant beast, its camouflage talent has become even more remarkable. As it flees, it continuously shifts its appearance, seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment. Motionless, it conceals itself among the vines, blending perfectly, rendering it nearly undetectable. Even when one is aware of its presence, discerning it with the naked eye proves futile. Only those like myself, possessing the keen ability to see through all disguises, can unveil its hidden form. My current manufacturing skill has a certain probability of acquiring the attributes of the original materials. The system previously cited the chameleon as an example, and I never anticipated encountering one so soon. Acquiring this skill would undoubtedly be akin to gaining wings. Xiang Yangxia feigned ignorance of the chameleon, constantly scanning the area while gradually approaching the mutant beast. The chameleon sensed Xiang Yangxia's relentless approach, growing increasingly anxious. However, noticing that the pursuer had their back turned, it reassured itself that its superb camouflage techniques had gone unnoticed. The individual was merely fortuitously drawing near. With its exceptional disguise, it must remain perfectly still. Any movement could reveal its position, striving to achieve the pinnacle of immobility. Yet, unexpectedly, the individual suddenly turned, thrusting a sword directly at it. The turn of events unfolded so abruptly that there was no time to react. The blade struck squarely at its forehead. The chameleon was pierced through the forehead and fell lifelessly to the ground. Its skin offered no defense comparable to that of the wild boar mutant beast. The 7 stars Longyuan sword effortlessly penetrated its skull. The chameleon mutant beast could not fathom how this person had discovered its presence. Seemingly piercing through its disguise with uncanny precision, the sword had struck its forehead with unerring accuracy, leaving its eyes wide with disbelief. I must succeed in the collection. I must succeed in the collection. Xiang Yangxia silently urged, hoping to successfully gather the chameleon mutant beast skin. The allure of the chameleon's skill was simply irresistible. Possessing it would greatly ease my survival. Although I possess a superlative disguise technique, it only allows me to transform into the form of another, failing to blend with the surrounding environment. Success is imperative, especially since I had previously failed to collect materials from a level 3 wild boar mutant beast. Chapter 94, The Quiet Village. With the mantra of success in mind, I activated the collection function. Collecting. Collection in progress. Collection successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete set of chameleon mutant beast skin. Hooray! The collection was successful. Xiang Yangxia rejoiced. He chose to utilize the system's manufacturing function to integrate the chameleon mutant beast skin with his armor. The armor was successfully crafted. However, the acquisition of the chameleon's disguise attribute failed. Upon hearing the success of the first statement, Xiang Yangxia was elated, but the subsequent announcement plunged his spirits into despair. Are you jesting with me? Wasn't it a success? A skin devoid of the chameleon skill integrated into armor is of no use to me. It lacks defensive capabilities and the ability to change color. Am I to wear a green suit instead? With frustration, Xiang Yangxia cast aside the chameleon mutant beast skin, throwing it to the ground. Enraged, he took up the 7 stars Longyuan sword and slashed open the chameleon's corpse. It was still a level 5 mutant beast, and surely there must be a crystal within. Indeed, Nestled within the chameleon mutant beast's body was a low-tier purple crystal. Although the chameleon shared the same level as the wild boar mutant beast, its power and energy were not in the same class, thus it could not be compared to the wild boar. While the wild boar mutant beast contained a blue crystal, the chameleon housed only a purple one. Xiang Yangxia promptly stored the purple crystal in his pouch and summoned other zombies. While Xiang Yangxia pursued the chameleon mutant beast, the other zombies remained stationary, awaiting his return. Without his command, they did not budge. Li Kuanan and the two large spider mutant beasts also waited patiently for Xiang Yangxia. Upon his summoning, they quickly made their way to his location. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a smooth-skinned, skinless creature cast upon the ground. Under Xiang Yangxia's command, the two black-tier level 3 zombies rushed forward to consume the chameleon's essence and flesh. To cultivate his elite combat force, Xiang Yangxia did not allow the zombies to share the feast. He had initially thought that after consuming a level 5 mutant beast, the two zombies would level up. But to his surprise, they remained at black-tier level 3. The energy contained within the chameleon's essence was simply too minimal, truly disappointing. Recognizing the value of the chameleon mutant beast's skin, Xiang Yangxia remained vigilant in his subsequent journey, hoping to capture another chameleon. Unfortunately, no further chameleon mutant beasts appeared to ambush him, leaving Xiang Yangxia quite disheartened. Xiang Yangxia guided the zombies through safe zones, avoiding deep forests, thus encountering only relatively weak mutant beasts along the way. Facing no significant threats. Subsequently, he eliminated several mutant beasts on the road, enabling both zombies to successfully level up to black tier level 4. As they ascended to level 4, the two zombies became uncontrollably frenzied. Suddenly turning on their fellow zombies, witnessing their rampage, Xiang Yangxia swiftly employed his control skill to restrain the two, preventing them from attacking their zombie companions and calming them down. Due to their frequent consumption of mutant beast flesh, the two zombies had failed to purge the impurities from their systems, resulting in a state of confusion. Fortunately, under Xiang Yangxia's immediate control, a disastrous situation was averted. After some time, the two zombies would successfully eliminate the impurities within their bodies. Regaining their senses, observing their chaotic behavior, Xiang Yangxia felt relieved that he had heeded the system's advice, avoiding the shortcut of consuming flesh for instant upgrades. Although his own leveling up was somewhat slower than direct consumption, the abilities gained were undoubtedly several times greater than those of zombies who evolved through flesh consumption. The zombies he controlled lacked the skills and prowess of his own. After 20 hours, Xiang Yangxia continued his rapid advance, traversing countless mountains and a range of peaks. Spotting an open area in the distance, he began his descent. At the foot of the mountain, numerous zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon reaching the bottom, he was immediately besieged by the zombies. However, he noted that this was no different from the typical zombie ambushes he had encountered before. The zombies exhibited a natural instinctive reaction towards other beings, but there was no sign of a large-scale zombie movement in the distance, indicating that this was not orchestrated by a zombie commander. Realizing the situation, Xiang Yangxia decided to press forward. It was uncertain whether the zombie commander had lost patience waiting for him to descend the mountain, or if it was still stationed on the other side. Anticipating his descent to trap him, the ease with which he swept aside the encroaching horde of zombies indicated that they were of low rank, merely ordinary zombies roaming outside. Their assault did not hinder Xiang Yangxia's progress. The zombies ambled leisurely, slaying their foes with ease as they advanced. As Xiang Yangxia moved forward, he spotted the faint outline of a village not far ahead. Where there is a village, there must be people. He approached the village and discovered it to be indeed a settlement. Strangely, it was eerily quiet in a village where zombies typically roamed freely. Not a single one could be seen. This was highly unusual. Xiang Yangxia sensed that the village harbored secrets, likely a terrifying presence that deterred the surrounding zombie hordes. With the zombies in tow, he shattered the tranquility and entered the village. Scattered shards of glazed tiles and dust-covered vehicles lined the road, a testament to the village's former prosperity. Once bustling with smoke and life, the village now lay in utter silence. Merely a few months had passed, and the village was in a state of decay. Traversing through the village, he found no trace of human presence. Xiang Yangxia scanned the environment, suddenly noticing that the hillside adjacent to the village was completely barren, devoid of any vegetation. It stood out starkly against the lush greenery of other areas. Utilizing his keen insight, he discerned that a multitude of rat mutant beasts was concealed on the opposite hillside. The information regarding these mutant beasts flooded his mind. A horde of rats had claimed this territory. The desolation of the nearby village was undoubtedly linked to this group of rat mutant beasts. Cautiously, Xiang Yangxia led the zombies closer to the barren hillside. Before they could approach, however, thousands of ordinary rats erupted from the ground, surging towards Xiang Yangxia and the zombies. While the combat prowess of these ordinary rats was no match for Xiang Yangxia and his zombies, the sheer number of them swarmed over, covering the zombies from head to toe. With its sharp teeth bared, it began to gnaw. Observing the hardened skin of the zombie, the ordinary rat's bites proved utterly ineffective. Many of the rats directly dove into the zombie's mouth and nostrils, burrowing into its body with unwavering ferocity. Fortunately, Li Kuanan and his companion were encased in Xiangyang Xia's armor, which shielded their entire bodies, as the rats launched their final assault on the zombie. The two swiftly protected themselves and retreated at great speed. Feel free to leave numerous comments if you enjoy this. Chapter 95. Barbecue. Following the onslaught of ordinary rats, a number of low-level mutated rat beasts emerged. It was fortunate that Xiangyang Xia had brought along a zombie. Had it been a horde of ordinary human revivers or mutated beasts, the situation would have been dire. The ordinary rats, with their incessant attacks, would have burrowed into their bodies, leading to a gruesome fate. It is no wonder that despite being mere mutated rats, their collective offensive power was enough to establish dominance in this village, proving their tenacity. This territory had become the domain of the mutated rats, with other zombies and mutated beasts daring not to approach. Thus, even though Xiangyang Xia cautiously approached with the zombie, they still fell prey to the tactics of the mutated rats. Fortunately, the zombie, with its ironclad defenses, was impervious to the ordinary rat's bites. However, the sheer number of ordinary rats swarming over it caused significant hindrance, impeding the zombie's actions and diminishing its combat effectiveness. After encasing his face in armor, Xiangyang Xia managed to prevent the ordinary rats from entering his body. Ignoring the rats that clung to his armor, he brandished his sword, slashing at the rats before him. Each swing sent a spray of rat blood into the air. The overwhelming number of ordinary rats proved troublesome. Though their lethality was minimal, their relentless assault and agility made them a nuisance. Other zombies also resorted to their sharp claws to stab at the rats, quickly littering the ground with rat corpses. When the mutated rats appeared, they surprisingly coordinated with the ordinary rats. The ordinary rats obstructed the zombies' movements while the mutated rats targeted the zombies' bodies, as the mutated rats bit into the zombies. The ordinary rats swiftly vacated the area, darting to other parts of the zombies' bodies. With their sharp teeth, the mutated rats shredded the zombies' flesh, evading the zombies' claws with remarkable agility. A single bite from the mutated rats was insufficient to penetrate the zombies' tough hide. After dodging the claws, they would strike the same spot again. As the zombie extended its claws to kill the mutated rat, the creature would nimbly evade once more, while another mutated rat attacked a different part of the zombie's body. With the collaboration of the ordinary and mutated rats, several zombies bore numerous wounds. Xiangyang Xia unleashed his roar skill, stunning all the rats into a daze. Many rats in close proximity to him were obliterated by the sheer force of his roar, causing their bodies to explode into vibrant sprays of blood. Seizing the opportunity, numerous zombies shook off the ordinary rats clinging to them and used their sharp claws to pierce the mutated rats. Many mutated rats met their demise as the zombies' claws pierced their skulls, rendering them lifeless. The mutated rats exhibited no remarkable defensive abilities. The 2 seconds of shock quickly passed, and the ordinary rats once again swarmed the zombies. At that moment, more advanced mutated rats emerged from the hillside. Deep within the mountainside, Xiangyang Xia spotted the highest-ranking rat among them. This legion of mutated rats had transformed the entire mountain into a palace for their kind. This rat was evidently the king of the multitude, orchestrating the attacks. Suddenly, a commotion arose as a small box truck rolled into the empty village. How could such a vehicle appear in a desolate place? As the truck approached, it came to a halt, and 2 figures jumped out. It was none other than Li Kuanan and Xiao Zhikai, who had just fled. They opened the truck's rear doors and hastily retrieved a large barrel. Racing towards the mass of rats on the mountainside, they doused the creatures with the liquid from the barrel, which turned out to be gasoline and kerosene. After escaping, the duo had scavenged flammable materials throughout the village, siphoning fuel from abandoned cars lining the streets and yards, all of which they stored in the small truck, As the fuel splashed onto the rats, Xiao Zhikai immediately produced a lighter, igniting it and tossing it into the swarm. The gasoline ignited upon contact with the flames, sending the rats screeching in terror. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Xiao Zhikai and his companions swiftly returned to the truck. Retrieving 2 more barrels to continue dousing the rats, they repeated this process several times, expending all the fuel they had scavenged, incinerating vast swathes of ordinary rats. The mutated rats, being more agile, managed to evade the flames unscathed. Nevertheless, this significantly alleviated the pressure. While the ordinary rats posed minimal threat, they were undeniably bothersome. Xiangyang Xia expressed his satisfaction with their performance, recognizing that his efforts in training them had not been in vain, and that the armor he provided had proven its worth. Well done, he commended them. Previously, when they had fled from the rat onslaught, Xiangyang Xia had not been concerned that they would take the opportunity to escape. He trusted that their intelligence would lead them to understand that fleeing would only bring them closer to death. Though he harbored such suspicions, he dared not assume they would truly abandon him. For the human heart is inscrutable. During their encounter with the wild boar mutant, they had sustained injuries and had no capacity to fight back, having to hide in the trees. Xiangyang Xia could tolerate that instance. But if they were to flee again in the face of these rats, merely waiting for him to eliminate the mutated rats before joining him, he would not permit such a betrayal. Once disloyal, always disloyal. He would not allow their treachery to infect him, as he sought to cultivate 2 loyal subordinates. After all, despite the ordinary rats and mutated rats being a hassle, with their abilities and the armor he provided, they could have contributed meaningfully. To his surprise, their actions surpassed his expectations. They had utilized their intellect to gather gasoline and return to eliminate the rats, demonstrating their consideration for his zombie squad. His trust in them had increased by a mere 1, bringing it to a total of 1. After all, they were humans, and he was a zombie, belonging to 2 entirely opposing factions. To trust them blindly would be to exemplify foolishness. After the conflagration consumed a vast number of ordinary rats, many more were sent into a frenzy by the flames, leaving only a fraction of the tens of thousands that had once swarmed the hillside. With the continuous influx of ordinary rats curtailed, the zombies swiftly cleared themselves of the remaining rats, freeing themselves from their incessant harassment. They could now focus on confronting the mutated rat beasts. A few thousand mutated rats remained on the battlefield, most being low-level specimens, with only a handful at levels 4 and 5. Chapter 96. The escape. As war loomed, Xiangyang Xia released 2 large mutated spider beasts to join the fray against the thousands of mutated rat beasts. He could not help but marvel at the sheer number of rats. In times of abundance, how many had been bred? Tens of thousands of ordinary rats and thousands of mutated rat beasts were present. The Rat King, commanding this horde of mutated rats, was indeed formidable. The ordinary mutated rats were no match for the zombies. A mere swipe from their sharp claws was enough to dispatch a low-level mutated rat beast. Soon, 400 or 500 low-level mutated rat beasts lay defeated on the ground. Congratulations, host. You have slain a mutated rat beast. Points increased by 10, experience gained, 1,000. The zombies commanded by the host have eliminated a mutated rat beast, earning 2.5 points and 250 experience. Xiangyang Xia's points and experience skyrocketed. At that moment, he noticed the Rat King's information moving rapidly within the mountainside, indicating that it could no longer remain still and was leading its elite force out of the depths of the mountain. Xiangyang Xia had already prepared his ultimate move, awaiting the Rat King's arrival. The mutated Rat King burst forth from the mountainside, charging directly towards Xiangyang Xia. Perhaps it intended to execute a surprise attack, but its massive frame caused the ground to tremble as it Name. Mutated Rat Beast Level 1 Leader Talent, Devour and Evolve Commander Skill. Bite. Agility. The mutated Rat Beast Leader's skill provides a combat power boost to its commanded mutated rat beasts, enhancing their overall combat effectiveness by 10. This mutated rat beast was indeed powerful, classified as a leader, and capable of augmenting the combat strength of its kin, a remarkable attribute. Following the mutated rat beast leader were a dozen or so level 6 mutated rat beasts. Clearly the king's most trusted confidants. Once the leader of the mutated rats emerged, the other mutated rats indeed displayed a significant surge in combat prowess. Yet, before the zombies, they still proved to be insufficient. The formidable leader of the mutated rats charged swiftly towards Xiangyang Xia, resembling a moving freight truck. As the leader approached, Xiangyang Xia unleashed a powerful strike with his sword. The leader of the mutated rats, sensing the might of the blow, nimbly leaped aside in an attempt to evade it. However, despite its impressive speed, it was unable to escape the grand force of the strike, resulting in a deep gash across its body. Blood streaming forth, eliciting pained squeaks from the leader. Lacking the robust hide of the boar mutated beast as armor, the leader, nonetheless, exhibited enhanced defenses befitting its rank. Xiangyang Xia's strike inflicted considerable injury upon it. Initially, the leader had expected to crush the zombies effortlessly, but it was taken aback to find itself wounded after just one encounter. Xiangyang Xia had hoped to dispatch it with a single blow. But inflicting injury was still an admirable outcome. In furious retaliation, the leader bared its massive teeth and lunged again at Xiangyang Xia, accompanied by a dozen or so of its loyal mutated rat followers who attacked in unison. In that moment, Xiangyang Xia activated his roar skill. After employing the skill dominance of the world, a cooldown of 10 hours was necessary. Otherwise, a subsequent activation could have swiftly dispatched the leader of the mutated rats. The other mutated rats were momentarily frozen in place by Xiangyang Xia's furious roar, with only the leader unaffected by the skill. Seizing the opportunity, Xiangyang Xia thrust his 7 stars Longyuan sword directly at the leader's rodent head. The leader attempted to block with its forelimb, only to have it severed cleanly by Xiangyang Xia. Just then, the roar skill expired, and the remaining mutated rats surged forward to protect their leader. Realizing the futility of battling the zombies, the leader of the mutated rats promptly turned to flee. At this level, the leader possessed considerable cunning. The other mutated rats hastily followed their leader back into the rat hole. The leader had already burrowed ahead into the hole, while the rest of the mutated rats jostled to enter. Many of them became entangled at the entrance. As Xiangyang Xia saw the leader escape, he intended to pursue but was momentarily impeded by the other mutated rats. This brief delay allowed the leader to swiftly retreat into the depths of the hole. Subsequently, a continuous stream of mutated rats darted into the hole, causing a bottleneck at the entrance. Xiangyang Xia decided to allow the leader a momentary reprieve within the hole while he directed his zombies to eliminate the remaining mutated rats near the entrance. To Xiangyang Xia's surprise, as he observed the leader entering the mountain's interior, it continued to flee further. Could there be another exit? Upon realizing this possibility, he was fortunate to have the keen insight to discern the information regarding the mutated rats. He hurried to the mountain's summit, only to see the leader emerge from the opposite slope, accompanied by a dozen other mutated rats, vanishing into the forest without a trace. Xiangyang Xia recognized that it was too late to pursue. The leader of the mutated rats had indeed proven to be crafty, having prepared an alternate escape route and ensnaring him in a ruse. By diving into the rat hole, it aimed to mislead its adversaries into believing it had retreated inside. Had it simply fled rather than burrowed, Xiangyang Xia would have likely caught up with it. Inside the rat hole, the mutated rats could navigate with incredible speed, and even if Xiangyang Xia managed to bypass the congestion of rats, his movements would still be hindered. It would be nearly impossible to catch the swiftly moving mutated rats, while the leader could easily escape through another exit. Xiangyang Xia quickly commanded 2 giant spider mutated beasts to block the exit from which the leader had fled. The larger fish had escaped, but he could not afford to let the smaller one slip away. As the other mutated rats attempted to follow their leader out of the hole, they found the entrance ensnared by resilient silk threads. These threads, spun by the 2 giant spider mutated beasts, formed an impenetrable web at the entrance. The mutated rats attempted to charge through but found the web too soft yet unyielding to break. They then resorted to their sharp teeth to gnaw their way free. The spider mutated beasts deftly manipulated the silk, piercing the skulls of the rats trying to bite through. Meanwhile, Xiangyang Xia led his zombies in exterminating the remaining mutated rats. The slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided, and soon, the mutated rats outside the hole were entirely annihilated. Xiangyang Xia then urged his zombies to delve into the rat hole and eliminate the mutated rats within. Chapter 97. Collective Level Up. The vision was splendid, yet reality proved starkly disappointing. Xiangyang Xia had anticipated that even with the Rat King and its loyal high-ranking followers having fled, he could encircle and annihilate the remaining low-ranking mutants, reaping a substantial bounty of experience points. However, the outcome often diverged from expectations. After a zombie managed to eliminate one mutated rat, the massive carcass collapsed, effectively blocking the underground passage and preventing further advancement. They were now trapped inside the rat hole. Awkwardly, the passage had been excavated only to accommodate the mutated rats, and the fallen rat nearly completely obstructed the tunnel. Could they simply devour it? Slaying one mutated rat meant consuming one, which was entirely unfeasible. The zombies could only consume the essence of the rat's flesh, as the rest was inedible. Given the sheer size of the mutated rat, the zombies could hardly consume it. They could only drag the carcass out after dispatching a mutated rat and then re-enter to continue their extermination efforts. This process proved exceedingly time-consuming, and during this interval, many of the other mutated rats had already retreated deep into the hole. The giant spider mutated beasts stationed at another exit faced similar issues. After dispatching the rats at the entrance, the remaining rats utilized their fallen comrades as a barrier against the giant spider's assault, turning and darting deeper into the hole. Squeak, squeak. Upon encountering each other, the two groups of mutated rats began to communicate. Through their exchanges, they realized the dire situation. Neither side could escape. Squeak, squeak. After another round of friendly exchanges, they reached a consensus. Dividing into teams, they began to excavate, fully leveraging their innate digging prowess. With no established path, they set about creating one themselves. A swarm of mutated rats split into several factions, frantically digging tunnels. True to their nature as master diggers, they quickly carved out numerous passages leading in various directions. Within a short span, over a dozen internal tunnels had been excavated deep within the mountain, leading to the cave's exterior. The mutated rats that emerged from the mountain chirped joyously, scattering in all directions. Some even waggled their tails and shook their rears in a display of bravado after escaping, as if to flaunt their freedom. Witnessing the fleeing mutated rats, Xiangyang Xia could only emit a weary sigh. The mutated rats were already extraordinarily swift, and in their haste to flee, his zombies could not hope to catch up. Moreover, with the rats dispersing into numerous groups, sending his zombies to pursue them deeper into the woods would be unwise. Given the potential for encountering other fearsome mutated beasts, the adage "do not pursue a desperate foe" held true here. Xiangyang Xia, who had initially believed he could eradicate the entire nest of mutated rats, awkwardly discovered that not only had the Rat King and its senior followers escaped, but many of the lower-ranking mutated rats had also slipped away. Maintaining his composure, Xiangyang Xia meticulously assessed the spoils of this battle. The most significant number of kills had occurred on the front lines and during the congestion at the entrance, totaling over 1,300 slain mutated rats. He had anticipated that with the Rat King's escape and the remaining rats disheartened, he could swiftly eliminate the rest. However, progress within the hole had been painfully slow, with only 20 or so rats eliminated. Nonetheless, the rewards remained substantial. After all, this nest of mutated rats was vast, and even with many having fled, he had still gained considerable experience. This battle against the mutated rats yielded a staggering 1.64 million experience points, and with the remaining 50,000, his total reached 1.69 million. Additionally, his points exceeded 80,000, with an abundance of mutated rat flesh. There was ample material to elevate his zombie team to a new level, marking a commendable achievement. Future battles would undoubtedly require teamwork, and enhancing the collective strength of his group would, in turn, bolster his own power. For instance, the mutated rats he encountered today, while not particularly formidable individually, would inevitably triumph over a single powerful mutated beast. When he escaped from the encirclement of zombies, he had retained 75 zombie allies. The boar mutated beast had claimed 5, leaving him with 70. A chameleon had swallowed one, but he had managed to rescue it just in time, resulting in a total of 69 zombies. In this confrontation with the mutated rats, though initially aggressive and fierce, his losses had been minimal, amounting to just 2 zombies, leaving him with 67 remaining. Xiangyang Xia instructed his zombie allies to begin consuming the essence of the mutated rat corpses on the battlefield. Noticing that many zombies bore the marks of the rats' vicious bites, after devouring the flesh and blood of the mutated rats, the wounds began to miraculously heal. The essence of the consumed rat mutants nourished the body. Most of these rat mutants were of a lower tier, devoid of any crystals within them. Only 2 or 3 contained purple crystals, which, once extracted, were tossed directly to the zombies by Xiangyang Xia, allowing them to consume and enhance their strength. You too should consume the flesh and blood of the rat mutants to elevate your levels, Xiangyang Xia urged. addressing the two large spider mutants standing beside him. However, the two spider mutants remained unmoved, casting disdainful glances at the multitude of zombies feasting on the essence of the rat mutants, considering it beneath them, as devouring such lowly creatures could hardly augment their power. When Xiangyang Xia threw a piece of purple crystal before them, even the lower-tier spider mutant scoffed, ultimately being consumed by a zombie. Paying no mind to the two spider mutants, Xiangyang Xia swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield. Gathering the sharp teeth and claws of the rat mutants, fortune smiled upon him. He surveyed his haul of teeth and claws, utilizing his crafting function to create 8 sets of armor and 2 long swords. By this time, all the zombies had finished devouring the essence of the rat mutants. Among the 69 zombies, an astonishing 11 had reached the 3rd tier of black zombies, while 20 had attained the 2nd tier. Chapter 98. Skill Upgrade. This was a considerable windfall, far exceeding Xiangyang Xia's expectations. The highest tier of rat mutants had all escaped, and the lower tier ones were hardly worth a glance. He had thought the gains would be minimal, with only slight increases in the levels of his subordinate zombies. Yet, to his surprise, the results were immensely gratifying, elevating so many of his zombie subordinates. Thus, although the rat mutants exterminated were of lower levels, their sheer numbers provided significant assistance to the zombies' upgrades. Moreover, with his own zombies still at a relatively low level, they remained useful. For any future large-scale upgrades, he would need to eradicate higher-tier mutant beasts. With 1.69 million experience points, leveling up required 1 million experience points and the infection of 100 individuals. Currently, his only option was to venture into a large human settlement to infect humans and meet the upgrade criteria. Upgrading the Roar skill required 100,000 experience points. The skills of Dominance required 1 million, and upgrading the Manufacturing Center required 500,000 experience points. With his current experience points, he could upgrade each of these skills at least once. After careful consideration, Xiangyang Xia decided to retain 1 million experience points. If fortune favored him, he might soon encounter an opportunity to infect 100 individuals. Without experience points, he could not level up. Thus, it was prudent to hold onto 1 million experience points. Resolute, Xiangyang Xia opened the system information panel. He clicked the plus sign next to the Roar skill and selected to upgrade it. After clicking the plus sign, his experience points decreased by 100,000, leaving him with 1.59 million. The upgrade of the Roar skill was successful. Roar skill LV2 description. The host can utilize the Roar skill to unleash a shockwave that affects enemies within a 500-meter radius, instilling fear and causing them to freeze for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. There is a 50% chance that Lord-level mutant beasts will be immune to this skill. Those above Lord level are completely immune. The next level upgrade requires 1 million experience points. Xiangyang Xia then clicked the plus button next to the Manufacturing Center to upgrade it. His experience points decreased by another 500,000, leaving him with 1.09 million. The upgrade of the Manufacturing Center commenced. The upgrade was completed. Xiangyang Xia still harbored lingering thoughts about the last time he crafted weapons using chameleon skin, but did not acquire the chameleon's color-changing skill. The element of chance was indeed a matter of luck. Furthermore, the success of crafting was entirely at the mercy of the system, a notion Xiangyang Xia firmly held. He did not believe it was merely a lack of acquisition, but rather suspected the system had played tricks on him. Xiangyang Xia did not have much trust in the system. It had not been particularly friendly to him, as evidenced by frequent failures during lottery draws. According to the level of the Manufacturing Center, the current probability of acquiring the original attributes of materials was exceedingly low. Even if he captured more chameleons, the likelihood of obtaining their skill attributes remained elusive. Moreover, capturing chameleon mutants was no simple task. Therefore, it was imperative to upgrade the Manufacturing Center to significantly increase the chances of obtaining material attributes, leaving the system with no room for dispute. This way, when crafting equipment, he could greatly enhance the attributes of the gear. The Manufacturing Center LV2 could process and manufacture weapons using Lord-level materials and could embed blue crystals with a success rate of 20. The chance of acquiring the host's skill attributes from the original materials was also 20. The next level upgrade requires 2 million experience points. With all upgrades completed, the experience points required for these skills were substantial. Observing his remaining experience points, Xiangyang Xia knew he needed to strive harder. He distributed the 10 sets of armor he had just crafted to 10 of the 11 third-tier zombies as a reward for their commendable performance. The 2 longswords were given to Li Kuanan and Xiao Zhikai. The two were overjoyed upon receiving the longswords, instantly recognizing them as valuable items. To ensure his subordinates performed well, one must reward them appropriately. In light of their exceptional display, Xiangyang Xia deemed it necessary to provide them with some incentives. After all, the world thrives on profit. Only by offering them something sweet could he ensure their dedication to his cause. Furthermore, the items he provided, while perceived as treasures by them, were merely given out of convenience on his part. As for any suspicions they might harbor regarding the sudden appearance of these items, Xiangyang Xia was indifferent. As the Zombie King, what he possessed was beyond their knowledge. They might speculate about whether he had a spatial ring or other storage items. Or they may ponder other scenarios, but it mattered little. They could never truly discern his reality. At best, they could only guess without any means to verify. All items had transformed into tangible forms, completely losing their original appearances as the teeth and claws of the rat mutants. Had they been able to deduce the truth, Xiangyang Xia would have genuinely admired their perceptiveness. Hence, he felt emboldened to openly distribute the crafted items to them. Once equipped with armor, his zombies could stand toe-to-toe with higher-tier mutant beasts. The reason he refrained from equipping his zombies with longswords was that the armor he created was tailored to their style. This armor enveloped their entire bodies, with the finger sections resembling actual hands. The tips of the fingers extended into sharp, elongated spikes, forming the most robust and piercing parts of the entire armor. Given the current level of the zombies, they could not flexibly maneuver their joints. Such armor was the most suitable for them, as wielding a sword would prove too challenging. Only this type of armor was truly fitting for them. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar bloodline resonance from afar. This moment, having just exterminated the rat mutant horde, he was en route to the southwest in search of a human base. Xiangyang Xia felt an unusual sensation emanating from approximately 5 to 6 kilometers ahead. He resolved to investigate this curious feeling and discern its nature. Swiftly, he led his zombie horde towards the source of the sensation. With the speed of Xiangyang Xia and his zombies, they reached the destination in no time. Chapter 99. Unexpected delight. When he was still a kilometer away, Xiangyang Xia recognized several individuals engaged in battle with zombies ahead. They were Su Daqiang and others, whom he had infected at the Jingsua Garden community. As Xiangyang Xia approached within roughly 500 meters of Su Daqiang, the latter sensed an uncomfortable feeling, a pressure stemming from bloodline suppression. Gazing in the direction of the pressure, he realized it originated from Xiangyang Xia. Terrified, Su Daqiang turned to flee. However, he stood no chance against Xiangyang Xia. In an instant, Xiangyang Xia had closed the distance, appearing before the fleeing Su Daqiang. Xiangyang Xia's speed was unparalleled. Standing before Su Daqiang, the latter dared not make a move. Oh, it's you, Su Daqiang, an old acquaintance. Why are you running away? Su Daqiang, faced with Xiangyang Xia's teasing, felt a wave of frustration and replied mechanically, I'm going to chase the zombies. Given Su Daqiang's current level, being able to comprehend Xiangyang Xia's words and respond in such fragmented speech was already a remarkable achievement. It was evident he was lying. Su Daqiang no longer wished to live his life under the control of others. He longed to escape and live freely. Thus, upon spotting Xiangyang Xia, he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. With newfound consciousness, he could not help but harbor ulterior motives. After all, this was the very zombie overlord who had once infected and controlled them. Xiangyang Xia, with his keen perception, noted that Su Daqiang had already reached the 5th tier of black zombies, the pinnacle of the black zombie tier. One more step would elevate him to a zombie leader. Upon exiting the base, Xiangyang Xia journeyed forth, yet she had not encountered any of the zombie seeds she had sown upon this land. She had assumed that the multitude of zombies she once unleashed had been utterly vanquished. To her astonishment, she unexpectedly came across Su Daqiang, a delightful surprise. During her time in the Jinxiu Haoyuan community, aside from the 100 zombies she commanded, she had allowed the others to disperse in search of their fortunes. However, those that strayed were all of the white zombie variety, possessing lower ranks and fearing the sun's rays. Although Xiangyang Xia had equipped them with protective measures against sun exposure, their capabilities were still significantly hindered. They could only operate under the cover of night, retreating into the mountainous woods and caves, many falling prey to mutated beasts. Su Daqiang was among the 100 zombies she had initially intended to collaborate with around the periphery of the army base. However, due to the great distance, they were eventually released. Among these 100 undead, 6 were of the black zombie tier, with Su Daqiang being the most formidable. ASA Black Zombie, Su Daqiang possessed a degree of intelligence. Having been a human reviver prior to infection, his strength surpassed that of the other 5 black zombies who had transitioned alongside him. After Xiang Yangxia entered the army base, the 100 zombies did not scatter but instead wandered under Su Daqiang's leadership. Among the 100 zombies, aside from Su Daqiang and the 6 black zombies, the remainder were all white zombies. ASA Black Zombie. Su Daqiang understood the necessity of collective strength and refrained from abandoning the lower-tier zombies to act independently, instead leading them up the mountains. Upon reaching the heights, however, they suffered a grave setback, having ventured too deeply. They had anticipated that the shade of the trees would mitigate the discomfort of the white zombies under the sun's glare. But fate was unkind. They encountered a high-level mutated beast, resulting in the loss of 30 white zombies in an instant. Terrified, Su Daqiang dared not linger in the depths any longer, recognizing the formidable nature of the mutated beasts. He promptly led the remaining zombies out of the mountains, confining their movements to the fringes where they hunted lesser mutated creatures. Despite this, they faced several perilous encounters, leading to substantial losses among their ranks, including 3 black zombies. Nonetheless, they reaped significant rewards. Through their relentless wandering, they consumed the essence of mutated beasts, resulting in tremendous gains. All the zombies ascended to the black zombie tier, with Su Daqiang achieving the highest rank of black zombie level 5. Through various fierce battles, the combat experience of all the zombies was greatly enhanced. Prior to Xiang Yangxia's arrival, they had been engaged in combat with surrounding zombies, finding that the lower-tier undead posed no threat whatsoever. Only the higher-level zombies could present a challenge. When they sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiang Yangxia's bloodline, all the zombies remained, save for Su Daqiang, who fled at great speed. The others continued their skirmish with the zombies. They bore no aversion to Xiang Yangxia's arrival except for Su Daqiang, who felt a rebellious stir within. Once Xiang Yangxia's zombies joined the fray, they swiftly eradicated the group of high-level zombies. Following the battle, the zombies aligned harmoniously with those brought by Xiang Yangxia, awaiting her arrival. Regarding Su Daqiang's desire to escape, Xiang Yangxia was unyielding. She unleashed the pressure of her high-level bloodline upon him. Enveloped by her formidable aura, Su Daqiang trembled uncontrollably, unable to maintain his stance, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His rigid joints prevented him from kneeling, compelling him to prostrate himself under the immense weight of her power. The other zombies, witnessing Xiang Yangxia's punishment of Su Daqiang, dared not stir, particularly those who had previously allied with him, now filled with trepidation. Xiang Yangxia paid no mind to the prostrate Su Daqiang, continuing to exert her dominance over him while also scrutinizing the zombies accompanying him. Aside from Su Daqiang, there were 15 additional zombies, 2 at Black Zombie level 4, 3 at Black Zombie level 3, and the rest at Black Zombie level 2. Now, she possessed a total of 83 zombie subordinates, 1 Black Zombie level 5, 2 Black Zombie level 4, 14 Black Zombie level 3, and 30 Black Zombie level 2. In her heart, Xiang Yangxia reveled in this bounty, particularly at the sight of so many high-level zombies among the 16. Her heart brimming with joy and a smile gracing her lips, she could not help but admire her earlier wisdom in releasing those zombies during her time in Jinxiu Haoyuan community, allowing them the opportunity to devour the essence of flesh and blood for upgrades, rather than being confined within the community and potentially discovered for research. By allowing Su Daqiang and these zombies to roam freely, she had reaped the rewards without the burden of personally overseeing their advancement. The thought alone filled her with delight. However, observing Su Daqiang's demeanor, she recognized that zombies with burgeoning consciousness indeed were prone to harbor rebellious sentiments.